Qin Xiao has crossed over, and the system has arrived as promised. The gateway to another world has been detected. The Marvel Cinematic Universe? What is going on? Believing he experienced a series of reincarnations, Qin Xiao soon realizes that the so-called reality is merely a neglected timeline within the Marvel Universe. With a tight adherence to the timeline and character integrity, no mindless simplifications, this is a must-read for Marvel fans. Chapter 1. The Unending Reincarnation. Qin Xiao awoke to find himself drenched in sweat, sitting upright in bed. Where am I? He looked around at the entirely unfamiliar surroundings. Wasn't he just at home, watching a movie before dozing off? Qin Xiao had a rather unpleasant habit. He was accustomed to watching films on his phone until he fell asleep. It was one thing to doze off mid-movie. He often felt anxious about his phone's battery dying, so he would watch while it charged. He couldn't tell whether the heat of summer was too oppressive or if his phone was simply overheating. Just as Qin Xiao was on the brink of slumber, the explosion occurred. Yes, the phone exploded. Am I traversing dimensions now? Qin Xiao was racking his brain to comprehend the absurd situation as a torrent of memories surged through his mind. After a considerable time, he finally grasped his current predicament. He had indeed crossed over to a parallel world, one strikingly similar to Earth. The man who bore his name was plagued by a decidedly unfortunate fate. His parents had met with a tragic demise, and distant relatives had swindled his inheritance. Just when he mustered the courage to take a gamble, mortgaging his home to partner in a venture, he was betrayed by his friend and girlfriend, losing not only his investment, but also plunging headlong into a sea of debt. Looking at the bottle of paraquat, highly poisonous herbicide in the bedside table, he was reminded of his dismal reality. He found himself in a cramped, dilapidated rental unit, a converted garage on the first floor, damp and stifling. With debts exceeding 3 million yuan, all he possessed were a mere 500-odd yuan. Betrayed by his closest friend and confidant, his situation was dire indeed. It was enough to make even the original Qin Xiao consider ending it all. What kind of ludicrous start is this? Should I try dying once more to see if I can cross over again? He glanced at the paraquat again. Perhaps it would be wiser to live, no matter how miserable the circumstances. After all, life is long. And he was only 23, there was still time to find solutions to his debts. Qin Xiao reassured himself as he pondered his next steps, when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Gateway to the world detected. System binding in progress. HM? A surprise? Qin Xiao perked up, sitting straight and lighting a cigarette. After approximately 20 seconds, a tone sounded in his mind. Binding successful. The system is now activated. Host Qin Xiao, one world gateway has been detected. Do you wish to traverse immediately? Wait. Don't just rush me into the next world. Explain your functions to me first. And what do you mean by world gateway? Qin Xiao promptly inquired in his mind. This system provides traversal services. The host can complete tasks to earn points, which can be exchanged for various items in the system store. Open the store for me. What can I exchange? Host permissions insufficient. The store will unlock once tasks are completed and points are earned. The system's voice lacked any emotion. At least tell me what I could obtain. Skills, gene enhancements, money, and so forth. For more details, please unlock the store as soon as possible. While the system was rather vague, Qin Xiao understood that his golden opportunity had arrived. And what about the world gateway? What does that entail? He shifted to a different query. Traversing to other worlds requires coordinates. Residual coordinates have been detected on the host. A vivid image flooded Qin Xiao's mind, envisioned an enormous, cumbersome suit of iron armor, raising its right arm at the entrance of a cave and blasting flames into the air. Surrounding it was an endless desert. Iron Man? It dawned on him that the film he had been viewing right before his phone exploded featured this very scene. The gateway to the world leads into Iron Man's universe? The Marvel Cinematic Universe? That was a realm teeming with superheroes. How could someone of his frail stature achieve any meaningful task there? System. That world seems perilous. Could you grant me some assistance before I enter? Otherwise, I fear I may not complete my task. He bargained within his mind. What the hell? Qin Xiao detected a hint of disdain in the system's utterly unperturbed voice. Yet the system's sentiment held a ring of truth. Very well. He'll undertake the traversal immediately. Without further hesitation, Qin Xiao recognized that this place was a wreck without the system's aid. He would have to carry his debts and search for work to sustain himself. As the system initiated its countdown, just as he uttered those words, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a dilapidated street. There were few people around, with litter and fallen leaves strewn about. The two-story buildings appeared old and worn, clearly located in a very impoverished neighborhood. System, tell me where I am? Qin Xiao inquired mentally. Identity loaded. Relevant memories have been generated. Please review at your discretion. The memories provided by the system were peculiar. They seamlessly integrated with his own, merging with the recollections of the original Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, 22 years of age, had graduated with distinction from the University of California, Los Angeles, earning a scholarship from Stark Industries. This had granted him an opportunity for an internship there. It seemed the system had some merit, at least providing him with an identity closely linked to the main character. Though it was quite unrealistic for an intern to meet Tony Stark, at least there was a slight chance for an encounter. Muttering to himself, Qin Xiao continued to peruse the memories. Then it became rather intriguing. When Qin Xiao was 13, a hostile incursion by Hydra militants targeted the neighboring household of an African-American family, resulting in a battle that imperiled his own home. His parents perished in that conflict. Out of guilt, the neighbor had supported Qin Xiao's education and living expenses, maintaining a close relationship over the years. This time, Qin Xiao had come to Baltimore in Maryland to share the good news of his internship opportunity with that neighbor. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, the neighbor's identity was remarkable. He was Isaiah, the original super soldier before Steve Rogers. To clarify, Isaiah was the first super soldier, appearing in Falcon and Winter Soldier. He had enlisted in World War II, undergoing enhancements, but was imprisoned for 3 decades due to a failed mission, subsequently experiencing government experimentation, and was often hunted by Hydra. Winter Soldier included. Chapter 2. The first-generation super soldier Isaiah. Qin Xiao found himself perplexed by the identity the system had assigned to him, as well as the reason for his abrupt arrival in this place. When he inquired about it, the system merely encouraged him to explore on his own. However, given his current identity and experiences, it was evident that the system's efforts were not in vain. Tio better assimilate into this role. Qin Xiao diligently perused the memories related to Isaiah along his journey. After traversing what seemed to be a street, he arrived before an old house. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the doorbell. Who is it? An elderly man with graying hair and a beard, possessing a dark complexion, emerged. Yet, one could hardly guess that this man had already reached the venerable age of 88. He appeared no older than his 60s. It is worth mentioning that Qin Xiao arrived in 2008, prior to the kidnapping of Tony Stark. Oh, Qin Xiao, my child. How have you been? Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Isaiah warmly opened the door and enveloped him in an embrace. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiao placed his hand on Isaiah's back and returned the hug. What troubles you, my child? Has something happened? Isaiah, sensing a hint of unfamiliarity in Qin Xiao, inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I just can't help but feel nostalgic. You've remained unchanged since my childhood, and now that I've graduated from university, it feels rather poignant. You know, my aging process is somewhat slower than that of an ordinary person. And my physique is stronger too. So, Isaiah spread his hands, expressing a sense of resignation. The effects of the super-serum had only brought him harm. The 30 years spent in darkness as a subject of human experimentation had relentlessly tormented him. Come, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters, Isaiah urged as he ushered Qin Xiao inside, eyeing the narrative orchestrated by the system. Qin Xiao had encountered the superhuman side of Isaiah during his childhood. Later, fearing the return of Hydra operatives, Isaiah had sent him to a social welfare institution for his safety, providing covert financial support. Weren't you supposed to be looking for work in Los Angeles? Why have you suddenly journeyed all the way to the east to find me? It was evident that Isaiah was delighted to see Qin Xiao, yet he disapproved of his unexpected visit due to safety concerns. I secured an internship opportunity at Stark Industries, and I thought it only proper to inform you. Qin Xiao endeavored to project an air of pride. Oh my God, Stark Industries, how marvelous. I knew you would succeed. We must go out and buy some supplies. Let us celebrate with a drink tonight, Isaiah exclaimed with enthusiasm. Bang! They were seated face to face when, suddenly, Isaiah sprang up and took a couple of steps aside. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed through the window, narrowly missing Isaiah's head and piercing through Qin Xiao's chest. Caught off guard, Qin Xiao felt a sharp sensation in his chest, followed by blood seeping through the fibers of his clothing. What a stroke of bad luck, he murmured before his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the darkness, Qin Xiao felt his cells and blood begin to boil. An intense itch, as if thousands of ants were crawling beneath his skin, overwhelmed him, followed by excruciating pain, akin to being crushed into pulp by a colossal hydraulic press. His consciousness felt trapped in an endless void. After what felt like an eternity of alternating between agony and itchiness, Qin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Isaiah's tear-streaked face, filled with surprise, guilt, and remorse. What happened? Did I get shot? Qin Xiao struggled to sit up. The room was dimly lit, resembling a basement. A heart rate monitor sat on the bedside table, next to a tray containing surgical instruments. Tweezers and bloodied gauze and cotton, along with a bullet casing stained with blood. Looks like I'm all right. Qin Xiao exerted himself to sit upright. Strangely, he felt no pain where he expected it. Instead, there was only a slight itch. How long was I unconscious? Qin Xiao asked, astonished. Not more than 3 hours, Isaiah replied, glancing at his watch. And my wound? Qin Xiao gestured to his chest. You lost a lot of blood. After dealing with the assailant, I had no time to take you to a hospital. I had to take the risk to save you myself. Fortunately, I had some medical equipment on hand. As for your wound, I remembered that our blood types are the same. I know it was dangerous, but thankfully, you endured the serum transformation. Isaiah spoke with a hint of remorse. A surge of joy filled Qin Xiao's heart. Did that mean he had inadvertently injected himself with the super-serum? His mind raced with excitement, but as he unconsciously exerted force, he realized that the metal railing beside his makeshift bed had crumpled under his grip. I've become a super soldier. Qin Xiao stared incredulously at his hands. I came here unprepared, got shot, and woke up transformed into someone akin to Captain America? I'll go fetch you some water. In contrast to Qin Xiao's exhilaration, Isaiah merely sighed and silently rose to fetch water. System, what is the meaning of this? Don't tell me this is all unrelated to you. Qin Xiao called out in his mind. Beginner-S gift pack. This world is fraught with danger. The system must provide the host with some means of survival. Is this not a delightful surprise? Qin Xiao nearly spat blood in exasperation. While becoming a super soldier was undoubtedly advantageous, could you not have given me a heads up? And must it be in such a manner? Qin Xiao expressed his frustrations to the system. This approach is intended to facilitate the host's seamless integration into this world and to provide a credible explanation for your newfound abilities. I hope the host can appreciate my good intentions and not misinterpret my efforts. You've got some nerve. Come out here and see if I can't take you down. Chapter 3. An alternative means of acquiring the super-serum. The notion that a super soldier could simply receive a blood transfusion from an ordinary person and emerge as another super soldier struck Qin Xiao as absurd. Yet, this was the Marvel Universe, where a mere spider bite could lead to transformation, and with a system at his disposal, anything seemed plausible. Regardless, he had finally gained a semblance of self-defense, hadn't he? Earlier, while on the road, Qin Xiao had casually tested his newfound strength by effortlessly lifting one side of a pickup truck. Although it was only a partial lift due to the angle, he felt that the weight of a car posed no challenge to him. Isaiah felt immense guilt over the incident. After cautioning Qin Xiao to refrain from recklessly showcasing his abilities and confirming that his injuries were no longer critical, the poor old man, with tear-filled eyes, urged Qin Xiao to leave his secret underground lair. Qin Xiao understood that once he departed, Isaiah would likely relocate, making it difficult for him to find him again. However, according to the narrative, Isaiah would still be alive and well after the events of Avengers Endgame. For now, it was essential to focus on his own well-being, as the system had issued its first task, to approach Tony Stark, successfully capture his attention, and ensure he remembers Qin Xiao's name for future endeavors. The task was indeed formidable. Tony Stark was a genius scientist, the CEO of Stark Industries, and widely recognized as one of the wealthiest individuals in America and the world. Given his current demeanor, he was notoriously difficult to engage with. Surely, Qin Xiao could not rely on the powers derived from Isaiah's South blood to get close to him. Not only would that raise alarms, but considering Isaiah's past experiences, Qin Xiao had no desire to become a subject of governmental or military experimentation. He would have to devise a strategy, but the day of reporting to Stark Industries was fast approaching. Qin Xiao purchased a plane ticket and traversed the entirety of the United States, flying from the East Coast to Los Angeles. Stark Industries had a substantial presence, with offices in both New York and Los Angeles. Qin Xiao's internship was set to take place at the headquarters in Los Angeles, where he would serve as a laboratory assistant. In essence, being a laboratory assistant meant performing menial tasks, running errands, making copies, and fetching refreshments. Thus, Qin Xiao found himself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as a typical 9-to-5 employee, shuttling between Stark Industries and his modest apartment. Fortunately, Stark Industries offered a decent salary, and the laboratory work was relatively light. Life was manageable, yet the task still felt distant. After over 2 months on the job, Qin Xiao had yet to even catch a glimpse of Tony Stark, let alone make any progress in approaching him. However, the villain Obadiah Stane from Iron Man had visited the lab several times, but Qin Xiao had only seen him from afar. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He needed to find a way to complete the task. It is crucial to note that it is now April of 2008. Who knows when Tony Stark ventured into Afghanistan? Once he becomes Iron Man, it will undoubtedly be even more challenging to approach him. Qin Xiao was idly standing in the break room, cradling a cup of coffee. A middle-aged man, clad in a white coat and sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, entered the break room with the cup in hand. "Qin, why do you appear so downcast? Have you been jilted by your girlfriend, or encountered some trouble? Come, share with me. You know, at my age, I can always provide some sound advice to the youth. Oh, Dr. X, I appreciate your kindness. I merely feel that this job is somewhat different from what I had envisioned," Qin Xiao replied, of course, withholding his true thoughts. "Oh, young man, do not be so pessimistic. Every newcomer starts as an assistant here. You must cultivate a calm mindset. If I recall correctly, you have been here for nearly 3 months. Am I right? Congratulations, your internship is nearing its conclusion." Casting a glance around to ensure no one was within earshot, Dr. Rex leaned in conspiratorially and whispered to Qin Xiao, "I have heard that during this round of internships, the big boss will personally conduct interviews and assign appropriate positions. This is a rare opportunity. So you must be on your toes, my lad." "The big boss?" Qin Xiao queried. "Tony Stark, my goodness. What is the name of our company?" "Stark Industries. Who else could it be? I have given you an A rating. Be prepared. The tradition at Stark Industries dictates that every new employee must intern in various departments for 3 months, after which their supervisors provide evaluations, followed by interviews conducted by the HR department to reassign their roles. The supervisor of the laboratory where Qin Xiao interned was none other than Dr. Rex himself. The information he divulged was paramount for Qin Xiao. If it were indeed Tony Stark conducting the interviews, he needed to devise a plan to capture Stark's attention. The 3-month deadline was swiftly approaching, and when Qin Xiao arrived at the laboratory early that day, he was informed that he was not required to work in the lab, but was to go directly to the top floor for an interview. Elated, Qin Xiao, having been at Stark Industries for a few months, knew the top floor was Tony Stark's personal domain, complete with a small laboratory, an office, and various fitness and entertainment rooms. Aside from a select few like Obadiah and Pepper, no one else had access to that area. Being summoned for an interview on the top floor indicated that Tony Stark was indeed present that day. With great enthusiasm, Qin Xiao ascended to the top floor, where he was first led into a small conference room. Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy, made his entrance, conducting a security check on each individual. Subsequently, he organized the order for the 10 or so interns. And unfortunately for Qin Xiao, he was the last in line. After sitting in the conference room for about 10 minutes, he finally saw Pepper enter, holding a folder and calling out names. Perhaps due to aesthetic differences, while Pepper appeared somewhat younger than her portrayal in the films, she did not quite align with Qin Xiao's taste. He had always preferred the earlier depictions of Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. "Ah, it seems I may have the chance to meet both of them," Qin Xiao thought, feeling inexplicably excited. Tony Stark conducted the interviews at a rapid pace, spending no more than 3 to 5 minutes with each intern. Soon, one by one, the individuals in the conference room exited, until finally, Pepper opened the door and called out, "Xiao Qin." With a hint of confusion as she pronounced his name, Pepper smiled and said, "You can come with me. Mr. Stark is waiting for you." Chapter 4. Tony Stark. The interview room featured a boxing ring, which seemed to be Tony Stark's usual workout area. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiao realized it resembled the location where Stark interviewed Black Widow in Iron Man 2. This was indeed fitting for Tony Stark, as it was not his style to sit behind a desk with a stern expression. "Korean?" Tony Stark inquired as Qin Xiao entered. "Me? I am of Huaxia descent." Qin Xiao replied, gesturing to himself. "Yes," Tony Stark exclaimed, pumping his fist and striking a victorious pose. Nearby, Happy, with a grim expression, produced a $10 bill and placed it on the table. The two appeared to be wagering on Qin Xiao's identity, prompting him to silently scoff as he approached Tony Stark. "To be honest, I am not particularly fond of facing others. It is not personal, I simply dislike confronting strangers, especially men. If I had not promised the board this year, I would not be here reviewing your internship reports, so let us be swift. First, congratulations, Mr. Qin. Your internship report is exceptional. Your lab supervisor rated you an A, stating that you were quite helpful in the laboratory. Now, there remains one question. Do you wish to continue in the lab, or would you prefer to work in the legal department, where your skills may be better suited? Qin Xiao's background indicated he had graduated from law school. Hence Tony Stark's inquiry, to be honest, I have no preference. It is entirely up to you how you wish to arrange it. Also, Mr. Stark, I am not particularly skilled in law, Qin Xiao replied, spreading his hands. Oh? Tony Stark glanced at Qin Xiao's file, confirming he had not misread it. Could it be that you excel in Huaxiao martial arts? I do have some knowledge of Huaxiao martial arts, though I am not exceptionally proficient. For instance, against a robust bodyguard like yourself, I could manage to take on, perhaps 10 individuals at most. But that is not my... Wait, I must interrupt you. Did you just say you could handle 10 of me? Happy interjected, unable to contain himself. Apologies, boss. I must interject. This concerns my dignity, he added, having served Tony Stark for over a decade and being one of his most trusted individuals. Their banter piqued Stark's interest, and rather than addressing Happy's comment, he turned his attention back to Qin Xiao, intrigued by his confidence. However, Stark found it hard to believe that anyone could take on 10 opponents. Yet, it was typical for young people to exaggerate their capabilities. Qin Xiao, however, nodded earnestly, more or less. Perhaps a maximum of 12, after all. He does appear quite formidable and would require some effort to subdue. Considering Qin Xiao's current physical fitness, Happy, as an ordinary person, would not stand a chance against him. Not even 10 times over. He could easily dispatch 100 with a single blow. Nevertheless, it mattered not. What was essential was that he had captured Tony Stark's attention and fulfilled his objective. Yet, Happy seemed increasingly agitated. As Stark's personal bodyguard, being questioned about his combat abilities was unacceptable, especially by someone who appeared so unassuming. Happy stepped forward and flexed his fists toward Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao merely smiled. Ignoring Happy and approached a punching bag, he twisted his waist, inhaled deeply, stepped forward, and delivered a powerful punch to the bag. Bang! The bag burst apart with a single strike. Oh my God! Oh my God! Both Tony Stark and Pepper exclaimed in unison. I'm not particularly adept at sparring. I struggle to control my power. So are you sure you want to continue? Just so you know, I cannot cover your medical expenses, Qin Xiao quipped, clearly noticing Happy gulping audibly. Tony Stark rose and approached Happy, patting him on the shoulder as if to ease the tension, then turned to Qin Xiao, asking, How did you accomplish that? I mean, that last strike clearly exceeded some. It appears quite unscientific. Do you understand what I mean? Tony Stark was evidently intrigued. Qin Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief as the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your recent display has left a profound impression on Tony Stark. Your name will remain etched in his memory. Mission accomplished, reward points. 500. With the task completed, Qin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, but he had no time to explore what the system shop offered. Instead, he smiled and replied to Tony Stark, It is merely a technique for instantaneous power release, requiring years of practice. Years of practice, you say? Tony Stark muttered contemplatively. If I, hypothetically speaking, were to learn this fighting technique from you, could I reach your level? As he spoke, he mimicked the motion of punching through the punching bag. Regrettably, Mr. Stark, with all due respect, these techniques demand monotonous, repetitive, and often painful training. I do not believe you could manage it. Qin Xiao shrugged. Tony Stark, now genuinely interested, found himself at a loss. He had no real technique to speak of. After all, it was a haphazard result of Isaiah's chaotic transfusions that led to his current state. Without the system, he questioned whether he could withstand any mutations. However, to Stark, this display was perceived as a form of mockery. Do you doubt me? You think I am incapable? Tony Stark, with a hint of rivalry in his tone, inquired out of mere curiosity. Though he is inherently self-centered, arrogant, and somewhat conceited, he is certainly not devoid of self-awareness. He possesses a keen understanding of his strengths. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Xiao's words instilled an unusual sense of defiance within him. Reminiscent of his childhood when his father would incessantly extol Captain America, Steve Rogers, while berating him for being utterly lacking in merit. Chapter 5. A chance encounter at the bar. Pepper, do you think I could learn his techniques? Tony Stark turned to Pepper Potts, posing the question. Pepper appeared somewhat troubled. Tony, today we're here to assign positions to those who have completed their internships. Shouldn't we focus on our tasks before discussing martial arts? No, no, no. I have already secured a position for Mr. Qin as my personal combat instructor. You are responsible for scheduling with him and discussing his remuneration, Tony Stark declared with unwavering certainty. It was evident that he hadn't sought Qin Xiao's consent, as he grabbed his coat and departed without a second thought. This was quintessential Iron Man. Even in his previous life, Qin Xiao had always favored Iron Man in the Marvel films. Yet, he felt an impulse to metaphorically punch him in the face for his presumptuousness. He seemed to lecture without even considering Qin Xiao's opinion. Nevertheless, in pursuit of a closer rapport, Qin Xiao merely chuckled self-deprecatingly and remained silent. Pepper stepped forward, offering an understanding smile. I apologize, Tony. He has always been this way. And I hope you won't take offense. Qin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. No worries. At the very least. I know he won't disappoint me when it comes to his salary, right? Pepper smiled in return, assuring him that he would certainly not be let down. Basic super-serum. Similar to what Captain America was injected with, it initially breaks human limits, alters genetic sequences, and significantly enhances strength, speed, and metabolism, with some effect on aging. 1,000 points. Real-world currency. $1 million per point, which can be directly transferred to the host's bank account after conversion, ensuring safety and security. Basic combat skills. On par with elite special forces soldiers, integrating various martial arts techniques, swift, precise, and lethal, emphasizing one-hit kills. 200 points. Basic weapon proficiency. Skilled in the use of most melee weapons, achieving a solid grasp of the techniques for each type of weapon. 200 points. E-class combat suit. Capable of disguising itself as any everyday clothing. It can withstand all known firearms, excluding special ammunition such as vibranium and URU. It also offers some damage mitigation against small arms and can resist harm from conventional melee weapons. 300 points. E-class custom melee weapon. A suitable weapon that can greatly enhance your combat effectiveness, especially against heavily armored opponents. E-class power, comparable to the E-class combat suit. 300 points. Qin Xiao had initially assumed that the system would unlock the entire shop upon its opening, but it turned out to be merely a level 1 shop. Even with 500 points in hand, he felt it was insufficient. Fortunately, he already possessed the effects of the basic super-serum, saving him from spending on the most expensive item. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose the basic combat skills and the E-class combat suit. This choice was not only due to the points being just right but also because the basic combat skills would be immediately beneficial, representing the most effective means to augment his combat prowess. As for the combat suit, it was essential for initial protection against firearms, and given the narrative trajectory, whether facing Iron Monger or engaging in a conflict in Afghanistan, having this suit would alleviate many of his concerns. After all, he was not yet invulnerable. To fully unlock the level 2 shop, he needed to accumulate 5,000 points. For now, he could only exchange for these 2 items to enhance himself. The system had yet to assign any tasks, but Pepper had offered Qin Xiao a weekly salary of $100,000, which made his life in this world considerably more comfortable. However, ever since their last encounter, Tony Stark seemed to have immersed himself in the laboratory, neglecting to invite Qin Xiao for lessons, leaving him with a sense of aimlessness. Reluctantly, Qin Xiao resorted to visiting bars each night, indulging in a vibrant nightlife. In Los Angeles, due to Hollywood's influence, the bars here are undoubtedly of world-class caliber. After several days of searching, Qin Xiao found a bar that resonated with his preferences, the Roger Room. The clientele was predominantly young, filled with couples, single youths, and aspiring actors yet to make their mark in Hollywood. Compared to other bars, this one seemed to attract a more genuine crowd. Although Qin Xiao harbored intentions of flirtation, he was not keen on encountering women who were overly seasoned or solely interested in his wealth. Most importantly, he disliked those with a notably worn demeanor. After several days of observation, Qin Xiao finally set his sights on a target, a young girl harboring dreams of stardom, possessing a remarkably delicate appearance. After covertly observing her for days, he decided to make his move. Just as he was about to rise, a slightly raspy yet alluring voice interrupted him. "Hey, are you leaving? Why not stay a little longer and share a drink with me?" he nearly exclaimed in surprise. The woman before him was none other than the renowned Black Widow. Much like Pepper and Tony Stark, one could not help but wonder if arriving in this reality had somehow altered her persona. The Black Widow appeared even more youthful than her cinematic counterpart, dressed not in her signature black catsuit, but in a graceful red dress. Her angelic visage bore no trace of the ruggedness often associated with Western beauty. Her porcelain skin glimmered under the lights, and her ample curves were accentuated by her attire. Stunning, absolutely stunning. Qin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. For those who believe Black Widow is less attractive now, they should revisit early films of Scarlett Johansson, where her angelic face shines through, representing a corrected youthful appearance. One of the original Avengers, her mere presence left Qin Xiao utterly awestruck. Yet, despite the shock, he maintained his composure, mentally assessing whether he had drawn any attention from Hild or Hydra since arriving in this world. His only potential connection might be the assassination linked to Isaiah, presumably orchestrated by Hydra, but the assassin had likely been dealt with by Isaiah. The system's arrangements had kept him out of their sight. Ensuring his safety, Chapter 6. Teasing the Black Widow. Qin Xiao understood that the Black Widow was a top agent of Hild and her appearance in this bar was no coincidence. However, as long as she was not targeting him, he welcomed the intrigue. Not to mention, as a significant character in the narrative, it would be a mistake to overlook her enchanting beauty and captivating figure. His thoughts raced as he considered the possibilities. Noticing his silence, the Black Widow spoke again, her lips parting slightly. "What's wrong? Are you having trouble understanding English, or do you simply wish to remain silent?" "My apologies. I was contemplating how to entice such a lovely lady to my apartment for a delightful evening," he replied, feeling liberated from any burdens. With a subtle smile, he took a seat beside her. "Well, that depends on your skills," the Black Widow responded with a playful grin. "Waiter, based on this beautiful lady's demeanor, prepare a drink." Qin Xiao snapped his fingers, handing the waiter a $100 bill, instructing him to keep the change as a tip. "Thank you, sir." The waiter, surprised by such generosity, bowed slightly in gratitude. "No need for thanks. If the drink you prepare doesn't suit this lady's taste, I might just turn your precious jewels into a taco." Qin Xiao jested, having frequented the bar enough to be on friendly terms with the bartender. The waiter, slightly taken aback, hurried to prepare a cocktail for the Black Widow. "A taco? You are quite humorous, adding to your charm," she remarked, her laughter ringing like music. Qin Xiao noticed her gaze occasionally drifting towards a table at the back occupied by 3 burly men. Not wanting to pry, he focused on her captivating eyes, saying, "I have many more charming qualities for you to discover. I've found that most Asians tend to be rather reserved, unlike you," she noted. "That simply means you haven't met enough of them." The two engaged in light banter for over 10 minutes when Qin Xiao observed the men rising to leave. The Black Widow casually glanced in their direction. "I am just going to the restroom," she said, using it as an excuse to depart from the bar. Qin Xiao understood she was heading towards those 3 men but chose not to reveal his awareness. Offering a subtle smile to indicate she was free to do as she pleased. System task. A true gentleman should never allow a lady to engage in a brawl. Assist the Black Widow in subduing those 3 men. Ensuring she remembers you. As one of the original Avengers, befriending her will facilitate future tasks in this world. Well, it was supposed to be a simple endeavor to woo a beautiful woman, yet trouble seemed to have found him. However, since it was a task with potential rewards, he had no choice but to intervene. Silently following the Black Widow out the bar's back door, he prepared for the unexpected. As the 3 men approached the mouth of the alley, Black Widow stood in the middle, uttering a phrase directed at them. Qin Xiao could only discern that it was in Russian, but the content eluded him. It was likely not a pleasantry, as once she finished speaking, one of the men reached for a gun concealed in his coat, only to be halted by another. Their pistol lacked a silencer. They were clearly not eager to attract unnecessary trouble. It was evident they did not regard Black Widow, a lone woman, with much respect. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having just exited the bar, was automatically dismissed as mere background, a seemingly frail Asian individual. The trio remained silent, sneering as they charged towards her. Yet, who were they to underestimate Black Widow? With a slight smile, she executed her characteristic preparatory head tilt before gearing up to accelerate toward the 3 burly men. However, before she could spring into motion, a shadow zipped past her. That moment, Qin Xiao was not only infused with the super-serum but also clad in an E-class combat suit, enhancing his capabilities. Possessing combat skills rivaling the world's elite soldiers, he deftly maneuvered to the front of the trio, grabbing the face of the foremost man with his right hand. Without losing momentum, he leveraged his body's inertia to slam the man's face backward. Bang! The back of this man's head collided precisely with the nose of the one behind him. Releasing his grip, he delivered an elbow strike to the side, catching the last man off guard before he could halt his advance, landing a precise blow to his temple in less than 2 seconds. He dashed past Black Widow after incapacitating the three, his movements fluid and effortless. "Fuck! What are you doing?" a voice barked, startled by the sudden turn of events as Qin Xiao faced a gun barrel. "Who are you?" Despite the chaos, Qin Xiao had yet to fully comprehend what transpired. "A man," he replied with a hint of resignation, raising his hands. "Look, I bear no ill will. I merely witnessed you exiting and engaging in a scuffle. One must maintain a semblance of chivalry, don't you think? You don't invite me for a drink, yet you threaten me with a gun," he added with a grin, setting aside the question of Black Widow's intent to kill. He was confident in his ability to evade a bullet at this range, especially given his bulletproof attire. While Black Widow sensed no hostility from him, she nevertheless prudently took 2 steps back. Keeping the gun aimed at his forehead, "You step aside. I intend to take these 3 with me." "Very well," Qin Xiao replied, slowly retreating a step. As Black Widow exhaled in relief, he propelled himself backward with a sudden burst, performing a Z-shaped maneuver that evaded her aim, closing the distance before she could react. In an instant, he snatched the mini handgun from her grasp. The cinematic portrayal of Black Widow as an exceptionally skilled fighter was merely that, fiction. Unlike the comics where she was genetically modified, Qin Xiao, armed with the Super-serum, had surpassed human limits in speed and reflexes, making her an easy target. Pressing the gun against Black Widow's head, he pinned her against the wall. "What do you intend to do?" she queried, her expression impassive, yet her right hand subtly inched toward her thigh. "Go punish you for your ingratitude," Qin Xiao replied with a slight smile, swiftly disassembling her small firearm into fragments. His basic combat training included fundamental firearm handling. While he might not be an expert marksman, understanding and usage posed no issue. He discarded the remnants on the ground and tossed a bullet into the center of her attire, where it was snugly caught between her breasts. "Did you know, Cupid does not solely wield arrows. He occasionally dabbles in firearms as well?" he quipped, smirking as he playfully brushed her waist. "That wretched bastard." She held a small electric shock device, having nearly launched an attack moments before. Whether Qin Xiao had orchestrated this or it was mere coincidence, she ultimately chose to turn and leave. Though curious about his identity, her mission took precedence. She could investigate him later if the opportunity arose. With a mix of irritation and an ambiguous sentiment, Black Widow retrieved her phone, summoning her team to deal with the aftermath. Qin Xiao, oblivious to her inner thoughts, felt he had accomplished his task. From a personal standpoint, he had certainly left a lasting impression on her, and other matters could wait. It was best to depart soon. Lingering would only lead to an encounter with Hild. While he indeed harbored interest in Black Widow, it was wiser to keep his distance from Hild for the time being. Remembering the image of the bullet sliding into her clothing ignited a fervor within him. Upon entering the bar, he hastily sought out the girl he had been eyeing for several days, only to discover she had already left. Chapter 7. The combat coach takes the stage after visiting Stark Industries twice and receiving 2 checks for $100,000 each. Qin Xiao finally received a call from Pepper Potts. Tony Stark had finally remembered him as a combat instructor. In truth, while Tony Stark was exceedingly self-important, he exhibited considerable respect for those from whom he wished to learn. He specifically sent Happy to escort Qin Xiao to Tony's residence. Perhaps the last time Qin Xiao had delivered a powerful punch to a sandbag had left a profound impression on Happy. As Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, he felt the need to elevate his own professional standards. On the way, he expressed his desire to learn martial arts from Qin Xiao. To which Qin Xiao responded nonchalantly, stating, "As long as your boss agrees, I have no objections." Experiencing the mansion in reality was far more awe-inspiring than viewing it in films. It was akin to a small shopping center in scale. Infuriatingly, despite its vastness, Stark employed no servants, spending his time holed up in the basement, working on inventions outside of his bedroom. One might question the utility of such an expansive home, in contrast to the house. The nascent form of artificial intelligence, J.S, did not astonish Qin Xiao as much. After all, the impression JRVIS left in films was not significantly different from the present. Thus, with a mindset fueled by a desire to retaliate against the malevolent capitalist and Tony's previous arrogance, Qin Xiao began with a fundamental aspect of martial arts widely known among the Chinese. The horse stance, lowering slightly more, with thighs and calves at a 90-degree angle, and urging Happy to lower his posterior without sticking it out too much. He exclaimed, "Damn, Happy, are you attempting to seduce me with that ample rear?" Tony Stark, not yet well acquainted with Qin Xiao, did not permit him into his underground laboratory but instead led him to an expansive balcony. "I am here to learn martial arts, not to practice these ridiculous postures," Happy grumbled, struggling to hold his stance. "This is a basic exercise in Chinese martial arts. I have practiced something similar. It fortifies your lower body, making you less susceptible to being knocked down by an adversary," Qin Xiao explained, having even trained under a Wing Chun master. In reality, actor Robert Downey Jr. practiced Wing Chun, not Tony Stark. This detail was borrowed for the narrative. At that moment, Tony, not only comfortable but also able to elucidate the significance of the exercise to Happy, ensured that when the boss spoke, Happy could only comply, eventually managing to assume the proper stance after considerable effort. "But I have a question," Tony interjected. Initially, he found the horse stance easy, able to chat with Qin Xiao in the early minutes. "Where did you learn Wing Chun? That master is a renowned martial arts figure in your culture. Yet he doesn't seem as formidable as you." True martial arts are lethal techniques. Much of what circulates outside is but a fade. Most contemporary Chinese martial arts are merely performative. Akin to the difference between Hogwarts and the magicians outside, understand, Muggle. Qin Xiao's words were not unfounded. In the Marvel Universe, later characters like Shang-Chi would emerge. In reality, true martial arts had indeed waned in this era, and genuine masters were nearly impossible to find. Whether due to Tony's newfound leisure or some other reason, he seemed to summon Happy to fetch Qin Xiao daily for practice. This compelled Qin Xiao to take the matter seriously. Although he did not possess authentic Chinese martial arts knowledge, he could easily improvise when dealing with the two novices, Tony and Happy. Each day, he had them practice the horse stance, followed by an hour of physical conditioning, culminating in sparring sessions where Qin Xiao provided guidance. Without a doubt, after nearly a month, their combat skills had shown remarkable improvement. Qin Xiao's most significant gain, however, was growing increasingly familiar with Tony Stark. Over the course of the month, he unexpectedly discovered numerous similarities between them. A disdain for all forms of formalism, an aversion to overly serious individuals, and a perception of their hypocrisy and truth. These sentiments were common among most people, though the majority had been worn down by the relentless grind of reality, much like Qin Xiao in his past life. Tony Stark is fortunate. His identity and his talents have afforded him the opportunity to maintain his attitude and convictions in the world. However, after traversing into this new realm and acquiring a system, his carefree and unrestrained nature has begun to manifest gradually. Most importantly, the two share a similar dark sense of humor. For instance, Happy has recently garnered several amusing nicknames from the duo, such as Fat Bottom, Butter Boy, and Elegant But Dancer, leaving him too embarrassed to train with them in combat. This is mainly due to Tony Stark's undeniable prowess, with relentless physical training and guidance from Qin Xiao. Happy has gradually found himself outmatched. This is undoubtedly a significant affront for a bodyguard. Rumor has it that he has begun contemplating a transfer to the security department of Stark Industries. Meanwhile, as Qin Xiao dedicates his days to training Tony and slowly fostering a friendship at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington, D. Director Nick Fury stands by the window, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor while gazing coldly at the outside scenery. Behind him stands the Black Widow, clad in a sleek black bodysuit. Compared to their last encounter in the bar, the Black Widow appears even more poised and formidable in her combat attire. Almost all agents have taken their lives, with the only two remaining steadfastly refusing to divulge any information during interrogation. The Black Widow remarked calmly, "It matters not. All our clandestine operations in the United States have been dismantled. Whatever they wish to do, they are powerless. Whether they know anything is irrelevant. How does it feel to confront former colleagues personally, Agent Romanoff?" Nick Fury turned to her, inquiring that in my past, I committed numerous errors, and I am more than willing to utilize my knowledge of them to sabotage their activities. For me, it serves as a means of atonement for my past mistakes, the Black Widow replied, her expression serene, as if she had finally emerged from the shadows of her previous life. "Oh, If you truly feel that way, then that is splendid. This matter is concluded, and we need not discuss it further. As for those two agents, let us grant them a peaceful exit. I am, however, quite intrigued by the Asian individual you encountered last time, Nick Fury said, gesturing towards a document on his desk. The first page of that document bore Qin Xiao's name and photo, and beneath it lay the files pertaining to the Avengers Initiative. Chapter 8. Undershield's watchful eye. Hawkeye and the Black Widow epitomized the pinnacle of human combat prowess on this planet. In terms of speed, stamina, and strength. According to the Black Widow's description of Qin Xiao, he possesses a power that far surpasses her OWN.It is precisely this unreasonable advantage that compelled the Black Widow to draw her weapon when Qin Xiao had shown no signs of hostility. This sense of oppressive strength is something only one individual has instilled in her throughout her career as an agent, the legendary Winter Soldier. According to Black Widow's remarks to Captain America and Captain America, the Winter Soldier, she was shot by the Winter Soldier in 2009, but here it is 2008, before Iron Man's emergence, so slight adjustments are warranted. The Super-Soldier Serum is no trifling matter, and thus the Black Widow relayed the entire situation, along with her analyses and speculations, to Nick Fury. Nick Fury was aware that the military still possessed some incomplete samples of the Super-Soldier Serum, making the creation of a true super soldier impossible. Hence, he speculated whether Qin Xiao might have undergone some form of mutation. Consequently, he delved into Qin Xiao's life history and the individuals surrounding him. The resources at Nick Fury's disposal far exceed those of any ordinary intelligence agency. Soon, the system had provided Nick Fury with a comprehensive account of Qin Xiao's life from childhood to present in his over 20 years here. The only extraordinary events were the tragic shootings that resulted in his parents' deaths during his childhood. However, in both incidents, there was a figure deliberately erased from records: Isaiah. Isaiah is an existence the U.S. government refuses to acknowledge. After being drained of his last vestiges of utility and subsequently pardoned by a former president, Isaiah has been living in hiding. Upon learning his name, Nick Fury had all confidential files related to Isaiah laid out on his desk within hours. With this information, Nick Fury could piece together the broader picture. A super soldier predating Captain America, the first successful test subject? The Black Widow remarked incredulously. Indeed, there are always some scoundrels in the government who enjoy engaging in unsavory activities. He served his country valiantly, once fiercely opposing Hydra, only to be imprisoned in a laboratory for 30 years, Nick Fury said, indignation evident in his tone. Isaiah's experiences are undoubtedly tragic. Nonetheless, Nick Fury understood that, given Isaiah's strength, it would be impossible for him to extract the super soldier serum independently and successfully create a super soldier. Therefore, the only explanation must be an accident. Some unforeseen occurrence must have enabled Qin Xiao to assimilate the super soldier serum, perhaps stemming from that very shooting incident. Nick Fury analyzed the situation with a high degree of accuracy. Regardless of whether his conclusions were correct, one thing was certain. Qin Xiao was undoubtedly a super soldier who had transcended human limits. Coincidentally, he had a plan that required a super soldier. Yes, the Black Widow affirmed. Turning to exit Nick Fury's office, Nick Fury sighed, casting his gaze upon the Avengers Initiative documents. It is worth noting that this plan has existed in his mind for over a decade. Few individuals across the globe are aware that extraterrestrial beings truly exist, and whether as individuals or in technology, they far surpass Earth in power. The Earth requires super soldiers, extraordinary humans, a coalition of superheroes capable of resisting alien civilizations when the time comes. Expert in E-class cold weaponry, he even had a custom-made Tang Dao. The system was exceptionally considerate, designing the weapon for Qin Xiao's portability, with the initial state comprising only a hilt. The blade was segmented, cleverly concealed within the hilt. When in use, one merely had to open the hilt and give it a vigorous flick, and the blade would instantly take shape. Each segment's connection was obscured by a dragon motif embossed upon the blade. The overall appearance of the blade was black, with only the blade's edge emanating a faint glint of metallic sheen. Qin Xiao tested it, discovering that ordinary metals could be effortlessly cleaved in two. Only certain specialized alloys could withstand the onslaught of this Tang Dao. Equipped with such a formidable weapon, Qin Xiao's combat capabilities surged significantly. Qin, if you're free tonight, accompany me to a charity gala, Tony said from the basement of his villa, where he lay on the arena floor, gasping for breath after a rigorous training session with Qin Xiao. Tony, I am not your date. Why should I accompany you to a charity gala? I lack the funds to contribute to such causes, Qin Xiao replied while retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. But I am Tony Stark. I never require a date for galas. The moment I appear, all the women will swarm towards me. However, you won't have the chance to experience that. So, are you going or not? There will be plenty of beautiful women, including several Hollywood starlets. Tony continued. The mention of beautiful women piqued Qin Xiao's interest. Tony Stark added, "You're only 22, my friend. For God's sake, when I was 22, I attended parties every night. You should take this opportunity to meet new friends. Come on, let's unwind a bit in a few days. I'll be heading to Afghanistan to sign a contract with the military, so let's enjoy ourselves before I leave." Afghanistan? Qin Xiao silently pondered the name of this country. It seemed the plot was about to unfold, and he wondered what kind of tasks the system would assign him and how many points he might acquire. The trip to Afghanistan marks a pivotal moment in Tony's life, as well as the genesis of Iron Man's transformation. Ultimately, Qin Xiao suppressed the urge to caution Tony to be careful and instead agreed to accompany him to the gala. At such events, individuals typically form their own small circles, engaging in conversation with one another. Despite being surrounded by beautiful women, Tony rarely mingled with others. This time, he decided to bring along Qin Xiao. "Tony, I've just realized you are a fraud. You told me this was a charity gala, but it turns out to be a military event where they are awarding you a patriotic trophy. Look around. It's filled with old men in military uniforms. And where are those Hollywood stars you mentioned, you scoundrel?" Qin Xiao discovered he had been deceived. This was clearly the award ceremony from the beginning of the Iron Man film. "Relax, perhaps I misremembered. I only promised to show up, but I never said I would obediently wait for the award. Follow me. I'll take you to find some beautiful women." Just like in the movie, Tony dashed into the hotel casino. But unlike the film where he was accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, only Happy trailed behind Tony and Qin Xiao. "Come on, loosen up. Let's play some bets and have a bit of fun. Before long, a stream of beautiful women will flock to us. I can promise you the first pick, provided they are willing to abandon me," Tony said, shoving a large stack of chips into Qin Xiao's hands. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking that with Tony's wealth, these women would have to be out of their minds to follow him. Regardless, he resigned himself to the fact that beautiful women were not in his cards for the evening and resolved to help Tony lose some money instead. With determination, he placed his entire stack of chips on the number 1 betting area of the roulette. Oh, for heaven's sake, have you never gambled before? Indeed, opting for option 1 is hardly a wise decision. One can feel an overwhelming sense of solitude, can they not? Were it me, I would undoubtedly choose option 2. The words of Tony Stark were intercepted by the familiar voice of a woman known to Qin Xiao. As she spoke, she reached out and pushed Qin Xiao's chips towards the second position. Chapter 9. The plot commences. Black Widow. Today, the enigmatic Natasha donned a charming ensemble of a white base adorned with a light blue faux two-piece dress, the hem of which was draped with a sheer white fabric that cascaded past her knees, subtly revealing her perfectly sculpted thighs. Compared to their previous encounter at the bar, her attire exuded a more innocent and playful allure. Yet, in a casino where beauties flaunted tank tops and shorts, her outfit was an exquisite temptation. To gauge the allure, one need only observe Tony Stark beside her. Upon seeing Black Widow's entrance, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Hello. While I'm certain you are well aware of my identity, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark." Naturally, in this country, who does not know of Tony Stark? Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow did not shy away from revealing her true name, perhaps deeming it unnecessary or considering her information to be classified, thus impervious to scrutiny. Politely nodding towards Tony, Black Widow turned to Qin Xiao. "I apologize for my abrupt departure at the bar last time. I'm here today to make amends and accompany you in your gambling endeavors." "Very well." Qin Xiao unabashedly extended his arm, allowing Black Widow to link hers with his. With a clatter, the roulette commenced. The small iron ball rolled several times around the wheel before gradually settling on number 2. Tony, witnessing such a rare beauty, approached Qin Xiao, initially intended to voice a sardonic remark, but upon seeing the ball land on number 2, he could not help but exclaim, "Yes." The monetary stakes were inconsequential to Tony, yet the thrill of hitting a number among the 38 in American roulette was undeniably exhilarating. Observing the beauty so clearly drawn to Qin Xiao, he recalled the chips he had given him, 18,000, if memory serves, resulting in a staggering win of 630,000. "Damn it, Qin, You ought to express your gratitude to this lovely lady. She deserves a share of this fortune. The principal was mine. We shall split it evenly. Your portion is for this lady. Happy winnings. Now take your half and accompany me. With a beauty so evidently inclined towards Qin Xiao, Tony, despite his fondness, could not afford to cling desperately. Instead, he resolved to seek his own amusement elsewhere, but not before leaning towards Qin Xiao and whispering, "Be cautious." Qin Xiao could not resist offering a word of caution to Tony. However, it appeared that the latter paid it no mind, though not dare suggest that tonight's encounter was merely serendipitous. "I find that hard to believe, Miss Romanoff. All right, I concede that I intentionally sought you out. However, we shall discuss this later. For now, indulge me in some playful gambling, as this bounty is partly mine." As Stark mentioned at this moment, Black Widow performed as if she were a lively, bouncing girl, dragging Qin Xiao around the casino, placing casual bets at every table they encountered. In truth, the cinematic Black Widow is merely 24 years old, only 2 years older than Qin Xiao in this world. To be fair, one could indeed consider her a rather youthful spirit. Uncertain whether it was her good fortune or the synergy between them, they whimsically placed bets from table to table until they had amassed a staggering $4 million in chips. Yet, when it came time to exchange the chips, Black Widow declined to take any of the money, asserting that it held no value for her. Qin Xiao, indifferent, deposited everything into his own account. As they exited, Qin Xiao happened to spot Tony at the hotel entrance, boarding his vehicle with a female reporter, who winked at him before departing. "It seems you share a good rapport. From what I gather, befriending Tony Stark is no simple feat," Black Widow remarked as they strolled outside the hotel. "Is that so? Perhaps we simply resonate well. Yet, I wonder, how does it feel to have an elite agent so demurely leaning beside me?" "How did you discern that?" Black Widow tilted her head, a smile gracing her lips, seemingly unfazed. "Is it truly difficult to guess?" Venturing to the back door of a bar in the dead of night to confront 3 burly men, either an assassin or an agent. And you did not eliminate them. While fully aware of Black Widow's international repute as a formidable agent, Qin Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to ruffle her hair. "Very well, you are correct. I am indeed an agent. Now, it is my turn to pose a question." As they strolled leisurely through the streets, Black Widow nonchalantly inquired, "Speak your mind." Qin Xiao pouted, indifferent. "How did you acquire the super-serum? Was it through Isaiah?" Black Widow had no intention of concealing the truth and cut straight to the chase. This time, Qin Xiao found himself incredulous. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. was astounding. Based on a single encounter, they had managed to unearth so much information. However, since Black Widow was so forthright, Qin Xiao decided to reciprocate, recounting the events in their entirety. "Ultimately, I was merely fortunate. You approached me for the super-serum?" Qin Xiao felt a twinge of wariness. While his bond with Isaiah was merely a construct of the system, Isaiah genuinely regarded him as a child, and he wished for Isaiah not to be subjected to experiments in a lab due to his involvement. "No, we have no interest in the serum. It is far too unstable, and we will not disturb Isaiah. In fact, we are discreetly eliminating those who harbor ill intentions around him. My target is you." Unbeknownst to them, their casual conversation led them to a park, where Black Widow released Qin Xiao and took a seat on a bench. "Oh?" Qin Xiao followed suit, sitting beside her. "Me? So, does that mean the last bullet struck a chord with you? If you mention that incident again, I shall turn your head into a sandwich," Black Widow retorted in jest. "Very well. I promise never to bring up the bullet incident again. Now, explain what you mean by targeting me." "Agent Romanoff." Qin Xiao feigned surrender, raising his hands in mock defeat. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. Natasha Romanoff, Senior Agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Enforcement, and Logistics. We are tasked with monitoring all threats to the world and its individuals." "Qin Xiao, do you deem me a threat to this world?" Qin Xiao reciprocated with his introduction. "You possess strength, speed, and reflexes that surpass human limits. With a modicum of training, you could become the world's most formidable assassin, capable of eliminating significant figures, even a nation's president. I assure you, no one could impede you. Do you believe we would overlook you? What do you intend to do? Lock me away?" Qin Xiao inquired, gazing at Black Widow. "Certainly not. My role is merely to observe and provide a risk assessment report. Should you exhibit no signs of antisocial or inhumane behavior, we will not take you into custody." Black Widow refrained from divulging Nick Fury's Avengers initiative, opting instead to lead the conversation in a different direction. "Well, I happen to be quite the lecherous individual. I tend to become dizzy and disoriented in the presence of beautiful women, particularly someone as enchanting as you. Does that classify as a threat? Black Widow, astute as she was, recognized the opportunity to reveal her identity, treating their interaction as if they were merely two new acquaintances engaging in casual conversation. Every word, expression, and gesture from Qin Xiao would be meticulously analyzed and subsequently reported to Nick Fury. Thus, the two remained in the park, conversing until the late hours of the night before parting ways. The following day, just before dinner, Qin Xiao received a call from Happy. Tony Stark had gone missing following an attack by terrorists in Afghanistan. Though Qin Xiao regarded himself merely as a traveler, be it in the real world or the Marvel Universe, he felt a stronger connection to reality, especially as he grappled with the memories of his former self and the myriad of matters awaiting his attention. Chapter 10. The initiation of a rescue. As a top-tier agent, Black Widow possessed an uncanny ability to read people. Despite their seemingly aimless chatter, she understood that Qin Xiao harbored no interest in joining the Avengers Initiative or S.H.I.E.L.D. The principle of excess was well known to all, and given that Black Widow and Qin Xiao were temporary allies, Nick Fury's focus had shifted elsewhere, for now. Yet, how many eyes were discreetly observing them remained a mystery known only to him. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had been missing for nearly half a month. The American military and FBI had frantically scoured Afghanistan, yet no trace of him had been found. Agent Romanoff, have you missed me? On the 14th day of Tony Stark's disappearance, Qin Xiao received a mission from the system to rescue Tony Stark. The sudden appearance of such a task caught him off guard. While he had seen the film, he was not omniscient. For instance, he was unaware of the specific location of the cave. The military and FBI had scoured Afghanistan like locusts, and if they could not find it, he doubted he could do so alone. Thus, Qin Xiao dialed Black Widow's number. In comparison to the current environment, yes, I miss you. Working by your side feels nothing short of a vacation. The Black Widow's voice boomed, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Just wait a moment, she said softly. Qin Xiao could hear a cacophony of noises through the phone, the crack of gunshots, muffled groans resembling human distress, and the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Finally, a man let out a long, mournful scream. Then the Black Widow answered the call. Did you need something? That scream was a bit mind-numbing. Qin Xiao couldn't help but inquire. What did you do to that guy who screamed? I turned his eggs into a Mexican burrito. Hiss. Although it was Qin Xiao who initially uttered this phrase, the Black Widow half-jokingly echoed it. Still, Qin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing that she was likely not jesting based on the man's agonized cries, a sudden discomfort surged through him, prompting him to shift in his seat. He finally broached a serious topic. Obadiah Stane? The second shareholder of Stark Industries, you're aware of him, right? I need some information on him. Are you in Los Angeles? It would be best if we could meet face-to-face. Are you suspecting that Stane is connected to Stark's disappearance? The Black Widow responded swiftly, hesitating momentarily before countering his question. Precisely. Are you in Los Angeles? I believe we should meet, and for now, please don't disclose this to anyone. Wait for me. I'll arrive in 2 hours. The Black Widow hung up the phone without hesitation. In truth, she arrived at Qin Xiao's doorstep in just an hour and a half. Clearly, S.H.I.L.D. was quite invested in the matter concerning Tony Stark. The Black Widow appeared in her form-fitting black combat suit, having not even changed her attire. Phew, Qin Xiao whistled. Wearing that outfit on the streets at midnight is an affront to the profession of thuggery. If they don't mind their eggs turning into burritos, then I welcome them. The Black Widow gently pushed past Qin Xiao and sat down on the sofa. Let's get to the point. Why do you suspect that guy? She inquired directly. First of all, very few people knew about Tony's plans and operational routes to Afghanistan, apart from those close to him and the military. Qin Xiao retrieved a bottle of drink from the fridge for the Black Widow. I trust the military has already filtered this internally. Secondly, who stands to gain the most from Stark's disappearance? He is the only one who meets both criteria. It's rather straightforward, isn't it? Just watch a mystery film, and you'll understand. Qin Xiao exaggeratedly stated. In fact, he wasn't the only one to have harbored such suspicions. However, when Tony Stark's father passed away, it was Obadiah who, against the odds, assisted Tony in taking control of the entire company. If he had intentions to usurp the company, that would have been the prime opportunity. To everyone. Obadiah appeared to be an uncle-like figure, aiding Tony in managing the company, handling public relations in times of crisis, and cleaning up the messes he created. This partner seemed to be the greatest asset Howard Stark left for his son. Everyone knew this, and Qin Xiao, who had mingled with Tony for so long, certainly understood it as well. Thus, he continued, everyone believes that Obadiah helped Tony maintain control of Stark Industries, but only Obadiah knows that Tony is merely a golden goose. Unlike Tony and his father, he is a businessman, highly skilled in investment, whether in Howard or Stark. Now, it is time for him to reap the rewards. Qin Xiao's words were highly credible. Once a motive was established, the only one who fit all the criteria was the bald-headed Obadiah. I can see that your reasoning is quite persuasive, but it's far from sufficient. We cannot arrest him based solely on this speculation. I am not the Secretary of Defense. The Black Widow made a gesture of resignation. I completely understand your point, but I never suggested we should arrest him. I merely wish to ascertain Stark's whereabouts. I simply want to rescue my friend. If he is indeed involved, he must have contacted those who kidnapped Tony, leaving some trace behind. Do you grasp my meaning? You are certainly an expert in this regard. Give it a try. If it doesn't pan out, there will be no trouble. Just discreetly check some of his private records, like emails or phone calls. I assume that shouldn't be too challenging for you. For the renowned Black Widow, clandestinely investigating a person was indeed trivial. However, the internal network of Stark Industries posed a significant headache for her. Stark Industries possessed its own communication satellites and an independent internal network. While accessing the external network was manageable, any data breach would trigger immediate alarms and result in a network shutdown. It was simple, brutal, yet exceptionally effective. As Qin Xiao pondered whether to seek assistance from Happy or Pepper, the Black Widow stepped outside to make a call that it's done. We just need to await the results. Is it resolved? Didn't you say the only way in was from the inside? Qin Xiao asked, astonished. Not just me, but us. I had the director deploy our personnel within Stark Industries. We should receive news shortly. The Black Widow stated with considerable confidence. Yet, Qin Xiao felt a wave of unease. What? You informed your director? Damn it. Didn't I tell you not to disclose this to anyone? I am on a mission. I cannot simply vanish and travel thousands of kilometers to meet you without reporting. Do you understand? Rest assured, we are the largest intelligence agency in the world. Our personnel are meticulously vetted, not only professional but also reliable. The Black Widow asserted resolutely. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking that when she finally comprehended what SHIELD truly entailed, she would understand. However, for now, he could only hope that the person Nick Fury had was not affiliated with Hydra. Otherwise, who knew how many unforeseen complications might arise? Chapter 11. Entering Afghanistan, Nick Fury's operatives moved swiftly. Within an hour, the Black Widow received a folder in her inbox. It seems you were right. It indeed relates to Obadiah, but we will need a bit more time to locate Tony Stark. Once we pinpoint Tony Stark's location, we will rescue him at the earliest opportunity. Await my good news? The Black Widow declared, preparing to leave. Qin Xiao promptly grabbed her arm. I want to go with you. Qin Xiao knew that given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities, rescuing someone would hardly pose a challenge. However, he had a mission at hand. And points were a valuable asset. No, this is not your job. Trust us. The Black Widow firmly rejected Qin Xiao. Tony is my friend, and I provided the lead. From any perspective, I have a necessity to join this venture. Moreover, I am not just an ordinary civilian. Qin Xiao insisted, unwavering in his stance. Suddenly, the Black Widow's phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling, and she naturally opted to report the situation. To her surprise, Nick Fury accepted Qin Xiao's suggestion to accompany them, albeit with a condition. Qin Xiao must join SHIELD. Just as Qin Xiao hesitated, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Mission: join SHIELD and become an agent. The task came with point rewards, and Qin Xiao certainly did not want to miss this opportunity. However, he couldn't resist asking, System, why do I need to join S.H.I.E.L.D? Isn't it more liberating out here? To enable the host to better complete subsequent tasks. Rest assured, you won't be tied to S.H.I.E.L.D indefinitely. With this reassurance, Qin Xiao felt much more at ease. I agree. I will join SHIELD and you can take me with you to Afghanistan. Just a moment ago, he had been hesitant, and now he found himself in agreement. The Black Widow looked somewhat perplexed. Why? Didn't you say you were reluctant to have too many constraints? I need a job. Qin Xiao replied with a playful grin. Naturally, the Black Widow found this hard to believe. But with Qin Xiao's silence, she had no recourse but to concede. All right, prepare yourself. We shall embark on your first mission together, rookie agent. In the southern deserts of Afghanistan, a Quinjet soared through the sky, gradually coming to a halt at the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The rear compartment slowly opened, revealing a metallic ramp. A civilian SUV, bearing Pakistani license plates, rolled out from the aircraft, dressed as a backpacker. The Black Widow and Qin Xiao occupied the front seats of the SUV. The Black Widow gave a thumbs-up gesture towards the departing Quinjet. The jet's tail and 3 exhaust ports ignited with blue flames, soaring into the sky, leaving the area in an instant. We already know the location. Shouldn't we have several aircraft and a squad of special forces come in guns blazing to rescue the hostages? Qin Xiao mimicked shooting with his hands, puzzled. Firstly, such an approach necessitates extensive reconnaissance regarding the number of adversaries, their weaponry, geographical positioning, etc. We must ensure the safety of the hostages. Secondly, they are not within the borders of Afghanistan, but rather in Pakistan. Although this desert is an uninhabited expanse, we cannot directly encroach upon their airspace, as it poses significant dangers. The Black Widow, with an air of nonchalance, remarked while driving one-handed. Why? Qin Xiao was perplexed. In the movies, not even the Avengers are constrained by territorial boundaries, let alone a single nation like the United States. Because Pakistan is backed by an ally known as Huaxia. There is a saying, do not wander about with weapons near a lion. Every nation understands that Huaxia can withdraw from the world, but the world cannot detach itself from Huaxia. The Black Widow stated with a hint of gravity. Qin Xiao grasped her implication well. While it was inconsequential for them to be driving, the situation would be drastically different if they were piloting a fighter jet, though they existed in different dimensions of time and space. Qin Xiao felt a thrill at the might of his nation. Even the SHIELD agents dared not breach Pakistani borders with their aircraft, a clear testament to their trepidation towards Huaxia. Observing Qin Xiao's proud expression, the Black Widow smiled, saying, I almost forgot you hail from Huaxia. Do you know there's a saying in the intelligence community? Whether international spies, agents, or mercenaries, they must never, ever enter Huaxia. Do you know why? Oh? Why? Qin Xiao inquired, intrigued. During the Cold War, spies from both the Soviet Union and the United States were scattered across the globe. Yet, all who ventured into Huaxia mysteriously vanished. To my knowledge, both the Soviet and American agencies dispatched no less than 3 batches of hundreds of operatives, all of whom ultimately lost contact. It is rumored that both nations received a note from Huaxia's relevant authorities, stating 4 ominous words, no entry for outsiders. I once believed it to be mere legend until I joined the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, where I witnessed that very note. It was simply unbelievable. The Black Widow shared certain insights about Huaxia with Qin Xiao as their vehicle journeyed southward into Pakistan. The border between Pakistan and Afghanistan lies a vast, desolate desert, devoid of military presence from either side. However, the so-called freedom fighters of the 10 Commandments gang had abducted Tony Stark, knowing that Afghanistan would soon be turned upside down by the Americans. Thus, they cleverly retreated into Pakistan, evading American military searches, secure in the knowledge that as long as they remained away from the desert's edge, no one would venture into this arid wasteland to hunt for them. Yet, they had no inkling that their videos would fall into SHIELD's hands. They were cautious when sending emails, routing them through servers in various countries. The terrorists in the video had their faces obscured, with only their eyes visible. However, combined with the location of Afghanistan, that was more than sufficient for SHIELD. Chapter 12. Desert Night. Upon receiving the video, we immediately conducted a visible range analysis of the masked terrorists and infiltrated Afghanistan's entire surveillance system using a new recognition software. Public and private cameras, as well as smartphones, laptops, and tablets, all connected devices, were within our reach. 2 days prior, we identified several terrorists from the video in a restaurant in a small town. The facial features of 3 individuals showed over 85 similarity, indicating we were likely in the right place. On a sand dune in the desert, the Black Widow was using a laptop to connect to a monocular. Their vehicle was parked behind the dune, camouflaged with a desert pattern covered in Qin Xiao's line of sight. The distant town appeared as a mere black dot. However, after the Black Widow completed her connection, he noticed that every person entering or exiting the town was automatically focused and captured by the monocular, with images transmitted directly to the laptop for analysis. Are we just going to sit here and stare at the computer? Qin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. The desert's sweltering heat was indeed torturous. It will trigger an alarm automatically upon recognition. The Black Widow stood up, stretching her lithe figure, which was accentuated by the movement, particularly in contrast to her angelic yet alluring face. I should head to Chinatown to fetch some iced tea. Qin Xiao gulped hard. The Black Widow noticed his gaze and smiled slightly. You should set up the tent. I'll place a few items to help us keep watch. If fortune does not favor us, we might be here for a week. Due to border issues, they could not enter in large numbers. They had to first discreetly locate the individuals, then scout the area, confirming the number of opponents and their weapons, especially the exact location of Tony Stark, before deciding on their next steps. Although a week was a possibility, just as Qin Xiao opened the tent, the computer emitted an alarm. What luck? Qin Xiao dashed to the computer. Though he was not adept with the software, he recognized a close-up of a vehicle, an SUV with 4 individuals inside. The first 2 had facial feature matches of 87 and 89. Even a fool could discern it must be them. Let us go. The monocular continued to track them as Qin Xiao hastily gathered his things. The 2 quickly entered their vehicle, following the SUV from a distance. They drove westward, bumping along the desert for over 3 hours until they finally arrived at the terrorist's lair. Qin Xiao felt immensely grateful for the Black Widow's presence. Tracking a vehicle in the desert was no easy feat. Getting too close was perilous, while being too far would result in losing their trail, as tire tracks would soon be concealed by the shifting sands. Additionally, he was somewhat directionally challenged. Even with a GPS, finding someone in the desert was a formidable task. Observing through the monocular, they finally saw the SUV come to a halt behind another sand dune. The 2 crouched down, binoculars in hand. The terrorists had indeed chosen their location wisely. It was situated at the tri-junction of Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is not meant to align with reality, so geography enthusiasts, please refrain from criticism. Geographically leaning towards Pakistan, it was an uninhabited expanse of desert. They had seemingly discovered a patch of sandy slopes and rocky hills, where they had excavated several caves, creating a small canyon-like terrain. From afar, nothing would be visible on the ground. It would require meticulous observation from above to discern anything. No wonder so many had struggled to locate Tony Stark. Finding the place was just the beginning. For the next 3 days, the Black Widow's actions demonstrated to Qin Xiao what true professionalism entailed. Through the comings and goings of vehicles and the transportation of supplies, she estimated that approximately 70 to 80 individuals resided within that small base. The scheduled delivery of food and water to one of the caves suggested that not only were hostages detained there, but it was highly likely that Tony Stark was among them, as they might be manufacturing weapons within the caves. What impressed Qin Xiao most was her ability to lie on the dune all day. Watching the terrorists camp through binoculars, she had dug a small pit, covered it with a camouflage jacket for shade, allowing her to remain without water for an entire day to minimize the need for relief. It was essential to remember that this was in the desert. To facilitate their observation, they set up a small tent behind the dune. Although it was sufficiently distant from the terrorists' camp, they dared not light a fire at night. The moon shone brightly that evening, and as Qin Xiao gazed at the Black Widow's exquisite features under the moonlight, he felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. She was merely 24 years old. After all, if given the chance to lead a different life, a normal one, would you accept it? Having spent the past few nights alone with this extraordinary beauty, Qin Xiao, who typically teased her without hesitation, unexpectedly posed the question. The Black Widow paused momentarily before smiling and replying, "Impossible. That is simply out of the question for me. I have made many grave mistakes in the past. Countless, in fact. Now, it feels more like penance. I am grateful for this opportunity." Her smile carried a hint of guilt, a touch of shame, and an indescribable bitterness. Qin Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "It was not your fault, Natasha. Remember my words. You are merely a sharp sword, not an executioner. It is the wielder who is at fault. The weapon itself bears no blame." This marked the first time Qin Xiao addressed the Black Widow as Natasha, and it was the first time he had spoken such comforting words to her with such sincerity. After a lengthy silence, Natasha finally uttered, "Thank you. Tonight, they would prepare for action. Get some rest. We need to maintain our energy. Support will arrive shortly. You keep watch with that." Natasha turned and entered the tent. "I have just discovered that I received a gift. A character summoning token, and I am immensely grateful to Qin Yu from Xihua Town. This is the first gift for this book, and I never expected to receive one with such a modest word count. This is an unparalleled encouragement for the author. Thank you." Chapter 13. Hawkeye's support previously, Black Widow mentioned that due to border issues, it was impossible to mount a large-scale rescue for Tony. Qin Xiao thought a few individuals would come to deliver some equipment or supplies to facilitate their infiltration into the Ten Rings gang's camp. To his surprise, S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched another ace agent, Hawkeye. Hawkeye appeared before Qin Xiao at 1 in the morning on foot. Just as he looked in the movies, he donned a black combat suit, carried a quiver on his back, and held a compound bow in his hand. He also carried a bag filled with various individual combat weapons. Perhaps due to the generally older age of the actors in the films, all the characters Qin Xiao had seen thus far appeared considerably younger than their cinematic counterparts. Hawkeye looked no older than 30, exuding vitality with a cold expression on his face. Clint Barton. Agent Barton, this is Qin Xiao. Black Widow introduced the two with simplicity. Natasha informed me about your situation. After losing Isaiah's blood, you became a super soldier. You're quite fortunate, kid. Hawkeye extended his right hand toward Qin Xiao. You call me kid and say I'm lucky? Heh. Qin Xiao silently scoffed, reaching out to grasp Hawkeye's right hand. Was he indeed trying to test me? Observing Hawkeye's sturdy arm, Qin Xiao smiled slightly and applied pressure. Hawkeye's expression changed dramatically. God bear witness, it was merely a normal handshake. All of it was Qin Xiao's own embellishment, as he had abruptly increased his grip. His current strength was measured in tons, and even the top-tier agent Hawkeye was still within the realm of humanity. Hey, Qin, what are you doing? Let go. Fortunately, Natasha promptly pulled Qin Xiao away. Otherwise, Hawkeye wouldn't have been able to draw his bow today. Are you all right? Natasha glanced at Hawkeye, whose face was flushed. Hawkeye said nothing, shaking his hand and flexing his palm to indicate he was fine. What were you doing? Have you lost your mind? Why the excessively strong handshake? Natasha questioned. Qin Xiao felt quite embarrassed. The moment he exerted force, he realized Hawkeye had no intention of testing him. Otherwise, there would have been some resistance. He appeared completely caught off guard. Scratching his head awkwardly, he explained, I thought he was going to test me. The movies always depict it that way, and he called me kid and said I was lucky. Qin Xiao's voice dwindled to a whisper as he felt genuinely embarrassed. He extended his right hand once more. Hawkeye shot him a glance, suppressing the urge to punch him in the nose. He quickly discerned that this kid was a pure novice. You owe me one. Remember that. With that, he turned away, coldly gathering his equipment. As he turned, Hawkeye's face twisted in pain, nearly brought to tears by the agony in his hand. It was a brief interlude, yet it forged an unexpected camaraderie with Hawkeye. At 4 in the morning, supposedly the deepest sleep of humanity, a figure stealthily approached the vicinity of the Ten Rings gang's camp. I have arrived at the designated location. Over. Qin Xiao whispered from less than 20 meters away from the camp. Wearing night vision goggles that resembled ordinary sunglasses. Received. Don't move just yet. Observe the camp and follow instructions. Also, don't say over. This isn't a movie, rookie. Hawkeye's voice crackled through the earpiece. From a small dune nearly 100 meters from the camp, Hawkeye finished speaking and shut off the communication, raising his bow and aiming at the camp. Shall we have a competition? Same old rules? Beside him stood Black Widow, armed with a sniper rifle equipped with a suppressor. All right. I never expected to have the chance to fight alongside you in the desert. It seems Nick truly values Tony Stark. Black Widow meticulously surveyed the distribution of sentries within the camp through the scope of her sniper rifle. It's not that he values Stark. He values this kid Qin. Clearly, they've brought a rookie along, Hawkeye remarked, adjusting the small monocular sight on his eye. Likely his standard equipment for long-range archery. I'll count to 3. We start together. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Since absorbing the super-serum, Qin Xiao's sensory perception had heightened beyond that of an average individual. He heard the whistling of arrows slicing through the AI art. As the sounds echoed, he watched as sentries in the camp fell one after another. Some were struck in the throat by arrows, while others had gaping holes opened in their foreheads. It appeared Black Widow and Hawkeye had acted in unison. Within a mere 2 seconds, 7 or 8 sentries, both visible and concealed, lay defeated. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Hawkeye dashed swiftly to Qin Xiao's side, immediately knocking an arrow and keeping his gaze fixed on the direction of the camp. Then Qin Xiao saw Black Widow gracefully sprinting down from the small dune toward them. Without a word, she aimed her rifle at the camp. I'll head to the left cave. If anyone emerges, I'll hold them off. Stark should be on the right. That's your responsibility. Any issues? Hawkeye glanced at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao signaled an okay gesture. Let's go. With a commanding shout, Hawkeye took off, and Qin Xiao sprang up from the ground. This demonstrated the high cost-effectiveness of basic combat techniques. Not only in combat skills but also in firearm knowledge, even in this hostage rescue mission. Although it was Qin Xiao's first time, he moved with the poise of someone who had undergone training. He bore no semblance of a novice. Hawkeye discreetly gave Black Widow a thumbs up. An expert could see the subtleties. Moving swiftly, avoiding obstacles, and remaining vigilant for potential enemies ahead, it was easy to discern whether someone was a veteran or not. This kid was quite impressive. After uttering that, Hawkeye swiftly followed suit, racing toward the camp. Whether it was due to their external tension or internal confidence, the cave had no guards stationed, except for two who were dozing against the large iron door at the back. Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment before drawing his silenced pistol, taking aim at the two individuals. It was his first time killing. Initially, he had considered using a knife, but ultimately decided a pistol was a safer option. Perhaps it was the use of the pistol or the urgency of rescuing someone, but even from a few meters away, killing with the pistol did not evoke any discomfort in Qin Xiao. Chapter 14. Successful rescue. After procuring the keys from the guards, he gently opened the iron door. Before him lay a large, haphazardly arranged wooden workbench cluttered with various tools and metals. The environment was capable of producing a small arc reactor and a set of technologically advanced armor. Truly, Iron Man lived up to the moniker of a mortal body rivaling the gods. Qin Xiao marveled at the sight. Looking deeper into the cave, he spotted two makeshift army cots positioned at the far right. Two individuals lay beneath indistinguishable blankets, one being the briefly featured Dr. Ethan from the film, and the other, the now transformed Iron Man, Tony Stark. Qin Xiao could see the faint blue glow emanating from the arc reactor beneath the blanket. Having mingled for quite some time, Qin Xiao had developed a certain camaraderie with Tony. The normally dapper Tony Stark now appeared disheveled and unkempt. With a hint of sadness, Qin Xiao gently lifted the blanket covering Tony. Slap! With just a light touch, Tony suddenly opened his eyes wide. Seizing Qin Xiao's wrist, "As your coach, should I commend you on your impressive learning?" Tony Stark's eyes momentarily widened before erupting with excitement. "Shut up! If you want to live, don't shout. I'm a friend of Tony." Having startled Ethan, Tony's immediate reaction was to scream, but thankfully, Qin Xiao reacted swiftly. "God, I never knew how delightful it would be to see you. What are you doing here? Do you believe I came here waiting for the next train? Nonsense, of course. I'm here to rescue you, my friend. And for the love of all that is holy, don't come near me. I don't want to hug you." "Damn it, Tony. Do you have any idea how foul you smell?" Struggling free from Tony's embrace, Qin Xiao couldn't help but brush the dust off his clothes. Lowering his voice, he said, "The people outside have been dealt with. Keep your voice down and follow me." At that moment, Hawkeye's urgent voice came through the earpiece. "Qin, you need to speed up. There's a monitoring room directly aimed at your position. I've already taken care of a bastard who got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. We can't delay for long. Hurry up, there's no time." Anxiously, Qin Xiao addressed the two. Although Tony was puzzled about who had come with Qin Xiao, he understood that now was not the time for idle chatter. Standing up, he grabbed a stack of blueprints from the workbench and unhesitatingly followed Qin Xiao's lead. As Qin Xiao escorted the two out, Black Widow had already begun setting up small explosives around the area. Upon receiving the order for Hawkeye's evacuation, several individuals ascended towards the vicinity of the cave. Black Widow surveyed the valley below, which was laden with munitions, and declared, "You all go fetch the vehicle. I shall remain here as a sentinel. Should they emerge, I shall present them with a complimentary fireworks display." She brandished a small detonator remote in her hand as she spoke, in the previous urgency. Compounded by the encroaching darkness, Tony had scarcely discerned the features of Hawkeye and Black Widow. However, upon hearing her voice and finally seeing her clearly, he exclaimed, "It's you?" Evidently, Black Widow had made a lasting impression on Tony at the casino. Yet, wisely, he refrained from further inquiries at that moment and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Black Widow, "I wish to stay here with you. The missiles, rifles, and other armaments below are all Stark Industries creations. I know not why they are here, but I am determined to destroy them personally." Qin Xiao, being the most attuned to Tony's current emotions, interjected before the others could speak. "It is settled then. I will stay to protect them, while Ethan accompanies Agent Barton to retrieve the vehicle." Hawkeye exchanged glances with Qin Xiao and Tony before silently beckoning Ethan and turning to depart. The three men sought a concealed spot to lie low as dawn began to break. Qin Xiao's gaze fell upon the glowing arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Tony offered a wry smile, pulling down his shirt to reveal the reactor. This device is akin to an electromagnet, with a multitude of tiny shrapnel perpetually aimed at my heart, I assure you. You would not relish this sensation. Even Black Widow and Qin Xiao, who was privy to the details, could not suppress their astonishment at the sight of such a large metallic piece embedded in a person's chest. At least you won't need to turn on the nightlight for midnight trips to the restroom. Qin Xiao attempted to console him, gently patting his shoulder. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the camp below. Do not speak. They have noticed us, Black Widow cautioned, and the three remained silent, watching the camp. A large group of disheveled terrorists emerged from the left cave, brandishing various rifles and shouting loudly. Black Widow handed the detonator to Tony, instructing, wait a moment, let them gather in greater numbers. Tony, without uttering a word, grasped the detonator tightly in his hand. In a short while, a bald, muscular man stormed out in a fury, having reviewed the surveillance footage, and re-entered the cave where Tony had been confined. After a full minute, he emerged, standing at the cave entrance to issue some command to his men. Now, Black Widow commanded. Almost simultaneously with her words, Tony forcefully pressed the detonator switch. Boom, bang, bang. The small explosives left by Black Widow detonated in rapid succession, igniting a large cache of missiles and grenades on the ground. The violent explosions caused the ground to tremble, even for the three men who were over 100 meters away. Countless bullets, propelled by the blasts, scattered through the air with thunderous roars, resembling a grand fireworks display. In that moment, the sound of an engine echoed from behind them. Hawkeye spotted an off-road vehicle speeding toward them. Get in the car. The explosions will attract the attention of local military and government forces. We must not invite unnecessary trouble. Let us leave swiftly. Hawkeye gestured to the others. Tony cast a lingering glance at the sight before turning to follow Qin Xiao into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the leader, the bald brute, had been thrown back into the cave by the shockwave of the explosion. Although injured, he had narrowly evaded the brunt of the blast. As the group departed, he slowly crawled out of the cave, watching the dust kicked up by their fleeing vehicle, and retrieved a satellite phone from his pocket. Chapter 15. Pursuers, we will head northwest from here, and within half an hour, we shall cross into Afghanistan. Then we will be safe. After driving for over an hour, Hawkeye stopped to check the direction and recalibrate the GPS. It seems boom. Black Widow's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud explosion. A violent blast erupted less than 3 meters to the left of the off-road vehicle, sending clouds of yellow sand soaring into the sky. To the left, Hawkeye shouted, sharply turning the steering wheel. Black Widow swiftly grabbed binoculars to peer leftward. Go. Move faster. Damn it. Black Widow's expression shifted dramatically as she anxiously urged Hawkeye. Without hesitation, Hawkeye slammed the accelerator, the vehicle's engine roaring in protest. With no time to consider direction, they sped rightward. Qin Xiao's keen eyes caught sight of a figure in the distance, wielding a pipe. It was likely a portable rocket launcher. The earlier explosion had originated from it. While a single rocket launcher posed little threat to their group, what was alarming was the sight of over 10 off-road vehicles emerging from behind the sand dunes. Damn it! How could they arrive so quickly with so many of them? Hold on tight. There's no safety in jumping out of the vehicle now. The pursuing vehicles were open-top off-roaders, each containing a terrorist armed with a rocket launcher, unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. Hawkeye's steering wheel was abruptly turned left, then right, the vehicle twisting like a serpent as it jolted through the desert amidst explosions and swirling sand. Qin Xiao suddenly felt as though they were in the midst of a spy film. They're coming from the north. The Afghan border isn't secure. Get in touch with our contacts and inform the military to handle this. Quickly, Hawkeye yelled to Black Widow as he drove. I'm already on the phone. You bastard, Black Widow retorted. Just as gunfire erupted behind them, a bullet grazed her arm, shattering the rearview mirror into shards. Rat-a-tat-tat. Uncertain if their rocket launchers had run dry or if their accuracy was simply lacking, the terrorists mounted machine guns on their jeeps, rendering the occupants of the vehicle unable to raise their heads. The incessant sound of bullets ricocheting off the car's body filled the air. Sighing, Hawkeye turned to Black Widow and declared, You drive. We must retaliate. Without waiting for her response, He leaped into the front seat between the two. As soon as Hawkeye spoke, Natasha seized the steering wheel, her legs shifting aside. "Now it's our turn, you bastards." Hawkeye knocked an arrow, remaining steady despite the vehicle's violent jolting. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth. Qin Xiao watched as the nearest vehicle erupted in flames. Taken out by Hawkeye's explosive arrow, the rear window shattered like a spider's web. "Duck!" Qin Xiao shouted to Tony and Ethan as he punched through the glass and aimed a rifle at the rear. Opening fire. Qin Xiao's marksmanship was mediocre. In such circumstances, hitting a target was even more challenging. Yet, he was unafraid of wasting ammunition, unleashing a barrage in automatic mode, sufficiently disrupting the enemy's gunners, who were now hesitant to fire freely. Whoosh! After a moment of aim, Hawkeye released another arrow, igniting yet another vehicle in a fiery explosion. Whoosh! Another one, yes. Well done, partner. Qin Xiao praised as Hawkeye sat back down after shooting. With Qin Xiao's interference and Hawkeye's 3 arrows, they had neutralized 3 vehicles. The enemy began to lose their coordinated advance, now wary of closing in. Their pressure had significantly diminished. They distanced themselves a bit. "I say you keep going, Cupid. Let us take out a few more." "There are only 5 or 6 vehicles left." Qin Xiao urged Hawkeye. "I would love to continue, but I'm out of explosive arrows." "Also, I'm Hawkeye, not Cupid, rookie," Hawkeye replied, inspecting his quiver. "I know you're here to rescue me. But could someone hand me a gun? It's not my style to take hits without retaliating." Tony interjected suddenly. "Damn it. I'm called Hawkeye. Stop giving me silly nicknames. And who said I was out of explosive arrows and couldn't he do anything about it?" No sooner had he spoken than Hawkeye sprang up, taking a moment to aim before unleashing 2 arrows in rapid succession. One struck a gunman in the head, while the other pierced the windshield. Killing the driver instantly, the vehicle veered wildly, flipping over in the desert. "See that, rookie? And you, millionaire? Leave the professional tasks to the experts." Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged glances, with Qin Xiao shrugging. "You're right. Accurate shooting speaks volumes. But why not take down 2 drivers with 2 arrows? That way, they could flip 2 vehicles." Tony chimed in. "I think Qin has a point." Ethan added, "Yeah, Hawkeye. After quite an ordeal, only 2 off-road vehicles remained across from us, and the pressure had nearly dissipated." The mood among the group relaxed as they awaited Hawkeye to rise and effortlessly take down a foe with a single arrow. True to expectations, Hawkeye stood up and efficiently eliminated 1 vehicle. However, as he stood once more, bang! Almost immediately upon rising, Hawkeye collapsed, a bullet firmly lodged in the right side of his bulletproof vest. "Damn! There are still enemies." Hawkeye's exclamation seemed to signal the onset of a renewed assault. On the left front, nearly 20 off-road vehicles suddenly emerged from behind the sand dune. In an instant, gunfire erupted in a cacophony. A barrage of bullets kicked up clouds of yellow sand on the left and front of the vehicles, forming several deadly trajectories. Had it not been for the fortunate rise of the vehicle over a sand dune, it would have been reduced to scrap in that moment. "This won't do. Can we not signal for military support?" Taking advantage of the dune obstructing our view, Tony inquired. Hawkeye gestured toward the dune ahead. Qin Xiao glanced at the undulating dunes before him, realizing that with so many pursuers behind, it was impossible to shake them off with just these few dunes. "There wouldn't be enough time for reinforcements. I recall there are 2 hefty weapons in the vehicle. I have a plan." Qin Xiao spoke softly. Chapter 16. Holding the line alone. The Ten Rings organization does not make many appearances in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At least not up until Qin Xiao's arrival. His knowledge of the comics is limited to the likes of Mandarin and Amir Ring. However, it seems evident now that the Ten Rings wield considerable influence in the Middle East, particularly in the Asian regions. From the desert camp where they rescued Tony to Afghanistan, the distance is hardly great. Along the way, they had already encountered 6 fully armed off-road vehicles, and now they found themselves besieged by nearly 20. Even with 2 top-tier agents and Qin Xiao, a super soldier, they were immediately overwhelmed by the enemy's formidable firepower. Not only was a counterattack unfeasible, but they would soon be reduced to mere fragments under the onslaught of heavy machine guns. To prevent any unforeseen incidents while deterring their pursuers, they had mounted 2 6-barreled Gatling guns on their vehicle. As the vehicle crossed 3 dunes in quick succession, Qin Xiao shouted for a stop. Clutching one of the Gatlings, he leaped out of the vehicle. With 2 Gatling guns, Qin Xiao held one, while Tony set up the other on the ground. Hawkeye retained his bow, while Black Widow and Ethan wielded automatic rifles. Once they cleared these dunes, they could scatter to evade the encirclement. This was their last opportunity. Qin Xiao crouched behind the dune, peering over at the opposition. The terrain here could indeed hinder the enemy for a moment. But not for long. They were simply outnumbered, and their ammunition would not last for more than a few minutes. Hawkeye quickly assessed the situation. A few minutes would suffice. They merely needed to stall the enemy. Qin Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the opposing dunes, waiting for the enemy vehicles to completely cross over, entering the natural basin between the dunes, where they could trap them. Yet, Natasha interjected, but before she could finish, the roar of engines reached them. One by one, off-road vehicles began to leap from the dune, racing down toward them. Prepare! Qin Xiao intently watched as the enemy vehicles gradually came into view. As most of the enemy vehicles entered the lowest point of the basin. Now was the moment. Qin Xiao fired the first shot. Although the others were uncertain of his intentions, they followed his lead and opened fire. Two Gatling guns and 2 automatic rifles unleashed a lethal barrage. Coupled with Hawkeye's sudden arrows that felled several drivers, the vehicles in the basin quickly reacted. A few aligned in a straight line, while others positioned themselves behind, taking cover. The terrorists could only seek refuge behind 2 vehicles. Returning fire. The Gatling's firepower was overwhelming. A single vehicle could not guarantee their safety. Ceasefire. Upon seeing the enemy establish a defensive formation, Qin Xiao gestured for everyone to stop firing. Barton, if anyone in the enemy attempts to drive, shoot the driver. If they remain still, do not fire. Here, only 5 of us were hidden behind the dune, occasionally repositioning to catch a glimpse. The moment an enemy moved, Hawkeye would respond with an arrow. If multiple foes acted simultaneously or attempted to drive, their firearms would unleash a coordinated barrage. Indeed, they managed to keep the enemy firmly pinned down. Is this your plan? Our ammunition is running low. What comes next? Black Widow replied, reloading her magazine. Next, you will witness my performance. Leave me some supplies. Once they make a move, unleash another round, and you all must leave immediately. Qin Xiao addressed the group calmly. No, how can we do that? What will you do? Tony was the first to voice his dissent, unwilling to abandon Qin Xiao in the desert after he had come to rescue him. He was unaware that it was far better for Qin Xiao to survive alone. This location was close to Afghanistan. If you move quickly, I can certainly await reinforcements. Qin Xiao looked at Black Widow and Hawkeye. They exchanged glances, recognizing this was indeed the best course of action. Holding the adversaries here, aside from the ammunition issue, was crucial since no one knew which side's reinforcements would arrive first. They were still too few, and if the enemy received reinforcements from another direction, they would be surrounded. No, I oppose this. We must have another way, Tony exclaimed, noticing Hawkeye and Black Widow were somewhat swayed by the suggestion. Tony, listen to me. Look here. Qin Xiao beckoned Tony with a finger. As Tony turned his gaze, Qin Xiao swiftly struck a knife-hand blow to the back of Tony's neck. Damn, why did you hit me? Tony protested, clutching his side. Qin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed, fearing he had struck too hard and injured Tony. So he held back, resulting in an awkward moment. Qin Xiao scratched his head, only to have Hawkeye rise and deliver a precise blow to the back of Tony's neck. Tony let out a grunt and collapsed. And you? Do you want to come along or be knocked out by me? Qin Xiao glanced sideways at Ethan. I will go with them. I will be obedient. Ethan raised his hands in compliance. Having just witnessed Tony being knocked out in a rather painful manner, he couldn't help but think that it must have hurt it. That moment, Hawkeye shot an arrow, skillfully taking out a driver from one of the enemy vehicles. Now, you all need to leave, quickly. Hawkeye remained silent, bending down to pick up the unconscious Tony, while Black Widow cast a worried glance at Qin Xiao. That look in your eyes. You aren't planning to confess your feelings to me now, are you? For heaven's sake, hurry and get reinforcements for me, quickly. Qin Xiao exclaimed fiercely, giving Black Widow a playful slap on the backside. This time, Black Widow did not get angry but merely shot him a disapproving glance. Don't push yourself too hard. Engage in guerrilla tactics. We will find you. Qin Xiao nodded solemnly. Subsequently, this convoy of off-road vehicles entered from the Iranian desert. Leading the charge was a stout man with a bushy beard. The sudden ambush after cresting the dune was orchestrated by him, establishing a makeshift fortress. Though the enemy's firepower was fierce, the stout man remained unperturbed, confident in their overwhelming numbers. The enemy could not possibly carry a substantial amount of ammunition. They were in the desert, their territory, and he intended to outlast them. However, the delay was beginning to fray his nerves, prompting him to signal 2 vehicles to break through and test the waters. Just as the vehicles revved their engines, the Gatling's bullets whistled through the air. Alongside them, arrows posed a deadly threat, capable of taking down a driver in one shot. Damn, this won't do. If this continues, the American military will intervene. The stout man anxiously pounded the sand beneath him. Chapter 17. The 10 rings breakout. Continuing like this is not a viable option. The stout man designated a cunning terrorist to take the lead. You, drive eastward, keep your head down, and just focus on the direction. Don't worry about the road. After the unfortunate individual prepared for the drive, the stout man called another subordinate to join him. With a command from the stout man, the first driver pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped eastward. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao remained behind, having stayed to cover the rear after the others had already departed. As he watched an enemy off-road vehicle speed toward him from the right, he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Resigned to his fate, he picked up the sniper rifle and aimed at the vehicle. I may not hit the driver, but I'll be damned if I can't hit the tires. Qin Xiao muttered as he zeroed in on the front tire. Bang! The shot rang out. Despite the driver keeping his head down, Qin Xiao saw the explosion of blood mist erupt from the driver's neck through the scope. The vehicle careened out of control and crashed. Is that even possible? Qin Xiao stared in disbelief, having aimed for the tire yet inadvertently taken out the driver, and could not help but marvel at his good fortune. However, his moment of joy was short-lived as he instinctively sensed impending danger. As Qin Xiao steadied his aim, another vehicle suddenly barreled out from the opposite direction. He did not believe in the fortune of consecutive lucky shots. Without hesitation, he discarded his sniper rifle and, astonishingly, seized a Gatling gun with each hand. The rapid fire erupted with a thunderous da-da-da-da-da. 2 lines of frenzied flames shot forth, the bullets almost merging into a continuous stream. The fiery tongues intertwined midair, swiftly catching up to the off-road vehicle. Under such overwhelming firepower, that vehicle could not withstand even 2 seconds before it was torn to shreds, culminating in a massive explosion. Qin Xiao then pivoted his gun, unleashing a barrage towards their makeshift stronghold. This was a warning from Qin Xiao. Do not move, for any sign of motion would result in immediate termination. The primary reason for this display of aggression was Qin Xiao's realization that his ammunition was dwindling. All he could do now was to delay their advance for as long as possible. The imposing figure known as Big Beard received this warning, and for a solid 10 minutes, silence reigned among his ranks. In truth, Big Beard had initially intended to scatter his vehicles to encircle and trap Qin Xiao and his companions, which would have made their situation exceedingly dire. A misstep could lead to their downfall, and even if they managed to prevail, casualties were inevitable. However, the internal factions of the 10 Commandments gang were complex. This operation was merely a private job taken on by the bald man, and Big Beard had only intervened upon receiving a distress call from the outset. He had no intention of sacrificing his men for this cause. He had hoped for a brief pursuit, catching them if possible, but otherwise letting it go. Yet, he never anticipated that Qin Xiao and his group would dare to halt and counterattack with such ferocity. As his subordinates fell in numbers, Big Beard's anger began to boil. Just as he was internally lamenting his decision to engage in this venture, his satellite phone rang. Damn it, you didn't tell me these people were so ruthless. Who exactly am I pursuing? I've lost quite a few men. You must compensate me. He launched into a tirade, emphasizing his losses. He knew that the bald man had connections with certain American arms dealers, and by stressing his losses, he aimed to negotiate for additional resources later on. However, the bald man's next statement sent Big Beard into a rage. What? Tony Stark? I should have known. Damn it. You should have told me from the start. Attack! Everyone get in the vehicles. We're flanking that sand dune. Move, move, move. Big Beard abruptly ended the call and finally committed to a full-scale assault. With this newfound seriousness, Qin Xiao found himself overwhelmed. A dozen vehicles fanned out from all directions, leaving him momentarily stunned. He could only aim the 2 remaining Gatling guns, the most powerful weapons at his disposal, directly at the 2 vehicles in front of him. After a struggle, he managed to render both vehicles inoperable. Although one of his Gatling guns fell silent, devoid of ammunition, the other was also nearly spent. Surveying the scene, he noticed that most of the Ten Commandments gang's off-road vehicles had ascended the surrounding sand dunes, some even disappearing from sight. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao turned his remaining Gatling gun towards the nearest vehicle within reach and emptied its remaining ammunition. Without checking the damage, he tossed the gun to the ground, took a few steps aside to avoid any potential ambush, and quickly dug a small pit in the sand with his own strength. He buried himself within, tearing off the scarf around his neck and draping it over his face to shield against sand and the glare from his sunglasses. With a thin layer of sand covering his face, he forced his arms deeper into the earth, shaking off the yellow sand to conceal himself as fully as possible. While the surface appeared uneven, it was the best he could manage, hoping they would not notice him immediately. Just as he completed this task, he heard the sound of approaching vehicles. It seemed 2 cars had arrived just a few meters away. As he had anticipated, their immediate focus was undoubtedly on the area where Qin Xiao had discarded his weapons. Indeed, after parking, he overheard their chatter, likely reporting via radio that the area was clear. Patiently, he waited for them to finish their conversation, allowing an additional 10 seconds to pass before he leaped from his sandy refuge. A cloud of yellow dust erupted as he soared into the air. With a swift motion of his right hand, a flash of black steel sliced through the air. The closest terrorist's head was sent soaring into the sky. Determined to prevent them from firing back, Qin Xiao unleashed a volley from his silenced pistol in his left hand while airborne. In a seamless motion, he dispatched 4 enemies with a single slash of his blade and 3 shots. All before they could comprehend the sudden attack. As another shot rang out, he hurled his dagger towards the last remaining foe. This shot went slightly astray, striking the enemy in the neck, but fortunately, it resulted in immediate death. The dagger, propelled by Qin Xiao's formidable strength, embedded itself in the forehead of the final assailant, burying itself to the hilt. Exhaling heavily, Qin Xiao surveyed the 6 adversaries he had just dispatched. His precision, speed, and element of surprise had played a crucial role. As these individuals had arrived without anticipating any danger, their weapons laid down in a state of complacency. It was a perfect confluence of timing, location, and skill. Otherwise, while killing them might have been feasible, a single shot from them could have spelled disaster, especially with others still nearby. As he had surmised, the 2 vehicles were the first to arrive. After reporting to Big Beard via radio, the latter immediately led his men in pursuit towards the northwest. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished. It was crucial to note that they were now perilously close to the border. Where a U.S. military base lay on the Afghan side, he had no doubt that someone of Tony Stark's stature would have military support, and reaching the border would mean losing Stark, a mobile armory, forever. Thus, upon learning that the area was now clear, his instinct was that their retreat had already begun. He promptly ordered everyone to pursue in the northwest direction. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having delayed them for over 10 minutes, was eager to call Tony to check if they had escaped danger. Unfortunately, the satellite phone left by Black Widow had been struck by a bullet, likely during the earlier exchange of fire between the 2 vehicles. What terrible luck! Qin Xiao cursed, gritting his teeth. He hopped into an off-road vehicle, revving the engine as he sped northwest in pursuit. Back with Big Beard, he received reports from his subordinates about a convoy racing towards the northwest. After driving for 4 or 5 minutes, Big Beard's phone rang again. This time, the caller's identity was unknown. Upon completing the call, Big Beard wore a grave expression and spoke into the radio. Retreat. The target has been extracted by U.S. forces. Withdraw immediately. In the desert, a dozen vehicles simultaneously turned around, retracing their path to AS for Qin Xiao. Though he had overheard the radio chatter, he could not comprehend their words, as they were in some form of Arabic. Fortunately, the system notification chimed in promptly. Congratulations, host. The mission to rescue Tony Stark has been completed. Reward points, 1,000. Congratulations, host. You have made a favorable impression on the original Avenger, Hawkeye, earning 500 points. Congratulations, host. Black Widow's favorability towards you has significantly increased, earning 200 points. Congratulations, host. Iron Man's favorability towards you has significantly increased, earning 200 points. Congratulations, host. Hawkeye's favorability towards you has increased, earning 100 points. The notifications continued to ring out, and he had not anticipated that completing the mission would also enhance his standing with key figures, yielding hidden rewards. This experience of shared peril had indeed fostered rapid increases in favorability. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Hawkeye's score was merely 100. Perhaps it was due to their lesser familiarity or Hawkeye's inherently low profile. Nevertheless, Qin Xiao had no time to dwell on such thoughts. The mission was accomplished, and pursuing the Ten Commandments gang any further was unnecessary. Advancing could lead to an encounter, and while he was a super soldier clad in protective gear produced by the system, he was not invincible. A bullet to the head from a high-caliber weapon or an encounter with heavy artillery, like multiple rocket strikes, could spell disaster. While he was capable of fighting back, engaging in needless risks would be counterproductive. Thus, he resolved to avoid them for now and await Tony's rescue, hoping the satellite phone had survived the onslaught. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiao promptly turned his vehicle around, retracing his route. Meanwhile, Big Beard grew increasingly uneasy as he pondered the vehicle count. He had distinctly noted their numbers at the outset. After meticulously observing, aside from the 2 vehicles that had been destroyed, he was certain there had been no further casualties. Yet, if the 2 vehicles had been obliterated, how had they managed to escape his encirclement? It made no sense that they had been saved by U.S. military personnel after such a prolonged chase. If that were the case, he should have encountered American forces himself. The more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong, coupled with the earlier mention of a skilled archer in their ranks. It dawned on him, the last wave of combat had been marked by gunfire, but he had never seen that marksman again. This was a setup. They had left someone behind to cover their retreat. Otherwise, the vehicle count simply wouldn't align. The 2 vehicles they had passed must have been ambushed. Damn it! He cursed, so many subordinates have perished, and despite expending tremendous effort, not only did nothing come of it, but he was also made a fool of by others. The bearded man grew increasingly agitated with each passing thought and promptly seized the walkie-talkie to issue commands to his subordinates. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that the bearded man had commenced a manhunt for him in this desolate desert. He simply adopted a risk-averse approach, heading back in the direction he had come from. In Qin Xiao's view, regardless of when the reinforcements arrived, as long as he could reach a city in Pakistan during the insurance period, he would be entirely safe. However, Qin Xiao overlooked one crucial detail. The bald man who had kidnapped Tony had his camp situated within Pakistani territory. Although that camp had been thoroughly dismantled, the bald man had survived, and he had more than one team operating in the vicinity. Qin Xiao was entirely unaware of this, as well as the various chaotic factions within the Ten Commandments gang. He merely knew that his mission had been accomplished. He had also accrued a substantial number of points, totaling 3,000, leaving him just 2,000 points shy of unlocking the second-tier marketplace. With ample fuel in the vehicle, he discovered a pack of cigarettes inside and was currently savoring one as he drove southward. As he continued on his way, he suddenly spotted a small black dot ahead. It appeared to be a person. A solitary individual posed little threat to Qin Xiao, who nonchalantly drove towards him. Such audacity, to flag down a clearly armed vehicle in such a chaotic locale. Qin Xiao cast a glance at the heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicle and couldn't help but admire the person's boldness. He mused that in the vast desert, the pursuers might not catch up to him. Moreover, leaving this individual behind could lead to dire consequences should the terrorists spot him, potentially resulting in the slaughter of an innocent. With the intention of performing a good deed, Qin Xiao executed a sharp turn and halted his off-road vehicle beside the traveler. "Would you like a ride?" The traveler wore oversized trousers and a blue shirt with rolled-up sleeves, his face partially obscured by a filthy scarf to shield against the wind and sand, giving him a quite disheveled appearance. Upon seeing Qin Xiao's vehicle stop, the man beamed with joy, tearing off his scarf. "Could you take me to the nearest town?" "Thank you." He displayed a simple, honest smile. But when Qin Xiao discerned the man's features, he was taken aback. Is at you. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter with the Hulk. When Tony Stark awoke, he found himself lying in a U.S. military base. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar face of Rhodes. "How was the joyride in the Hummer, Tony?" "Next time. Remember to ride with me." "All right." Rhodes smiled. God knows the immense pressure he had endured over the past month. "Rhodes?" Tony chuckled and embraced his good friend. "By the way, where's Qin?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Tony's expression changed dramatically as he pushed Rhodes away, scanning the room. Hawkeye, Black Widow, and even Ethan were present. But Qin Xiao was conspicuously absent. Piecing together the events prior to his unconsciousness, Tony quickly grasped the situation. "Rhodes, we must rescue him. Qin stayed behind to cover us. We have to save him." Rhodes was evidently aware of what had transpired. He had heard Tony speak of Qin Xiao before, but regarding the notion of rescuing him, he replied, "I'm sorry, Tony. The military can take risks for you when it's feasible, but for your friend? I am afraid it was he who saved me. He rescued me, and I cannot leave him behind." Tony Stark stood up, agitated. "Tony, listen to me. This is a matter of national borders. We cannot simply rush into a non-allied nation for one person. IVE submitted a request. I'm sure the higher-ups will communicate with them shortly," Rhodes reassured as he stood, grasping Tony's arm. Hawkeye interjected with a sardonic tone, fully aware of Rhodes' predicament. Regardless of who it's for, Qin Xiao stayed behind alone to allow everyone else to escape. Tony turned his gaze towards Hawkeye. "The military's aircraft has refused our request for deployment. But our Quinjet is en route and should arrive in approximately 20 minutes, Black Widow stated matter-of-faculty.at that moment. It was indeed true that Qin Xiao's decision to remain behind maximized the chances of survival for the group. However, this did not mean Black Widow harbored no concern. After presenting their credentials, the commander of the base had denied their request for an aircraft. Thus, they promptly contacted the nearest SHIELD intelligence office to urgently dispatch a Quinjet. It had been nearly an hour since they had left Qin Xiao, and even if he were a super soldier, Black Widow began to feel anxious. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao was entirely unaware of the unfolding situation concerning Tony. Even if he were to know, it was of little concern to him as the appearance of this individual had left his mind in a state of shock. "Is it you?" The astonished exclamation from Qin Xiao elicited a mixture of surprise, confusion, and fear from the traveler. "Do you know me?" "Of course I do," Qin Xiao confirmed, though he could hardly fathom encountering him here. "I had your picture on the wall of my university lab, alongside Marie Curie. Dr. Bruce Banner. It's a privilege to meet you here." Qin Xiao opened the car door and tossed a bottle of water to Banner. "Have some water. Judging by your appearance, you must be out of supplies." As he conversed with Dr. Banner, Qin Xiao glanced back, scanning for any pursuers while desperately trying to recall the plot of the film The Incredible Hulk he had watched long ago. The timeline of Marvel films was rather vague. For instance, the climactic battle between Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk was set around 2008, but the events before and after were uncertain. Qin Xiao recalled that Bruce Banner, shortly after transforming into the Hulk and evading General Ross's pursuit, had initially fled to Brazil, where he met a mentor who taught him to control his heartbeat. Ultimately, after battling the Abomination, he had vanished. According to subsequent plotlines, he had attempted suicide in the Arctic before appearing in India during the first Avengers film. It seemed that the battle with the Abomination had indeed occurred some time ago. Little did he expect to encounter him here. Having mentally organized the timeline, Qin Xiao continued, "Are you looking for a ride?" "Doctor, rest assured, I'm not a bad person. My vehicle is in disrepair, and I acquired this one for $30,000 from an armed individual. You know, this is the Middle East," Qin Xiao shrugged. Attempting to adopt a casual demeanor, it wasn't that he felt compelled to take Bruce Banner along. Rather, their meeting had coincided with a new task from the system, to gain Bruce Banner's trust, become his friend, and assist him in evading military pursuit. System, am I not a bit too weak to be caught up in the conflict between Banner and the military? Shouldn't this task be postponed? Qin Xiao wondered to himself. The system merely issued tasks based on the individuals and events the host encountered, without imposing mandatory completion. Yet, the perilous nature of the Marvel Universe meant that acquiring more points would expedite unlocking the marketplace and gaining greater power. Although, as the system indicated, the task was relatively low pressure with no penalties, the points would indeed be immensely beneficial for Qin Xiao. Resolutely, he accepted the task, reasoning that if worst came to worst, he could prioritize his own safety, especially since there was no time limit. Thus, Qin Xiao exited the vehicle and casually explained why he was driving an armed vehicle, knowing that Banner harbored significant reservations about military personnel. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to come to Asia. Compared to America and Europe, UD's influence was markedly weaker in Asia. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Bruce Banner exhibited a pained expression. The weapons in Qin Xiao's vehicle certainly intimidated him, but it wasn't fear of harm from others that troubled him. Rather, he feared causing casualties should he transform. Yet, if he didn't get in the car, he had little supply in the desert, and if he waited until his body could no longer endure, transformation would become inevitable. Chapter 20. The wrong Dr. Banner. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Banner ultimately chose to get in the vehicle. Unexpectedly, he was still being pursued amidst the chaos in the Middle East. With no other options left, he was forced to flee to Asia. After receiving a shot from Mr. Blue and applying the breathing techniques he learned in Brazil, he had largely mastered the control of his emotions and heartbeat, making transformation unlikely. Furthermore, Qin Xiao appeared to be anything but a military man. While it was true that Qin Xiao was not affiliated with the military, Dr. Banner could not have anticipated that this seemingly gentle young man, barely in his 20s, bore troubles that were no less significant than his own. At least in the context of this desert. Dr. Banner, what brings you to this desert alone? And you seem, it's quite dangerous here. With two unfamiliar individuals sharing an awkward silence, Qin Xiao attempted to break the ice with casual conversation. I've encountered some rather unfortunate events. It's probably for the best that you remain unaware. I tend to bring misfortune to others. I believe you are being overly pessimistic. There is a saying, when fate plays tricks on you, never assume it is your fault. Fate. Banner murmured to himself with vacant eyes, lowering his head and falling silent. The two of them continued to traverse the desert in silence. After more than 10 minutes, billowing clouds of yellow sand rose up around Qin Xiao, on both sides and behind him. 4 to 5 fully armed off-road vehicles rapidly encircled them from 3 directions, clearly targeting their vehicle. What is happening? Who are these people? Are they your companions? Dr. Banner anxiously turned to look around, his urgency evident. No, I have no companions here. Brace yourself. Qin Xiao abruptly pressed the gas pedal, and the engine of the off-road vehicle roared as it surged forward. Though Dr. Banner had considered that these people might be after him, it was clear from the situation that they were not Americans. Furthermore, Qin Xiao's demeanor suggested he was fleeing. Are you certain they are not your companions? Damn it, their vehicles are identical to ours. As he spoke, Dr. Banner fastened his seatbelt. Doctor, you are a scientist. Have you never heard the saying, look beyond the surface to see the essence? Qin Xiao sharply turned the steering wheel as several enemy vehicles appeared on the right. Then let us discuss the essence. Why have so many people suddenly appeared, seemingly intent on capturing us? This is the Middle East. Doctor, do not question why. They are here to capture me. Congratulations, you can now experience what it feels like to suffer misfortune brought by others. Oh, damn. Qin Xiao twisted the steering wheel again as more enemies emerged on the other side. The convoy ahead was extensive, with several vehicles blocking the only escape route. At that moment, the radio crackled with heavily accented English. Stop immediately, or we will concentrate our fire on you. As if to validate his words, the moment he finished speaking, heavy machine guns were raised from the surrounding vehicles, all aimed at Qin Xiao's car. The encircling vehicles drew closer, with at least 20 off-road vehicles surrounding them. Qin Xiao sighed, resignedly pressing the brake. Remember to cooperate with me, doctor. After coming to a halt, Qin Xiao spoke calmly. Cooperate? How do I? Before Dr. Banner could finish, he saw Qin Xiao raise his hands high and shout loudly to the surrounding terrorists. This is not my affair. I know nothing. I am merely a student traveling in the desert. It was this man who forced me to drive for him. I do not know him and have no idea what is happening, Dr. Banner exclaimed. WTF? What is going on? He was somewhat bewildered. All the enemy vehicles came to a halt, and dozens of armed soldiers surrounded the two of them. Qin Xiao continued, I doubt him not who he claims. I do not know him. I am just a traveler, merely hitching a ride. Dr. Banner cast an angry glance at Qin Xiao. He was lying. Who would choose to hitch a ride in a vehicle armed with heavy machine guns in the desert? Look at me. I am just a recent graduate. Now look at this person. The terrorists surrounding the vehicle glanced at Qin Xiao, who appeared relatively clean and tidy, and then at Dr. Banner, whose disheveled appearance indicated he had been through a fierce battle. Most of the weapons turned toward Dr. Banner. Just as Dr. Banner was about to say something, a soldier struck him on the head with the butt of his gun. No more talking. Get out of the vehicle and raise your hands. Dazed from the blow, Dr. Banner took a deep breath, only to see Qin Xiao mischievously wink at him. That infuriated him even more. However, the terrorists outside showed no concern for such antics, roughly dragging the two of them from the vehicle. Surrounded by dozens of rifles, the crowd parted, and a bearded man swaggered forward. You two are the ones who killed so many of my men and allowed Tony Stark to escape from my grasp? Tony Stark? The billionaire who was supposedly kidnapped. Dr. Banner felt his head spinning. Can someone tell me what is happening? However, Qin Xiao interjected, shouting, Don't kill me. I know nothing. I do not recognize anyone named Tony Stark. I am merely a recent graduate from Huaxia, forced by this man to drive for him. Dr. Banner's words were once again cut short as the bearded man pulled out a large caliber handgun and pressed it to his head. Shut up. You haven't been asked to speak yet, Dr. Banner sighed in frustration. You are from Huaxia? The bearded man turned to Qin Xiao and asked. Yes, yes. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously, feigning an innocent expression. You were saying he kidnapped you and threatened you to help him drive? The bearded man continued. That's correct. He said that having me, a Huaxia person, with him would make him safer in Pakistan. You are lying. I am the one. Dr. Banner attempted to speak again but was met with another blow from the butt of a gun. Be quiet. I am not asking you. You are not permitted to speak. I will not repeat myself. Do you understand? The bearded man leaned down, speaking harshly to Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner continued to take deep breaths, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash the Hulk on the boy before him and beat him to a pulp. Chapter 21. The Rampaging Hulk. Despite these thoughts, Dr. Banner resisted the emergence of the Hulk with all his might. It is essential to note that prior to the Avengers' appearance, Banner had vehemently resisted the Hulk's emergence. Seeing that Banner had fallen silent, the bearded man nodded and stepped toward Qin Xiao. He was inclined to believe Qin Xiao's words, as he appeared thin and scholarly, looking utterly terrified when faced with a gun. The bearded man sought to confirm whether Banner was indeed the one who had rescued Tony Stark. Since Tony Stark had already escaped, capturing them could yield some benefits. He had long coveted the fine weapons of the bald man. With this objective in mind, his tone softened when addressing Qin Xiao. Could you perhaps lower your weapon? Qin Xiao said, feigning terror and speaking cautiously. Certainly, as long as you. The bearded man barely finished his sentence when Qin Xiao's expression shifted suddenly. With lightning speed, he reached out his right hand, grasping the bearded man's gun hand and pressing his thumb forcefully against his webbed skin. Swiftly wresting the gun from him, he took the bearded man hostage. Demanding, step back, clear a path. Qin Xiao threatened the surrounding terrorists, forcing them to create a space, ensuring his safety from behind. Initially, he had considered capturing the king first, as he was confident in facing the enraged Hulk. However, with Dr. Banner present, he could not be certain of confronting the furious Hulk in the desert. He had to resort to this relatively safer method. Just as he had taken the bearded man hostage, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Special mission issued. Gain the trust of the green giant Hulk and establish preliminary friendship. Upon completion, obtain a dose of the Hulk mutation serum, improved version. Hulk mutation serum, improved version grants 30 of Hulk strength, defense, and self-healing abilities, negating negative effects such as transformation and loss of rationality due to anger. Damn it. The system's words provoked an expletive from Qin Xiao's mind. What does it mean to be a whore and maintain a good reputation? You are the whore. Your whole family are whores. Firstly, I have no grandfather, and I have no family. The host need not express such futile rage. Just declare your desire loudly. Do you want it or not? Damn it. I am even being teased by the system. However, yes, of course, I want it. If the reward is this, then the risk is undoubtedly worth taking. This is simply the law of this smells too good to resist. This special mission prompted Qin Xiao to alter his strategy. Initially, he had intended to tease Dr. Banner while safely escaping. Now, however, his approach had changed dramatically. Damn it! Your acting is quite good. You are the ones who rescued Tony Stark. The bearded man assumed that Banner and Qin Xiao were in cahoots. But this is not America. Even if you hold on to me, you cannot escape this desert. We are freedom fighters, unafraid of death. The bearded man hissed, Is that so? Qin Xiao smiled, glancing at Dr. Banner, who had now approached him. If you are not afraid of death, do you fear the green monster that can turn you into a meat pancake with a single punch? Green monster? How do you know? The bearded man and Banner spoke almost in unison. Ignoring the bearded man's question, Qin Xiao turned to Dr. Banner with a serious expression. Doctor, I can't help you rid yourself of the military's harassment. But right now, I need that big green fellow to come out bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiao unhesitatingly fired a shot directly at Dr. Banner's chest. Dr. Banner looked utterly incredulous, struggling to articulate a single word. He slowly collapsed backward onto the ground. What are you doing? Have you killed your companion? Exclaimed the bearded man, his face a mask of astonishment. Yet, at that moment, Qin Xiao had no time to explain anything to him. He merely whispered softly in the man's ear, Didn't you say you fear not death? Then I wish you good luck. As soon as the words fell from his lips, Qin Xiao forcefully propelled the bearded man towards the spot where Banner had fallen. A plume of smoke erupted, billowing out for a good 20 meters, and only then did the surrounding terrorists begin to react. The two men scrambled to assist the bearded man, while the others trained their weapons on Qin Xiao, who stood at a distance. However, before they could pull the trigger, a ferocious roar, echoing like that of a beast, erupted. Roar. The corpse on the ground had inexplicably transformed into a massive green creature, suddenly rising to its feet. Towering over 2 meters tall, its muscular form appeared more formidable than steel, and it clutched the bearded man's head in its grasp and its hands. The once imposing bearded man resembled a mere doll. Utterly diminutive. With a thunderous roar, the green giant hurled the bearded man against a nearby SUV, crushing the vehicle's hood into a concave shape, reducing the front end, including the engine, to scrap metal with sheer brute force. The majority of the bearded man's bones were shattered, nearly rendering him into a pulpy mass, leaving him on the brink of death. It was only then that the surrounding individuals began to react, instinctively raising their firearms and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the creature. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of guns were aimed at Hulk, bullets raining down upon him. Unfortunately, even Hulk's skin remained unscathed. Boom. Just as he emerged to face an onslaught of attacks, Hulk entered a berserk state. With a single kick, he sent one terrorist flying over 100 meters away. He then seized the already damaged SUV and swung it horizontally towards the crowd. At that moment, the people had yet to fully disperse, and with a single blow, at least 3 or 4 were crushed into a bloody pulp. Chaos erupted, with blood and flesh everywhere, as bullets flew. Those terrorists, who had boasted of their fearlessness in the face of death, were now shrieking in madness, desperately fleeing in all directions. The more timid among them were shouting "Devil," as they collapsed in fear. Lacking even the strength to escape, paralyzed by the wrathful Hulk. Chapter 22. Befriending Hulk. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, one could hardly comprehend the true extent of the green giant's might. Even though the Hulk depicted in comics and films had been considerably toned down, before the emergence of a godlike figure, Hulk was practically an insurmountable force. The sheer ferocity behind each punch and kick sent shivers down Qin Xiao's spine as he hid behind a sand dune. In the face of such unbridled fury, Qin Xiao felt that, as a super soldier, he was no different from those terrorists of the 10 rings. If there was any distinction to be made, it was merely a matter of 1 punch versus 2. System. This task seems a bit twisted, doesn't it? I feel like I would be crushed before I even had a chance to speak. Watching as Hulk crushed a man's head into a mist of blood, Qin Xiao swallowed hard. Damn it, why do you look down on me? How come those other worldly systems offer rewards 100-fold, while mine makes everything so arduous? Not only are the tasks absurd, but I also occasionally face personal attacks as the host. Complaints aside, the task must be completed, for the rewards were indeed alluring. The remaining members of the 10 rings had been decimated by Hulk, with only a few left either paralyzed by fear or madly fleeing. Observing the considerable carnage, Qin Xiao gathered that Hulk should be somewhat calmed down by now. Resolutely, he emerged from behind the dune. "Hulk!" Qin Xiao called out enthusiastically, waving his hand in greeting, perhaps the only difference being the absence of a fluttering floral handkerchief. Roar! Alas, Hulk did not comprehend such nuances. Instead, he let out an enraged roar and leapt down heavily before Qin Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a fist towards him. As Hulk charged, the sheer pressure nearly compelled Qin Xiao to instinctively turn and evade. Just as he regained his footing, he found himself facing a fist the size of a large pot hurtling towards him. Is he really that violent? Let us see if he throws a punch first. Qin Xiao thought to himself, hurriedly sidestepping Hulk's colossal fist. Wait, Hulk, I'm not with them. I mean no harm. I just want to talk, he shouted, desperately. Hey, I know you don't really want to hurt anyone. You just can't help but be angry, right? I have a great solution. As he dodged Hulk's blows, Qin Xiao recounted Hulk's grievances he had heard in Thor, Ragnarok, hoping to resonate with him. Perhaps due to Banner's lingering impressions, Hulk sensed that Qin Xiao was indeed different from those who had attacked him. Or maybe Qin Xiao's words had struck a chord, for Hulk's fist halted midair for the 3rd time. In the film, it appears that Banner and Hulk share some semblance of memory, albeit incomplete, yet it is indeed present. Huff! Qin Xiao exhaled deeply. I'm not your enemy, Hulk, that I want to be your friend. Can we talk? With a heart full of hope, He extended his hands to signify he meant no hostility. Friend? Hulk mumbled the word, and then, bang, in a sudden move, he swung a fist that sent Qin Xiao tumbling over 20 meters, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Hulk quickly leapt beside him, wrapping his powerful arms around Qin Xiao, holding him tightly. Tell Hulk your plan, or Hulk will tear you apart. Just when Qin Xiao thought his end was nigh, Hulk began to converse with him. There are many bad people in this world, even some monsters that are unlike ordinary folks. Of course, I'm not talking about you. I actually quite like your skin colored. I'm referring to that hideous creature, Abomination, the one you fought in New York. Do you remember? The ability to communicate was a promising start, and Qin Xiao responded with enthusiasm. Hulk remembers. He is very strong but was still defeated by Hulk. Roar. Hulk's voice carried an essence of childlike innocence intertwined with primal ferocity. Speaking of defeating Abomination, he let out a roar that echoed like a mighty beast proclaiming its victories. Hey, big guy. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, could you please let me go? You're about to choke me to death. As Hulk roared, his grip instinctively tightened, nearly suffocating Qin Xiao. Hulk forgets. You are too weak. Hulk hasn't he even tried? Hulk declared, loosening his grip. Cough, cough. Qin Xiao cleared his throat and adjusted his attire. Not everyone is as strong as you, Hulk. You should learn to control your strength. Why control Hulk's power? You speak of monsters and bad people. Where are they? Take Hulk to fight them, Hulk shouted, his head bowed as he bellowed at Qin Xiao, his voice reverberating painfully in Qin Xiao's ears. We first need to locate these monsters and bad people. Hulk. We need some intel. They won't just appear before us. Take Hulk to find them, now. Another roar erupted. No. The bad people are far away. We need to take a plane. Do you know what a plane is? Hulk is too big to fit in a plane. You must first transform into Banner. Plane? Hulk muttered. Hulk hates planes. Hulk hates Banner even more. Hulk will not become Banner. No. Hulk clenched his fists again, on the verge of another tantrum. I understand. Just listen to me. I don't like Banner either. That guy is so pedantic, it's infuriating. But we need Banner's help, right? Whether it's to find the bad people or just to go out. Banner is more convenient than Hulk. He. Like reasoning with an oblivious child, Qin Xiao gradually attempted to impart some logic and conditions to Hulk. Chapter 23. Nick Fury. Although Nick Fury often exuded an air of self-importance, believing only he could save the world and concealed many secrets, he possessed a commendable trait, decisiveness and a willingness to shoulder responsibility. After receiving reports from Hawkeye and Black Widow, a Quinjet swiftly descended upon A.U.'s military base in Afghanistan. Accompanying the pilot was a pass granted by Pakistan for entry, exclusively for this aircraft, with a strict prohibition against military personnel boarding. Of course, Black Widow and Hawkeye were to accompany him. Initially, Rhodey had attempted to prevent Tony Stark from joining, but Tony was resolute in his decision. With the subtle insinuations of Black Widow and Hawkeye, there was ultimately no choice but for Rhodey to accompany them. Throughout the journey, Hawkeye forcibly ousted the pilot from the cockpit, skillfully maneuvering the Quinjet as if it were a helicopter, skimming along the desert in a reconnaissance mission. At last, they uncovered the trail of the bearded convoy, leading them to the very spot where Qin Xiao had been halted. What transpired here? Upon disembarking, the group was rendered speechless by the scene before them. The remnants of Hulk's battle resembled a disaster zone. Severed limbs, disassembled off-road vehicles, and a plethora of spent shell casings, all indicators of a horrific confrontation that had unfolded in this place. Tony, did your combat instructor do this? Are you sure he needs our rescue? Rhodey exclaimed, astonished by the sight. This devastation did not bear the hallmark of Qin. It appeared more akin to the aftermath of a Titan's wrath. Black Widow, equally bewildered, pondered the destructive capacity of a super soldier. While others might be unaware, S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly comprehended it well. The data on Captain America's enhanced physique had been meticulously preserved by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, still residing in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s classified archives. Hey, I'm right here. As the group speculated on what had transpired, Qin Xiao unexpectedly emerged from behind a sand dune, waving at them enthusiastically. As they rushed toward him, they finally reached the crest of the dune, only to find Qin Xiao seemingly unfazed, with a man lying on the ground behind him, a naked man. Have you found true love here? Tony quipped, delighted to see Qin Xiao unharmed. However, Black Widow and Hawkeye's expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Qin, how did he end up here? Did you knock him out? I'm not referring to the one lying on the ground. No, I genuinely encountered him. I merely made a friend, Qin Xiao replied with a slight smile directed at Black Widow. At this moment, he felt quite content. The mission was successfully accomplished. Had it not been for Black Widow and the others' arrival, he would have already consumed the vial of glowing green serum from his pocket. Heaven knows how much persuasion he had exerted to convince Hulk, who had promised to join him in battling monsters, in exchange for allowing Dr. Banner to occasionally roam free if Banner refuses you. Just take him out and I can come out, he had been warned by Hulk, the mischievous child. Initially, he had come here to rescue Tony, but unexpectedly gained a companion in Banner. Nick Fury was awaiting Qin Xiao at a secret facility. Although Tony had numerous questions for Qin Xiao, he recognized that this was not the time or place for inquiries. Before departing, he cautioned Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao merely smiled and tapped Tony's chest reactor with a chuckle. New York, one of the largest cities in the world, is also renowned as the city of destruction in American cinema, a hub for both superheroes and villains. It is inconceivable that SHIELD would not have a presence in such a city. However, unbeknownst to anyone, there exists a secret base beneath the very bed of the Hudson River, known only to a select few within SHIELD. After navigating through a labyrinthine series of abandoned sewer pipes, they finally accessed this clandestine facility through a concealed portal. Approaching the river's mouth, Qin Xiao found himself in a hall adorned with a massive floor-to-ceiling window, revealing the depths of the Hudson River. Not only could he see the flowing water, but he also spotted several freshwater fish swimming by. Standing before the window was none other than the infamous director Nick Fury, striking his signature cool pose, leaving only the gleaming crown of his bald head visible. Aren't you concerned about someone discovering this base? Not only is the window open, but there are also underwater spotlights illuminating the area? Qin Xiao inquired, ignoring Fury's posturing. From the outside, it merely appears as a concrete slab. You might consult your good friend Stark regarding the technicalities. As for the lights, there are numerous explanations for their presence. Nick Fury replied, turning slowly to fixate on Qin Xiao with one keen eye, then tossing a stack of documents at him. Most importantly, it's us, not you. Welcome to SHIELD Super Soldier, Mr. Qin. Qin Xiao caught the documents, opening them to find his own dossier, along with an identity from S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent, an intern agent. Am I mistaken? As far as I know, your agents rank from level 1 to 10, with the director being the sole level 10. I was unaware of the existence of an internship designation. Black Widow approached Qin Xiao, elucidating, what report? Psychological assessments and personality analysis. Moreover, I authored this report. With a playful smile, she took the documents from Qin Xiao's hands. Formally introducing herself, Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, my boss, and of course, yours now. Chapter 24. The Hulk Serum. With an exasperated eye roll, Qin Xiao languidly remarked, Greetings, esteemed director, I wish to inquire. When we entered, were you maintaining that pose by the window? Or do you have some surveillance system that alerted you to our arrival, prompting you to adopt this aloof demeanor? Nick Fury. Overall, the meeting with Nick Fury was relatively pleasant. However, Fury had no intention of allowing Qin Xiao a conventional entry into S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, he had bound Qin Xiao with a document, ensuring that when the Avengers Initiative commenced, Qin Xiao would be prioritized for inclusion. As for Dr. Banner, after preliminary discussions with Fury, he utilized his private resources to secure him a secluded refuge in the northern Canadian wilderness. This remote locale, picturesque and devoid of human presence, would provide ample space for Hulk to occasionally unleash his fury. Fury established a laboratory there for Dr. Banner to continue his research while positioning a significant number of SHIELD personnel on the periphery to ensure that Dr. Banner would not be disturbed, or perhaps to ensure that Hulk would not disrupt others. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao settled into a hotel in New York, planning to consume the Hulk Serum. He had previously consulted the system and was informed that the process would only entail mild discomfort, albeit accompanied by the expulsion of considerable impurities from his body, including blood and bone marrow. Seated in a circular bathtub, Qin Xiao, now thoroughly clean, grasped a small vial of the luminous green liquid. The Hulk Serum appeared reminiscent of a bioweapon straight from a cinematic narrative. After musing to himself, He uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. Huh? It seems there's no immediate reaction. However, before he could finish his thought, a piercing scream escaped his lips, akin to the wail of a tortured soul. He felt as though a C4 explosive had detonated within him, or as if a hydraulic press had mercilessly crushed him, reducing every muscle, bone, and organ to fragments. The excruciating pain exceeded his threshold of endurance. Yet, the agony was fleeting, dissipating within mere seconds. Lying motionless at the bottom of the bathtub, Qin Xiao found himself unable to move, while every nerve in his body began to pulsate uncontrollably. His entire form convulsed, resembling a person afflicted by epilepsy. Following the spasms, an intense itchiness ensued. He could feel his body gradually regaining control as his bone marrow, muscles, and organs realigned and reconstructed themselves. The itch was unbearable, akin to countless insects crawling within his body, veins, and bone crevices. Qin Xiao emitted an unintelligible cry, his body writhing chaotically as he repeatedly struck his head against the ceramic bathtub. Thud, thud. The ordinary bathtub could hardly withstand his turmoil, quickly succumbing to destruction. Fortunately, the hotel was of sufficient quality, boasting remarkable soundproofing. Otherwise, his cries would have surely prompted an emergency call. The intense itching persisted for over 5 minutes, leaving a despondent Qin Xiao amidst a pile of ceramic shards and the filth that had escaped his body. In the final minute, he had expelled nearly all of his blood and bone marrow, replaced by the new substances generated by the Super-serum. As the system had indicated, there were no visible changes to his exterior. However, the explosive strength lurking within his muscles had transcended human limitations. Grasping a shard of ceramic nearby, Qin Xiao inhaled deeply before slicing it across his forearm. He felt akin to a rounded nail, lightly grazing the skin of an ordinary person. A minuscule sting was the only sensation, leaving no trace upon his skin. Instead, Qin Xiao exerted too much force and directly shattered the ceramic in his hand. It looked rather decent, Qin Xiao muttered to himself, and then began to scream frantically in his mind. System, come out. Is this what you refer to as a slight sensation of pain? For a true iron-blooded man, indeed. The system's leisurely voice echoed in Qin Xiao's mind. Qin Xiao nearly choked on those words. Fine. I won't provoke you. I shall not stoop to the level of something inhuman. After a vigorous complaint, he surveyed the wreckage of his body and gently reached to turn on the water faucet, hoping to cleanse himself of the filth. Despite his efforts to touch the switch as delicately as possible, he inadvertently sent the metal switch flying. Was that really necessary? Qin Xiao let out a bitter smile as he braced himself against a relatively intact part of the bathtub to rise. However, before he could gather strength, that last remaining piece of intact ceramic crumbled into shards. Since it had come to this, Qin Xiao resolved to violently twist off the water pipe at the switch. Allowing 2 jets of hot and cold water to cascade over him, he discovered an unexpected benefit. The cold water was manageable, as it was only just the beginning of autumn. However, the hot water was scalding at a boiling 100 degrees. Yet, as it sprayed onto his body, Qin Xiao felt no sensation of being burned. He only experienced a gentle warmth. It seemed that not only had his defensive capabilities increased, but his resistance to extreme temperatures had also improved significantly. Invulnerable to blades and impervious to fire and water, this was precisely that situation. Qin Xiao blissfully continued to wash his body. He had hidden in the hotel for several days, even having the hotel staff deliver meals to him at the door. There was no other choice. Everything he touched shattered. Each time he finished a meal, looking at the mostly damaged tableware that barely resembled its original form, he thought that had it not been for him sending someone with his credit card to pay a significant deposit, the hotel would have likely thrown him out. After 5 whole days, Qin Xiao finally learned to control the surging power within his body. Ignoring the staff's bewildered gazes, he checked out after compensating for the damages and boarded a flight to Los Angeles. Obadiah was still under the secret surveillance of SHIELD, and the details of the situation had yet to be thoroughly discussed with Tony. This was Qin Xiao's mission, and regarding the points, he needed to personally resolve this matter. Chapter 25. Second Generation Arc Reactor, Los Angeles, Malibu Beach. He secluded himself in the laboratory, seeing no one but Pepper for her daily reports. He was wholly focused on developing the armor he had envisioned. At this moment, before Tony stood a 3-dimensional projection, representing the Mark I he had constructed using available resources in the cave. Jarvis removed the outer shell while maintaining the core technology and repackaged the newly designed shell. Yes, sir. As Jarvis's voice resonated, the three-dimensional projection before Tony began to rotate. The outer armor parts scattered and vanished, replaced by more images of armor components that materialized out of thin air. One by one. They were orderly installed around the central arc reactor. The modeling of Mark II was now in its preliminary completion. How does it look, Jarvis? Tony extended his hand to rotate the projection, examining it from every angle. I must say, sir, your creation transcends the era. I have always been ahead of my time, Jarvis. Place an order for me. I need the first batch of materials delivered as soon as possible. With the initial appearance of the armor sorted, Tony Stark picked up a launch device from the table. In his vision, this device could serve both as a power system and as a laser cannon for conventional weapon use.it. Seems I need to replace the reactor immediately. The current rotation speed is too low to keep up with the armor's consumption. Muttering to himself, Tony grabbed a brand new arc reactor from the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Qin. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. I'll inform him of your arrival right away. Tony had originally granted Qin Xiao access to the house, but not to the underground laboratory. The only ones with the password and permissions to enter were Pepper and Rhodey. However, now there was an additional person. When Qin Xiao entered the basement, he happened to see Pepper reaching into Tony Stark's chest and pulling out a wet copper wire. It was undeniably quite a gruesome and shocking sight. There was a hole in his chest, and someone was reaching inside. Oh, damn. What have I just witnessed? Is this your new position? Tony, have you been with so many women that now it's a woman entering your body? Hey, Qin, I don't recall you being so slick with words. Pepper, initially terrified while doing this, quickly regained her composure upon Qin Xiao's teasing. That's because you don't know him well enough, Pepper. You will find out later that compared to him, I am as honest as a dairy cow on your uncle's farm. Tony instructed Pepper to insert the new reactor's base wire into his chest before walking toward Qin Xiao. Tony, is this how you intend to remain? I mean, are you not planning to find a doctor to thoroughly treat yourself and remove the shrapnel? Qin Xiao pointed at Tony's chest. To be honest, the little nightlight in your chest is quite cool. But you have that massive chunk of stuff stuffed inside your body. Discussing the reactor in his chest, Tony became unusually serious. I want to remove it. This thing saved my life. I'm not just talking about my existence. It determined what kind of person I would be in the future. I need to keep it as a reminder. Tony, what about the old one? Pepper, still Tony's personal assistant, was preparing to ask Tony how to deal with the old reactor when Qin Xiao approached him. Destroy it. Burn it. You know I have many traits, but nostalgia is certainly not one of them. All right. Pepper took the reactor upstairs. Qin Xiao knew she would encase the old one in a transparent display case as a gift for Tony. Furthermore, it was this old reactor that saved Tony's life when Obadiah stole the arc reactor from his chest. Moreover, Qin Xiao had come here this time to address this very matter. Hey, Tony, don't you have anything to ask me? About Afghanistan, watching Pepper head upstairs, Qin Xiao was the first to speak. Even without considering the system and mission aspects, the two had known each other for quite some time. From a personal perspective, they had indeed become friends. Aside from the secrets of the system and the time travel, Qin Xiao had no intention of hiding anything from Tony, as that would create a rift between them. A few days ago, someone came to find me. He was from a notoriously long-named intelligence agency. What was it called? Anyway, he was a rather unfortunate-looking agent. Tony gestured toward his forehead, describing the appearance of the visitor. He told me everything about you. The death of your parents, how your serum was obtained, how you met that alluring agent, and so forth. He even said you joined them to save me. But I want to thank you for that because you deceived me. Your powers stem from the serum of a super soldier, not some Chinese martial arts. Damn. I even paid over a month's salary for it. Tony retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the fridge and handed one to Qin Xiao. Tony Stark, don't expect to hear a thank you from him easily. Yet, Qin Xiao understood that despite Tony's words of betrayal, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Otherwise, why would he have given him the basement password today? All right, actually, you're not at a loss. You won a few $1 million at the casino, all thanks to me. Did that unfortunate-looking agent tell you all that? Qin Xiao said, recalling Agent Coulson's amiable demeanor in his mind. Tony took a sip of beer, looking puzzled. Do you mean to say that this bastard has been deceiving me about something else? Not at all. It seems he certainly didn't clarify how I found that hidden cave that the U.S. military couldn't locate for over a month. Oh? Tony seemed to have recalled something, slightly raising his head to signal Qin Xiao to continue. Chapter 26. The mysterious portal. Obadiah played a crucial role in Tony Stark's life, especially after the death of his father. Not only did he help Tony manage the entire company, but back then, Tony was only in his early 20s, immensely wealthy, with a genius mind, coupled with his self-righteous temperament. He didn't realize the multitude of troubles and romantic entanglements he stirred up outside. Obadiah had been the one silently cleaning up after him all along. It wasn't until Pepper's appearance that he gradually distanced himself from Tony's personal life. Although he did this to ensure that Tony, the old hen, would continue to lay golden eggs, from Tony's perspective, he undoubtedly held deep feelings for Obadiah. Partner, friend, elder, even father, few could manage to fulfill all these roles simultaneously. Tony Stark was no fool. It was just that once it came to the emotions between people, any genius could become somewhat of an idiot. He was unwilling to think about it, and somewhat fearful of uncovering this answer himself. Qin Xiao had barely begun speaking when Tony had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Over the years, Stark Industries has unequivocally established itself as the world's preeminent arms dealer. Tony Stark's numerous inventions and designs have thoroughly solidified the company's position in the armaments market. In other words, Tony has paved the way for future weapon designs. The scientists at Stark Industries merely need to follow the path he has laid out. Thus, in Obadiah's eyes, Tony Stark has transformed from a golden goose into an impediment to his complete control over Stark Industries. This reasoning, of course, requires no elaboration from Qin Xiao. Once it is confirmed that Obadiah is behind it, Tony will understand without question. With a heavy sigh, he downed an entire bottle of beer, releasing a cloud of alcohol-laden breath. So, you are monitoring him closely, are you? I'm not certain. I'm merely a temporary worker, Tony. They see me as a super soldier, but given his damn style of doing things, it's likely it depends on your inclination. Tony, you've seen the weapons those people possess. This is what we know, but how many more are there that we do not? Terrorists? Drug traffickers? Observing Tony Stark's hesitation, Qin Xiao remarked, I understand. Even if I cease weapon production, he has ways and resources within the company to secretly manufacture and sell on his own. Tony furrowed his brow, vigorously ruffling his hair. Give me some time. I will ensure he leaves the company, providing him an opportunity to enjoy his retirement. Despite his resolve, Tony felt a twinge of compassion. Perhaps this was destined. The Ironmonger was bound to emerge, solidifying the legacy of Iron Man. The only difference now might be the addition of Qin Xiao. All right, I will notify them not to act independently. Qin Xiao readily agreed. Presently, he possessed about 30% of Hulk's strength, which, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, might not suffice in later battles. However, at this moment, 30% of Hulk's power was akin to a cheat code. The Ironmonger was merely a larger cardboard box, a bit more troublesome to tear apart. Tony, I can understand your feelings. T.S. all right. There's no one else here. If you wish to cry, let it out on my broad shoulder. Lean on me. Get lost, Jarvis. Contact the Los Angeles Police Department and inform them that a psycho has broken into my house. Qin Xiao was unaware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decision regarding Obadiah. He could only call Black Widow. Is there something you need, intern agent? This time, the surroundings of Black Widow were devoid of gunfire, a stark contrast to previous encounters. Yes, a significant matter. I no longer wish to continue. I initially thought that by joining the largest intelligence agency and becoming a mysterious agent, I would spend my days saving the world, surrounded by attractive partners. Who knew I would end up as an intern agent? It's one thing not to let me save the world, but the beautiful agents have vanished as well. Do you know what it feels like to miss someone so much you can't sleep? Qin Xiao's teasing elicited a delightful laugh from Black Widow. If you truly miss me, then I'll come to visit you in Los Angeles once this mission is complete. Their conversations typically revolved around tasks, but Qin Xiao's lighthearted banter brought a refreshing change to Black Widow's mood. You said it. Lies are for puppies. Qin Xiao's childish remark struck a chord with Black Widow, making her smile even wider. Indeed, deceivers are mere pups. However, there is something I wish to discuss with you regarding Obadiah. Qin Xiao reiterated Tony's sentiments. After listening, Black Widow hung up and inquired on behalf of Qin Xiao. Could respect Tony Stark's wishes, but agents would maintain surveillance on him. Should he engage in any clandestine activities? SHIELD would respond immediately. This served as a form of accountability to Tony. If Obadiah sought his own demise, that was beyond their control. By the way, you mentioned you were on a mission. What kind of mission? Is it dangerous? Do you need my assistance? Once the serious matters were addressed, Qin Xiao shifted the subject. That's classified. Your clearance isn't sufficient, intern agent, Black Widow teased him. After a moment, she sensed the genuine concern in his words and added, Rest assured, this mission is quite safe, with minimal risk. Damn it, I swear, the next time we meet, I will smash Nick Fury's egghead. Qin Xiao growled, thoroughly annoyed by the title of intern agent. Egghead? Ha ha ha. That nickname is quite fitting. Nick would be infuriated. All right, I want to keep you. I must get back to work. Behave and wait for me in Los Angeles, okay? Intern agent. Black Widow playfully teased Qin Xiao one last time before hanging up. Staring at his phone in a daze, Black Widow reflected. Qin Xiao was unlike those around her. His manner of speaking and his concern resembled that of ordinary young people. This was precisely what she lacked and yearned for, a warm sensation. Am I truly falling for this kid? Black Widow murmured, quickly dismissing the thought. With a bitter smile, she acknowledged that she would likely never experience such ordinary happiness in her lifetime. Casually tossing her phone onto the sofa, Qin Xiao gazed out at the night view outside the window. That moment, a square, golden portal suddenly materialized behind him. A woman clad in black, tactical attire, emblazoned with the letters TVA, stepped through. Just as she entered Qin Xiao's apartment, a hand emerged from the portal, and the golden gateway vanished without a trace, leaving no one behind. Am I mistaken? Perhaps it's due to a few sleepless nights. Qin Xiao scratched his head, slightly annoyed. Chapter 27. The Time Variance Authority in a Nameless Realm, the headquarters of the Time Variance Authority. The enigmatic woman who had just appeared behind Qin Xiao stood in a chamber resembling a courtroom. Before her sat a young woman with golden hair, dressed in a uniform, occupying a seat akin to that of a judge. I do not comprehend. Why must you prevent me from apprehending the criminal? That individual has violated the sacred timeline, and he is not merely a time criminal. His existence even threatens the very fabric of the sacred timeline. The woman in black addressed the golden-haired woman seated high above. C-18, I fully grasp your resolve to protect the sacred timeline. However, regarding this incident, the esteemed timekeeper has personally taken an interest and has decreed that you refrain from apprehending that individual. This is the will of the timekeeper. The golden-haired woman replied with an impassive demeanor, but such actions will incite chaos. The sacred timeline must not be desecrated. The black-clad woman remained indignant, having been born to safeguard this very thing. As their name suggested, the sacred timeline. Are you questioning the decision of the timekeeper? The golden-haired woman's voice rose sharply. I would not dare. Mentioning the timekeeper caused the black-clad woman to temper her anger, bowing slightly. Very well. The golden-haired woman nodded in satisfaction. The timekeeper is omniscient and omnipotent. My duty is merely to execute their wishes. You may leave. After the black-clad woman departed, the lights in the entire courtroom extinguished. In the darkness, a sigh echoed. For readers unfamiliar with the Time Variance Authority, I recommend watching Marvel's new series, Loki. I personally find it far more captivating than WandaVision or The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, the machinations of the Time Variance Authority continued. After several leisurely days, he returned to Tony's residence, primarily to meet Jarvis. He still had 2,000 points remaining in the Systems Points shop. To date, he had amassed 3,000 points, but he was still some distance from unlocking the second-tier shop. Thus far, he had nothing of value to exchange. The only remaining option was a conversion to real currency. However, this offered little assistance in this world. It merely alleviated his financial concerns in reality. Yet, to live freely, mere money was insufficient. He needed to create a commercial empire, one that harnessed advanced technology. Thus arose the question, which entity excels in high-end technology? Without Black Panther, Tony reigns supreme. Consequently, Qin Xiao boldly made his way to Tony's laboratory. Bang! As he descended into the basement, he witnessed Tony spiraling upward into the air, crashing violently into an overhead protruding wall. He then slid down the wall like a poster, upside down. Qin Xiao dashed forward, grabbing Tony's ankle to prevent an embarrassing collision with the ground. You ought to hire a private acrobatics instructor. Tony, I've saved you once again. You better jot this down, damn it. I should have started the experiment at 10%. Let me down. 2 minutes later, Tony, with an ice pack against his neck, looked at Qin Xiao in astonishment. What do you need an AI butler for? With all due respect, your apartment is smaller than my garage, and it appears to be rented. I found a place in downtown Los Angeles that I intend to purchase and renovate. I want to make the entire apartment fully automated. With a smart home vibe, IT doesn't need to be as advanced as Jarvis. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes and remarked. Tony's words may not wound deeply, yet they are laced with profound insult. However, one cannot easily retort. Comparing wealth with him is akin to challenging his pocket change with one's entire fortune. Why don't you complete the house purchase first, and then provide me with the architectural blueprints? You need not concern yourself with anything else. I shall assist you in establishing a private server and subsequently install an intelligent program for you. I will have Pepper lead the company's personnel to decorate according to my designs, but you'll have to procure the furniture yourself. Tony, I adore you. Rest assured, I will provide you with the funds. Qin Xiao embraced Tony's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Tony, with an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at Qin Xiao and swatted his arm away, scoffing, "Keep your meager possessions, you pauper. Just a few items from my garage could eclipse the value of your entire house." "All right, I acknowledge your wealth. After all, you are Tony Stark. In that case, could you also take care of the furniture for me? I believe I am still short one car. I see you have plenty in your garage." "Get lost, Jarvis. Revoke this guy's access. I do not wish to see him again." The two continued their banter when a news segment on the television captured Tony's attention. Yesterday, a small town named Kamara was ravaged by terrorists. A group self-identifying as the Ten Rings. The voice of the on-site reporter accompanied images of the town's ruins on the screen. Numerous civilian bodies lay on the roadside, including women and children. Certain footage of the terrorists prominently displayed the Stark insignia on their weapons. Among them stood a bald man, presumably their leader, directing the mayhem amidst the wreckage. "I said him? That bastard is still alive?" Both Tony and Qin Xiao exclaimed simultaneously. They had witnessed the bald man approach the cave entrance, and Tony had personally activated the detonator. It was astonishing that he had survived. "Damn it, Ethan!" Tony suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming loudly that I had a feeling I had heard that town's name before. It is Ethan's hometown. For heaven's sake, Jarvis, contact Rhodey. Tony, the intelligence agency will gather information more swiftly. Qin Xiao was aware of Tony's intentions. Following the previous incident, Tony had aimed to offer Ethan a job in the United States. It was unfortunate that terrorists had now targeted him. After dialing Black Widow's number, it was evident that Ethan had interacted with everyone, albeit not as closely as Tony had in the cave. Nevertheless, they shared the bond of having faced gunfire together. Thus, Black Widow's response was remarkably swift. Within 20 minutes of hanging up, she had unearthed the grim news. "Tony, I am so sorry. Ethan is gone." The survivor from the town recounted that they had captured Ethan and burned him alive in a house. "What about his family?" Tony's gaze remained fixated on the bald figure on the television. "They were all in that house. Not a single one escaped." Chapter 28. Witnessing the birth of Iron Man. Viewing the television merely presented a picture. Certain experiences must be lived to impart the most direct and accurate feelings. For Tony, this was war, weaponry, death, and bloodshed. When the heavens laid all this gore before him, Tony Stark transformed from a frivolous playboy into Iron Man. For Qin Xiao, perhaps it was akin to a gaming mentality in a world of traversal. Or perhaps possessing a god's perspective to foresee events, he felt no particular sentiment or faith regarding murder or the battles in Afghanistan. However, this did not hinder his other perceptions, particularly when witnessing Tony Stark don the iron armor for the first time. The impact of reality was far more profound than that of a film. Watching as the auxiliary control platform extended several metallic arms to adorn each part of the armor, despite Tony not having painted it yet, and having previously seen the extraordinary nanotech armor in the films, Qin Xiao still found himself captivated by the suit before him, glowing with a soft blue energy. It was simply breathtaking. Indeed, the ultimate dream of every man. Qin Xiao exclaimed with exhilaration. Indeed, this is the quintessential toy for men. Nothing compares to it. Not sports cars nor firearms. Calm down, my friend. The ultimate dream lies ahead. You will scream at my subsequent maneuvers. Jarvis, initiate the propulsion system. I wish to fly, sir. That will require trillions of calculations before it can proceed. Jarvis dutifully cautioned. Jarvis, sometimes one must learn to run before walking. Let us go. As Tony's words faded, The thrusters beneath the armor erupted with red flames. The suit gently lifted off the ground, ascending nearly half a meter. After hovering in midair for a few seconds, the palms of the suit gestured, and 4 jets simultaneously unleashed flames. With a whoosh, Qin Xiao perceived a silver streak dart past him, soaring through the garage's passage and out of the house, taking flight. Ho, ho, ho. Tony's exuberant voice resonated throughout the room. Qin, you can't possibly fathom this sensation. Ha 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 ha, wo. Tony laughed boisterously. Tony, be cautious. There is a saying in China, excessive joy leads to sorrow. Have you heard of it? Qin Xiao remarked, somewhat enviously. Ha ha, you're just jealous. You are definitely envious. I am Tony Stark. Jarvis, what is the flight altitude record for the State Route 71 reconnaissance aircraft? The official record is 85,000 feet, sir. All right, Qin. Today you are witnessing a new flight record, Tony cheered. As a fiery streak illuminated the night sky over Los Angeles, ascending vertically into the heavens. Familiar with the film's plot, Qin Xiao knew what was to transpire next. He promptly pulled up a chair, grabbing a bottle of drink, and sat before a blue and white antique sports car in the garage. Indeed, less than 2 minutes later, a tremendous crash reverberated as Tony, clad in armor, smashed through 2 layers of ceiling, directly flattening the sports car before Qin Xiao. Alas! Qin Xiao heard Tony's melancholic sigh emanating from the speakers. Get to work, spray him, commanded Tony to his household robotic assistant, which ambled over to his side. Raising its modified mechanical arm, it unleashed a torrent of fire-extinguishing spray onto the suit sprawled on the ground. Remembering a moment in the original plot where Obadiah angrily berated a scientist from Stark Industries for suggesting that Tony Stark had constructed a miniature arc reactor from scrap metal in a cave. While Obadiah's entire laboratory team struggled to grasp the direction of Stark Industries' larger prototype, in reality, it was not merely a matter of technological superiority or genius intellect. Tony Stark's remarkable manual dexterity, combined with Jarvis and the multitude of mechanical arms he had created, rivaled that of a large-scale assembly line factory. Following the icing of the suit at high altitude, he had crafted an entirely new armor within just 3 days, excluding the time taken for ordering and transporting materials. The familiar gold and red color scheme, the thrusters that could serve as laser cannons, and the glowing arc reactor at the chest left Qin Xiao momentarily dazed. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there are numerous superhero characters, with Iron Man and Captain America likely enjoying the most fandom. Yet, when it comes to the most anticipated hero to appear, the majority would undoubtedly choose Iron Man. From the cumbersome Mark I in the cave to the current Mark II that requires mechanical assistance to don, the portable Mark V suitcase, the tracking version from Avengers 1, and the disassembled combinations from Iron Man 3, culminating in the breathtaking nanotech armor from the Endgame, it seems each appearance of Iron Man brings a fresh visual delight. How do I look? Tony asked, having finally completed the suit, turning to Qin Xiao with an air of flamboyance. Well, Qin Xiao adopted the demeanor of a fashion designer assessing a model, thoughtfully stroking his chin and nodding. Quite impressive. Congratulations, Tony. You now appear to be nearly as tall as I am. Qin Xiao gestured to compare their heights. Tony, the events in Camera, including Ethan's demise and the extensive arsenal of Stark Industries weapons still held by the terrorists, ignited a fierce rage within Tony. Before confronting Obadiah, he felt compelled to eradicate those terrorists himself. This urgency was the reason behind his rapid creation of the armor. However, due to Qin Xiao's influence, Tony found himself compelled to alter his solo combat plans. Initially, he believed he could manage alone, thinking Qin Xiao was no longer his equal. That notion was abruptly shattered when Qin Xiao effortlessly molded his surplus armor materials into a perfect sphere. I remember the super soldier wasn't supposed to be that formidable? Faced with Tony's inquiry, Qin Xiao turned away with an air of pretentiousness, clasping his hands behind his back and gazing skyward. Embodying the demeanor of a solitary master, he proclaimed, I cannot speak for others, but I, Qin Xiao, am undeniably formidable. Chapter 29. Conversations aboard the aircraft reality once again demonstrated that post-teenage bravado, when it incurs consequences, is merely a fleeting performance lasting but 3 seconds. The duo spontaneously resolved to venture to the Middle East to eradicate terrorists. However, the choice of transportation posed a significant dilemma. Tony possessed a private jet, yet its ostentatious nature necessitated discretion. A Quinjet. Tony could indeed fabricate one himself, albeit time was not on their side. with the terrorists still pillaging the nearby town of Kamala. They had to act swiftly. Thus, Qin Xiao's thoughts turned once more to Tony, keen on maintaining the secrecy of his armor, knew they could not resort to conventional channels. Consequently, two shadowy figures appeared at the entrance of the Hield Los Angeles branch in the dead of night. This was neither the headquarters nor a secret base housing vital resources, and being within American territory, the security was not overly stringent, beneath the robust smart security system. Even the night watch was absent. Qin Xiao stealthily produced his credentials, whispering to Tony for confirmation. "You are sure you can erase the visitor logs and surveillance here, right? This is my work ID. While I'm not afraid of them causing trouble, I'd rather not lose my steady salary." Only when Tony gestured an OK did Qin Xiao gently press his ID against the door sensor. Beep beep, insufficient permissions. A few red lights flickered on the sensor, accompanied by a soft electronic voice. How is this possible? Unyielding, Qin Xiao attempted twice more, only to receive the same response. "Let me try." Tony took the ID from Qin Xiao. "Intern agent, all right, my dear novice, allow me to give it a shot." Beep beep. With a sigh, Tony handed the ID back to Qin Xiao and inquired, "Have you been here before?" "Never." Qin Xiao shook his head in confusion. "I only learned about this place from Natasha. Congratulations, you found a great job." Tony shot Qin Xiao a derisive glance. The arm of his armor opened, and he retrieved a card connected to wiring, affixing it to the door. "Fortunately, I was prepared. J.V.IS. Let this in turn witness the prowess of our clandestine intelligence department. While S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Washington headquarters might host rudimentary intelligence rivaling JRVIS, the branch here was, well, amusingly lax." Amidst Qin Xiao's scathing remarks about Nick Fury's ancestry, within mere seconds, J.A.V.I.S. breached the security access. Furthermore, he commandeered the network controlling the inconspicuous building nestled in the outskirts of Los Angeles. Each SHIELD branch was equipped with a Quinjet to facilitate rapid agent deployment during missions. Today, fortune favored Tony and Qin Xiao. No one was utilizing it for assignments. They stealthily traversed the fire escape to the rooftop. Moments later, a Quinjet soared into the sky, heading straight to Tony's residence at Malibu Beach. Donning his armor, the duo set forth across the Pacific towards the Middle East. "Did you know? During World War II, my father piloted a plane alongside Captain America, traversing enemy territory to launch a rescue operation behind enemy lines. I never imagined I would now be flying a plane with another super soldier to combat terrorists. However, my father was merely a pilot. This time, I possess something more." Tony tapped his armor. "Tony, you have numerous methods to confront these terrorists. If your intent in Afghanistan was to create armor for escape, what is your motivation now? Is it merely to dismantle the 10 rings?" Tony fell silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully. "My father once told me that to achieve peace, one must wield the stoutest stick. That has been my philosophy in weapon manufacturing. Yet, since that Stark missile exploded beside me in Afghanistan," sigh. Tony sighed heavily. "I believed the weapons I created would bring peace to the world, oblivious to the despair the name Stark inflicted upon countless individuals. Before that missile detonated, I lay there, able to discern each letter of Stark. Yet, I could not grasp its significance, only despair. I cannot even fathom what someone in a similar predicament might think upon seeing the name Stark." Tony's words left Qin Xiao momentarily at a loss. While others may be unaware, he understood all too well the truth in Tony's statement. Silence enveloped them, recalling that Scarlet Witch and her twin brother Quicksilver once stared at a missile emblazoned with the name Stark for a full 12 hours. "I once was merely a maker of sticks, yet now I have fashioned one of the mightiest in the world." Tony gestured to his armor. "I shall hold it tightly in my grasp. This is the purpose of my existence henceforth. I will dedicate my life to combating terrorism, abolishing war, and fostering peace, irrespective of nation or politics." In a sense, both Iron Man and Black Widow, in their early days, sought atonement for their past selves. It wasn't until the later stages of the Avengers that this atonement gradually evolved into a sense of responsibility, especially following the Battle of New York. When the Avengers assumed the mantle of safeguarding the world, "Tony, do you know why Nick Fury pressured me to join the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? Damn, cursed be that name. It is because he devised a plan, the Avengers Initiative, to assemble a team of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, ready to rise when the world is in need." Upon finishing, Qin Xiao fixed his gaze intently on Tony. A commendable idea. I may not know Nick Fury well, but I understand that regardless of the initial intentions behind the CIA, KGB, or MI5, they ultimately became instruments of politics, more or less. Wherever there is a need for someone to step up, I will don my armor and appear. But I refuse to become a sword wielded by others. This encapsulated Iron Man's perspective. An endorsement of the Avengers Initiative, yet a repudiation of, Indeed. Tony, that is precisely my sentiment. We shall not serve as mere sticks in the hands of others. We shall wield our own. Qin Xiao turned to face Tony Stark. At this, Tony pondered deeply for a moment before suddenly looking up at Qin Xiao. Just like today? Indeed, just like today. Chapter 30. The massacre outside the town of Kamala. A vast new cemetery had been erected, densely populated with graves. This was a collective mausoleum constructed by the survivors of the town for their lost loved ones. A multitude of simple graves marked by wooden boards stretched across the area. The population remaining in the town had dwindled. Many fortunate youths had chosen to flee this unfortunate place, leaving behind only the elderly and those bereft of family, left with nothing. They had previously come here to pilfer goods and abduct individuals with skills they coveted. Yet never before had it devolved into such a massacre. They say Ethan aided your escape, which is a challenge to their authority, spoke a young man, one of the few remaining in the town. As he guided Qin Xiao and Tony toward Ethan's grave, his words deepened Tony's silence. Why don't you leave? I mean, if you wish to depart, I can offer assistance. After a long pause, Tony finally asked, This is my home, sir. My parents and sister are buried here. I must remain to accompany them. A flicker of sorrow crossed the young man's eyes. This was his only home, with nowhere else to go. This is Ethan's grave. He was a good doctor, helping many of us, and we erected the grandest tombstone for him. The young man led Qin Xiao and Tony to a cemetery on the outskirts of town. I deeply apologize, my friend. I should have foreseen this, and I vow those people will never harm the innocent again. As he spoke, Tony produced a cheeseburger and placed it on the grave beside Ethan. This was for his child. Ethan had mentioned, while enjoying a burger, that his child adored them, though opportunities to indulge in such luxuries were scarce in Kamala. This scene stirred a touch of emotion within Qin Xiao. Tony Stark, often perceived as brash and egotistical, consistently kept the needs of others etched in his heart. From Happy's favorite TV shows to equipping War Machine's armor with parachutes post-injury, he was always attentive. Even recently, when Qin Xiao visited, he noticed Tony, while outwardly disparaging Qin Xiao's new home, was secretly modifying a smart program and incorporating a multitude of Chinese characters to enhance Qin Xiao's comfort and convenience. Yokota, a small town approximately 50 kilometers from Kamala. Recently, this place has once again become a site of plunder led by the bald-headed terrorists of the Ten Commandments. Naturally, this information was relayed to Qin Xiao and Tony by a local youth. Sir, may I accompany you? Provide me with a weapon. I yearn to avenge my family and friends, the young man implored before they boarded the plane. Qin Xiao patted the young man's shoulder as he and Tony departed from Ethan's homeland. In previous news footage, reporters described the road leading to Kamala as the path to hell. However, it is evident that this title has now been bestowed upon Yokota. Along the roads outside the town, the bodies of local residents lay scattered, most of them shot in the back, likely gunned down by terrorists while attempting to flee. Among the fallen were not only young men and women but also numerous children barely in their teens. The most tragic was a little girl, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. The powerful blast of a rifle had brutally torn through her thigh. She lay on the ground, gazing into the distance. Her eyes filled with terror. The gaping, bloodied wound on her thigh had begun to turn pale. A long, winding trail of crimson marked her path. Qin Xiao could almost envision this scene. Perhaps her parents had already been shot in the town, urging her to run just before a terrorist had shattered her leg from behind. Thus, the little girl had crawled along the ground for what felt like an eternity, dragging her mangled limb before succumbing to blood loss. I do not know what your faith may be, but I believe that heaven is universal. There, you shall reunite with your parents and be free from misfortune. Qin Xiao knelt down and gently closed the girl's eyes. While she would remain eternally at rest, the image of her plight would be indelibly etched in Qin Xiao's mind, haunting him relentlessly. In the town, sporadic gunfire mingled with cries for help. Qin Xiao exchanged a glance with Tony. With a swift motion, Tony's armor shielded his face, while Qin Xiao propelled himself off the ground with force. Together, they surged into the heart of the town like lightning, On the path leading out of the town, a boy of 13 or 14 stumbled as he fled. His father, a man with a bullet wound in his thigh, limped desperately behind him, urging the boy to run faster and faster. Yet, a mere 10 meters behind them, a terrorist aimed his rifle, assuming a standard firing position, targeting the father's other leg. The intent was clear: to shatter the man's leg and then execute the boy, deriving twisted pleasure from the agonizing despair of a father witnessing the demise of his child. The massacre in Kamala had fully unleashed the demons within these terrorists. The terrorist locked onto the father's thigh. A sinister smile crept across his lips, just as he was about to pull the trigger. Whoosh! A miniature missile shot down from the sky, obliterating the terrorist into a gruesome array of dismembered flesh. Above, a figure clad in gold and crimson streaked past. At that moment, another terrorist emerged from a nearby building. Having heard the explosion, still clutching a handful of women's jewelry, puzzled, he glanced at the scene of devastation below, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Suddenly, a figure, enveloped in a cloud of dust, charged in like a colossal dragon. The terrorist barely had time to raise his weapon before Qin Xiao's fist, infused with all his might, collided with the man's face. The force was akin to a hammer smashing a watermelon, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of blood and brain matter that splattered across Qin Xiao's visage. Chapter 31. The demonic Qin Xiao. Those familiar with Marvel films are aware that while the Hulk's portrayal has been significantly diminished in comparison to the comics, the hidden trait of growing stronger with anger remains. However, the disparity between maximum and minimum values is not as extreme. The serum provided by the system, a modified version of the Hulk serum, represented a terrifying 30 of that maximum value. Thus, when Qin Xiao unleashed his wrath, a single punch was sufficient to turn a terrorist's head into a gory mess. Blood and brain matter coated his face. Yet, Qin Xiao merely wiped it away as one would sweat. A grotesque smile spread across his features, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Prepare to descend into hell, scum." This proclamation heralded the beginning of the slaughter. In the center of the town, a majority of the terrorists and townsfolk were gathered. Taking advantage of his aerial superiority, Tony's armor had spotted the congregation and flew directly towards them. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao began to clear out the scattered terrorists along the outskirts of the town. Outside the Soul Tavern, an SUV was parked, and 3 terrorists were busily unloading crates of assorted liquor. The tavern owner, a burly middle-aged man with a bullet hole in his forehead, lay dead on the floor. His wife clung desperately to one of the terrorists' legs, emitting anguished cries of fury. The terrorist, displaying a modicum of humanity, refrained from attacking the woman immediately. After several futile attempts to shake her off, he raised his gun and struck her head with the butt of the weapon. Thud. Once. Thud. Twice. Blood trickled from her lips, yet her grip remained unyielding. Growing impatient, the terrorist aimed his gun at the woman. Preparing to end her life, "To hell with you." A furious shout rang out, an exclamation of classic Chinese obscenity, disregarding whether the terrorist understood. Accompanying this outburst was a fist that suddenly appeared in front of the terrorist's chest. Enraged, Qin Xiao had not even drawn his dagger. With a single punch, he not only shattered the man's spine but also pierced through his chest, sending him sprawling. Crash! The 2 other terrorists, lifting a barrel of liquor, were suddenly doused with a chunk of viscera that struck one of them squarely in the face. The barrel toppled, spilling its contents, yet before the terrorists could react, Qin Xiao had already appeared before them. With both hands extended, he seized one terrorist by the back of the head, yanking him forward while simultaneously driving the other forward. The 2 terrorists' faces collided with astonishing force, bones shattering and flesh mingling. In an instant, they were rendered as one, collapsing in a grotesque heap, resembling a conjoined entity. Amidst this violent display, the middle-aged woman, who had been on the ground, bloodied from the butt of a gun, exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, she grasped a rifle lying nearby and aimed it at the terrorist who had been pierced by Qin Xiao's punch. Pulling the trigger, she unleashed a barrage of bullets, driven by rage and vengeance. Although most were propelled off course by recoil, several struck true, leaving the terrorist's head a bloody mess. After expending her fury, the woman sank to the ground, staring blankly at her husband's corpse. Qin Xiao sighed, offering no words of comfort, as he once again surged forward, a whirlwind of destruction. Viewed from above, it appeared as though he was a voracious serpent, darting through the streets, confronting terrorists with brutal physicality, leaving behind a trail of carnage. The town was not large, and with Qin Xiao's efficiency, a mere 20 minutes sufficed for him to scour the entire area. Meanwhile, at the town center, Tony had just eliminated the last of the terrorists and was preparing to offer some words of solace to the terrified populace. At that moment, as Qin Xiao emerged from around the corner, his attire, a product of the system's combat suit, remained untouched by blood. However, his exposed face, head, neck, and hands were smeared with a grotesque mixture of blood and dust, resembling a thick layer of dark red mud. Particularly, his hair dripped with viscous blood and was adorned with a fragment of bone, a remnant of some unfortunate soul. He appeared as a living embodiment of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Some timid children and women, upon seeing Qin Xiao's ghastly visage, could no longer contain their screams. Qin Xiao, feeling somewhat awkward, paused, flashing a smile that was more terrifying than a specter, revealing his bright white teeth. "I've taken care of it. There should be a base nearby. Let us pay a visit." Tony recognized that Qin Xiao was more unhinged than himself. Yet, this was not the moment for psychological counseling. He nodded slightly and turned to lead the way out of the town. Just as they soared a few hundred meters into the air, a thunderous explosion erupted. A remaining group of terrorists had somehow procured a tank, and it fired directly at Tony, sending him hurtling through the air. Ordinary tank fire could not harm Iron Man's armor in the slightest. Tony, sitting up and shaking his head, prepared to retaliate with an armor-piercing round. However, he was startled to see Qin Xiao leap from a distance of over 100 meters, landing atop the tank. Bending down, he thrust his hands into the junction between the turret and the tank's body. Ah! With a resounding roar, Qin Xiao astonishingly uprooted the entire turret from the tank. Not only the terrorists within the tank, but even Tony, suspended in midair, was left dumbfounded, his gaze fixated on the tank's armor as he calculated whether his suit's thickness and defensive capabilities could withstand a few blows from Qin Xiao. After he had tossed aside the turret nonchalantly, it landed perfectly across the tank. He then grasped the cannon barrel with both hands and leapt down from the tank. Subsequently, he swung the cannon barrel towards the tank, wielding it like an oddly shaped sledgehammer aimed at the vehicle's body. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 32. The enraged Nick Fury Tony watched in disbelief as Qin Xiao violently smashed the tank into flimsy scraps of metal. He had little interest in the fate of those inside. His focus was solely on Qin Xiao's performance today. "Qin, does your outfit come with automatic dry cleaning capabilities? Oh, for heaven's sake, you ought to clean yourself up on the plane first. You look as if you've just been tossed into the core of a giant," Tony remarked teasingly, sidestepping a direct inquiry. The mystique of the East always harbored certain enigmatic elements. Qin Xiao intended to conceal the matter of his attire, but he knew that such secrets could not be hidden indefinitely in front of Tony. He transformed his casual jeans and t-shirt into a fitted leisure suit. And this, Qin Xiao pointed to his attire. "This is what true combat looks like, far superior to hiding within a tin can." He playfully patted Tony on the shoulder. "Your outfit resembles a transforming safety cover." Seeing Qin Xiao still able to joke around eased Tony's concerns. He muttered under his breath and then suddenly jumped up as if ignited by fire. "All right, sir." The Tin Rings gang and that bald head have once again been swept aside by Tony Stark and Qin Xiao in the vicinity. All the arms personnel have been obliterated once more. On the other side of the desert, the bald head nearly suffered a fatal fit upon receiving this news. All of this was due to Obadiah. Heaven knows the trouble that Tony Stark had brought upon him. Although Tony was clad in his armor, he had instantly recognized the arc reactor in the video sent by his subordinates. "Damn it!" The bald head slammed his fist down on the table. It was only later, during discussions with Obadiah, that he realized the value of that arc reactor. Guarding a gold mine while allowing others to develop missiles was a classic case of suffering from ignorance. After smashing a few items on the table to vent his anger, he pointed to a heavy breastplate stacked in the corner of the room and instructed his men, "Take a picture of this pile of things created by Tony Stark and send it along with this video to Obadiah. He knows the value of this item, and tell him to send us more arms. We must hold him accountable for this loss." The breastplate in the corner was the Mark I, which Tony had yet to finish crafting. When Qin Xiao came to rescue him, he could only manage to bring out the blueprints. A small portion of the initial armor had been created but not yet retrieved. Tony believed that these terrorists probably wouldn't discern its significance, especially since it wasn't a complete product and lacked the blueprints. However, he could not have anticipated that this item would eventually fall into Obadiah's hands. The Middle East is fraught with complex factions, and even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence capabilities would be significantly hampered here. Under normal circumstances, Tony and Qin Xiao's actions would eventually be discovered by Nick Fury. However, it should be noted that S.H.I.E.L.D. currently had personnel conducting comprehensive surveillance on Obadiah. Thus, when Obadiah received the video transmitted by the Ten Rings gang, he was taken aback. This I can recognize Qin Xiao, but the other one is Data Robot. The combat prowess of Tony's armor and Qin Xiao left Nick Fury utterly astounded. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The arc reactor on the chest was too distinctive. This is Tony Stark. Should I commend him for being a true genius in weapon development? This maximizes the war potential of the small arc reactor. What a brilliant idea! Instinctively, Nick Fury wanted to call Coulson to have him reach out to Tony Stark. However, after a moment's contemplation, he dialed Qin Xiao's number instead. Oh, my dear director, my boss, you finally remembered that I am just an intern agent? Nick Fury disregarded Qin Xiao's emphasis on intern and retorted with a hint of sarcasm. I almost forgot I should just grant you an 8th level agent status, seeing as you can confront terrorists head-on in the Middle East. Oh, it seems you even blew up a tank. Truly an outstanding individual. I should have you join the operations team. This last statement was the crux of the matter. Qin Xiao chuckled. Boss, are you dreaming? What Middle East? What Tin Man? Is that a new movie? He continued to jest nonchalantly. Damn it. Stop playing dumb with me. You are an agent under my command. The substantial amount of dollars that mysteriously appears in your bank account each month is due to my signature. Do you understand? Nick Fury crushed his pen in a fit of rage. Of course I know I am your subordinate agent, an intern agent, with a work permit that wouldn't even let me through the Division S door. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, ignoring Nick Fury's fury. Wow. Just as Qin Xiao finished speaking, Tony snapped his fingers, hitting him on the forehead. What are you doing? Qin Xiao mouthed silently. Tony looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Mimicking a gesture of swiping a work permit to gain entry, he then pointed to the plane's instruments. Qin Xiao instantly understood his implication. That matter could not be discussed as the plane was indeed stolen. What are you doing? Nick Fury inquired. Having overheard Qin Xiao's exclamation, I'm out at sea with Tony. You know, there are plenty of youthful and charming girls on board. Just a moment ago, a blonde beauty unexpectedly kissed me. Damn it. Is being handsome my fault? My dear boss, can I claim self-defense if I shoot in such a situation? Qin. Nick Fury's furious shout was loud enough for Tony to hear clearly. Stop fabricating stories. I need you to come to Washington immediately. And about your work permit, damn it. I knew there was a reason a plane was stolen out of nowhere. A Quinjet in the Middle East. I knew it. Come to Washington to see me, now. Faced with Nick Fury's roar, Qin Xiao set his phone to speaker mode, glanced at his left hand, found a finger with a notably long nail, and began to gently scratch the microphone. What? What did you say? Oh, this damn signal, for heaven's sake. I'm taking my boss's call. Hello? Hello? Qin Xiao continued speaking before abruptly hanging up the phone. Bang. Nick Fury smashed his phone against the table, shattering it to pieces. Chapter 33. Coulson's melancholy few could evade S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tracking, but Tony Stark was undoubtedly one of them, especially under the circumstances of a stolen plane. Just as Qin Xiao had finished experiencing the luxury of Tony's intelligent bathtub, Coulson, sporting a touching hairline and a face of earnestness, stood at the door of Tony's residence. Sir, the agent from that long, odious name intelligence agency has arrived. J. Humorously mimicked Tony's tone. Coulson displayed no signs of anger. Is there anything you wish to say? Coulson looked at both of them with a serious expression. You should really watch movies in a theater. The quality of pirated ones is appalling. You could try my private screening room. You'll fall in love with that place. By the way, what is this movie called? Coulson sighed helplessly. Don't you think the thing in the chest of that Tin Man looks remarkably similar to yours? Are you joking? This is an arc reactor. That thing's clearly an LED light, Tony retorted. Coulson, seeing Tony's reaction, turned his attention to Qin Xiao, pointing at the screen, where Qin Xiao was swinging the tank's cannon to smash the vehicle. He asked, Qin, do you have anything to say? That man is quite hideous. Is he your friend? He is truly disgusting. Does he have excrement on his face? As soon as Qin Xiao spoke, Coulson nearly tore his hair out in frustration. Clearly, Qin Xiao's shamelessness exceeded Coulson's expectations. Even Tony struggled to suppress a laugh. Sigh. Coulson sighed deeply once again. He finally understood why Nick Fury had smashed his phone. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Coulson spoke solemnly. Seeing Tony finally nod seriously, he stood up and turned to leave. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would lose every last strand of hair. By the way, our division has lost a Quinjet. Qin, as our agent, do you have any news? Qin Xiao smiled mysteriously. I'm merely an intern agent, but if you're looking for something, let me introduce you to one of the greatest metaphysical arts of Huaxia, fortune-telling. You may consider it a form of divination. Qin Xiao extended his right hand, swiftly tapping his thumb with 4 fingers in succession, while chanting, ZSHHUNIY Little sloppy, truly sloppy, Fa hi, you know nothing of love. Tai Shang Lao Jun, I implore you. Hark! A faint smile graced Qin Xiao's face. Even though Coulson and Tony were well aware that this fellow was merely spouting nonsense, they remained captivated by his eccentric performance. Tony, ever the willing participant, eagerly inquired, So, has the divination succeeded? Where is the aircraft? It's not that simple. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes. We're still one step short. Qin Kuan can dy li zhun sun jin. The 8 trigrams spread across the 4 corners. Find the direction of the shoe. Go. With a booming shout, Qin Xiao cast his shoe into the air. There, you should send someone to follow the shoe's trajectory. It should be near a beach not far from here. Coulson pressed his hand to his forehead, exuding an air of exasperation. Thank you, Agent Qin Xiao. Once we locate the aircraft, I shall report your contribution. No need for thanks. Qin Xiao waved dismissively. Just add a little bonus for me next month. It doesn't have to be much. A mere 5 of the aircraft's price will suffice. Coulson cleared his throat, feeling a surge of frustration. Wait. We can negotiate. 3 is acceptable, or even 1 if necessary. Just a token will do. At a distance, Coulson stumbled upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, nearly losing his balance. What a miser. Qin Xiao muttered behind him. On the aircraft, Qin Xiao and Tony reached a certain understanding. They decided to establish an independent organization, separate from all official departments. However, this matter would need to unfold gradually. For one, there were only 2 of them at present, making it unnecessary. Furthermore, the most pressing concern for Tony was the situation with Obadiah. The following morning, Tony unusually went straight to the office, avoiding all encounters and heading directly to his own office, where he poured 2 glasses of whiskey and waited in silence. He knew that as soon as he arrived at the office, Obadiah would undoubtedly appear. True to form, within 10 minutes, Obadiah was at the office door. Oh, look who it is! Our Tony Stark has finally remembered he has a company. What have you been busy with lately, my chairman? Obadiah sauntered over and took a seat beside Tony. Upon noticing the 2 glasses of whiskey Tony had poured, he paused momentarily before smiling and saying, You always have good liquor here, don't you? After taking a sip, Obadiah lightly tapped the table and remarked, Didn't you say you wanted to pursue renewable energy? I can help you persuade the shareholders, but you need to present something substantial, like the miniature arc reactor in your chest. Instead of relying on that primitive Mark-I suit. No-one had considered this angle, given that Tony had never disclosed the reactor specifications. Even Obadiah had not contemplated it until he saw the video sent by the 10 Rings the previous day. That night, Obadiah summoned his team of scientists. The creation of the armor was straightforward, merely a matter of materials and weaponry. The most complex aspect was the power source. While the arc reactor in Tony's chest appeared simple, Obadiah's team of dozens of experts spent an entire night in meetings without identifying a single research direction. I've seen the video they sent you. I was bound to a chair. I think we need to have a serious conversation, dear Uncle Obadiah. Tony lifted his gaze and began to speak slowly. A new chapter, with crucial data from the previous 100,000 words. Dear readers who enjoy this story, please lend a hand and add it to your bookshelves, and a 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. If you could also click to urge updates and watch a video, that would be even better. Love you all. Chapter 34. Obadiah's strategic retreat upon realizing that Tony Stark was aware of all his actions. Obadiah's demeanor shifted sharply, his eyes narrowing with a newfound intensity, shedding the warmth and admiration he had previously held for his protege. Now that you know everything, what do you intend to do? Humiliate me, seize all that I possess, or have me arrested? Tony, unwavering, fixed his gaze on Obadiah's unfamiliar expression, exhaling heavily. The world may label me a genius, yet it took me decades to truly discern your nature. How have you managed to wear that mask of paternal affection for all these years? This is what I deserve. Tony Stark, I transformed this company into one of the largest in the world, managing it day in and day out, while you merely hide in your ludicrous laboratory crafting a few missiles. The most absurd part is your proclamation of ceasing weapon production. I have grown weary of your reckless folly. You are as naive as a child in an ivory tower. The rules of this world do not operate in such a manner, Tony. This company rightfully belongs in my hands. Obadiah slammed his hand on the table, his voice a thunderous roar as he secretly slipped his hand into his pocket. Within that pocket lay a compact, ultrasonic transmitter capable of inducing paralysis, accompanied by a pair of headphones to counteract the ultrasonic waves. This ends now, Obadiah. Surrender your position on the board and relinquish control of the company. I will acquire your shares for 50 above market value. Find a peaceful place to spend your twilight years, Obadiah, or the next visitors will arrive with guns and handcuffs. You have 5 days. This is my final act of respect for you, Uncle Obadiah. Faced with a somewhat hysterical Obadiah, Tony had no desire to continue the conversation. However, his final words caused Obadiah's hand to slowly retract from his pocket. 5 days was ample time to complete an armor suit.as for the energy source. Didn't Tony Stark already have one? Obadiah appeared to age a decade overnight, yet he complied with Tony's directives with utmost diligence. Business operations and stacks of documents flowed seamlessly. It felt akin to entrusting his own child to another's care. He meticulously explained the child's dietary restrictions and preferences, a natural emotional outpouring for someone who had devoted half a lifetime to this company. This display even led Tony Stark to lower his guard. In response to his team's reports, Tony merely remarked, "Let him be. If it takes longer, so be it. Just ensure he signs everything in 5 days." Thus, Obadiah feigned cooperation as he managed the transitional handover of authority. Recounting the company's history and the purpose behind each project, he firmly held Tony's people to the documents in the office while privately maintaining complete control over the factory and laboratory. Within the area he had dubbed Zone 16, a steel behemoth gradually took shape in Marbury's mansion. Tony sat on the couch and dialed Pepper's number. All documents were prepared. As long as Obadiah officially resigned at tomorrow's board meeting and signed the share transfer, everything would be set. "All right, please attend the board meeting tomorrow. I will have Happy pick you up in the morning." Tony desired to avoid facing Obadiah's departure at the office. "Sure, but no need to pick me up. I will stay at the office tonight. You have no idea how busy I've been lately. I haven't even had time to sleep. You ought to give me a raise, boss." Pepper understood Tony's sentiments, agreeing to his request while jokingly reminding him of his obligations. After hanging up, Tony appeared somewhat despondent. "Sir, Mr. Obadiah Stane is at the door. He requests to see you." Following Qin Xiao's strong suggestion and the harrowing images of Middle Eastern terrorists, Tony had revoked Obadiah's access to his home. Thus, Obadiah, who typically could enter Tony's mansion freely, now stood at the entrance. Communicating with JRVIS, Tony picked up a remote control on the table and pressed a button. The image of Obadiah at the door materialized. "Tony, open the door. I am leaving tomorrow. I purchased a small island in the Indian Ocean. Are you really denying me a chance to say goodbye?" Obadiah no longer exuded his usual charisma. His once imposing figure now appeared somewhat desolate, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Tony hesitated, rubbing his face. Let him in. Ultimately, Tony could not bear to refuse Obadiah standing at the door. "Tony, I am truly sorry. I have given this considerable thought over the past few days. I came today to express my apologies and bid farewell." As Obadiah slowly approached, he inquired, "How is the view on that little island?" Tony remained seated on the couch, responding slowly, "It is simply paradise. To be honest, I should have done this long ago. Some things only become clear once you let go. Then you realize what is truly essential in life: sunshine, fine wine, cigars, fishing, and of course, the company of lovely ladies. Wouldn't you agree?" Obadiah exuded an air of someone who had seen through it all and finally let go. "Congratulations, Obadiah." Tony genuinely felt a surge of happiness for him. Looking up and speaking sincerely, however, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed something amiss with Obadiah. Both of his ears were fitted with headphones. Alas, a sudden thought exploded in Tony's mind. A piercing sound emanated from Obadiah. In an instant, the veins on Tony's body became prominent, plunging him into a state of paralysis. He was utterly immobilized. The ultrasonic emitter, capable of rendering a person instantly incapacitated, was his own invention, a project that was subsequently terminated by the government. To his astonishment, Obadiah still possessed one. "You truly ought to congratulate me, for I am on the verge of becoming one of the most powerful individuals in this world," Obadiah proclaimed, his previous despondency replaced by a menacing demeanor. Chapter 35. Iron Man vs. Iron Monger. I must extend my gratitude to those avaricious terrorists. Had they heeded my words and killed you outright, I would have thought you, the golden egg-laying goose, to be of no further value. Yet, you have surprised me, Tony, by laying the greatest golden egg of your life. As Obadiah spoke, he retrieved a magnetic absorber from his pocket, one that matched the size of Tony's arc reactor. "You are indeed a genius, Tony. This device will transform the entire world." With a forceful press of a button, the arc reactor was slowly lifted. It's breathtaking. Truly a work of art, a perfect masterpiece. "You know, I crafted a suit even more powerful than your latest toy for this masterpiece." Obadiah admired the reactor, casting a disdainful glance at Tony. "You have not grown at all from the age of 21. You truly believed I would hand over the company to you." Obadiah struck Tony with a dismissive gesture. "You think to acquire my shares at 50% above market price? To oust me from my kingdom? Enjoy your last few minutes of life, Tony. You won't feel lonely. Pepper will soon come down to keep you company. She truly is a wonderful woman. Is she not?" Obadiah laughed maniacally as he departed. Tony slumped on the couch, straining to move even the slightest bit, unable to utter a word. The clock on the wall ticked away 193 seconds before he finally exhaled in relief. "JRVIS, call Qin and have him rush to Stark Industries. Pepper is in danger." After instructing JRVIS, Tony staggered toward the basement, rapidly dialing Pepper's number, but for some reason, her phone went unanswered. He tumbled down the long staircase, finally reaching his workstation, but despite his efforts, he could not grasp the first-generation miniature arc reactor that Pepper had repackaged. Tony let out a hoarse cry. Without the arc reactor, he felt as though shrapnel had lodged in his veins. Inexplicably struggling to breathe, he hoped that Qin would arrive at the company in time to save Pepper. Surely he would be fine. As Tony's consciousness began to fade, just when he was about to give up, his clumsy, often mocked metal arm robot seemed to sense its master's plight. It slowly approached from afar and, with a sweeping motion, knocked the arc reactor off the table. The glass casing shattered upon impact. With a surge of determination, Tony summoned all his strength, seized the arc reactor, and thrust it into his chest. "Oh, good boy." He took a deep breath, not forgetting to commend the metal arms. At last, he felt revived. A sensation akin to being reborn. "Have you reached Qin yet?" "I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Qin did not answer the call. There's no time left, Pepper." The importance of Pepper to Tony was evident. Revitalized, he hurriedly donned his armor and instructed J. A point or point V point I point S point to continue attempting to contact her. Fortunately, as he soared toward the company, Pepper finally answered the phone. "Tony," she exclaimed, having just finished work and noticing the multitude of missed calls from Tony Stark on her muted phone. "Oh my God. Are you all right, Tony? I mean, what will you do without the arc reactor?" Like Tony, Pepper was initially concerned for his safety. "I'm fine. Thankfully, I have the Stark heart you gave me. I'm on my way to the company now." "You need to leave immediately." "Oh, all right." Realizing Tony was unharmed, Pepper rushed toward the elevator. However, just as she arrived at the company entrance, the asphalt beneath her began to convulse. A towering iron giant, over 3 meters high, erupted from the ground, emerging from a secret research facility. My God. Pepper stumbled back, astonished as she beheld Iron Monger. "Pepper, it's so fortunate that you're here. I will take you to reunite with Tony." Obadiah, controlling Iron Monger, raised his iron arm. If Qin were present, he would undoubtedly marvel at the whims of fate, as his arrival had altered many events, even preceding the birth of the iron armor by a full 2 months. It was as if everything had been preordained to that very moment, just as Pepper was about to be turned into a sieve by the Gatling gun mounted on Iron Monger's arm. Tony descended from the sky in his armor. Whoosh! The propulsion accelerated as he crashed into Iron Monger's head, breaking through the wall and tumbling onto the bustling street outside. The two iron figures, one large and one small, collided with a large delivery truck, both rolling into the middle of the road. The sudden appearance of such a colossal entity obstructed a lane, causing nearby vehicles to swerve and collide in the ensuing chaos. Drivers, oblivious to the cause of the disruption, frantically honked their horns. One vehicle swerved sharply to avoid the blockade of Ironmonger and Iron Man, but another, traveling at high speed, was less fortunate. The driver, startled by the sudden turn, slammed on the brakes just before crashing into Ironmonger. Before he could catch his breath, Obadiah maneuvered Ironmonger to rise from the ground, seizing the nearby vehicle. Amid the driver's terrified screams, he raised the vehicle high as a weapon, channeling all his energy into his chest. Tony noticed the presence of passengers in the car and quickly shouted a warning. The arc reactor on his chest flared to life, unleashing a laser beam thicker than a palm, which struck Ironmonger, sending him tumbling several times. In that moment, Tony extended his hands, and Mark II deftly caught the descending vehicle. Chapter 36. Qin's entrance. Just as he placed the vehicle down to allow its driver to escape, Obadiah seized a speeding motorcycle, indifferent to the fate of its unfortunate rider. The motorcycle crashed into a nearby bus, toppling it over. Before Tony could rise from the ground, Ironmonger leapt heavily, crushing Mark II beneath his weight. Not satisfied with merely stepping on him, he raised his foot and stomped down twice more. Do you feel the disparity in our strength, Tony? My God, I adore this armor. As he spoke, he seized Tony and hurled him toward a nearby bus. Fortunately, the bus had halted during their initial confrontation, and all the passengers had evacuated. Otherwise, the impact would have been catastrophic. Tony, aware of the crowd, knew that a battle here could endanger countless lives. Rising swiftly, he poured all his energy into propulsion, igniting 4 jets from his hands and feet. Launching Mark II into the sky. Tony, it seems you've improved your armor. Too bad I've made considerable modifications to mine. As Obadiah's voice echoed, Ironmonger's feet emitted plumes of smoke and flames, propelling him upward. In terms of speed, Ironmonger should have been no match for Mark II. However, Ironmonger's reactor was new, while Tony's was old and nearly depleted. As both ascended higher into the sky, Mark II gradually fell behind Ironmonger. Energy levels at 12, energy levels at 9. S voice echoed relentlessly in Tony's ears. Stop talking and just display it on the screen, Tony shouted back, continuing his ascent. Bang! A metallic clang resonated as Ironmonger caught up and seized Tony by the ankle. Damn it! Tony cursed as Ironmonger yanked him close, his massive hands gripping Tony's armor around the neck, akin to an adult restraining an infant. The good news was that ice began to form on Ironmonger, even as they continued to rise. Did you see that, Tony? I am stronger than you, possessing greater power. This is the true maximization of the arc reactor's potential. How did you resolve the issue of icing? Tony's casual inquiry regarding this matter stood in stark contrast to Obadiah's bewilderment, as he struggled to comprehend the mention of an icing problem. The Ironmonger, already encrusted with frost, was on the verge of collapse. Even the reactor embedded within its chest flickering dimly. You ought to conduct a thorough inspection. Tony gently tapped the Ironmonger's head. Deprived of energy, the Ironmonger relinquished its grip, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. It was only then that Tony exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. He could only freefall while intermittently using his thrusters to slow his descent. After a tumultuous journey, he finally crashed onto the rooftop of Stark Industries, shattering the railing in the process, rolling to a halt, with his left suit scattered somewhere unknown. Thank God, he muttered under his breath as he promptly contacted Pepper. Pepper, are you all right? Tony, I'm fine. How about you? Pepper had been anxiously watching as the Ironmonger and Tony ascended, the stark difference in their colossal forms heightening her concern for Tony's safety. I'm well, just out of power. I need to remove my suit first. Oh, before she could finish, the Ironmonger had arrived on the rooftop, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tony flying. Fortunately, he did not meet his demise as he did during his initial encounter with ice. Instead, he regained his composure midair and soared back toward the Ironmonger. Steadying himself, Tony instinctively raised his left hand to fire the repulsor, only to realize that his left suit had vanished. In a moment of desperation, he utilized the scant energy remaining to leap to the height of the Ironmonger's head, delivering a fierce blow. With a resounding thud, it was but a mere jest against the Ironmonger's formidable armor, lacking the energy to sustain any significant impact. Once again, The Ironmonger seized Tony's suit at the waist, preparing to crush both him and the armor. Tony's prowess as Iron Man stemmed from more than just the suit. In this dire moment, he swiftly severed some external connections of the Ironmonger. This was one of its flaws. Crafted entirely from dense alloy metal, it boasted immense defensive capabilities but restricted its weapon systems to external options. Unlike in the films, Tony did not have the time to damage the Ironmonger's sensory systems before Obadiah, having regained his composure, seized him by the throat and hurled him away. At this point, Tony was utterly drained of energy, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground while the Ironmonger approached him with its cumbersome frame. Adios over, Tony, unable to penetrate the armor with bullets. Obadiah resorted to using his fists. A colossal metal fist struck out with a resounding boom. A small, normal-sized human fist emerged, effectively intercepting the Ironmonger's blow. Following the dull thud of impact, a wave of tremendous force radiated outward, creating a shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. I think you should help me buy furniture for my new house. What do you think, Tony? Chapter 37. The human stick. The video shot by the Ten Rings gang depicted a terrorist hiding among civilians. It was filmed after the battle had nearly concluded, primarily showcasing Tony's Iron Man suit. As for Qin Xiao, he only appeared in the last 2 or 3 seconds, smashing a tank. Unfortunately, Obadiah, having seen enough of the video, shifted his gaze and failed to notice the footage of Qin Xiao. Thus, Qin Xiao's punch nearly dislodged Obadiah's jaw from its socket. This is impossible. Obadiah, having acquired the arc reactor and activated his invincible Ironmonger, felt invulnerable, only to be met with a punch from someone who appeared so frail. This cannot be. Doubt clouded Obadiah's mind regarding the authenticity of the recent blow. The arc reactor on his chest surged with energy, delivering a full-powered punch aimed squarely at Qin Xiao. Judging solely by the area of impact, this punch could nearly encompass half of Qin Xiao's body. Come on, you bastard, Qin Xiao bellowed, unleashing a punch of his own. Lying nearby, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. He understood the sheer might of the Ironmonger. He was shocked that Qin Xiao could withstand a punch that was evidently more powerful than the previous one. Clearly, Tony's understanding of Qin Xiao was still insufficient, underestimating his audacity. What appeared to be an all-out clash was merely a feint. As their fists neared collision, Qin Xiao deftly sidestepped, evading the Ironmonger's strike. Boom! The Ironmonger's fist smashed into the rooftop, creating a sizable crater. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao wore a sly grin, having inexplicably produced a knife. With a flick of his wrist, he brandished a gleaming black saber. Gripping it tightly with both hands, he swung downward with ferocity. The blade flashed, severing the Ironmonger's right arm cleanly at the elbow. Damn. Obadiah was at a loss for words, utterly shocked. Qin Xiao was no fool. His initial punch was to save Tony, appearing evenly matched with the Ironmonger. However, after that punch, it was clear that Qin Xiao's right hand felt slightly numb, although it was nothing significant given his regenerative abilities. Facing a second punch that was evidently over twice the power of the first, only a fool would engage directly. With the Ironmonger's weapon systems destroyed, only the Gatling gun on its right arm remained operational. Now, with the entire forearm severed by Qin Xiao's blade, what a fool! Qin Xiao uttered a classic phrase from Huaxia culture. While the Gatling posed no threat to Qin Xiao, its absence rendered the Ironmonger utterly foolish. Tony, watch as I reduce this guy to a mere stick. He quipped over his shoulder to Tony, only to notice flames erupting from the Ironmonger's legs, accompanied by billowing smoke with its weapon systems incapacitated and one arm severed. It was utterly unfathomable for Obadiah to engage in a fistfight with Qin Xiao. Seizing the moment while conversing with Tony, Obadiah initiated flight, preparing to flee. Unfortunately, the cumbersome Ironmonger's ascent was painfully slow. With flames billowing, it gradually lifted off the ground. Oh, leaving without a word? Look at your thruster. We're both in suits, but yours is so environmentally unfriendly. Come down here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Xiao swung his blade, executing a diagonal slash. The Ironmonger's stout metal legs severed from its body. The massive frame crashed down, and Qin Xiao stepped forward, swiftly severing the Ironmonger's left arm. What had once been a formidable titan of armor was reduced to a mere stick by Qin Xiao's blades. Casting a glance back at Tony, Qin Xiao leapt onto the Ironmonger's elevated frame. Locating the connection points, he contemplated a simpler approach, given that the material was not classified as a special alloy. Raising his saber, he suddenly heard Tony shout behind him. "Qin," Tony called, his meaning unmistakable. After a moment of silence, Qin Xiao finally spoke. "Do you remember how many graves were beside Ethan?" With that, Tony turned away, recalling the Middle Eastern massacre perpetrated by the terrorists of the Ten Rings. Regardless of the weapons provided or the subsequent retaliation against Ethan due to Tony's kidnapping, the heavy burden of bloodshed could not escape Obadiah's share. As Tony averted his gaze, Qin Xiao wasted no time, swiftly striking. Obadiah let out a muffled groan from within the ironmonger. Qin Xiao withdrew his blade, repositioned, and delivered another strike, shaking off the blood before sheathing his saber. He claimed he had purchased a small island to retire on and shared a slew of philosophical insights. What a pity. Tony muttered quietly beside him. "Enough. I understand your reluctance. Even if he bought an island, it's futile. We have a saying in Huaxia, what goes around comes around. Debts must be repaid." Qin Xiao plopped down beside Tony. "By the way, why didn't you answer your phone?" "I was in the shower. I only realized after I finished. Jarvis informed me, and I rushed over." "Can you still get up?" "I can, but I might need your help to remove my armor." Currently, the suit cannot detach automatically. After much effort, they eventually managed to disassemble the armor piece by piece. Tony gazed at the ironmonger in silence for a moment before stating, "This thing cannot remain. The behemoth below must also be dealt with. The events of tonight will undoubtedly become known to all. We must destroy both." Tony was speaking of the colossal prototype of the arc reactor. After Tony's miniature reactor was revealed alongside the armor, this large-scale reactor is bound to attract the covetous glances of many factions. Although everyone is acutely aware that they are not Tony Stark and that shrinking it down is no trivial matter, one must certainly give it a try, right? The allure of the Iron Man armor is simply too great. How do we destroy it? Do we need to push this behemoth down? Qin Xiao inquired, gesturing towards the ironmonger. "No need. Let's head down to find Pepper. We can watch the fireworks together." Chapter 38. The expensive fireworks display the ironmonger's armor, along with Obadiah's corpse, the Mark II that Tony had just removed after a battle, and an entire Stark Industries building, were all reduced to mere fireworks by Tony utilizing the large arc reactor prototype. Tony glanced at the fireworks and then at Pepper, his gaze betraying a hidden tenderness and admiration. After this evening, the wayward son suddenly recognized the significance of Pepper in his life, not merely as an assistant in work and life, but something far more profound. Meanwhile, only Qin Xiao, observing the now ablaze building, furrowed his brow and muttered, "How much does this cost?" Setting aside the incalculable prototype, the value of this building, the ironmonger, plus the once-used Mark II, was staggering. Qin Xiao had initially intended to bring the Mark II down, but Tony had informed him that it was damaged and no longer needed. Damn it, a little refurbishment would restore it to pristine condition, especially considering the titanium alloy used. This is space station-grade material. Qin Xiao recalled Tony's demeanor when he made that statement, akin to an ordinary person tossing away an empty drink bottle. As a child, after finishing his drink, his grandmother would save the bottle, insisting it could be sold. The expression Qin Xiao wore while discarding the bottle was strikingly similar to that of his grandmother's reasoning. Just throw it away. It takes up space and won't fetch much. He had never realized how impactful those words could be. Qin Xiao cast a glance at Tony, who was whispering with Pepper in the distance, contemplating whether to confront him in anger, that wealthy scoundrel. Mission completed. Ironmonger exterminated. Reward points, 1,000. The points credited eased Qin Xiao's mind considerably. Obadiah was dead, and Tony had transformed into Iron Man with the conclusion of Iron Man 1. A total of 4,000 points had been accrued, bringing him one step closer to unlocking the second-tier marketplace. Tio Qin Xiao, the first-tier marketplace had little utility. 3,000 points seemed to have nowhere to be spent. After much contemplation, 3 billion seemed substantial. Indeed, a wealthy individual, yet when compared to Tony, well, Qin Xiao conceded. Regardless of personal strength or advanced technological prowess, even with the system graciously providing a conversion rate of 1 point for 1 million currency, it was all aimed at ensuring a better life in that world. Although both were traversals, the other side represented Qin Xiao's reality, while this place felt more like a side quest, a game. Yet, upon his arrival in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he had met Black Widow, joined Shield and even become good friends with Tony. This connection only intensified Qin Xiao's sense of belonging here. Moreover, his own strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to call him superhuman. He had to suppress his abilities, for one individual could not contend against the entire world. Otherwise, he might find himself disassembled and subjected to experiments. Qin Xiao did not believe that possessing 30 of Hulk's power would render him invincible and fearless. This was precisely why, from the outset, he had desperately sought to acquire Tony's artificial intelligence program through real estate investments, to establish his own powerful kingdom in that world. Ensuring a stable future. Only when his resources and influence reached a certain level could he live without fear. The massive explosion at Stark Industries was no trivial matter. Furthermore, Tony and the Iron Monger had engaged in a spectacular battle in the middle of the street, with countless onlookers witnessing the two armors soaring into the sky. Given that the events of the day could not be concealed, it was essential to adeptly leverage S. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his identity as A.S. H.I.E.L.D. agent. Thus, at the onset of the fireworks display, Qin Xiao had called Coulson. After all, cleaning up after such incidents was a specialty of every intelligence agency, was it not? Coulson, leading a team from SHIELD, managed to control the narrative online, assessing how many videos had been uploaded. He also needed to devise a plausible explanation within a single night, one that the public would accept. It was unclear whether Coulson had gone without sleep. But the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Qin Xiao was jolted awake by a phone call. Coulson, damn it. Did you forget to check the time? Even the chickens on the farm haven't risen yet. Do you know that lack of sleep can lead to hair loss, you wretched scoundrel? Qin Xiao answered the call with a roar. Motherf. Coulson, the honest man, was nearly driven to the brink by Qin Xiao's outburst. Wasn't that akin to cursing a bald man in front of a monk? The trouble was caused by them, and yet it was he who had to clean up the mess, now, when asked to assist on site. What was the issue? By organizational structure, he was technically one of his subordinates, right? Coulson, having not slept a wink, ran a hand over his receding hairline, desperately suppressing the urge to draw his weapon and take Qin Xiao out. To be honest, if he were merely an ordinary agent, Coulson wouldn't hesitate to give him a proper lesson in decorum. However, as Nick Fury's top confidant, he was well aware of the existence of the Avengers Initiative and understood Fury's purpose in recruiting Qin Xiao into S.H. Therefore, he had to stifle his anger, though he still gritted his teeth and retorted. I spent the entire night just to clean up after you, and you should be helping out, right? Intern agent, haha. Even if your hair falls out a bit more, it won't be noticeable. It's no big deal. I'm still young and in need of ample sleep. Qin Xiao chuckled, his morning irritation dissipating. Although his words remained irreverent, he began to rise. While engaging in such public relations work was indeed part of their job, the events of the previous night were undeniably of his own making. If it weren't for his initial demands, there wouldn't have been so many subsequent complications. Chapter 39. I am Iron Man as long as you adhere to what you just stated. Even if certain media outlets express skepticism, they won't be able to stir up too much controversy. We are quite experienced in this regard and know how to gradually make this situation fade from the public eye. Coulson handed over a note, stating, Here's your alibi. You were on a yacht at the time, and as for Obadiah, he will die in a private plane crash in a week. Tony was perusing the morning headlines, which boldly proclaimed, Who is Iron Man? The moniker Iron Man was indeed appealing. Although my armor's exterior is made of titanium alloy, it is still fitting. I rather enjoy this nickname. Tony mused as he scrutinized the newspaper. Seeing that Tony had not responded to Coulson, Pepper turned to him and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss on how to address the media today. We truly appreciate everything you've done. Not at all. It is our duty. Moreover, one of our intern agents played a significant role in this matter, so it could be considered an internal affair. Coulson seized the opportunity to tease Qin Xiao. At that moment, Qin Xiao stood nearby, impeccably dressed in a black suit, resembling a competent agent or security guard. Indeed, he was the instigator of this entire situation, and today he should be the one explaining it to the media. Tony pointed at Qin Xiao, speaking in a sarcastic tone, and you better be mindful of your role, instigator. You ought to go out and maintain order among the reporters in that outfit. Understood, Mr. Stark. This response genuinely surprised Tony. What have you done to him? How could he suddenly become so obedient? You haven't used any mind control devices on him, have you? Tony joked, gesturing towards Qin Xiao. Our boss threatened him, stating that if he didn't cooperate with my work today, his monthly salary would be suspended. You see, this fellow recently purchased a rather nice apartment. He should be short on funds, Coulson chuckled, his face beaming with delight. Last time in the Middle East, both men had faced a setback in front of these two. Although Qin Xiao had voluntarily offered to assist this morning, without Nick Fury's call, he would never have complied so readily. In truth, commanding this fellow was quite fulfilling. With all preparations complete, outside, Colonel Rhodes had been rambling in front of reporters for a good half hour. Tony opened his arms wide, allowing Pepper to help him don his jacket. As he gazed at the charming and attentive Pepper, Tony suddenly felt as though he had been overlooking this young woman beside him. What was it that Qin Xiao had said about the Chinese proverb? A rabbit does not eat the grass next to its burrow. Indeed, it must be that the grass near the rabbit hole was not enticing enough. Clearing his throat slightly, he took another glance at Pepper, who was adjusting his clothing. Tony still believed that a different setting would be more appropriate for a conversation. Coulson had already signaled to Rhodes outside. Colonel Rhodes, having had enough of his rambling, directly opened his mouth to speak. At present, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement. However, he will not entertain any questions today. Thank you, everyone. As Tony took the stage, applause erupted from the audience. Every journalist present harbored a fondness for Tony Stark, not merely due to his charm, but rather because this man was a veritable goldmine of shocking news. Tony surveyed the reporters below, casting a glance at Qin Xiao, who remained silent in the corner. He shot him a provocative look, to which Qin Xiao responded subtly with a discreet middle finger. A chuckle escaped Tony's lips, quickly followed by a few awkward coughs as he addressed the crowd. It's been a while since I've seen you all, and today I have prepared a statement. He retrieved the so-called official statement prepared by Coulson and the team from his pocket. Regarding the rumors circulating about my alleged involvement in last night's events. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, do you genuinely expect us to believe that a bodyguard clad in armor uttered such nonsense? A female journalist interrupted Tony, someone he not only recognized but had also shared a brief romantic encounter with. She was dedicated to reporting on Stark Industries' alleged arms dealings with terrorists, referring to Tony Stark as a butcher. Yet, he couldn't resist pointing at Qin Xiao, declaring indeed, there was a bodyguard in armor present. And he stands right here, that guy over there. Do you see him? The cool kid in sunglasses? He was the one last night. Following the direction of Tony's finger, the room erupted with flashing cameras directed at Qin Xiao. Damn! Qin Xiao was caught off guard, muttering an expletive as he faced a barrage of reporters. He flashed a rather rehearsed smile and raised his right hand near his chin in a casual gesture. The primary concern at today's press conference was the identity of Iron Man. Now that Tony Stark had spoken, regardless of the truth of his claims, Qin Xiao had become the focal point of the journalists' attention. Only that female journalist remained seated in the front row, unwavering, as she gazed at Tony Stark and remarked coolly, "So he is the one in the armor. All right, Mr. Stark. Then who is the one wielding the narrow sword?" This was a frame captured by a night vision camera. Although the colors appeared somewhat distorted and the image lacked clarity, it was unmistakably evident that Qin Xiao was seen wielding a broadsword, severing the lower limbs of the Iron Monger. Furthermore, it was clear that the individual was indeed Qin Xiao. In contrast, a figure of Tony appeared in a corner, though his helmet had fallen off. The angle and lack of focus rendered him barely recognizable, only discernible as a Caucasian. The audience erupted once more in astonishment. No one had anticipated that footage of the rooftop battle existed. The female journalist beamed with triumph, awaiting Tony Stark's explanation. She had been investigating him for quite some time. His romantic escapades, his company. To secure first-hand information, she had even bribed the head of security from an office building across the street, equipping him with various surveillance cameras and remote recording devices. She had specifically instructed him to begin filming whenever the lights illuminated the upper floors of Stark Industries at night. Coincidentally, the previous night, the security guard witnessed Tony and the Ironmonger soaring through the streets. Mistaking it for an alien encounter, he hastily grabbed his equipment and pursued them to the rooftop, only to find nothing. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon the scene atop Stark Industries. Once he hastily set up his equipment and figured out how to activate the night vision, he captured the moment when Qin Xiao severed the Ironmonger's leg. Thankfully, his equipment was not overly professional, capturing only Qin Xiao's appearance clearly, while the cornered Tony remained indistinct due to angle and focus issues. Although Iron Man's visage was not clearly captured, it was sufficient for the moment. This female journalist was eager to see how Tony Stark would refute the claims. Surprisingly, after a brief silence, Tony tossed his prepared statement onto the table and openly admitted, "Let me correct myself. It's called a Dow. Furthermore, you guessed it correctly. I am Iron Man." Tony then flashed a peace sign at the camera. Chapter 40. Scandals in Soir-es. The following day, nearly every newspaper headline featured two men flashing peace signs. One, an attractive young Oriental man. The other, the dashing Tony Stark. The headlines predominantly fell into two categories. Tony Stark transforms into Iron Man, joining forces with the young Oriental samurai to defeat the malevolent Ironmonger. Or alternatively, Tony Stark and the young Oriental, two newly emerged superheroes coming out together. The two peace signs were interpreted as a public display of affection, akin to a couple's gesture. Compared to the first interpretation, the latter was evidently more appealing to the gossip-hungry populace. Moreover, in contrast to Western beauty standards, Qin Xiao appeared notably refined, not effeminate, but with fair skin and delicate features. Certainly a sight that would attract the attention of many unsavory characters were he to be incarcerated. Even Pepper Potts, upon seeing the newspaper featuring the two men side by side with peace signs, jested that Tony and Qin Xiao seemed rather well matched. "Those damn media. I ought to set their television station ablaze. They claim I'm coming out, and to top it off, they portray me as a submissive. I am a staunch heterosexual, and my manhood is far sturdier than my sword." "All right," Qin Xiao seethed, pointing angrily at a talk show host on the television who was animatedly recounting the intimate tales of Tony Stark and Qin Xiao. "Where's your legal team? I need to borrow them. I intend to sue them for defamation. This is outright slander." Qin Xiao slammed his hand against the armrest of the sofa, producing a loud thud. Tony shot him a sidelong glance, his fingers continuing to fly over the keyboard of his computer. Obadiah was dead, and there were numerous matters within the company needing attention. Although he had engaged a professional team, with the weaponry division eliminated, Tony needed to produce something of substance. Recently, he had been designing a renewable energy source based on the principles of the arc reactor, and remarkably, he had moved his workspace from his mansion's garage to the company office. After all, some disgruntled shareholders required his personal reassurance, given that the Stark name was a golden ticket. Tony was indifferent to external opinions, particularly concerning his rumored relationship with Qin Xiao, although he was displeased by certain media outlets distorting his sexual orientation. Noticing Tony's lack of engagement, Qin Xiao turned to Coulson, who had just entered the office. "Weren't you supposed to help me clean up this mess? Do you not see that these headlines are an egregious affront to my dignity? This is a country of free speech, you know. Regarding Obadiah's demise, we have made considerable efforts to exonerate you. However, the footage does not depict your actions as justifiable self-defense," Coulson remarked, referencing the video of Qin Xiao being secretly filmed. The Ironmonger had evidently lost the capacity to resist, yet Qin Xiao had relentlessly plunged his sword deep into him. Strictly speaking, this could be construed as excessive self-defense. "Then what do you want from me? Surely you aren't here to inform me to return to work?" He was still contemplating waiting until his house was completed, to replicate the specialized smart program Tony had designed for him before departing. "The boss wants to meet with both of you. I'm here to schedule a time." Nick Fury wished to meet them, primarily concerning the Avengers Initiative. The capabilities Qin Xiao had displayed, as analyzed by SHIELD far surpassed those of a so-called super-soldier. As for Tony Stark's armor, it required no further elaboration. It was a weapon of unprecedented advancement, especially considering Tony Stark's renowned intellect. Strictly speaking, this was merely the first generation of the product. Who could predict its future advancements? It was well known that JRVI's the rudimentary artificial intelligence was hardly a secret. A miniaturized arc reactor and steel armor, if equipped with an artificial intelligence command system, combined with Tony Stark's formidable financial resources, would render him a singularly terrifying force. They arranged to meet in 2 days, and Coulson hurriedly departed. Qin Xiao learned that his house would require approximately another week for completion. He nodded in satisfaction, preparing to turn away when Tony, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly looked up and said, "By the way, there's a party tomorrow night. You know, now that I've become Iron Man, some friends have insisted on celebrating together. Just a bunch of bored wealthy folks, right? More importantly, there will be plenty of beautiful models. What do you say, care to join? With an abundance of lovely ladies. Who would be a fool not to attend?" Black Widow had been elusive for quite some time, making it difficult to even contemplate any flirtation. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Xiao had formulated a plan to pursue a voluptuous woman. Yet the narrative had revolved around Iron Man, leaving little opportunity. Now, with a party on the horizon, it would be remiss not to attend. The party was to be held on the rooftop of a particular hotel. Such rooftop venues were plentiful throughout Los Angeles. Nearly every respectable hotel had transformed their rooftop into a party space. After all, this was Los Angeles, home to countless wealthy celebrities and media moguls, where parties constituted an essential aspect of daily life. Tony had attended and hosted innumerable such gatherings in his lifetime, characterized by vibrant music, a DJ spinning tracks, professional bartenders, and an infinity pool. The most pivotal aspect was the throng of young women, each adorned with various skin tones, flaunting their ample bosoms and long legs throughout the rooftop. Qin Xiao even caught sight of a few second- or third-tier sensual actresses, frequently gracing the silver screen. Now, this truly epitomized a party. This was life. Tony, you ought to have brought me to such a place long ago. The arrival of the two was undoubtedly the focal point of the event. If one were to speak of the most sensational news figures at present, they would not be political figures nor major celebrities, but rather Tony Stark and the enigmatic Huaxia individual, Qin Xiao. Listening to Qin Xiao's excited chatter, Tony couldn't help but smile. He promptly thrust Qin Xiao into the crowd. "Ladies, who among you will conquer this little wild bull tonight? I'll personally gift her a brand new sports car." Tony's words instantly ignited a wave of excitement around them. Many young girls in attendance were emerging actresses from Hollywood. Setting aside the allure of Tony Stark's reward, merely stirring up a rumor with this Eastern youth could generate a plethora of headlines and buzz. Not to mention, he was now recognized as one of the two latest superheroes alongside Tony Stark, following Captain America.as for the rumors surrounding him and Tony Stark. No one cared about their veracity. Chapter 41. The teased Qin Xiao. Surrounded by a multitude of flirtatious women, Qin Xiao, who had initially come with the intent to charm, found himself somewhat at a loss. The fervor of this crowd, fueled by the allure of a popular figure and the promise of Tony's sports car, was almost overwhelming. While Qin Xiao could engage in playful banter, he hesitated to take any tangible steps forward. This was not due to a lack of boldness. Rather, it stemmed from traditional Huaxia values, which dictate that a degree of communication and emotional groundwork is necessary before progressing to deeper interactions. In simpler terms, he was a bit repressed. Yet, no amount of shyness could deter the fiery enthusiasm of the stunning girls surrounding him. It must be said, though Western women may not possess the delicate features of their Eastern counterparts, their alabaster skin and voluptuous figures certainly compensated for it. Moreover, all the attendees were youthful girls under the age of 25, far from the age when Western women begin to show signs of aging. Coupled with the stimulating music and alcohol, after over 2 hours of revelry, Qin Xiao found himself being supported by two delightful ladies as they made their way towards a hotel room on a lower floor. The party organizers had reserved several floors above for the enthusiastic mingling of men and women. Hence, Qin Xiao casually selected an unoccupied room and stepped inside. Barely crossing the threshold, the two eager young enchantresses enclosed him, one planting a kiss on his lips while the other unfastened his clothing, trailing kisses down his neck. Being assailed by two beautiful young women was a dream scenario for many men. Qin Xiao's gaze grew hazy as they tugged and pulled him from the corridor to the bedside, their garments strewn haphazardly along the way. Just as he was about to take the plunge, the cursed ringtone of his phone blared to life. "Oh, for heaven's sake. You'd better give me a good reason, whoever you are." Without even glancing at the caller ID, Qin Xiao bellowed in frustration. It seemed he had unwittingly intruded upon someone's romantic escapade, igniting their ire. Should he intervene to quell the fury of their rookie agent? The voice on the other end, cheerful and teasing, extinguished half of his anger. It was Black Widow. "Natasha, you completed your mission. My God, you have no idea how worried I was about you. Did you just say to come up? Are you downstairs at the hotel?" As he spoke, Qin Xiao stealthily peered out the window. He pretended not to hear Natasha's earlier invitation, though it had sounded quite tempting. "Really? Thank you for your concern. I miss our rookie agent as well. I intended to rush over to see you right after completing my mission, but it seems I've interrupted your intimate rendezvous with two lovely ladies. Damn it." Qin Xiao cursed inwardly. Although he and Natasha had yet to establish any formal relationship, he couldn't shake the feeling of being caught in a compromising situation. Despite these thoughts, he stubbornly retorted over the phone, "What ladies? Why don't you come up and check for yourself?" As he spoke, he contemplated whether he should knock out the two girls and toss them into the adjacent room if Natasha truly decided to come up. Fortunately, Natasha showed no intent to ascend, yet her words sparked a flurry of thoughts in Qin Xiao's mind. Igniting a primal fervor, I'm not fond of hotel rooms. How about we go to your place for a drink instead? Qin Xiao nodded eagerly. While he felt it a waste to abandon two beautiful women, there would be ample opportunities in such a party environment. However, Black Widow was one of a kind. Thus, under the furious glares and shouts of the two girls, Qin Xiao hastily donned his clothing and rushed into the bathroom to check for any traces of lipstick on his face or neck. Satisfied with his appearance, he quickly tidied his hair and dashed downstairs. Rushing out of the hotel, he spotted Black Widow in a sleek black dress, one elegantly crossed leg resting against a striking black sports car. What is this? You're willing to leave those two lovely ladies upstairs behind? She teased, observing Qin Xiao's hurried demeanor. What ladies? I've been thinking of you so much that I barely had time to glance at another woman. Qin Xiao fibbed. Black Widow chose not to call him out, smiling as she opened the passenger door for him. Upon arriving at Qin Xiao's apartment, Black Widow, resembling a couple in love, linked her arm with his. Feeling the warmth and softness radiating from her arm, Qin Xiao grinned foolishly, quickening his pace. He had a few bottles of top-shelf liquor that he had procured from Tony waiting at home. Upon reaching his doorstep, Qin Xiao swiftly unlocked the door, eager to step inside. He had decided that a robust drink would help him get into the right mood, especially as Natasha appeared increasingly alluring under the elevator lights. Oh, for heaven's sake! Qin Xiao exclaimed as he entered. His new apartment was still in disarray, and he could see straight to the end of the small space. As soon as he pushed the door open, he caught sight of a dark-haired figure sprawled on his sofa. Cursing under his breath, he turned to find Black Widow, who was grinning at him at that moment. Qin Xiao understood that Natasha had come to see him primarily to meet with Nick Fury. All right, the matter with Nick is coincidental. I genuinely wanted to see you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, my little agent, Black Widow said, planting a kiss on Qin Xiao's cheek. Given the circumstances, what more could Qin Xiao say? His heightened emotions were doused with a bucket of cold water. If you continue this way, you'll lose me. I swear, Natasha. Natasha's kiss alleviated some of his ire. And after a deep breath, Qin Xiao resignedly continued, however, I want to be so lenient with Nick Fury. Even if you are my boss, you cannot just enter my home without my permission. Know that in such a scenario, I could call the police or even eliminate you, dear director. He grabbed a glass, poured himself a generous drink, and downed it in one go, venting his frustration. Chapter 42. In the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails. Every individual in a position of power possesses an extraordinary desire for control. This was particularly true for Nick Fury, the head of the intelligence agency. This inclination was evident from the havoc wreaked upon H.I.E.L.D. by Hydra. Yet, Nick Fury still maintained a formidable network and influence behind the scenes. He relished being in command and detested occurrences or individuals beyond his control. Yet, he found himself faced with someone like Qin Xiao, whose actions and capabilities as a super soldier consistently caught him off guard. Never did Qin Xiao provide any forewarning to Nick Fury, only reaching out when issues arose, notifying him merely to dispatch someone to clean up the mess. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have thought you'd forgotten I'm your boss, and a wonder. You're now a rising star, donning the title of superhero and mingling with the elite like Tony Stark. Nick Fury's sarcastic tone was not unwarranted. During their last phone call, he had been so enraged that he smashed a phone. You can't hold me responsible, my boss. It's you who haven't given me the opportunity to integrate into my workplace. Besides Natasha, Clint, Coulson, and you, I don't know anyone else in our department. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do daily. It's your fault for not providing me the chance. You can't blame me for that, and regarding the Obadiah incident, it was Tony who called me to rescue him. After resolving the situation, I informed Coulson right away. Qin Xiao recognized that he was primarily leveraging SHIELD for his own ends, and rather than venting further, he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. What about that incident in the Middle East? You were likely on a Quinjet, having stolen a fighter jet from the Los Angeles branch. Yet you're attempting to spin this as a yacht party. Nick Fury slammed the table in frustration. Who is to blame for your access card not working at the branch? I had intended to walk in confidently and request a plane. Yet my access card wouldn't even let me into my own workplace. Isn't that a joke? Qin Xiao maintained an air of nonchalance, wearing an expression that seemed to convey no blame towards me. And what of Stark? Why didn't you inform me in advance about that suit of iron armor? Nick Fury was rather forceful. That is not my responsibility, boss. Did you ever assign me to monitor Tony Stark's every move? No, so really, this cannot be held against me. Qin Xiao appeared rather obstinate. Nick Fury felt a twinge of irritation. Ideally, such matters should be communicated to him, but he had not mentioned it nor had he provided any training to this young man. Thus, upon further reflection, he could not justifiably say anything. Very well. Let us not dwell on the past. Now, regarding your abilities, could you elucidate on that? This does not resemble the prowess of a super soldier. Neither Captain America nor Isaiah could handle that iron behemoth so effortlessly. Qin Xiao showed no inclination to engage with him, prompting Nick Fury to rise and pour himself a drink. This is quite simple. Huaxia Kung Fu. You know, I am a Huaxia person. The enigmatic East is always replete with mysterious wonders. Bruce Lee, are you familiar? Aha. Huaxia Kung Fu. Qin Xiao rambled on, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Li Xiaolong. Huaxia Kung Fu. Nick Fury was not a fool and questioned with intrigue. Indeed. Huaxia Kung Fu. Qin Xiao nodded earnestly. As if to validate his claim, he reached for a handgun from Natasha. Mimicking the moves of the fiery cloud demon in martial arts, he aimed the pistol directly at his temple. He pondered how to articulate the phrase in English. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invulnerable. Only speed is unbreakable. Hoping it would convey greater gravitas. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot echoing in the incredulous gazes of Nick Fury and Black Widow. Qin Xiao's prepared index and middle fingers of his left hand swiftly reached towards his right temple. Boom! Just as his left hand aligned with his nose, the bullet mercilessly struck his temple. With his focus entirely on his left hand, Qin Xiao's body was utterly unguarded. The modified handgun wielded by Black Widow had devastating power at such close range. The temple endured a tremendous impact, causing Qin Xiao's head to jerk violently to the side, resulting in his body crashing to the ground. His left hand remained raised in a victorious gesture. The Hulk possessed terrifying resilience, although it was only at 30. A mere handgun could not penetrate. Despite the vulnerability of the temple, the spot where Qin Xiao was struck bore not even a small bruise. It was evident to all that his earlier maneuver was an attempt to catch the bullet with his bare hands, which had failed. Thus, while both Black Widow and Nick Fury were deeply astonished, Black Widow couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This is what I wanted to demonstrate. Huaxia Kung Fu's golden bell shield. Iron cloth shirt. Qin Xiao dusted off non-existent debris from his attire and sat up once more, shamelessly declaring, "Quite an impressive performance." Nick Fury clapped dryly a few times before adopting a serious tone. "Regardless of the source of your abilities, my primary concern lies with the Avengers Initiative. Now that we have you, along with Tony Stark and a green giant who can transform, coupled with Agent Romanoff and Hawkeye, I believe we can officially commence this initiative. Both the giant and Stark share a good rapport with you. I want you to facilitate their involvement. Natasha will assist you. Is that agreeable?" Nick Fury's intentions were clear. In his mind, S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers Initiative should remain parallel, cooperating without interfering with one another. This was precisely why he pressured Qin Xiao to join SHIELD without assigning him any tasks or allowing him to engage with anyone beyond his trusted circle. Joining the Avengers Initiative under the formidable resources of Nick Fury would lead to the formation of the Avengers, allowing like-minded individuals to establish their autonomy at the opportune moment. This was originally one of the plans shared between Qin Xiao and Tony, and he certainly had no objections, especially upon hearing Nick Fury's suggestion for Black Widow to collaborate with him on preliminary arrangements. It perfectly aligned with Qin Xiao's intentions. Nodding in agreement, he signaled his complete willingness, prompting Nick Fury to nod in satisfaction and continue. "We had agreed to meet tomorrow with you and Stark. Today, I merely wish to introduce you, allowing you to brief Stark ahead of my formal discussion tomorrow. I will provide a base, funding, equipment, an array of weapons, and transportation for you, even arranging some adversaries for you to hone your synergy. Welcome to the Avengers." Chapter 43. Nicole, perhaps due to the addition of Qin Xiao. Nick Fury was markedly more forthright with Tony than in the films. He directly presented Howard Stark's remnants left within S.H.E.L.D. as a gift, immediately informing Tony that Howard Stark was one of the 3 founders of the Strategic Homeland Intervention. Enforcement and Logistics Division. After World War II, a military general, a super agent named Peggy Carter, and the genius scientist Howard Stark established the Strategic Scientific Reserve, abbreviated as SSR, which became the precursor to SHIELD. Your father was not merely an old man who manufactured weapons. His perspective and influence on this world far exceeded your imagination. He firmly believed that science would ultimately bring prosperity to all and prevent the occurrence of war. However, he was constrained by the era, unable to realize many of his ideas. He believed that you would ultimately change everything. Despite having previously discussed their stance on SHIELD with Qin Xiao, Nick Fury's words deeply resonated with Tony. After all, he had long believed that his father had never cared for him, viewing him as a failure unworthy of trust. Who would have thought that his father harbored such high hopes for him? I understand that it is difficult for you to accept that these words are from your father. Here are his belongings for you to examine. You will comprehend in due time. The arc reactor was his greatest hope for eradicating war, renewable energy, eliminating the need for nations to wage war over resource plunder. Wouldn't you agree? Nick Fury was indeed a master at winning hearts. He made no mention of Tony Stark joining SHIELD or the so-called Avengers Initiative. Those matters would naturally fall to Qin Xiao. He merely fostered camaraderie, presenting Tony with the very thing he yearned for most, his father's acknowledgement that it struck a chord deep within. Thus, whether it was the items presented by Nick Fury, the origins of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the personal plans of Tony and Qin Xiao, Iron Man's inclusion in the Avengers was all but guaranteed. As for the Hulk, Black Widow mentioned that he was concurrently pursuing his research while undergoing a series of specialized training to better control his emotions and heart rate, preventing him from transforming into the Hulk in daily life. However, Qin Xiao knew that, in a sense, Hulk and Banner were two sides of the same coin. The more one suppressed, the more likely irreversible consequences would arise. Just as in the Avengers, Banner's impeccable control in everyday life meant that even during battles, Black Widow could directly manage Hulk's temper. This ultimately led to Hulk dominating Banner's body for 2 years on Sakaar. While aware of this, Qin Xiao refrained from intervening excessively, as he had no effective solutions to offer. After reviewing the belongings left by his father, Tony immersed himself in his laboratory. Qin Xiao understood that, due to the arc reactor issue, Tony had likely discovered the palladium poisoning. Before officially commencing site selection with Black Widow, Qin Xiao finally resolved matters regarding his own residence. Driving the Audi R8 he had borrowed from Tony's garage, an occurrence likely influenced by advertising sponsorship, as Audi frequently appeared in the Marvel films, he gained a more realistic understanding of why Tony favored Audi. Tony had aided in enhancing Audi's engine. It was well known that Tony Stark was a self-sustaining celebrity scientist. His endorsement carried immense weight for the Audi brand. Audi consistently sent Tony their latest models each year. Recently, yet another had arrived, and under the pretense of limited garage space, Qin Xiao shamelessly drove one away. Upon arriving at his new apartment, he input his fingerprint on the biometric lock. A playful, youthful voice chimed in. Nicole? Qin Xiao pondered this name, finding it amusingly reminiscent of pickled eggs, though that was inconsequential. The crucial aspect was the practicality of the artificial intelligence. While it could not compare to JRVIS given that Tony had effectively modeled and input all his knowledge and the known operational principles of the universe into JRVIS, empowering it to assist in any calculations or scientific inquiries Tony required, Nicole was much more relatable. Besides controlling all the specially designed furniture and appliances in the home, she was, of course, limited to the external information already circulating in films. After all, Nicole's role differed from JRVIS. She gathered existing film critique data from the outside world, filtering it to engage in conversation with her master. The complexities of advanced technology eluded Qin Xiao. Yet one thing was abundantly clear. When it came to household applications, the perfection achieved was nothing short of remarkable. This exemplified the essence of a truly intelligent lifestyle, in his previous life. Qin Xiao had encountered numerous artificial intelligence products that, when combined with specific furniture and appliances, allowed for seamless command execution. However, such devices often exhibited a rigidity in their command-response dynamics, making manual operation more convenient at times. Having neglected to thoroughly explore his new home, he overlooked the photograph placed on his bedside table, an amusing snapshot of him and Tony, both posing with peace signs, which had made headlines. Directing Nicole to unveil the secret chamber behind the bed, Qin Xiao noted the presence of a manual button concealed behind their photograph. A simple touch of his hand would trigger an automatic scan to unlock it. This chamber had been meticulously modified by Tony, encased in a unique alloy that would withstand even the most catastrophic explosions. Should the entire building succumb to destruction, this secure room would transform into a formidable metal container capable of enduring intercontinental ballistic missile-level damage. Inside this fortified space was a modest study, furnished with a desk, computer, a compact cot, and a restroom, essentially a temporary refuge that showcased Tony's thoughtful arrangements. Furthermore, the bespoke artificial intelligence program crafted for Qin Xiao, Nicole, was housed within this small sanctuary. This was the ultimate goal Qin Xiao had for Nicole, to replicate her programming. Chapter 44. The return. After confirming multiple times with the system about his transmigration, Qin Xiao pondered whether the flow of time in both realms had indeed come to a standstill. However, this world remained his foundational realm, his roots. The longer he lingered within the Marvel Universe, the more he felt the pull of his original existence. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and as clarity gradually returned, he found himself back in the garage-converted rental unit. Transitioning from a luxurious Los Angeles apartment to such a modest dwelling was jarring, particularly since he had once been a member of the Avengers, an agent of SHIELD and a close friend of Tony Stark, not to mention a new generation superhero. Fortunately, the system had prepared everything for him. Points could be exchanged for wealth, and he possessed an artificial intelligence far surpassing the capabilities of his time. System, if I were to transmigrate again, could I do so at any moment? He inquired. The time constraint is set at 15 days. The system replied monotonously. In order to initiate the next transmigration, sufficient spatial energy must be accumulated, requiring the host to remain in this world for a duration of 15 days. 15 days it is. Qin Xiao mused, recognizing that time was effectively halted in both realms, thus not affecting any ongoing matters. Gathering his thoughts, he prepared to strategize his future development in this world. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks echoed through the door. "Hello, is there a delivery for you?" boomed a voice from outside. The garage-converted residence typically featured simple, inexpensive aluminum alloy doors, hastily installed in clusters, resulting in a cacophony of sound when the delivery person knocked. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiao hastened to answer the door. A folder awaited him. Upon inspection, it bore no sender's address, and the name was unfamiliar. Inside, however, was an exquisitely crafted invitation. Its creative design revealed a sketch of a newlywed couple. Without needing to read the names, Qin Xiao instantly recognized them as the deceitful couple who had wronged his former self. Scoundrels! A surge of indignation welled up within him, nearly compelling him to shred the invitation into pieces. It was only when he noticed a small tear on the card that he regained his composure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Although he retained all the memories of his unfortunate predecessor, the events that transpired felt more like a distant spectator's experience. While he was resolute in avenging the wrongs done to him, he knew he must maintain his composure. "Is this your last vestige of obsession? Or perhaps a lingering wish?" he whispered to himself. "Fear not, my brother. Since fate has intertwined our paths, inheriting your body naturally includes your enmity. They won't have an easy time ahead." Whether it was his assertion or the remnants of hatred embedded in the brain of his predecessor, the anger that had surged within Qin Xiao gradually subsided. System, exchange 500 points for currency. He commanded. 500 points could yield a fortune of 500 million. Points were invaluable to Qin Xiao, especially considering the potential rewards of the secondary marketplace. He hesitated to exchange more than necessary. Even 500 million was already a substantial sum. Should he require additional funds, he could always make further exchanges. Within a minute, the immense sum was deposited into his account. The system assured him. It was swift, efficient, and secure. Casting a glance at the remnants of his old life cluttering the garage, Qin Xiao felt no pang of nostalgia. He strode out purposefully. Living well for the sake of his former self did not necessitate dwelling on the past. He was an independent entity. He casually called his landlord to inform him that he would no longer be renting the property and relinquished all belongings. He provided a bank account number for the return of his deposit, though whether he would actually receive it was of little concern. With only his phone, identification, and the invitation in hand, he noted the date marked for 10 days hence. At a luxurious hotel in the bustling metropolis. This city had once been the object of aspiration for the late Qin Xiao during his entrepreneurial endeavors. Back then, he and his devoted girlfriend, along with his closest friend, had dreamt of achieving success and establishing themselves in this grand city where they could realize their ambitions. Ideas were conceived and markets explored. Qin Xiao had poured forth his utmost passion. Yet, just as their project neared fruition, he was betrayed by the very people he had trusted most. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped him, leaving him uncertain whether the emotion stemmed from himself or the previous Qin Xiao. Stepping off the high-speed train, he surveyed the bustling platform, deliberately taking his time before exiting. Lighting a cigarette, he contemplated revenge against the deceitful couple, a notion that seemed almost effortless. His true objective lay in leveraging the resources of the Marvel Universe to establish a stronghold in this world and thrive. Ultimately asserting dominance over the city. Magic City, here I come. A sly grin crept across Qin Xiao's face as he addressed the sign displaying the city's name in the distance. Just as the train was about to depart, a middle-aged woman in work attire, holding a megaphone, bellowed at him from nearby, "Get off the yellow line, move it now." "Ah, I'm coming, sorry." Qin Xiao tightened his grip on his backpack and hurriedly exited, heart racing. Chapter 45. Arranging a coffin. Long Fengxiang's flagship store in the Magic City stood in stark contrast to the opulent branches that now flourished across the entirety of Huaxia. Unlike the garish displays of color and light, this century-old establishment embraced a style reminiscent of the bygone era of the old Magic City. It exuded understated luxury, where the ordinary became extraordinary amidst a backdrop of nostalgic charm. The store was modest in size, occupying a 3-story building with a total area of no more than 1,000 square meters. A weathered wooden sign adorned the entrance, elegantly inscribed with the name Long Fengxiang in flowing script. The store boasted a spacious parking lot, a rarity in the land of exorbitantly priced real estate. Such a feature alone signified considerable prestige for a jewelry establishment. As an old store, its business operations diverged from those of its more modern branches, focusing primarily on customized pieces in the traditional Huaxia style. Unlike the diamond and gemstone offerings that thrived in other locations, this flagship store specialized in gold, silver, and jade customizations. A brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt outside Long Fengxiang's historic entrance. Before the driver in a black suit and white gloves could alight, the doorman rushed forward, expertly opening the rear door. "Welcome to Long Fengxiang's century-old flagship store," the doorman announced with a flourish. From the vehicle emerged a young man clad in casual attire, flip-flops, shorts, and a linen white shirt. His relaxed ensemble belied the fact that each piece was from an exclusive luxury summer collection, with even his flip-flops costing nearly a month's salary for the doorman. The doorman's smile widened exponentially. The first floor showcases our ready-made jewelry and jade pieces, while the second floor is dedicated to custom orders. We have the finest designers and craftsmen in the industry. Would you prefer to browse the first floor or proceed to the second floor for tea? Let's head to the second floor, and please summon your manager. I have a rather special request that requires a thorough discussion. Qin Xiao replied with a nod and a smile. In the shop, there were naturally people who guided Qin Xiao to the second floor. Upon ascending, they entered a grand hall adorned with the names and photographs of various designers and master sculptors, showcasing their past works and accolades. The shop's top designers and artisans were not easily accessible unless one was willing to pay a hefty price or possessed some exceptionally rare materials. After being escorted around the hall, the shop's manager hurriedly emerged, leading Qin Xiao into one of the small rooms adjacent to the hall. Each room was designed to resemble an intimate tea house, specifically intended for hosting high-end custom clientele. The manager directed Qin Xiao to select a type of tea, and a young lady responsible for brewing tea promptly arrived to prepare a pot. After filling a cup to the brim, the manager leisurely began to discuss business once Qin Xiao had sipped his tea. "Mr. Qin, may I inquire what type of jewelry or ornament you seek? Or do you possess some rare materials worthy of our master craftsman's skill?" Qin Xiao gently pushed the empty teacup towards the young lady, waiting for her to refill it with a smile. He replied to the manager, "I do not require an exceptionally skilled craftsman. I intend to create something substantial from pure gold, necessitating a considerable amount of gold, yet I have no particular demands regarding the intricacy of the carving." Substantial quantity? The manager thought this transaction might not be as grand as he initially assumed. Gold alone. What do you wish to craft? A chair, a table, or perhaps an exquisite ornament? May I inquire what you are looking to customize? Furniture? A Buddha statue, or something else? Although slightly disappointed, the manager remained exceedingly courteous. A coffin. Qin Xiao finished his cup of tea in one swift motion, placing it heavily on the table as he declared. He granted them 5 days, not demanding intricate carvings but insisting on a standard coffin shape. Typically, a pure gold coffin would be a project that Long Fengxiang would not undertake. However, Qin Xiao offered a processing fee of 1 million on top of the market price for gold, making it difficult for the manager to refuse. Their company had numerous processing factories, capable of crafting anything from Buddha statues to furniture. It was merely a matter of creating molds and melting materials. With an agreement to deliver in 5 days, Qin Xiao casually exited the shop. "Uncle Wang, find a restaurant for dinner, and then take me to a larger nightclub, a place with more variety, not necessarily in the city center." Qin Xiao instructed the driver as he entered the car. This was the 3rd day of his arrival in the bustling metropolis. The car was newly purchased, and the driver, an experienced local, was hired through the hotel where Qin Xiao was staying, well acquainted with all corners of the city and paid daily. After a casual dinner, the driver parked beside a large building in the eastern suburbs, known for its eclectic mix of establishments, including spas, KTVs, and nightclubs. Here, anything could be found for those with wealth. Noticing Qin Xiao's generous demeanor and polite conversation over the past couple of days, the driver, Uncle Wang, hesitated before speaking again. "Mr. Qin, if I may, your family background is commendable, and at your youthful age, indulging in some extravagance is understandable. However, I must caution you against certain activities that could lead to a lifetime of regret." Uncle Wang's well-intentioned advice stemmed from concern that Qin Xiao might be seeking out dubious venues, possibly hinting at vices such as substance abuse. Qin Xiao chuckled heartily, patting Uncle Wang on the shoulder. "Thank you, but your concerns are unwarranted. I am merely here to enlist some assistance," he concluded by sliding a thin stack of cash into Uncle Wang's hand. Though skeptical, Uncle Wang accepted the money and exited the vehicle. It was just after dinner, and the nightlife had yet to awaken. The spa and KTV were sparsely populated. After parking, Qin Xiao strolled into the spa. Greeted by the enthusiastic welcome of the staff, a server led him to the main hall, which featured an impressive ceiling height of over 10 meters. "Brother, if you wish to wash up, I can help you change your shoes," the server offered respectfully, holding out a pair of slippers. "I do not wish to bathe. I have come to discuss business with your boss. Could you summon someone with authority to speak with me?" Qin Xiao replied with a slight smile. "In such establishments, it was improbable for just anyone to meet the owner." The server, taken aback yet maintaining a cordial demeanor, suggested, "Brother, it is not within my capacity to summon the boss directly. If you have matters to address, please share them with me, and if I cannot assist, I will fetch our manager to help. Would that be acceptable?" While the server's politeness remained intact, a subtle tone of assertiveness crept into his words. Qin Xiao, unfazed, picked up an ashtray from the coffee table. "Can you handle a disturbance if I were to create one?" With a resounding crash, he slammed the heavy ashtray onto the table, shattering the tempered glass into irregular fragments the size of small coins. Individuals dressed in doorman attire and security personnel clad in black suits, equipped with earpieces, swiftly surrounded Qin Xiao, a tall man, at least 6 feet tall and over 35 years of age, wearing a black suit, pushed through the crowd to confront the server who had escorted Qin Xiao. "Lu, my friend." The server greeted the man with a respectful nod, quickly whispering the details of the incident. The man listened. He scrutinized Qin Xiao, who exuded an air of luxury and remained unfazed. Sensing the need for caution, the man gestured for his subordinates to disperse and took a seat on a nearby single sofa. "Brother, I hope we have not failed to meet your expectations in service. If our staff has not satisfied you, please direct your grievances to me. Whatever you wish to enjoy here today is on me." Uncle Wang had previously informed Qin Xiao that this establishment was run by a certain influential figure. Despite its location outside the city center, the 6-story building, housing KTV, spas, and nightclubs, was beyond the means of ordinary thugs or average individuals to operate. In such high circles, brawls were overlooked, and a mere accidental bump could elicit an apology from the other party. Given Qin Xiao's luxurious appearance and confident demeanor, the man, acting as the head of security, opted for diplomacy to ascertain Qin Xiao's intentions. Not wishing to engage in trivialities, Qin Xiao produced a bank card with a flourish. "This card contains 2 million. The password is 6 zeros. Regardless of whether your boss is present or not. I wish to discuss a small business matter. Whether it succeeds or fails, consider this a token of goodwill." The mention of 2 million rendered the man hesitant to make immediate decisions. He excused himself to make a phone call. Within 2 minutes, he returned with a respectful demeanor. Very well. Qin Xiao, not one to dally, stood up and followed the man upstairs. After arranging for Qin Xiao, the man hurriedly returned to the main hall to check the card's balance. Confirming the funds before dialing his boss once more, June 27, 2021, the 18th day of the 5th lunar month, in the year of the metal ox, the month of the horse, the day of the horse. It is deemed inauspicious for starting a business, felling trees, or constructing beams, yet favorable for engagements, completing wedding arrangements, travel, and housewarming. For the people of Huaxia, this date does not stand out as particularly auspicious for marriage. It is rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, Guoxinliang chose this day deliberately, as the lunar date 518 phonetically suggests a desire for prosperity. At precisely 4:30 a.m., the landline phone on the bedside table rang. This was the wake-up call Guoxinliang had arranged with the hotel the previous night. After hanging up, he glanced at the alluring figure beside him, half covered by a blanket. He drew back the curtains to reveal a sky that was just beginning to lighten. From the luxurious hotel room on the 30-something floor, he could see early risers gradually making their way onto the streets below. Lying in a suite with a former unreachable long-legged model, Guoxinliang felt immensely satisfied with his current life, even if it meant betraying childhood friends and sacrificing his marriage. Standing on the balcony, inhaling fresh air, he lit a cigarette and dialed the number he had labeled wife. "Hello?" A drowsy and slightly irate voice came through the phone. Guoxinliang's smile faltered, as if the tone had shattered his good spirits. "Are you still asleep? What time is it? Do you know what day it is? The makeup artist will arrive shortly. Do you understand? What were you doing last night? Was it another night spent at the nightclub, drinking half the evening away?" Guoxinliang lowered his voice, striving to appear less irate. Yet the tone of reproach was unmistakably evident. "What stance do you take, Guo? We had agreed to pursue our own paths, yet when you dragged me into the scheme to seize shares from Qin Xiao's company, you were like a lapdog before me. What is this? Now that the company is on the verge of going public, you think you're so impressive. Have you turned your back on me? Let me remind you, according to our agreement, the management rights of the company lie with both of us. Without me, you two will merely be a minor shareholder, sooner or later to be ousted by the venture capitalists." The woman's voice suddenly escalated several decibels, clearly displeased with Guoxinliang's condescending tone. Guoxinliang clenched his fist and struck the balcony railing with force. "You, Guo, are truly an enigma. Don't pretend you're without women by your side. Spare me this pretentious facade. Once the company is successfully listed for a year and shares can be traded, I'll part ways with you. I warn you, do not trouble me unnecessarily, for if you provoke me, I shall transfer my shares to someone else." The woman on the other end of the line spat her words venomously before abruptly hanging up. "Chu Feng, you wretched person." Guoxinliang barely restrained himself from shattering his phone in fury. Chapter 47. The wedding gift 3 years prior, Qin Xiao mortgaged his only house and tirelessly sought to borrow over 3 million, ultimately gathering 5 million to establish a company. This enterprise primarily engaged in providing claw machines for various entertainment venues, such as cinemas and KTVs, in 3rd and 4th tier cities. They supplied the machines, plush toys, and maintenance services, while the venues provided space, power, equipment cleaning, and daily upkeep. At that time, Qin Xiao was a lone wolf, bringing in his girlfriend Chu Feng to handle finances, while his childhood friend Guoxinliang managed phone calls and customer relations. Qin Xiao invested both capital and effort, holding a 60% stake, while Guoxinliang and Chu Feng each held 20%. Initially, all was well. Despite the company's small size, Qin Xiao worked relentlessly. He traversed 3 counties daily, targeting bustling locations such as malls and cinemas. Guoxinliang and Chu Feng diligently managed the company's internal operations, ensuring timely procurement and communication with clients, enhancing the appearance of the toys, and promptly addressing any broken machines or depleted stock. Profits became increasingly stable, and they expanded to 70 or 80 counties. Little did Qin Xiao know that while he toiled under the sun, Chu Feng and Guoxinliang were secretly conspiring against him in the office. Not only were they engaging in an illicit affair, but they also schemed to usurp his company. Guoxinliang, who had grown increasingly dissatisfied with his 20% stake, began to act as though he were the boss, while Chu Feng grew impatient with Qin Xiao's reluctance to distribute dividends. Qin Xiao was singularly focused on scaling the company, whereas Chu Feng was intent on enjoying life. Ultimately, they forced Qin Xiao out of his own enterprise, leaving him destitute and burdened with debt. Qin Xiao spent an entire year seeking legal recourse, But they had prepared for this. Now, with no funds to hire a competent lawyer, he was left with a verdict of defeat. In despair, he contemplated taking his own life. However, over the course of a year, the company, having undergone a second round of financing, grew exponentially and was on the brink of going public. Poor Qin Xiao, who had worked tirelessly to establish the foundation of the company, ultimately found himself as a mere pawn in someone else's game. Guoxinliang and Chu Feng, unlike him, recognized the burgeoning value of the company, understanding that it was a guaranteed profit venture given the substantial customer base. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was solely focused on capitalizing on the company's impending public offering to cash out while retaining a portion of shares for annual dividends. This was why, when Chu Feng threatened to transfer her shares to others, Guoxinliang felt a sense of helplessness. Financing and going public could propel the company's rapid growth, yet mismanagement could easily result in surrendering control. Once you lose management authority, no matter how many shares you hold, there are ways to dilute your stake and ultimately oust you. This is why they had initially banded together, even resorting to marriage to bind their interests, to combat external capital and maintain their grip on the company's decision-making power. Once I have secured my position within the company and obtained your shares, I will inevitably expel you, Guoxinliang seethed, biting down on his cigarette but with a crackling sound. Regardless of how estranged they currently felt from one another, they were determined to see through the charade of the wedding. Engaging a planning company and makeup team, Guoxinliang transformed himself and set out from his newly renovated home to pick up Chu Feng at the hotel. Neither of them hailed from the metropolis but had purchased a home there to facilitate their wedding proceedings. With the company on the cusp of an IPO, Guoxinliang, a master of socializing, had made numerous friends in his short time in the city. A fleet of Aston Martins led the way, followed by a procession of over a dozen BMW 5 Series. While not overly extravagant, this convoy exuded youthfulness and vitality. As they paraded through the streets, the atmosphere was lively, leading them from home to the hotel. The entrance to the hotel was adorned with a red carpet and inflatable arches, flanked by exquisite European-style floral arrangements. Relatives and friends awaited the arrival of the bride and groom, holding firecrackers and streamers. Just as the convoy was within 50 meters of the hotel, another procession suddenly appeared on the side street. Leading the way was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by a row of red Ferraris, numbering 30 or more. Coincidentally, they blocked Guoxinliang's wedding convoy just as they were about to enter the hotel. Guoxinliang's heart sank. Having the wedding car blocked at the entrance was hardly a good omen. The opposing convoy remained silent, their drivers showing no intention of exiting their vehicles. Guoxinliang's party quickly inquired with the hotel staff if another couple was also celebrating their nuptials. The hotel staff, equally perplexed, confirmed multiple times that only one wedding banquet had been booked for the day. After several minutes of stalemate, one of Guoxinliang's relatives, accompanied by hotel staff, approached the Rolls-Royce to ascertain the situation. "Excuse me, we are here for a wedding. Would you mind moving aside?" The hotel staff knocked on the window, while Guoxinliang's relative quickly produced a red envelope, according to the customs of the Huaxia people. On joyous occasions, offering a red envelope is considered auspicious, aiming to avoid conflict. "I am here solely to attend the wedding. Both the groom and bride are dear friends of mine." Qin Xiao lowered the window. Smiling faintly at the two, he stepped out of the car, dressed in a tailored suit designed by a European designer, his custom-made shoes and confident demeanor capturing the attention of all present. The transformation was stark. Qin Xiao was no longer the same man he once was. Having mingled with the elite in Marvel's world and attended countless upscale gatherings, he now exuded an aura of affluence and confidence that was hard for others to replicate. "Sir, may I request that you move your vehicle? You are obstructing the wedding party's entrance," the hotel staff politely addressed Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao responded with a slight smile directed toward the lead car. "I will move shortly. I await the arrival of my gift." And no sooner had he spoken than a fleet of over a dozen large pickup trucks emerged, each laden with wreaths adorned with photographs of the bride and groom. The trucks came to a halt, creating an obstruction on the road, and from them emerged a throng of burly men clad in black suits, each holding 2 wreaths and striding purposefully toward the hotel entrance. Chapter 48. A wedding filled with paper money. Dozens of imposing figures in black suits, accompanied by hundreds of wreaths, lined the red carpet, creating an unexpected and chaotic scene at the hotel entrance. This sudden influx of luxury vehicles and menacing figures carrying wreaths disrupted the planned festivities. As the wreaths were arranged, pairs of men stood guard on either side of the red carpet. making it clear that dismantling this display would not be permitted. "Who are you? What is the meaning of this?" Guoxinliang's relative stuttered, pointing a trembling finger at Qin Xiao. The hotel staff, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wisely chose to remain silent. On such a joyous occasion, the presentation of wreaths indicated deep-seated animosity. Observing the grandeur of the opposing convoy, it was evident that they were not ordinary guests. The hotel staff promptly retreated. Unwilling to intervene further, Qin Xiao disregarded Guoxinliang's relative, gesturing for the black-suited men from the Ferrari convoy to advance. They swiftly apprehended Guoxinliang's relative while simultaneously blocking the families of the bride and groom as they emerged from the hotel. In such a tense atmosphere, most guests would wisely refrain from intervening, leaving only Guoxinliang and Chu Feng's families to confront the unfolding drama. However, this group of individuals was directly obstructed at the entrance of the hotel by a contingent of burly figures clad in black suits. They neither resorted to violence nor hurled insults. They simply permitted anyone to shout as they pleased, but they would not allow anyone to disturb Qin Xiao. Even the convoy of the newcomers was similarly restrained. Apart from the lead vehicle, each car had 2 men in black suits standing guard, preventing the friends and family of the newcomers from disembarking. As the scene appeared to reach an adequate crescendo, Qin Xiao finally approached the lead car with a smile. Inside the vehicle, Guoxinliang and Chu Feng were utterly bewildered the moment Qin Xiao stepped out. Just over half a month ago, they had even sought to investigate Qin Xiao's current circumstances. For reasons unknown, Chu Feng had even arranged for an invitation to be delivered to him. Yet, witnessing the current spectacle, it was evident that the rental fees for such a convoy were beyond Qin Xiao's means. Let alone the throngs of people present, despite their self-proclaimed thorough understanding of Qin Xiao, this display surpassed their wildest imaginations. Moreover, observing Qin Xiao's attire and demeanor, they could hardly believe it was indeed him if not for that familiar face. "What's this? You don't recognize me. I have come to attend your wedding and have gone to great lengths to orchestrate such a grand affair. Don't you think a simple thank you is in order?" Qin Xiao gently tapped on the rear window, addressing them. Guoxinliang and Chu Feng exchanged glances, with Guoxinliang taking a deep breath before lowering the window. Qin Xiao, what brings you here?" After summoning all his courage, Guoxinliang managed to utter a rather foolish remark. "Wasn't it you who sent me the invitation?" Qin Xiao retorted, producing an invitation from his pocket and presenting it through the window. Although they were oblivious to the transformations Qin Xiao had undergone, the current situation left them no choice but to confront it. Given the overwhelming presence before them, any attempt at confrontation would be futile. Chu Feng, who typically exuded a fierce demeanor, found herself rendered speechless in the face of this reality. Guoxinliang, at a loss, could only muster a grin more grotesque than a spectre-esque. "Qin Xiao, we both know we have wronged you, but today is our wedding day. Might we set aside any matters until after the ceremony?" Indeed, Guoxinliang's words held merit. With so many relatives and friends present, they had no choice but to proceed with the wedding before addressing any disputes. His words seemed to imply that he was here to collect a debt, when in truth, he had merely come to celebrate their union. Having even arranged for a convoy and flowers. "What do you call this convoy? You are about to become the chairman of a publicly listed company. This hardly befits your stature, my friend," Qin Xiao replied cheerfully. Guoxinliang's anger was palpable, for who would bring wreaths to a wedding instead of flowers? Despite the absence of chaos and violence, reporting to the police would be futile. Delivering wreaths was not illegal. Was it? "Thank you for your kind gesture, but our convoy has arrived. Might we be permitted to enter? The wedding is about to commence, and as for your flowers, could they be removed?" Guoxinliang gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Of course." Qin Xiao snapped his fingers and waved towards the back, prompting the convoy, along with the pickup trucks, to slowly exit the driveway. "You already have your convoy. You cannot refuse my flowers, so hurry and disembark. I await the arrival of the bride and groom." Qin Xiao produced a confetti launcher from seemingly nowhere, grinning broadly as he addressed Guoxinliang. Caught in a predicament, Guoxinliang watched as the convoy made its way into the hotel. Chu Feng, reluctant and somewhat fearful of facing Qin Xiao, stepped out of the vehicle as they gazed at the rows of unyielding wreaths. Guoxinliang demonstrated his capacity for both submission and resilience. Taking a deep breath, he guided Chu Feng slowly down the red carpet. Deep admiration welled within Qin Xiao for Guoxinliang's ability to endure this humiliation. Yet, after meticulously planning for over 10 days, How could Qin Xiao possibly limit his surprises to merely this? As he observed the newlyweds stepping onto the red carpet, he raised his hand with a flourish. The men in black suits lining the carpet simultaneously revealed confetti launchers hidden behind the wreaths. Bang, bang. Each man fired 2 rounds in perfect synchrony, unleashing a cascade of paper confetti into the air. But instead of the customary shimmering streamers, what fell were sheets of white paper money, roughly the size of coins. At the entrance of the 5-star hotel, amidst the vibrant balloons and the elegantly attired couple, a peculiar sight unfolded. The red carpet was flanked by funeral wreaths, while the ceiling rained down a dense shower of paper money. The scene was nothing short of bizarre. Among the guests, some remained indifferent, while others hastily dialed the police. Some captured this unprecedented spectacle on their phones, and others found themselves embroiled in a scuffle with the imposing figures in black suits. Ultimately, as the paper money swirled around them, someone could no longer contain their outrage. It was unclear whose relative it was, but a voice boomed, "You scoundrels are crossing the line." Just as the situation threatened to escalate, a flurry of vehicles in the hotel parking lot swung open their doors. Another group of men in black suits emerged, each wielding glinting daggers in hand. Although Qin Xiao had instructed them to refrain from causing harm, creating a disturbance at someone else's wedding necessitated some level of intimidation. As expected, when this new cohort charged forward, the previously unruly individuals were swiftly subdued by their friends and family. Qin Xiao, observing the ashen faces of Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng, remarked, "Do you believe I have gone too far? I think so too, which is precisely why I have prepared a grand gift for you. Something custom-made. And quite valuable." Chapter 49. The end of the performance as the Pai Si Da are assistants that Qin Xiao had specially commissioned from Long Fengxiang. The solid gold coffin had already been delivered and was now nestled within a small cargo truck in the hotel parking lot. For this day, Qin Xiao had been thoroughly prepared. With a slight gesture towards the truck, 2 men in black suits emerged, each pushing a dolly meant for heavy loads. 2 more men joined them. Maneuvering the gleaming coffin into position, its resplendent surface adorned with a tag proclaiming it to be made of pure gold. The sight left all present utterly speechless. A coffin crafted entirely from gold weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. At the lowest market price for gold, that equated to several million. Regardless of any previous grievances, the preceding antics had already been sufficiently distasteful. There was no need to invest such a fortune in presenting a golden coffin. Concurrently, many attendees found themselves contemplating a singular thought. If someone were to disrupt their wedding, only to present them with a solid gold coffin, they might begrudgingly accept it, regardless of its inauspicious implications. However, Guo Xinliang's perspective diverged sharply. Among those present were numerous business associates and partners he had recently acquainted with in the bustling metropolis. Setting aside the ramifications of this wedding, should he accept this coffin? How could he possibly navigate the social landscape thereafter? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in his mind, not out of fear of Qin Xiao's potential wrath. After all, he doubted Qin Xiao would dare to act against him in front of such a crowd, but rather from the concern of where Qin Xiao had procured such wealth and supporters. Should Qin Xiao rise again, he could foresee no favorable future for himself. "What exactly are you planning, Qin Xiao?" Guo Xinliang seethed. "What am I planning? I have come to attend your wedding and have brought such a lavish gift. You inquire about my intentions?" With that, Qin Xiao, in a moment of agitation, raised his hand and struck Guo Xinliang with force, sending him flying several meters away. Not only did he lose several teeth, but half of his face also swelled grotesquely, his head lolling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Feng gasped in horror at the sight of Guo Xinliang being hurled aside. Qin Xiao's gaze turned toward his nominal ex-girlfriend. Qin Xiao. Chu Feng stammered, trembling as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Having spent years in close proximity to Qin Xiao, she now found him a stranger. "What is it? You sent me an invitation to your wedding, hoping to showcase my downfall and mock my misfortunes, did you not? Now that I am here, why are you speechless?" As Qin Xiao brandished the invitation, Guo Xinliang shot Chu Feng an accusatory glance. Recognizing her as the architect behind the invitation, "I'm sorry. Having endured countless trials in the Marvel Universe and having taken many lives, Qin Xiao's aura was not one that could be easily withstood." With a mere step forward, he cornered Chu Feng, leaving her quaking and at a loss for words. "I'm sorry," Qin Xiao murmured, lowering his head before delivering another resounding slap that sent Chu Feng sprawling backward. Mr. Qin, let us not escalate this matter any further. Someone has already called the police, and they should be arriving shortly. You should leave. We will handle things here. The head of security, dressed in a tailored black suit, approached Qin Xiao with utmost respect and said, "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, my friends. Just one last favor. Don't forget to send out my final gift." Rest assured, Mr. Qin. After causing such a commotion, Qin Xiao patted his backside and departed in his Rolls-Royce. No sooner had Qin Xiao left than a video suddenly appeared on the enormous LED screen outside the hotel. It depicted Chu Feng and a man engaged in an intimate encounter on a hotel bed. The scene quickly shifted to Guo Liang and another woman. Finally, the footage transitioned again, showing Guo Liang and Chu Feng in a heated argument within a room. Chu Feng pointed accusingly at Guo Liang, declaring that had she not cooperated, he would not be in his current situation. Guo Liang retorted, vehemently cursing Chu Feng as a worthless individual, asserting that it was her greed that had led her to conspire with him to deceive Qin Xiao. In summary, the two were fervently shifting blame, their accusations revealing the entirety of their duplicitous scheme against Qin Xiao. The release of the 3 brief videos sent the crowd into a frenzy. Soon, the police arrived on the scene, finally bringing an end to this farce. The group of men in black suits, whom Qin Xiao had summoned, had not resorted to violence. There had merely been some reasonable shoving. Furthermore, the gleaming daggers previously displayed were nothing more than magic props purchased at a local market. These matters were well within the expertise of the ruffians who navigated the edges of society and legality. They would merely need to make a brief appearance at the police station before being released. There were, however, 2 serious issues at hand. Point 1 was the 2 slaps delivered by Qin Xiao, which constituted a significant act of violence. Yet, both incidents were manageable. As long as neither party pursued charges, there was no need to bear criminal responsibility. When Guo Liang regained consciousness in the hospital, it was already afternoon. Not only had Qin Xiao shattered his teeth with a blow, but he had also caused a mild concussion. The hospital assured him that he was fine and would just need a few days of rest. Aunt and uncle have gone to attend to relatives at home. What exactly happened, Liangzi? Did you and Chu Feng conspire to defraud her ex-boyfriend's company? Is that true? Guo Liang's cousin inquired, pouring a glass of water. Cousin, you, ow. As Guo Liang opened his mouth, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw. Cousin, who told you this? His cousin, recognizing the expression on his face, coldly tossed him a phone. The screen displayed the 3 videos broadcast that very morning, except for the initial few seconds that were not recorded. The rest was crystal clear. This is impossible. How could someone have filmed this? Qin Xiao. Guo Liang understood all too well what this meant for him. Even if he avoided prison, everything he currently possessed would likely dissipate into thin air. By the way, cousin, what happened to that pure gold coffin from the wedding? Is it still around? Guo Liang recalled the coffin, which was made of solid gold. After you fainted, Qin Xiao slapped Chu Feng again before leaving. Before the police arrived, that group in black suits took the coffin away, cursing as they went, saying you didn't know the value of such a precious gift. Guo Liang was furious, blood gushing from his gums as he opened his mouth, revealing a gleaming molar. Chapter 50. A return. Brother Qin, I've heard from the brothers below that your strategy was truly brilliant. Flowers, paper money, and a coffin, all for attending someone else's wedding, ha. In the private VIP room of a KTV in East Suburb, a man in his 40s with a square face and a hearty demeanor raised his glass to Qin Xiao. The man was named Shiraigua, a rather cliché name that sounded somewhat amusing when paired with his surname. Yet, he was a figure of considerable renown in the underworld of Magic City, in an increasingly harsh environment. Many petty criminals and so-called gangsters had either fled or ended up in prison. He had managed to navigate this landscape, establishing a grand entertainment complex, showcasing his remarkable acumen and resourcefulness within the realm of organized crime. Qin Xiao had initially invested 2 million. Without resorting to violence or injury, the matter of inciting a disturbance was hardly a grave offense. Thus, this encounter could be deemed mutually beneficial, with everything executed smoothly and profits gained handsomely. Moreover, the 2 million was merely an initial sum. Brother Sure, I must thank you. Your men worked efficiently and splendidly. Without them, I could not have staged such a magnificent performance. Just doing my job, little brother. You re too polite. Shiraigua chuckled heartily, raising his glass to clink with Qin Xiao's once more. Shiraigua's service was exceptionally attentive. Qin Xiao was not one to be overly sentimental. He had never intended for this to be a one-off transaction. In reality, he had expected to part with a few 100,000 more as a token of appreciation for the hard work of Igua's men. There would undoubtedly be future dealings, but with such a substantial initial investment, it was clear that Igua would not simply walk away after a single transaction. Brother, let us speak openly. I operate in the shadows. Even if there were a corpse in that coffin, I wouldn't mind. But today I merely assisted a brother with a trivial matter. The initial gift was more than sufficient. A gold piece of that magnitude is something I fear I cannot handle. A venue of that scale surely would not be acquired for less than $1 billion. A mere few tens of millions was hardly significant, was it? Qin Xiao gestured towards the opulent decor surrounding them. I lack such power. Although money flows easily for us, maintaining a large group of brothers requires considerable expenditure, leaving little profit for myself. This is merely a small private venture of a big boss. I am merely helping maintain order, acting as a watchdog. They don't mind my background in the underworld, so they granted me a small stake. Igua was candid and forthright in his response. Very well, since Brother is so forthright, I shall be as well. I do not wish to rely on my family. I want to carve out a path for myself in Magic City. However, as a newcomer, I need someone to guide me and provide a substantial safeguard. Though Qin Xiao did not specify his intentions, it was clear he was pursuing legitimate business. He merely required some assistance in navigating local connections. In the future, should any trouble arise, it would be beneficial to have someone to help manage it. He had no friends in Magic City, as evidenced by his recent experience where he had no contacts to rent a Ferrari convoy. It was Igua who had facilitated that arrangement. With a reliable and discerning local ally, any undertaking would undoubtedly be much easier. As both parties laid their cards on the table, Igua felt considerably reassured. Nevertheless, he remained cautious regarding the gold coffin, merely stating it had been converted into a membership card for local use, allowing Qin Xiao to spend freely whenever he wished. It was simply a rephrased explanation, providing himself with an escape route. Qin Xiao was indifferent. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with one another in the future. As for the troubles involving Xinliang and Chu Feng, Igua assisted Qin Xiao in finding a lawyer. They agreed to return the company shares along with compensation in exchange for Qin Xiao refraining from pursuing legal action against the two. Naturally, Xinliang and Chu Feng would not dare to press charges regarding Qin Xiao's assault. With Igua, an experienced player in the game, monitoring them, the extent of their assets would soon come to light. Aside from the company's shares, the compensation amount was precisely calibrated to strip them of everything, leaving them with nothing but debts, compounded by their tarnished reputations following the wedding incident. They would certainly find it impossible to remain in Magic City. Fearing that Qin Xiao might harbor lingering resentment, Igua, in a drunken yet conspiratorial tone, suggested accidents, car crashes, drownings, all sorts of mishaps. If those two were to be seduced by someone with AIDS, it wouldn't be an issue at all. I despise traitors who betray their brothers. To this, Qin Xiao merely smiled and shook his head. As long as the two remained out of his sight, he was content, given how things had spiraled. Those accustomed to a gradually lavish lifestyle would soon find themselves living in far worse circumstances. His ability to traverse worlds and acquire the system could, in part, be attributed to their actions. There was no need for total annihilation. Qin Xiao had little interest in the company shares. Once acquired, he promptly sold them at a discount to a venture capital firm, initially investing $5 million into the company. Selling the shares netted him over $80 million in cash. After resolving these various matters, Qin Xiao began to enlist Igua's help in finding a location in the city, as he intended to establish a high-tech company. He aimed to leverage the artificial intelligence designed by Tony to penetrate the market and firmly establish his presence in Magic City. Having already accumulated enough energy for another traversal after more than 20 days, the increasingly bored Qin Xiao inquired of the system. System, is there a way for me to switch freely between the Marvel world and reality in the future? He continued to question. Insufficient permissions? I can only inform the host that this limitation will undoubtedly change in the future, though achieving such effortless switching will be quite challenging. Specific changes will become apparent as the host grows stronger. Very well. Qin Xiao nodded and initiated the traversal once more. At long last, I have reached the milestone of 100,000 words. Beginning tomorrow, I shall endeavor to update 4 times daily. The duration of this commitment will depend on my endurance while watching Ultraman, but at least for this week, I foresee no issues. Today marks the completion of 100,000 words, and for the first time, the website has granted me a traffic recommendation. To those who appreciate this book, I hope you will add it to your bookshelf, bestow upon it a 5-star rating, and encourage further updates. Such metrics are exceedingly vital for a new book. Thank you all. Chapter 51. The Avengers' first gathering. The process of traversing dimensions was rather peculiar, akin to passing through a mist-laden corridor. Suddenly, I was thrust into a vibrant world, where everything before me was gradually reconstituted into tangible objects. For Qin Xiao, this experience felt more like recovering from a bout of motion sickness combined with a hangover. Lacking the grandiose atmosphere typically depicted in fantastical novels where one breaks through the barriers of reality and stands atop the world. Upon returning to the secret chamber crafted by Tony, Qin Xiao sat at his computer desk for a moment before rising slowly to explore his new abode. To be candid, in comparison to the exorbitant real estate prices in first-tier cities back home, the cost of property in Los Angeles is not particularly steep. With less than $2 million invested, he acquired a high-rise apartment with a single unit occupying nearly 400 square meters. Although this converts to over 10 million yuan, one must also consider the disparity in living costs. While the property is relatively affordable, owning such an expansive space incurs nearly $100,000 in taxes annually. This is likely the reason one often hears that owning a large house in America is easy, yet maintaining it poses a challenge. Speaking of this residence, according to the local sense of time, today is indeed a celebration of my housewarming. It warrants a gathering and a feast. With 30% to uphold the traditional virtues of my homeland, 20% to flaunt my lavish new home, and 50% simply to alleviate boredom, Qin Xiao sent a message to nearly everyone he knew in this world. The content was as follows. Hello, this is Qin Xiao. Today, I have moved into my new home, and according to our traditions, it is customary to host a feast for friends when relocating. Hence, I have decided to hold a grand banquet featuring traditional cuisine from my homeland tomorrow evening at 1900 hours. You are all warmly invited to my residence.as for the meaning of Hongbao. You may look it up on Google. Additionally, a friendly reminder, Hongbao is available for purchase in Chinatown. Attached is a screenshot of a map highlighting the location. To be frank, Qin Xiao is not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. He can manage a couple of simple home-cooked dishes, but hosting a gathering is quite daunting. However, can one truly shy away from entertaining guests due to a lack of culinary prowess? Given the rich tapestry of thousands of years of culture, how about hot pot? A trip to Chinatown would suffice to procure all the necessary ingredients, including an array of sauces and an assortment of quintessential condiments. Some items may be deemed unnecessary, yet it is essential to have at least a few to imbue the home with a semblance of life. With the yin-yang pot, lamb slices, and fatty beef, Qin Xiao finally understood why those from his homeland often find themselves drawn to Chinatown while abroad. The variety of goods available in a single block far surpasses what one could find in a large supermarket back home. From various snacks and traditional attire to martial arts training and the delights of Guangdong dim sum and Sichuan hot pot, not to mention the simpler fare like pickled vegetables and fried dough sticks. Even the beloved instant noodles are available. There are establishments for bone setting, mahjong, and even funeral wreaths. For the reclusive individual, hiding away at home, the need for a quick trip downstairs is hardly different from life back home. However, some dishes in restaurants have been westernized, resulting in a slight divergence from the flavors found in the homeland. After procuring a plethora of items, boiling water to prepare the base, washing and chopping vegetables, and arranging an abundance of fruits, Qin Xiao had transformed his home into a lively space. Perfect. After an afternoon of preparations, Qin Xiao casually picked up an apple, munching on it while awaiting the arrival of his guests. The first visitor, however, was unexpected, Dr. Banner. Qin Xiao had not sent him a message, and since he had been taken by SHIELD, Qin Xiao had lost contact with him. As he sat on the sofa, observing the image displayed on the wall of the door outside, he called out, "Nicole, please open the door." "Certainly, sir." The convenience of having a housekeeper was now apparent. "Hello, Dr. Banner. Welcome to my humble abode." Though they were not particularly familiar, Qin Xiao felt compelled to extend a warm welcome in his own home. Banner, a rather earnest individual, appeared slightly embarrassed as he presented a bottle of red wine. "I've been managing my transformations quite well lately and haven't turned into the Hulk in quite some time. They mentioned a plan for the Avengers and suggested I establish some rapport with you. However, Agent Romanoff informed me that you've moved, and according to tradition, one should bring a gift, so I brought a bottle of wine. Did she not mention anything else? Qin Xiao inquired, glancing at the bottle, noting the absence of a red envelope. Nothing. Is there something I should know? She's still parking downstairs. Banner gestured awkwardly below. Nothing at all. Qin Xiao, despite his audacity, felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of the currently homeless Banner. He graciously invited him to take a seat. Moments later, Black Widow arrived as well. Hey, stop staring, Qin. I brought Dr. Banner over from Canada today, and I didn't have time to swing by Chinatown to get a red envelope. I hope this will suffice as a gift. Noticing Qin Xiao's inquisitive gaze, she leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. All right, Qin Xiao replied, raising his hands in resignation. Beauty always holds special privileges, but if the next guests arrive unprepared, I shall curse their misfortune. Whether by coincidence or due to Qin Xiao's influence, Tony, the workaholic, paused his research on new elements, and even Nick Fury set aside his tasks to attend, accompanied by Hawkeye. Of course, Agent Coulson, who had been stationed in Los Angeles, was also present, and thus, the original 6 superheroes of the Avengers gathered, with the exception of Captain America, who remained frozen, and Thor, who was mischief-making in Asgard. Yet, none of them brought a red envelope for Qin Xiao. Some offered wine, others brought paintings, and the most peculiar gift came from Hawkeye, who presented Qin Xiao with an arrow. What am I supposed to do with this? Use it as a back scratcher? Qin Xiao complained, scratching his back with the arrow. Since you all are so stingy, don't blame me if I turn unfriendly. Qin Xiao thought to himself, taking advantage of the moment to add spicy hot pot base to the yin-yang pot while it was heating. Chapter 52. The power of spicy hot pot. Although in this world, Qin Xiao may not possess the wealth he has in reality, he still holds over $1 million in his account. Therefore, when it comes to purchasing food, he spares no expense, opting for the finest ingredients. In the case of hot pot, skill may not be paramount, but quality ingredients ensure a sumptuous feast. For these foreigners, this meal offered an experience unlike any they had encountered before. Even Tony, who had seen and tasted it all, was left sweating profusely while singing its praises. When the spiciness became overwhelming, a sip of cold beer truly hit the spot. Qin, you are being rather stingy. Even though Banner brought you wine, there's no need to cling to it throughout the meal. Hot pot pairs much better with cold beer, Nick Fury remarked, unusually relaxed. As he sipped his drink, in response, Qin Xiao merely smiled enigmatically, withholding further comment while mentally grumbling. A bunch of uncultured folks, daring to pair spicy hot pot with cold beer on their first encounter. I haven't indulged in such a manner for ages, yet I cannot wait to see how they all suffer tonight. Their stomachs churning and their discomfort palpable, all for neglecting to bring a red envelope. As he silently cast curses while glancing at Black Widow, who was also sweating profusely from the meal, Qin Xiao produced a bottle of dark herbal tea from somewhere. He snatched Black Widow's beer and said, "Here, try this." "What is this?" "It looks like flat cola," Black Widow remarked, taking a cautious sip. "The taste is rather peculiar." While modern herbal teas often contain various additives to improve flavor, in China, many in the northern regions are unaccustomed to drinking it, much less foreigners. This is an excellent beverage, great for beauty and health. I specifically went to Chinatown to procure it. Trust me. Qin Xiao winked playfully at Black Widow. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. With a group of individuals capable of obliterating a small nation from various angles collapsing in a disheveled heap on the sofa, Black Widow, being the only woman present and conscious of her figure, did not indulge to the same extent. Observing the others in such a state, she naturally took on the responsibility of tidying up the dining area. After all, Qin Xiao had opted for disposable utensils purchased from Chinatown for convenience. Simply tossing everything into garbage bags would suffice, except for the pot, which posed a slight challenge. However, this moment instilled in Qin Xiao a sense of masculinity. As he observed Black Widow bustling about, he straightened up, abandoning his slouched posture on the sofa. Honestly, Tony has already purchased a plot of land in New York and is in the process of constructing a new Stark Tower. Nick Fury remarked, abandoning his nonchalant demeanor for a moment. Currently, he has yet to pass the position of chairman to Xylagio. He remains rather occupied, particularly since Obadiah has recently met his demise, leaving the board with a plethora of chaotic matters to address. Conveniently, Stark, your base is located in New York? Nick Fury declared with a snap of his fingers. Damn. Qin Xiao straightened in his seat, He understood that the focus would undoubtedly shift to New York in the future. But surely not so soon. I only just purchased a house. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into renovating it? Do you comprehend the struggle I endured to acquire a spacious home in downtown Los Angeles? I have only spent a single night in this house, and for heaven's sake, I cannot afford to buy another in New York, to be precise. The funds for your home were procured thanks to the Romano agent's assistance at the casino. Utilizing the chips Stark provided, with all renovations and furnishings courtesy of Stark as well, it is as if you stumbled upon a house. Despite Nick Fury's singular visible eye, the disdain in his gaze was unmistakably conveyed. No way. I demand a raise. You've uprooted me from the West Coast to the East Coast, transforming the Pacific at my doorstep into the Atlantic. I will surely suffer from culture shock. Qin Xiao adopted a defiant demeanor. Fear not. This time, the salary will undoubtedly satisfy everyone. Nick Fury revealed a mysterious smile. Even in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, such a multitude of global crises is rare. Moreover, this is merely the preliminary phase. Aside from some reclusive forces, there are Odin and Ancient One, two godlike beings. One resides in Asgard, thwarting the cosmic force's covetousness over the 9 realms, while the other, relying on the triad of sanctuaries in New York, London, and Hong Kong, has erected a barrier against otherworldly beings probing Earth. Thus, even Qin Xiao cannot ascertain what targets Nick Fury has in mind for them. However, from the old man's cryptic words and the glimmer in his eyes, it is evident that he harbors no benign intentions. The meal was relatively satisfying. After the gathering, Qin Xiao initially intended to take the widow for a stroll to foster their relationship, but was swiftly pulled away by Nick Fury due to an urgent mission. That damned egghead. He will undoubtedly remain a solitary man for life. I suspect the picture frame on his nightstand contains an image of a burly man. What a wretched scoundrel! Qin Xiao lamented to the only one left. Tony, indeed, my friend. Not every individual possesses a photograph of themselves with a genius playboy in their bedroom, Tony shamelessly retorted. Qin Xiao recalled the enormous photo on his bedside featuring both himself and Tony making peace signs. Leaving him utterly speechless, that very night, the ever-immersed Tony, who usually spent his time in the underground garage, found himself luxuriating in his opulent bathroom. Hawkeye, on the plane bound for Washington, did not step foot outside the lavatory. The most unfortunate were Coulson and Nick Fury. The Black Widow had indeed departed early for a mission, leaving the two to temporarily shelter Dr. Banner in the Los Angeles division. At approximately 3 in the morning, Coulson and Nick Fury stood within what had become a near ruin of a division. Nearby lay Dr. Banner, struggling to maintain control and not fully transforming. Qin Xiao, you are a damned bastard, for heaven's sake. The power of spicy hot pot is indeed terrifying. It confirmed Qin Xiao's curse. The lotus flower ruptured. Qin Xiao lay in his bedroom adorned with photos of himself and Tony, turning over, unaware of what he dreamt of. He suddenly erupted into a fit of pig-like laughter. Chapter 53. The Avengers generating their own funds. Nicaragua, one of Mexico's largest ports and a major trading hub on South America's eastern coast. In this nation, nearly completely infiltrated by drug traffickers, it naturally serves as one of the largest drug trade ports. Each year, the drugs that pass through here on their way to Europe generate economic value that even a super-rich tycoon like Tony Stark would find staggering. The immense wealth derived from drugs not only corrupts the government of this nation but also spawns numerous drug lords with their own armies. Thus, any prominent drug lord in Mexico possesses an army capable of dominating a small nation in Africa. This time, Qin Xiao and his companions' target is one of Mexico's largest drug trafficking organizations. The combat lineup includes Qin Xiao, Tony, the Black Widow, and Hawkeye. Support, Dr. Banner. Logistics and command, the ever-amiable Coulson. Do you know who is the most favored individual among the drug traffickers here? As the mission leader, Coulson remarked with a grin from the bridge of the submarine. Corrupt anti-drug police or their government officials? Banner inquired in tandem. It is Tony Stark. Weapons from Stark Industries are precisely what they covet. From the extensive criminal records of Obadiah, evidence of arms dealings with Mexican drug lords is clear, but due to the CIA's crackdown on Mexican traffickers, Obadiah has refrained from selling arms in bulk to them. Coulson, with a smile, pointed at the silent Tony. First and foremost, I am completely unaware of what Obadiah has done, and I must clarify that Stark Industries no longer manufactures any weaponry, he shrugged innocently. Tony, unable to contain himself, interjected. To be honest, Although I have joined this Avengers initiative to respond to global dangers, even if we need to train our synergy, there are plenty of terrorists outside, particularly in the Middle East. Why are we traveling to Mexico to apprehend drug traffickers? That is the job of the anti-drug police, my friend. In truth, not just Tony, even Hawkeye, a staunch member of the establishment, exhibited a look of discontent. As a top-tier agent, he possesses his own pride. For someone of his caliber, dealing with drug traffickers indeed feels like a waste of talent. It is worth noting that although he is often deemed the weakest in the Avengers, after the Snap event, Hawkeye single-handedly wreaked havoc upon local gangs in Japan and Mexico. Nick's position dictates that he cannot place all his eggs in one basket. Your existence is classified, known only to a select few of us. You require specialized equipment, transportation, and funding, none of which can be transparent. Therefore, we must seek out some wealthy individuals to generate our own funds. Coulson elucidated with a smile. Do not be fooled by his sparse hair. He is a fervent superhero enthusiast, having idolized Captain America since childhood. Now, wielding a super special operations team, the sense of achievement he feels surpasses even the joy of growing hair. Qin Xiao, too, felt that engaging in battle with drug traffickers was somewhat beneath him. Dismissing it with a scoff, he remarked, "It is merely a matter of funding. The three of you, plus myself, can draw salaries. Dr. Banner could easily secure a part-time position with Tony, and as for Tony, I need not elaborate. It is simply a matter of food and accommodation for a few people. I could even donate my salary. That was hasty. My apologies. Forget I said anything, but you can always turn to Tony." Qin Xiao gestured towards Tony, as the amount required to create a suit of armor could sustain everyone for quite a while. However, to speak frankly, the drug traffickers in Mexico possess formidable firepower and vast numbers. They indeed serve as an excellent training ground for all, and considering their vast wealth and the significant threat they pose to society, it is clear that Nick has selected a commendable target. Otherwise, after the hot pot feast, my salary would surely have increased. It seems he had already thought this through. These traffickers have bribed most individuals within the government, making their entry no different from legitimate means. Therefore, they opted to discreetly board a small radar-evading submarine. Under the cover of night, they approached an uninhabited beach in Nicaragua, targeting the mansion of the largest drug lord in northern Mexico. The primary objective this time is to incinerate their drugs and uncover the passwords to over a dozen hidden bank accounts in Zurich. Coulson adeptly executed Nick Fury's plan, positioning the Black Widow and Hawkeye at the center while the group stealthily infiltrated, capturing the traffickers and igniting their drug warehouses before swiftly retreating. The destructive Dr. Banner remained aboard the submarine as a secret weapon. Should matters become precarious or any changes arise, he could be unleashed to assist the team. The drug lord's mansion was not far from the coastline. Wherever there is sea, one can be sure that the mansions of the wealthy will be visible. This was evident from Tony's own estate. The nearly 10-meter-high walls were topped with dense electric fencing, encompassing nearly 100 acres of land. Every 20 to 30 meters, there stood a watchtower rising more than 2 meters above the walls. This was no mere mansion. It rivaled the most heavily fortified military bases and prisons Qin Xiao had ever seen. A few hundred meters from the drug lord's mansion, the Black Widow unfurled a blueprint on the ground, gesturing to the others. The defenses are excessively stringent. Entering undetected from the front is nearly impossible. Cerestos, the drug lord's name, room is located here. This is also an area where he frequently operates. We can. Before the Black Widow could finish her sentence, Tony soared into action, darting away. Damn it. Stark, they have undoubtedly dug numerous underground passages. Advancing head-on will allow him to escape. The Black Widow shouted in frustration. However, the speed of Iron Man's armor was such that he was swiftly approaching the heavily guarded mansion. Damn it, Qin, you go. Qin? The Black Widow glanced around in confusion, searching for any trace of Qin Xiao, but found none. Hawkeye gestured towards the direction of the target mansion. There, Qin Xiao was sprinting towards the opulent estate with remarkable speed, rivaling even Tony's armored suits. Chapter 54. Recklessness leads to disaster. For heaven's sake, our plan was to infiltrate stealthily and apprehend the target. The Black Widow slapped her forehead in exasperation. She had anticipated this. It was their way of expressing dissatisfaction with the operation. Activate the cloaking device. I do not want headlines tomorrow about two superheroes robbing drug dealers. Qin Xiao and Tony Stark were among the most renowned individuals in the world. While Qin Xiao could obscure his identity by covering his face, The recognition factor of Iron Man's suit was exceedingly high. They wished to keep their team under wraps and also shield the duo from exposure. Having prepared for this eventuality, Coulson's voice crackled through the earpiece. Let them handle it. You and Hawkeye focus on sealing off any escape routes. We have our people in Mexico already positioned at the periphery. The rest is up to them, indeed. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents executed their tasks with meticulous precision. The forces deployed here were arranged by Nick Fury, comprising a clandestine unit within SHIELD even though these drug traffickers were well-equipped and numerous. They were utterly bewildered by the sudden arrival of Iron Man. In the dead of night, he descended from the sky clad in impenetrable armor. Conventional weaponry posed no threat to him whatsoever. The drug dealers, comparable to a regular army, had not even begun to procure their heavy artillery in response. The wall beside the main gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. A seemingly frail figure barreled through like a beast. Not only did he demolish a wall standing over 10 meters tall, but he also obliterated several nearby watchtowers with sheer force. Bullets ricocheted off him as if he were a human tank. Possessing immense power and cloaked in thick armor, as soon as Qin Xiao entered the battlefield, Tony seamlessly shifted to cruise mode, circling the mansion to eliminate any drug dealers lurking in corners. He adeptly pinpointed the locations where the traffickers concealed their arsenal and narcotics, launching 2 mini-missiles that ignited tons of drugs and fireworks in a fiery spectacle, in a matter of moments. The expansive estate was reduced to a smoldering ruin. Clad in armor, Tony and the diminutive Hulk-like Qin Xiao were an overwhelming force against the unprepared drug dealers. By the time the Black Widow and Hawkeye arrived, they were greeted by a scene of utter devastation. Hiss! The two gasped in astonishment. There was no skill involved whatsoever. Hawkeye scoffed, though a hint of envy could not escape the Black Widow's notice. What hot-blooded warrior does not relish a fray? It seems we underestimated Qin's combat prowess. He is akin to a miniature Hulk, the Black Widow muttered. She then spoke loudly into her earpiece. Do not get embroiled in prolonged combat. Stark has already destroyed the armory. We handle the outside. Do not forget my target. Ensure no one escapes through the tunnels. Rest assured, he won't get away. Tony Stark's confident voice came through the earpiece. Qin, check the Seresto room to see if he is still there. Jarvis, scan for the status of the underground passages in this estate. No matter how concealed the tunnels, they were no match for Tony's formidable technological gear. Almost simultaneously with Qin Xiao's report of not locating Seresto, the distribution map of the underground passages appeared on Tony's visor. Sir, there are at least a dozen clandestine tunnels beneath this estate, and they seem to have measures in place to shield against thermal detection. Jarvis's voice relayed simultaneously to everyone's earpiece. A dozen tunnels seemed exaggerated. Think of something, Jarvis, Tony said without hesitation. Understood, sir. Jarvis initiated another scan of the subterranean passages, and within 30 seconds, a conclusion emerged. A red line marked a specific passage on Tony's screen. Well done, Jarvis. Tony's armor soared outside the mansion. The shoulder compartment opened, and a penetrating projectile was launched toward the ground. Clearly prepared, this mini-missile transformed into a drill upon contact with the earth, burrowing down 4 to 5 meters deep, creating a small pit before detonating explosively. A cloud of soil was sent flying. It remained uncertain just how thick the steel reinforcements of this drug lord's tunnel were. Tony's specially designed bomb had only managed to create a hole several decimeters deep. Qin, I didn't bring enough missiles. The steel here cannot exceed 1 meter in thickness, or the underlying rock layers wouldn't hold. Still, you have that weapon capable of slicing through steel. Coming right up, Qin Xiao responded, having leaped several times to the vicinity of the pit created by Tony. Upon descending, he wasted no time and, utilizing the already blasted steel plate, brandished his Tang Dao and thrust it downwards. The grating sound of metal scraping filled the air as the heavy steel plate met Qin Xiao's extraordinary strength and the razor-sharp blade, which effortlessly severed a square section the size of a tile, revealing a massive tunnel over 2 meters high and almost 3 meters wide. The drug lord certainly had a wealth of resources, Qin Xiao murmured before charging into the tunnel in the opposite direction of the estate. Whether due to the multitude of underground passages or the need to navigate around existing infrastructure like sewers, the tunnel was not a straight shot. After sprinting for over 10 meters, he encountered a bend. Fearless and undaunted by potential ambushes, Qin Xiao plunged forward. Suddenly, as he rounded the corner, The whirring sound of a Gatling gun and gunfire erupted. The terrifying rate of fire quickly saturating the corridor with bullets. Damn! Qin Xiao cursed inwardly, instinctively shielding his head. Though currently impervious to blades and bullets, being peppered with a barrage of bullets was certainly no delightful experience. "I'll make sure to shove that machine gun right up your..." Qin Xiao's ire flared as he was bombarded by a relentless stream of bullets. Once the gunfire ceased, he lowered his hand, growling fiercely. Just as he peered out from behind his hand, a metallic arm swung towards him with tremendous force. Chapter 55. Encountering Captain America's love at the turn. Aside from the Iron Patriot, this was undoubtedly the most formidable strike Qin Xiao had ever faced. Tio put it simply, the force behind this blow far exceeded what Qin Xiao had experienced prior to consuming the enhanced Hulk serum. Had this occurred in the past, even if he had evaded the preceding hail of bullets, this blow would have completely disoriented him. But now, bang! Qin Xiao's palm collided with the assailant's wrist, producing a dull metallic clang. The metallic arm, tousled hair, and a black metal mask obscuring the mouth and nose unmistakably belonged to Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, once a friend to Captain America. Bucky, unfazed by the ease with which his powerful strike was blocked, felt no surprise. Even having witnessed Qin Xiao deflect bullets up close, this brainwashed killing machine remained focused solely on completing his mission, while Qin Xiao contemplated whether to incapacitate Bucky and take him away. The metal arm he held shifted slightly. The grip loosened, and a faint click echoed. It was only then that Qin Xiao noticed Bucky was clutching a grenade-like object. Before Qin Xiao could react, the object erupted in a blinding flash of light, a flashbang. Qin Xiao was unbothered by the grenade itself. Even an explosion in his palm was inconsequential at this point. However, regardless of his formidable physique, his eyes were no different from those of an ordinary person when it came to tolerating brightness. Being directly illuminated by a flashbang at close range felt as if a miniature sun had flashed before him. His vision blurred painfully, and he instinctively released his grip, covering his eyes as tears streamed down his face. "Qin, what happened?" Upon hearing Qin Xiao's cry of pain, both Tony and the Black Widow's voices rang out simultaneously. "A flashbang, damn it. My eyes feel like they've gone blind. Hurry in and pursue. Be careful. There's a guy with a metal arm, possessing strength and speed beyond human limits. I at him." The Black Widow paused. Recalling the killing machine that had left her with scars, stunned, she remembered Tony, who was already controlling his armor and burrowing into the tunnel. Soon, he arrived at Qin Xiao's side. "How are you holding up?" Tony asked, concerned about Qin Xiao's safety. "I'm fine. It's just a blinding white light. I can't see a thing." Qin Xiao replied candidly, "No worries. Your metabolism is significantly faster than that of an average person. You should recover quickly. Just trust that you'll be able to see again shortly." The flashbang poses significant harm to the eyes. An ordinary individual may endure discomfort for several days. However, it stands to reason that Qin Xiao's physique is considerably more resilient than that of the average person. As long as he does not lose his sight, that is what matters. After being momentarily disoriented, I heard two sets of footsteps, one trailing behind the other. I believe that metallic arm has fled in separate directions. I will search within the premises while you handle the outside. No sooner had Qin Xiao finished speaking than Hawkeye's voice echoed in response. Tony, without engaging in further conversation, swiftly activated his weaponry and soared down the corridor, heading towards the sound that seemed to indicate the direction Tony was pursuing. Just as I was about to inquire what had transpired, a flurry of footsteps approached, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and suddenly my arm was gripped tightly, the familiar soft sensation enveloping me. It was none other than Black Widow, who had entered the dark passage and steadied Qin Xiao. At this moment, Tony's voice finally came through the earpiece. This Mexican drug lord exploded right before my eyes. Fragments of a timer were scattered at the scene, indicating a timed bomb was installed. He must have been silenced by someone. It appears the situation is more complex than we had anticipated. "Clint, what is your status? Have you spotted that metallic arm?" Tony's analysis was astute. There would be no need for a timed bomb in a self-destruction scenario. We have been outmaneuvered, folks. This place has numerous passages. This is the true escape route. I cannot ascertain which passage the individual fled through. No traces have been left behind. Never mind, do not pursue him, Clint. That must be the fabled Winter Soldier. I have crossed paths with him before, and he is rather formidable. Black Widow spoke into the earpiece. At this juncture, we have no choice but to accept it, although the drug lord has perished and this hideout has been eradicated. Overall, this initial operation can be deemed a failure. All right, everything is fine now. Are you all right? Does your vision still sting? Only now did Black Widow find the opportunity to comfort Qin Xiao. Sensing the concern in her words and catching a whiff of her faint perfume, his arm pressed against Black Widow's ample bosom. Compared to when his vision was intact, this situation offered an even greater realm for imagination. Hey, are you all right? Noticing Qin Xiao's silence, Black Widow shook his arm once more. I am not well. My vision is lost. My head is spinning. I can barely stand. Oh dear. With an exaggerated exclamation, Qin Xiao collapsed directly into Black Widow's chest, his head rubbing against the soft curves multiple times. Finally, he relaxed entirely and fainted in her embrace. Thud. Black Widow was not so easily deceived. Witnessing Qin Xiao feign injury while appearing unharmed, she promptly pushed him against the wall, letting him tumble to the ground. Truly inhumane. Qin Xiao pouted as he rose, brushing off his backside and began to shout into the earpiece. Damn it, Tony, where are you? Hurry and get me out of here. I have saved you several times. It is time for you to repay me. The remaining matters would naturally be handled by others, yet the emergence of the Winter Soldier cast a shadow of conspiracy over the entire affair. Black Widow and the others speculated that Seresto was merely a tool for the Winter Soldier's organization to amass wealth, yet only Qin Xiao knew that this drug lord was one of Hydra's financial lifelines. However, Bucky's appearance at this moment, was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act to prevent Seresto from falling into their hands? Only time would tell. The operation, though not without its gains, was still marred by the fact that Seresto had died. Nonetheless, Tony managed to uncover a login record for a Zurich bank on Seresto's personal computer. The computer had not undergone any special treatment, allowing Tony to effortlessly retrieve the account and password through usage traces. New book, new author. I seek 5-star reviews and requests for updates. If you could also send a free gift for watching a video, you would receive a wild Ultraman's affection. Sweet as can be. MUA. Chapter 56. The Trouble with the Boiled Egg. In the basement of a farm on the outskirts of Washington, a secret stronghold of Hydra lay hidden. The basement led to an exit, and a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard. A group of impeccably dressed, solemn men rushed in. Leading the pack was the president of the World Security Council and former director of SHIELD Alexander Pierce. Surrounding the basement were a dozen expressionless men. In the center sat a plain wooden chair, occupied by none other than Bucky, who had recently clashed with Qin Xiao. Come, soldier, recount your mission and the adversaries you encountered. Alexander Pierce casually leaned against a table as he spoke. Yes, sir, Bucky replied with a stoic expression. I was tasked with retrieving the previous quarter's payment from Seresto, but his estate was ambushed by an airborne metal man and a seemingly invulnerable Eastern adversary. A bald man whispered discreetly into Alexander Pierce's ear. Alexander Pierce waved his hand, signaling that he understood, then gestured for Bucky to continue. I led Seresto through a secret passageway to escape. Unfortunately, the Eastern fighter pursued us. Unable to match his strength, I resorted to using a flashbang to ambush him. I then attached a small timed bomb to Seresto's clothing to draw the enemy's attention while I escaped through another passage. Well done, soldier. Last night, S.H.I.E.L.D. Covert Operations Unit raided Seresto's estate in Mexico, and by the time they arrived, the drugs and arms within the estate had been obliterated. These men were merely there to clean up the aftermath. However, it is peculiar that there are no records of this operation within SHIELD. Nick Fury never anticipated that many within his so-called secret unit were indeed our people. Just yesterday, Seresto transferred $500 million out of one of his accounts in Switzerland. Ha! Tony Stark and that enigmatic young man from Huaxia. Clearly, Nick Fury's so-called superhuman initiative has commenced. The bald man adjusted his glasses, inquiring, do we need to take any action? Bucky is no match for him. That mysterious Eastern lad appears quite formidable. No need, Alexander Pierce replied with confidence. Nick Fury wishes to assemble a secret team but has inadvertently exposed it over a meager budget. A team that has already been compromised poses no threat to us. What we must prioritize now is to oversee the initiative and urge Dr. Zola to expedite the completion of the Zola algorithm. The bald man promptly nodded in agreement. Alexander Pierce then patted his shoulder and continued. Additionally, we should support another drug lord in Mexico. Our stronghold in Eastern Europe relies on these drug lords for sustenance. Regarding the Winter Soldier, as the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury is certainly aware of him. In truth, the organization capable of creating the Winter Soldier, a super-killing machine, has long haunted his nightmares, particularly since the Winter Soldier has, like a ghost, executed numerous assassinations and kidnappings over the past 50 years, evading all attempts to track him down. This left Nick Fury feeling profoundly uneasy. Little did he know that this organization was none other than Hydra, the former arch-nemesis of SHIELD, which had embedded itself within SHIELD's ranks, even lurking in his vicinity. Moreover, the Avengers Initiative, which he took great pride in, was now completely exposed to the enemy's gaze. For a man like Nick Fury, a situation spiraling out of control only fuels his imagination. For instance, what nefarious schemes might they be plotting to endanger the world? How many super soldiers like the Winter Soldier might they possess, killing machines at their disposal? Not to mention, in recent years, he was aware that several of the world's foremost scientists had been abducted by the Winter Soldier. These individuals were geniuses at the pinnacle of their respective fields, if utilized to create weapons that threaten the world. Then, regrettably, the Winter Soldier's reappearance was fleeting. Despite months of investigation along the line of Seresto, Nick Fury had yet to uncover any substantial leads. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, his right hand unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the desk. Buzz! His phone vibrated on the surface. The caller ID displayed Coulson. I hope it is not bad news. Coulson had recently been tasked with assisting in the establishment of the Avengers Initiative. Aside from Hawkeye and Black Widow, Dr. Banner was manageable. He was a good-natured fellow when not transformed. However, Tony Stark and Qin Xiao were a constant source of frustration for him. Just a dinner at Tony's had nearly triggered Banner's transformation, almost reducing their Los Angeles branch to rubble. Thus, upon seeing Coulson's call, Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. Chief, before we headed to Mexico, we had identified 3 drug lords, right? Coulson began with a roundabout approach, causing Nick Fury's eyelid to twitch involuntarily, sensing an ominous premonition. Speak plainly, for the love of God, Agent Coulson. Why do I feel as though your speech is increasingly resembling that of Qin Xiao and Stark? Nick Fury growled softly. All right, Chief, this morning while I was organizing files, I pulled out the information on the other 2 drug lords, but now that file is missing, and the worst part is, I cannot reach Qin Xiao. Damn it! Nick Fury slammed a pen holder on his desk, shattering it to pieces. Coulson could only hear a cacophony of noise on the other end, followed by Nick Fury's heavy breathing. The honest man was acutely aware that his superior was teetering on the brink of madness, and thus held his breath, refraining from uttering a word. Almost half a minute passed before the phone emitted the weary voice of Nick Fury. How long has it been since you discovered the document was missing? I placed it on my desk around noon, then stepped out, and only just realized it was gone, Coulson stammered. Nick Fury glanced out the window, noting the pleasant weather and the bright moon hanging in the sky. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his aching head and spoke into the phone. Contact the Drug Enforcement Agency. They must have informants close to those 2 drug lords. Find out what you can. If that kid's identity is compromised, erase all traces. Chapter 57. The explosion that doesn't look back. How could there be no agents from the Drug Enforcement Agency close to a major drug lord? The distinction lay merely in whether they were trusted confidants. The video depicted a scene from the window of a building, below which a group of fully armed soldiers was huddled in panic. On a vehicle riddled with bullets, a man donned in a classic bandit hat, with only his eyes and mouth visible, wielded a 6-barrel Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of fire upon his surroundings. Once the ammunition belt was exhausted, the man discarded the Gatling gun and retrieved a rifle slung across his back, loading it while shouting at the surrounding drug traffickers, "You wretched drug dealers! Come face my righteous bullets. I shall obliterate you in the name of the moon." Coulson swore it was the first time he felt a pang of shame for having such a colleague. Just shoot without all the theatrics. What with all the in the name of the moon nonsense? Despite the man's face being obscured, Coulson recognized him immediately as Qin Xiao. Setting aside the sound of his voice, the attire he wore was identical to what he had on during their meeting at noon. Legally speaking, a person is only considered a criminal once apprehended by the police, prosecuted, and found guilty in court, whether for murder, theft, or drug trafficking. Thus, These major drug lords remain, in a legal sense, legitimate citizens of Mexico until they face trial. Some even have clean records and have contributed significantly to local employment and charitable endeavors. The Mexican government had already expressed discontent following Qin Xiao and his associates' assault on Saracito's estate. Thanks to Nick Fury's covert maneuvers, the situation was quelled. However, this time, Qin Xiao had clandestinely entered Mexico, recently dismantling a major drug lord's stronghold, and brazenly stormed into another. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to the Mexican government. Moreover, in front of the drug lord himself, he had the audacity to threaten a transfer of substantial assets into his own account, involving numerous high-ranking officials' profits. Consequently, the government's regular forces swiftly mobilized, encircling the city in a tightly woven net. Reynosa, a border city in northeastern Mexico, lay a mere 100 kilometers from California. It was not only a crucial hub for border trade, but also a significant point for Mexican drug lords to funnel narcotics into North America. With over 50% of the annual drug market originating from here, the region's most powerful drug lord, Carlos, wielded influence and authority that often surpassed that of the mayor, bolstered by his arsenal and wealth in dollars. Yet, now Carlos found his armed forces reduced to remnants, and the vast sums in his bank accounts had been siphoned off to others, amidst the sprawling ruins of his opulent estate, Qin Xiao. With his face obscured, nonchalantly puffed on a cigar pilfered from Carlos, swaggering into a warehouse brimming with arms. Two armed guards within stood at attention, instinctively aligning their legs as they recognized Qin Xiao, who had instilled fear in them during his initial assault. With a strength akin to a human tank, his punches were as devastating as rocket fire. How could they hope to fight back? Those with even a modicum of bravery had perished, hence their retreat to the arms depot. Seeing Qin Xiao enter, they dared not even move. Not one to engage in needless violence, Qin Xiao simply surveyed the cache of weaponry, casually plucking a grenade and pulling the pin with a decisive click. "Are you two not leaving? Are you waiting to be blown to smithereens?" Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, the two guards bolted for the exit. "Ha! Look at how frightened you are. I haven't even loosened my grip." With the capture of these two drug lords, Qin Xiao amassed a considerable fortune, and his spirits soared. He mocked the pair as they fled in disarray. Adjusting his attire with a single hand, he strolled out leisurely, relishing the cigar he had been chewing on. Finally, he relaxed his grip and tossed the grenade into the armory. He had long anticipated this moment, deliberately leaving the armory for last. The ensuing explosions would create chaos, while he would maintain an air of calm, embodying the demeanor of a cinematic protagonist. As he ambled along, he recalled watching Iron Man, where even Tony Stark, while testing missiles in Afghanistan, spread his arms wide, facing away from the explosions. Boom! A resounding blast echoed, followed by a series of successive detonations. Qin Xiao adjusted his posture to appear as upright as possible, as the iconic soundtracks of classic films played in his mind. With a confident stride, he approached the estate's entrance. The explosion of the grenade triggered a chain reaction of blasts within the drug lord's armory, where an abundance of firearms and explosives was stored. Combined, they likely amounted to nearly 100 kilograms of TNT. In the realm of nuclear weaponry, this was but a speck of dust, yet in terms of explosive power, it was more than sufficient to topple a 3- or 4-story building. The tremendous shockwave first obliterated a crate containing several handheld rocket launchers. The rockets, propelled by the force, shot off like iron rods, whizzing through the air at speeds comparable to bullets. As fate would have it, one of those rockets hurtled directly toward Qin Xiao. The human psyche often craves what it is told it cannot have. Even without a voyeuristic intent, one may find themselves unable to resist glancing at the chaos. Most people possess this inclination, just to peek. Surely no one is watching me now, right? It must have exploded by now. Boom! The blast struck precisely at the bridge of his nose and eyes. Ouch, my eye! Chapter 58. Justice from the skies, earning money, delving into the drug trade, and single-handedly infiltrating the lairs of two major drug lords in a single day. Qin Xiao felt nothing short of magnificent, stylish, and victorious. The final explosion marked a triumphant conclusion to his remarkable day. However, this conclusion was marred, a perfect circle drawn into ace instead. Perhaps this was what they meant by trying to show off but ending up with a C, which seemed to encapsulate his situation perfectly. Rubbing his throbbing eyes, Qin Xiao pondered whether he was somehow incompatible with his own vision as it seemed to suffer injuries all too frequently before he reached the estate's entrance. He looked up to find the Black Widow grinning at him while leaning against a black SUV adjacent to the wall he had recently demolished. Her beaming expression suggested she had witnessed his earlier antics. "What brings you here? It's dangerous to be alone." Qin Xiao attempted to divert the conversation, apprehensive that the Black Widow might bring up his earlier embarrassment. "Dangerous? The people here are so frightened they almost sprouted wings to flee." "What danger could there possibly be?" she retorted, tossing her hair playfully. "You must have missed me. Otherwise, why would you come all this way to find me?" With a chuckle, Qin Xiao approached and draped his arm over her shoulder. The Black Widow playfully pinched his cheeks, planting a quick kiss on his lips before climbing into the driver's seat. Qin Xiao scrambled to follow her inside the vehicle, promptly yanking off the bandit hat he had worn all day. "That nearly suffocated me. Now I understand why so many robbers are opting for stockings instead. Stop whining about your hat. You've just taken down 2 major drug lords and swiped their bank accounts. And now the Mexican government has deployed regular troops. This city is practically surrounded. Come on, I only took out a couple of drug traffickers." Qin Xiao scoffed, his confidence swelling as he dismissed the threat of government forces. The Black Widow shot him a sidelong glance. "3 drug lords. 3. Do you have any idea how much they pay the government officials each year? Do you understand the financial losses involved in toppling 3 drug cartels and establishing new leadership? Not to mention the money you've transferred from their accounts. A small nuclear warhead on the black market goes for less than 100 million. Qin Xiao, uninterested in the calculations of the preceding accounts, was nonetheless acutely aware of the nuclear warhead that had just been mentioned. Could it be that they would deploy a nuclear warhead solely for my sake? Such exaggeration. Do not assume that the Mexican government lacks support around the drug lords. Your combat prowess is quite evident to them, and should you provoke them further, who knows what might ensue? Very well. I shall be more cautious in the future. After all, I have already reaped enough from this endeavor." Qin Xiao adjusted his seat, reclining comfortably, assured that with Black Widow's assistance, there was no cause for concern. Despite her presence, they traveled directly from the northeastern part of Mexico to the western region, crossing the border from Arizona. They then veered into a small town in New Mexico, ultimately arriving at a restaurant where, to his surprise, Nick Fury and Coulson were already waiting. A cup of coffee sat before Coulson, while Nick Fury had an untouched breakfast before him, seemingly untouched. Both men wore grim expressions, clearly intent on intimidating Qin Xiao. Unfazed, Qin Xiao pulled out a chair and sat across from them, casually moving Nick Fury's untouched breakfast closer to himself. "After a long car ride, my posterior is nearly in tatters. It is quite considerate of you to have prepared breakfast for me." Qin Xiao smiled broadly and promptly began to devour the meal. Had it not been for the color of his skin, one could easily discern that Nick Fury's expression darkened even further. "Is this breakfast intended for you? Had I known you were so audacious as to disregard others' feelings, I would have started eating long ago. Why should I wait?" Nick Fury shot a look at Coulson, who appeared utterly perplexed, as if to say, "Why are you looking at me when he is eating your breakfast?" "Ahem, boss, do you have something to discuss?" Ultimately, as the superior, Coulson steeled himself to inquire. Nick Fury, grinding his teeth, responded, "Bring me another cup of coffee, and one for Natasha as well, thank you." Qin Xiao quickly interjected, "Your appetite is impressive. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused?" Having failed to intimidate Qin Xiao, Nick Fury relaxed his stern facade and sighed, somewhat resigned. "It is merely for the sake of our department's budget." Qin Xiao handed over a note with 2 long strings of numbers, bank account and password, indicating $1 billion available for departmental use. "However, I must stress that this is strictly for our team. Do not allocate it elsewhere. I did take finance courses in college, and I will be keeping a close eye on it." With his mouth full of scrambled eggs, Qin Xiao mumbled. Nick Fury would never believe that this $1 billion was the entirety of Qin Xiao's haul from the recent heist. Yet, extracting further information from him would prove somewhat challenging, and that was not the primary objective of his visit. Nevertheless, Qin Xiao did not afford Nick Fury the opportunity to voice his grievances. "I understand your intent. Focus on your tasks and comply with directives. However, the last 500 million did not meet expectations, and I assure you, there will be no next time. Moreover, I wore a mask. No one will recognize me." This blunt retort left Nick Fury with a plethora of unspoken words. The 3 of them escorted Nick Fury to the outskirts of the town, where a Quinjet awaited in the desert. Keep an eye on this fellow, Nick Fury emphasized to Coulson and Black Widow. He turned to Qin Xiao, intending to offer further instructions. Qin Xiao raised 2 fingers to the sky in a vow. Rest assured, I will not cause any more trouble. I swear, if I act independently again, there is a saying in China, heaven will strike me with lightning. It means I would be struck dead by divine retribution. No sooner had Qin Xiao uttered these words than ominous clouds gathered and thunder rumbled above them. The clouds swirled in a tornado-like fashion, and the thunderstorm's sudden onset was unnervingly uncanny, causing all eyes to turn to Qin Xiao. Why are you all staring at me? I swear, I was utterly sincere just now. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiao hastily waved his hands in denial. Alas, it seemed the heavens were not inclined to grant him mercy, for as soon as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt, over a meter in width, struck down towards him. They were all seasoned fighters. Having emerged from the hail of bullets, and upon witnessing this spectacle, they instinctively sprinted away, diving for cover at a distance. Boom! The lightning struck the ground like a bomb, creating a massive crater. The group, along with the Quinjet, was tossed into the pit. Qin Xiao found himself at the very center of this chasm, surrounded by a hammer crackling with electricity. Chapter 59. Coulson's hair on the line. Despite Qin Xiao's resilience, he was still dazed from the impact of the hammer. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his senses. Although the lightning had missed him, the hammer had firmly struck his head, bouncing off him before landing on the ground. He had not provoked anyone. He had merely made a vow, so why was there lightning and a hammer involved? Had he not known the hammer's origin? He would have leapt up to curse at the heavens. However, at this moment, he felt he had no right to provoke Asgard, especially with Odin still present there. Spitting out the sand from his mouth and surveying the scene, he saw that everyone appeared mostly unscathed. Crouching down, Qin Xiao silently traced a large circle around the hammer with his finger, writing 2 small lines within it. Throwing hammers leads to familial demise. Wifey has her monthly visitor, Coulson. Check if any aircraft passed through the sky just now. Black Widow, contact Hill at headquarters. We require a team of specialized scientists. The inquiry into the aircraft was merely a habitual protocol. The hammer had just been surrounded by crackling lightning and was now slowly fading from view, and even Nick Fury could discern that this was no ordinary hammer. Qin Xiao, what are you doing? Bring the hammer over here. Nick Fury, having been thrown to the edge of the crater, now commanded the 3 of them from above. Though Qin Xiao was aware of the hammer's significance, he still approached to give it a try. With formidable conviction, he grasped the hammer's handle and exerted all his strength. It did not budge. Hey, Chief, it seems you need to find someone even stronger. 5 minutes later, the area around the crater was surrounded by the remnants of an aircraft landing gear and nearby metal sheets. Alongside a battered Quinjet, the hammer lay quietly in the sand, its weight seemingly insufficient to even leave an impression on the surface. Yet, it was utterly incapable of being lifted, even by the Quinjet. I detest things and situations that spiral beyond my control. Nick Fury's displeasure was evident, and before the SHIELD personnel arrived, he arranged for local law enforcement to cordon off the area. Qin Xiao, however, insisted on keeping Black Widow there. With Thor's hammer now in play, how far could Thor be? According to the system's usual patterns, the appearance of a superhero typically heralded a mission or an opportunity to earn points. Coulson, I wager $50 on the origin of this hammer. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury, Black Widow, who had been driving all night, sought a place to rest, while Qin Xiao and Coulson sat by the crater, watching the police set up a perimeter while engaging in idle chatter. You know about this too? Whether it was the Tang Dao or Qin Xiao's own prowess, everyone was aware that he harbored his own secrets, a hammer that fell from the sky, which no one could lift, fortuitously landing on Qin Xiao's head, and now he was betting with himself. Coulson's mind raced as he analyzed whether this hammer truly had any connection to Qin Xiao. I can't predict the future. Do you not remember who helped you find the plane at Marbury's mansion? Qin Xiao cheerfully reminded him, not to forget his unique talents. Coulson rolled his eyes. You dare mention the plane incident again? Everyone knows you two stole the plane and flew off to the Middle East to have a fight. You could lie through your teeth on video, claiming to be ugly and smearing feces on your face. I was nearly driven to madness by you two shameless rogues. And no more betting. If you want to talk, talk. If not, then let us just wait here together. Qin Xiao could see through Coulson's thoughts. He moved closer, wrapping an arm around his shoulders to go on. At this point, Coulson was also bored. Long ago, in the distant realm of the gods, Odin, the father of the gods, gave birth to a rather foolish son. Qin Xiao began narrating the tale of Thor's birth and the origin of his hammer in a soothing, story-like tone, as if lulling a child to sleep. He even pretended to divine and foretold how Thor was stripped of his powers and banished to Earth. Ha ha ha! You think this is Thor's hammer, made from the branches of Yggdrasil? Qin, you remind me of those medieval charlatans who relied on nonsense and divination to survive. Coulson laughed heartily. If you are telling me this to pass the time, I thank you, my friend. However, if you are serious, then I wager my hair against you. Jokes aside, Coulson has been a member of SHIELD for over a decade. What could possibly escape his notice? Back in '95, he even accompanied Nick Fury to witness Captain Marvel and the Skrulls. How could one possibly believe that there are still deities in this world? As for the god of thunder or the father of all gods, he has already declared that the Rainbow Bridge can transport across the entire universe. Does he truly think that agents are oblivious to mythological tales, unaware that this is rooted in Norse mythology? Are you serious? Qin Xiao cast a sympathetic glance at Coulson's receding hairline. Should we consider altering the wager? If you don't believe me, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Truly, I never tell lies. The mere act of lying causes my heart to race and my breathing to falter. To Coulson, Qin Xiao's assertions were akin to flatulence, no different from nonsense. No way, I will never believe in your so-called myths. Let us wager my hair. If I lose, I shall purchase hair growth serum. If you lose, Qin, you must surrender all the money you acquired in Mexico to cover our expenses. Truly, he is destined to be the next director of SHIELD, demonstrating such selflessness by risking his scant hair for the sake of the organization's funding. Qin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Deal. S.H.I.E.L. Deed. Personnel arrived swiftly, a large contingent descending that very afternoon. Coulson orchestrated the construction of a tent on site, meticulously concealing the massive pit along with the hammer. Equipment was unloaded from vehicles, initiating comprehensive monitoring of the hammer's various energy reactions, material properties, and other data. Perhaps due to the presence of Qin Xiao and Black Widow, they did not summon Hawkeye as one might expect in a film. After erecting a makeshift tent, they surrounded it with barbed wire and implemented various surveillance and defensive measures. Coulson fashioned a temporary office for himself, where he, Qin Xiao, and the well-rested Black Widow monitored the surveillance feeds. Qin, it seems there may have been a miscalculation. The so-called god of thunder who was supposedly stripped of his powers appears to be absent. Coulson remarked with a smile. Winning money from Qin Xiao was undoubtedly a source of delight. Just then, alarms blared as an intruder breached the perimeter. Coulson swiftly turned to the monitor, spotting a muscular man with golden hair outside the constructed tent, violently toppling several guards as he made a beeline for the hammer. The film did not explicitly state it, but the hammer should have landed at night, coinciding with Thor's arrival as he crashed into Jane Foster's vehicle. Here, Qin Xiao was struck by the hammer in the morning. Let's just assume the hammer was tardy. Chapter 60. Is this hammer your boyfriend? For reasons unknown, upon seeing the robust young man resembling a bull through the monitor, Coulson instinctively felt his hair was at risk. To validate his suspicion, he instructed all guards to clear a path. Let us go. We should investigate, Qin Xiao urged, leading Coulson and Black Widow directly to the hammer's location. Upon their arrival, Thor had just reached the site, completely oblivious to their presence, as he gazed adoringly at the hammer, murmuring to himself, "At last, I have found you. I must. Apologies, sir, but it seems this area is off-limits to unauthorized personnel. Yet, judging by your expression, it appears you have lost your most cherished companion. Is this your boyfriend? The shape seems rather impractical for use." Qin Xiao interrupted Thor's soliloquy, pointing at the hammer with a grin. Thor tilted his head, taking a good 10 seconds to grasp Qin Xiao's implication. You dare to blaspheme? I am Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin, the father of all gods. I am. Qin Xiao cut him off once more. Much to the astonishment of Coulson and Black Widow, as the man's words resonated eerily with Qin Xiao's earlier statements. Both were elite agents, adept at reading psychological cues, and could discern that this seemingly deranged individual was speaking truthfully. Or perhaps he was simply mad. Yet, it was too coincidental for a madman's words to align perfectly with Qin Xiao's. Before arriving on Earth, Thor was undoubtedly a brash and thoughtless warrior. In response to Qin Xiao's casual remarks, he did not immediately rush for the hammer but instead unleashed a fierce retort. Qin Xiao and the others simultaneously rolled their eyes, with Black Widow and Coulson beginning to question their instincts. This man was likely just a lunatic, appearing entirely unhinged. With swift strides, Thor approached the hammer, confidently reaching out to grasp it. Applying slight pressure, the hammer, which usually felt weightless in his hand, remained utterly unmoved. This time, he gripped it with both hands, exerting every ounce of strength, his face flushed with exertion. Yet the hammer remained immobile. Father, why? Why? Whether it was Odin's reprimand or his banishment to Earth, Thor resembled a child who had never truly faced consequences, having never taken parental threats seriously. Yet the immovable hammer stripped away his illusions and confidence, flooding him with a profound sense of abandonment and despair. Your boyfriend seems to be quite upset with you. Is it because you found a new love interest? Let me guess, is it an axe or a mace? Qin Xiao teased with a cheeky smile. For reasons inexplicable, the sight of Thor's serious, almost juvenile demeanor compelled Qin Xiao to jest. Though over 1,000 years old, he appeared as a teenager who had lost a beloved toy. You bastard. Qin Xiao's words ignited Thor's sorrow and resentment, transforming them into fury. With a roar, he charged at Qin Xiao. Poor child, you really need a good night's sleep. Without the power of Thor, he was no match for Qin Xiao. The latter sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a swift chop to the back of Thor's neck. The god staggered and collapsed to the ground. Let us find a place to stow away this pitiful fellow. He poses no threat now, and someone should come looking for him tomorrow. Someone will come looking for him? Are there other deities? Though Thor had failed to lift the hammer, Coulson instinctively felt that Qin Xiao was on the mark. As a theoretical physicist, you should assign a few individuals to follow them. Their research might yield unexpected surprises. After speaking, Qin Xiao turned to leave. Natasha, what do you think of Qin Xiao's words? Coulson inquired of Black Widow, slightly perplexed. It sounded implausible. Whether it pertained to gods, Asgard, or the notion that someone would come for him tomorrow, but this hammer spoke volumes. While I do not know how Qin Xiao possesses such knowledge, despite his occasional frivolity, he is trustworthy, is he not? Qin Xiao stepped outside and directly queried the system in his mind. System, I suppose I have completed the task concerning the god of thunder. Yes? Why have I not received any points as a reward? I swear this fellow will never forget me. With each superhero's appearance, the system would assign Qin Xiao a task to leave a lasting impression on them. And this instance was no exception. However, Thor had yet to learn the host's name, thus the task remained incomplete. The system's dispassionate voice echoed in his mind. I forgot to inform him of my name. How awkward. Yet, given the circumstances, an introduction would have seemed rather abrupt. A new task has arisen. The host may choose to accept or decline. Oh, pray, enlighten me. During Thor's exile on Earth, assist him in undergoing an internal transformation to regain the hammer's favor. Upon task completion, the host will gain the friendship of Odin, the father of all gods. This task bore similarities to his encounter with Banner, though that reward, the Hulk-serum, was more straightforward. The prospect of Odin's friendship? Qin Xiao pondered this reward. System, why did you specifically indicate that I could choose to accept or decline this task? Qin Xiao voiced his curiosity. Odin, the father of all gods, banished Thor to Earth to mold him into a worthy king. Should the host aid in this process, he would inevitably draw Odin's attention, leading to potential unexpected gains. However, being within Odin's gaze may not necessarily be advantageous at this juncture. Qin Xiao comprehended. It was indeed a double-edged sword. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively spoke to the system. I accept. Chapter 61. The moon rises above the willow's tip. Asgard, a wondrous realm, not merely for its myriad of magic and deities, but due to the internal strife within the Odin family, which has rendered Asgard incapable of exhibiting even a semblance of its purported cosmic might. The entirety of Asgard remains ensnared in the conflict surrounding Thor, Loki, and ultimately Hela, the internecine struggles of a royal family that led to the kingdom's ultimate demise. The younger brother harbors thoughts of killing his elder sibling, while simultaneously protecting him. The sister desires to eliminate their father, and the brothers join forces to obliterate everything. In summary, aside from the absence of familial incest and the like, Asgard rivals the chaos depicted in the tales of Zeus from Greek mythology. A melodramatic family saga unfolds. Odin has stripped Thor of his godly powers and exiled him to Earth. Qin Xiao. This scenario resembles a wealthy father freezing his son's credit cards, casting him into a quaint village to teach him the essence of genuine life. It mirrors a metamorphosis within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, Qin Xiao is not so lenient, and Thor is not particularly selfish or unreasonable. He is merely somewhat naive. Before possessing sufficient strength for self-preservation, he has entered Odin's gaze, akin to a small business being scrutinized by a global corporation. One must either leverage others' resources to flourish or be devoured by the corporate leviathan. Familiar with every plot twist in this world, Qin Xiao deliberated extensively before ultimately choosing to acquiesce. In the dead of night, Qin Xiao sat quietly on a hillside, gazing at the stars. He pondered whether to follow the storyline or devise a means to help that foolish lad calm his restless heart. Hey, it's rare to see you so serene. How are you? Are the stars particularly beautiful tonight? The Black Widow appeared behind him, wine bottle and 2 glasses in hand. If given the choice, I would prefer to gaze at you rather than the stars. Qin Xiao replied with a smile. Such sweet words merit a glass of wine. The Black Widow chuckled as she seated herself, uncorked the bottle, and poured 2 glasses, handing one to Qin Xiao. To the stars above. Very well, to the stars. They clinked their glasses gently. The lad has awoken. He neither fled nor shouted, simply sat there in a silly fashion. Is he truly the legendary god of thunder? Indeed, he is without a doubt. Qin Xiao remarked, glancing at the Black Widow, who today wore her ever-present black bodysuit, though her usual serious demeanor had softened to a rare tranquility, exuding an endearing charm. Are you curious why I know all this? Qin Xiao teased. If I were to inquire, would you tell the truth? The Black Widow took another sip from her glass. That depends on the identity you assume when asking. Are you the infamous Black Widow of the espionage world or my friend Natasha? Qin Xiao countered ambiguously. Since I can remember, I was confined with a group of little girls in a red house, where only through enduring humiliating training and mutual slaughter could we survive. Thus, from a tender age, I learned not to trust those around me. Gradually, I discerned their treachery. Those who smiled at me concealed daggers behind their backs. From the moment I met you, you were irreverent, rarely speaking the truth, yet your eyes convey that you bore me no malice, so how you came to know this is of no concern. I recognize that whether as a partner or a friend, I can trust you. As she spoke, the Black Widow leaned her head upon Qin Xiao's shoulder. Her early life had been consumed by the training to kill, targeting foes and enemies. It was only upon meeting Hawkeye and joining Hield that she experienced the presence of trustworthy companions. Yet, no one had transitioned from being a target to a friend, and ultimately a man. Quite like Qin Xiao, he allowed her to abandon her tasks and view him from a purely feminine perspective. This sensation, commonplace for many, was exceptionally unique for the Black Widow, and she greatly cherished it. You appear rather slender, yet your shoulder seems quite sturdy. Do you like it? For this lifetime, you may lean upon me. Though only this side, as you know, I am quite the charming man. Others will inevitably fall for me, and I, being unable to refuse a beautiful woman, must leave some hope for others, do I not? Under the heavens and upon the earth, there exists nothing that he cannot discuss. The Black Widow merely reclined against him, quietly listening, absorbing his earnest ramblings, her lips curling into a gentle smile that indicated her enjoyment of the moment. As the moon hung low over the willow tops, they sat together in silence for half the night. Though no physical intimacy occurred, they drew closer in spirit, a delightful and pleasurable sensation enveloping them. Thus, the following morning, Qin Xiao awoke invigorated. In the films, Thor descended from the heavens, colliding with their vehicle, and others deemed him mad. Yet Jane Foster felt an instant connection with this foolish god, choosing to believe his words. If all proceeded smoothly, they should arrive today to retrieve Thor. After waiting from dawn until noon without seeing anyone come for him, Qin Xiao received a video call from Tony. Qin, I heard you encountered a strange hammer in Mexico. Was it enjoyable? If so, I might just swing by. By the way, do you notice anything different about me? Tony pulled the camera back to reveal his upper body. Qin Xiao scrutinized him for a while before realizing the arc reactor in his chest now glowed in the shape of a blue triangle. Chapter 62. The pauper with a 3 billion fortune indeed. The villainous tend to have longevity. Congratulations on being placed on God's blacklist, Tony. However, this news is rather unfortunate for me, as I have long coveted the vehicles in your garage. My tiny butterfly effect seems to have expedited your palladium poisoning. That appears promising. I wonder, however, if this alteration will allow Rhodey to procure a suit of armor from you to become War Machine. After exchanging pleasantries with Tony, Qin Xiao seemed to have an epiphany and moved to a secluded spot, conspiratorially addressing Tony. I have something to ask you, Tony. Only you can assist me. Your sneaky demeanor reminds me of a thief. Have you contracted some manner of male affliction? I can't help you there, buddy. After all, I am in peak health and quite robust. You should consult Banner. I believe he has dabbled in medicine. Tony, perceiving Qin Xiao's mysterious demeanor, wore a look of disdain. This is something I initiated within the lairs of drug lords. You know, Zurich boasts numerous banks. I wish to ascertain which one is the safest, as I seek to transfer my funds. Qin Xiao glanced around to ensure no one was listening, whispering into the phone. Is that all? Tony replied, disappointment evident on his face, expecting a more significant revelation. Mind your tone, Tony. I am now a billionaire. A full $30 billion. $30 billion. Goodness, I scarcely know what to purchase. Luxury mansions? Yachts? Do you have any sage advice? On the screen, Tony Stark regarded Qin Xiao with an exceedingly dismissive, condescending glare. I presumed you had accomplished something noteworthy. Does 30 billion warrant such excitement? UBS. That the Swiss bank group formed by the merger of Union Bank of Switzerland and Swiss Bank Corporation is a reputable entity. Any bank bearing those three letters on its site is reliable. Is there anything else? Though Tony did not verbalize it, Qin Xiao could read the word pauper in his eyes. Tony, I can see that your wealth is extraordinary, yet $30 billion is no trivial sum regardless of where it is stored. I believe you ought to show me a modicum of respect. Do you comprehend what 30 billion signifies? With a single breath, Qin Xiao had permanently resolved his financial issues in this world, carrying an immense fortune, and it was precisely the time to stand tall in pride. How could he possibly tolerate Tony's condescending gaze? I am unclear, my friend. 30 billion was merely a fraction of a Stark Industries and Defense Department contract or a minor fluctuation in stock prices. I am not particularly aware. You know I do not concern myself with the numerical balance in my bank account. Damn it! Qin Xiao exclaimed in frustration, terminating the call. Now that was the true pinnacle of pretentiousness. Billionaires come in tears. Only a fool would broach the subject of finances before Tony Stark. Forgive the interruption. How are you? I'm not well. Do you require something? Turning, he encountered a disheveled old man. This was none other than the brilliant astrophysicist Erik Selvig, who had made notable appearances throughout the Avengers series, Thor 1 and 2, Avengers 1 and 2, facilitating the unceasing entry of the Chitauri army into New York. Qin Xiao's demeanor startled the old man, prompting him to speak in a hushed tone. I have a friend whose mind is a bit, you know. He went missing yesterday. I heard he came here. I wish to inquire if he has been captured by your lot. If you are one of them, Dr. Erik Selvig pointed toward a sign above a large tent encampment. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense? Attack and Logistics. It is somewhat convoluted, isn't it? Indeed. If that friend of yours insists on proclaiming himself as the god of thunder, the son of Odin, the All-Father, then he is certainly mistaken. Erik Selvig hurriedly nodded in agreement. For he too could not refuse Jane Foster's request, which compelled him to muster the courage to seek out the individual in question. Otherwise, who in their right mind would willingly engage with a secretive intelligence agency? Qin Xiao signaled to a nearby guard. Please inform Director Coulson that the friend of that madman from yesterday has come to claim him. He will understand my meaning. After pulling Erik Selvig aside and exchanging a few idle words, Qin Xiao soon lost interest. These brilliant scientists often exhibit a certain awkwardness, taking considerable time to respond unless the conversation revolves around their expertise. Individuals like Tony Stark, who are not only extraordinarily intelligent but also charmingly entertaining, are truly a rare breed. Before long, Coulson arrived, escorting Thor with 2 guards. Since the previous night, when he had failed to lift his hammer, Thor appeared utterly dejected. Remaining silent and dazed, it was unclear whether it was the familiar voice of Erik Selvig or the mention of Jane that stirred him. But he lifted his head, a flicker of life igniting in his gaze. Dr. Selvig, have you come to take me away? Thanks to Qin Xiao's prompt, Coulson did not require any identification from Erik Selvig, allowing them to depart without further ado, thus rendering their hastily acquired false credentials obsolete. However, after Erik Selvig and Thor left, Coulson discreetly dispatched an agent to follow them. Chapter 63. Deceiving the god of thunder. Qin Xiao intended for Coulson to track them down and retrieve the research materials belonging to Eric Selvig and Jane Foster. This was a small attempt to rectify the changes brought about by his arrival, allowing Eric Selvig to enter the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D to study the cosmic cube, thereby smoothly setting the stage for the story of the Avengers. It is essential to note that for Qin Xiao, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the system is the key to ensuring his own growth and power. Familiarity with the majority of the plotline serves as his greatest advantage. This also signifies that the combat prowess of superheroes or villains will ascend to new heights. Therefore, while Qin Xiao is capable of altering certain elements, he refrains from tampering with the main storyline, opting instead to maintain it, lest he provoke some hidden ancient entities about which he remains unaware, such as the Eternals, which had long been rumored to be in production before his traversal. When Qin Xiao arrived, Jane Foster was dining with Thor at a restaurant. It was unclear how Jane managed to comfort him, but he left looking like a lifeless fish, only to appear lively once more. During their meal, he occasionally exchanged flirtatious glances with Jane, igniting a pang of jealousy within Qin Xiao. I have been in this world for quite some time, and have only just begun to flirt with Black Widow. Yet you little rascal, have barely arrived on Earth and already have a beautiful woman fawning over you. And you're even provided with food and shelter. Is this what they call the blessings of a fool? What a protagonist treatment this is. Look at how well he is faring, while I, with a system, am unable to compare. However, reflecting on Thor's eventual tragic fate, his entire family perished, Asgard lay in ruins, and even Jane, his girlfriend, cast him aside, brings a measure of solace to Qin Xiao. The more one enjoys in the beginning, the greater the suffering that follows. With this thought, Qin Xiao's mood improved significantly. He adjusted his demeanor, donned a smile, and approached the pair. Uninvited, he pulled out a chair and seated himself beside them. Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Thor leaped up, instinctively shielding Jane Foster behind him. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xiao, he exclaimed, "I recognize you. You have insulted me and my hammer, and you knocked me unconscious yesterday. I may not be your equal now, but do not think you can harm my friend. Look at that. Who claims Thor is foolish? This fellow is as cunning as a fox." Indeed, while it is true that Qin Xiao knocked him out, he neither imprisoned him nor assaulted him, and today he had released him. Clearly harboring no ill intentions for the display he put on for Jane Foster, it was evident that Thor's words had made her heart flutter. After all, he had been abducted yesterday, yet here he stood before her, unafraid of these roguelike villains, exuding an aura of protective strength. With a touch of a valiant spirit, Jane Foster stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Thor, her expression tense as she addressed Qin Xiao. "You rogues have already taken everything from us. Do not think you can take my friend away. Well then, not only did I just sit down only to be mistaken for a villain, but I also found myself inundated with love declarations before I even spoke. Truly, this is infuriating." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Xiao rubbed his nose and, with a hint of annoyance, said, "Please, remain calm. I am not here to take anyone away, nor to seize your belongings. Look, it's just me. There is no one else outside." Jane glanced outside and found it true. Only Qin Xiao stood alone. Her expression softened slightly, yet wariness still lingered as she asked, "Then what do you want with us?" "We have nothing to discuss, so please do not disturb our meal. If you do not leave, I will call the police. Could you at least sit down first? I merely wish to speak with him." "Let us take a seat, as others are watching us. I will give you 5 minutes. Speak quickly and leave." Jane cast several cautious glances outside before finally urging Thor to sit down with her. "First, let me clarify. I harbor no ill will towards you. Otherwise, I would not have allowed him to leave today. Secondly, I am not affiliated with any agency. I am merely a consultant, do you understand? Thus, you need not be so tense." Qin Xiao made an effort to alleviate their hostility. "But you insulted my hammer and knocked me out," Thor protested like a petulant child, fixated on the matter of his hammer. "I knocked you out because you were overly agitated yesterday. Thor, I insulted your hammer because you were far too attached to it. You are the god of thunder, not merely the god of hammers. Would you truly be nothing without your hammer?" Qin Xiao spoke with an air of familiarity to Thor. "Mjolnir is my battle companion, the source of my power. You wouldn't understand, you mere mortal." Ah, the typical arrogance of Asgardians, forgetting their place in a few sentences. So, this is why your father sent you to Earth. You have become utterly useless after losing your hammer, and yet you do not know how to respect the people of Earth. Qin Xiao lazily snapped his fingers. Wait, Dio, you truly believe he is the god of thunder from Asgard? Jane interrupted the exchange. Although she had expressed belief in Thor's claims, her faith had always been somewhat wavering. Yet upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, she was taken aback. Thor's reaction was even more pronounced. Dio, you know why my father banished me to Earth? Seeing the bait taken, Qin Xiao felt a surge of delight. Of course I know. Not only do I understand why you are here, but I also know how you can reclaim your hammer and regain the powers of the god of thunder. Chapter 64. A business card. Qin Xiao's attempts at bravado typically ended in failure, yet this time, in the presence of the seemingly simple-minded Thor, he effortlessly earned the latter's trust. This matter was known only to their mother. The goddess Frigga, and even Odin was unaware. Since entering the Marvel timeline, Qin Xiao had often impersonated a fortune-teller. Now, he had finally found success with Thor. He had even managed to exact a small measure of revenge for the earlier incident of being inundated with love declarations. This revelation invigorated Thor, for the most significant blow to his spirit was not the inability to lift his hammer, but rather the secret that Loki had revealed to him yesterday, that his recklessness had led to their father's demise. What? You have a fiancé, eh? Jane's face betrayed feelings of betrayal as she loudly confronted Thor. Although the two had not formally established a relationship, they had exchanged undeniable sparks from the moment they met. An air of unspoken attraction had quietly developed between them, only to be violently disrupted by Qin Xiao's intrusion. In truth, Thor had never contemplated this matter. For over 1,000 years, he had regarded Sif as a comrade and brother. Before encountering Jane, he had merely assumed that once he ascended to the throne, he would marry Sif, but he had never given it much thought. Now, with Qin Xiao's provocations, a sudden unease gripped him. Jane, let me explain. My father designated her as my betrothed at my birth, but I have always seen her as a sister and never considered marrying her. You need not explain yourself to me. I am but a mere mortal. You, however, are the god of thunder. Your future wife should be a goddess of some sort, befitting your status. The goddess of earth and harvest. Qin Xiao chimed in teasingly from the side. Yes, the goddess of earth and harvest. Surely that should be your future wife. And thank you for your input. With a casual air, he seized the water cup before him and splashed it directly onto Qin Xiao's face. Seething with anger as he turned and stormed away, damn it, why douse me with water? Qin Xiao felt more wronged than the legendary Doi Da Thor, stammering in front of Qin Xiao, made it clear that he had indeed developed feelings for Jin. It's fine, you go ahead. After you've resolved your own matters, come find me. You know where to locate me, right? Qin Xiao wiped his face, adopting a demeanor of a sage in front of Thor. The big fellow shot Qin Xiao an apologetic glance before hurriedly pursuing Jin, who was leaving. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter you two, however, on the brighter side. A task from the system had been completed, and 500 points had been credited, leaving him just 500 points short of unlocking the second-level marketplace, which offered a modicum of comfort. After the big fellow departed, Qin Xiao muttered to himself as he prepared to leave. Yet, before he reached the door, a restaurant staff member stopped him. Sir, that table hasn't settled the bill yet. Please settle it first, and you will also need to compensate for the cup you broke. Oh, those two damned rascals. Why did I have to find them at this moment? Qin Xiao felt utterly wronged. Not wanting to pay, sir. If you persist in this manner, we will have to contact the authorities. Fine. I'll pay by card. By the next afternoon, Qin Xiao had not yet seen the big fellow return to find him. Instead, he received an invitation from Tony. True to form, Tony presented the invitation with great ceremony, dispatched through Stark Industries. IT invited Qin Xiao to attend the Stark Expo, taking place in New York 3 days hence. In this world, Stark Industries undoubtedly stood as the titan of technological enterprises, and the Stark Expo was among the largest tech exhibitions globally. The expansive exhibition area showcased the latest products from renowned tech companies worldwide. Running for an entire year. Even without manufacturing weapons, they possessed formidable capabilities to achieve significant advancements in other fields. The Expo's opening ceremony was a momentous occasion for Stark Industries. In fact, Tony had sent invitations to every member of the Avengers team. However, the others, being genuine agents, had little time to attend the opening ceremony, and Dr. Banner was still tied to the military, making a casual appearance inconvenient. Although Qin Xiao was not particularly interested in the Expo's opening ceremony, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement at the thought of the tall, graceful women who accompanied Tony in the film. Moreover, his recent progress with Black Widow made him consider that staying here might yield an opportunity to get closer to her. Just as Qin Xiao was deliberating, Coulson entered with a serious expression on his face. "What happened?" Qin Xiao inquired, noticing Coulson's constipated demeanor. "A business card with your name written in Chinese." Coulson held out the card. Qin Xiao took it, revealing a plain piece of cardstock with his name, Qin Xiao, elegantly inscribed in Chinese characters. Flipping it over, he found an address, 177A Bleecker Street. Qin Xiao recognized the address and asked Coulson, "Do you know what this place is? Perhaps you should take a look at this first," Coulson replied, revealing footage of Thor's hammer under surveillance. The scene, initially devoid of anything but the hammer, suddenly displayed a golden, swirling energy ring appearing in thin air above it. As the energy ring came to a halt, a portal framed by the ring emerged, and a business card floated down gracefully. Chapter 65. The Supreme One. Such an uncanny occurrence surely warranted investigation from S.H. However, their findings indicated that 177A, Bleecker Street was merely an ordinary antique shop, peddling old furniture and vintage clocks, with its proprietors possessing unblemished records and no signs of anything amiss. It stood to reason. The Ancient One, a master of celestial caliber, wielded spatial magic with remarkable finesse. If she did not wish to be found, not even SHILD could uncover her secrets. Though the actress portraying the Ancient One is female, official Marvel documentation does not assign a specific gender, so we shall assume she is a woman. As for her nationality, let us follow the comic lore and designate her as Chinese, if I recall correctly. The sudden appearance of the Ancient One, accompanied by a card bearing an address tossed near Thor's hammer, undoubtedly connected the matter to Thor or Asgard. The nature of that connection, however, would require Qin Xiao to investigate personally. It seemed attending the Stark Expo was essential. Unable to wait for Thor, Qin Xiao took the initiative to seek him out once more. To his astonishment, the big fellow had somehow reconciled with Jin, the two of them now exchanging knowing glances, igniting sparks in the air. How swiftly he has soothed this girl. He must have showered her with sweet words. What a cad! Qin Xiao felt a surge of indignation. Having flown from New Mexico to New York, he hitched a ride with Stark Industries' vehicle and driver, arriving at 177A Bleecker Street. This street, located in the bustling heart of Manhattan, made Qin Xiao ponder how the three sanctums operated. If their locations could be altered, he would prefer to rent out the sanctum and relocate to a more affordable locale, sparing himself the fate of being a destitute sorcerer, as depicted in Avengers: Infinity War. Standing at the entrance, he lamented that the sanctum occupied such prime real estate. After a brief hesitation, just as he was about to knock on the door, a flash of golden light appeared beneath his feet, and a portal opened up. In an instant, he found himself falling through the hoop. Correspondingly, in a study on the second floor of the sanctum, Qin Xiao emerged from a hoop, landing squarely on a single sofa. The room was a small, enclosed study with bookshelves overflowing on three walls, devoid of doors. 3 single sofas were arranged according to the bookshelves, and upon Qin Xiao's arrival, he found himself facing the Ancient One, who was engrossed in a book. It had been the Ancient One's magic that transported Qin Xiao directly from the entrance to the second floor. However, upon his arrival, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on the pages. This was the advantage of possessing great power. One could exude an air of superiority without uttering a word. Were it an ordinary person who summoned him only to read in silence, Qin Xiao would undoubtedly have sent them sprawling with a single slap, sending their book flying. Yet, facing the supreme sorceress, Qin Xiao could only harbor silent complaints, refraining from any rash actions. Naturally, Qin Xiao was not one to remain idle. Observing that the Ancient One was so engrossed in her reading that she did not spare him a glance, he took out a cigar and began to puff clouds of smoke in her direction. "Let us see if you choke on this." Qin Xiao, relishing his mischief, took a deep drag and casually exhaled a thick plume of smoke towards the Ancient One. Yet, the supreme sorceress was indeed formidable. Without lifting her gaze, a golden hoop the size of an ashtray appeared just under Qin Xiao's nose. As the small portal materialized, the smoke he exhaled rushed toward it, swirling into the opening. Peering through, Qin Xiao saw a snow-capped mountain, its lofty heights unmistakable. Though he could not discern the exact location, it was certainly a high-altitude region. The weather was clear with little wind, and due to the atmospheric pressure, the smoke here moved freely, carrying even the ash from the cigar into the small portal. Impressive. An ashtray that creates its own draft. Qin Xiao mused. It would be fantastic to have one in my bedroom. Not only would it eliminate the need for an air circulation system, but it would also replace the trash can. But if you were to open one in your bedroom during a snowstorm, it could fill your house with snow in an hour. Are you sure you want to do that? I can assist you, the Ancient One remarked with a smile as she finally set her book aside. Uve traveled quite a distance to see me. Don't you have anything to say or inquire? Of course, I have questions. Since I've made it to your doorstep, why didn't you just teleport me from New Mexico? Plane tickets are quite expensive. In response to the Ancient One's initial words, Qin Xiao tossed his cigar into the ashtray, launching into a question that hardly touched upon the core issue. Firstly, I didn't have to pay for the ticket. Secondly, if I were to come down to open the door for you or create a portal for you, the energy expenditure would be roughly equivalent to bringing you up here. There was no counterargument to that. To his surprise, the Ancient One had seriously calculated the logistics. Thus, Qin Xiao followed her lead and inquired, "What brings you to summon me?" It seemed he had stumbled upon a question of interest to the Ancient One. She regarded him intently and said, "Odin and I can be considered friends. He has exiled his son to Earth while he himself lies in slumber, and naturally, I must keep a watchful eye. However, I am quite surprised by the presence of someone who should not be there. You ought not to have appeared in that location, yet here you are, unapprehended by the Temporal Variance Authority." Chapter 66. The terrifying Supreme Sorcerer feigning ignorance, he could only reply, "I'm sorry, I do not comprehend what you are saying." Yet within, he was fervently imploring the system, was my identity not supposed to be a problem upon crossing over? Why does Ancient One say I should not be here? Hurry and devise a solution. The system, however, paid no heed to Qin Xiao's concerns, instead continuing its own discourse within his mind. Congratulations, host, for encountering the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, and leaving a profound impression on her. Reward, 500 points. It has been detected that the total points acquired by the host have surpassed 5,000, thus initiating a system upgrade and unlocking the secondary marketplace. The upgrade process is commencing now. Following this announcement was a countdown. 47, 59, 59. Hey. Qin Xiao shouted again in his mind, but the system remained fixated on the countdown. Damn it, he internally raged. A face loomed close enough that if their eyelashes were just a tad longer, they would touch. What are you doing? What is happening? This is concerning. Ancient One has lived for at least a millennium. Surely, she does not harbor any ill intentions towards me. Who were you speaking to just now? I sensed your mental fluctuations. It felt as though you were communicating with someone, yet it is only us two here. How peculiar. Ancient One disregarded Qin Xiao's questions, continuing her own inquiries. A tempest of astonishment surged within Qin Xiao. He was well aware of Ancient One's formidable prowess, but he had not anticipated that she could sense his mental dialogue with the system. I truly do not understand your words. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He felt that provoking Ancient One would be perilous. He could not afford to be exposed and regretted accepting Thor's mission. Knowing Odin was also a being of celestial caliber, should these individuals discern that he did not belong to this world, who could tell what actions they might take? Given the uncertainty of his situation, Qin Xiao's decision to retreat seemed prudent. However, the disparity in their strengths was so vast that leaving was not a simple option. Interesting, I shall observe. Ancient One continued her soliloquy, and as her words faded, her hands swiftly pressed against Qin Xiao's forehead. Instantly, he felt paralyzed, as if ensnared by a nightmarish sleep, fully aware of his surroundings, yet utterly incapable of movement. He recognized where he was and that Ancient One's palm was resting upon him. He could feel every sensation, yet he remained immobile. Damn it, they say having a system makes one invincible. I hope I do not perish here. If I must die, let it be in a clash with formidable foes like the purple sweet potato essence. Not at the hands of Ancient One. That would be utterly humiliating. $30 billion remained unspent. Black Widow had yet to be encountered. Qin Xiao could not even roll his eyes, trapped in a torrent of internal complaints about the futility of his potential demise. Fortunately, Ancient One merely probed his soul and mental fluctuations. and the feeling of confinement dissipated almost as quickly as it had come in a heartbeat. Qin Xiao regained his freedom, collapsing onto the sofa, the sensation of helplessness lingering uncomfortably. After taking a few deep breaths, he resolved that since he could neither fight nor flee, he would embrace his inherent audacity. What the hell do you want? If there is a matter to discuss, do so plainly. Coming here to poke and inquire with cryptic language. If not, let us settle this with a fight. In his fervor, Qin Xiao inadvertently spoke in his native tongue. To his surprise, Ancient One spoke even more fluently. Oh, you are rather temperamental for someone so young. You, shrouded in mystery and brimming with secrets, I shall surely unveil you. You wish to fight me? Are you certain? The moment she invoked his native language, Ancient One's demeanor shifted entirely, shedding her earlier enigmatic aura. With remarkable skill, she rolled up her sleeves, her right hand flicking, conjuring forth a golden energy whip with her left hand. She formed a hand seal, a circle of green energy shimmering around her wrist. What the hell? Qin Xiao exclaimed, having barely arrived in the Marvel universe, and now faced with Ancient One wielding the Time Stone. Despite his thoughts racing, Ancient One observed with a knowing smile as Qin Xiao uttered his astonished exclamation. Lifting her left wrist, she remarked, "You indeed recognize the Time Stone." Internally, Qin Xiao realized he had been outmaneuvered. The threat of the Infinity Stones loomed large over him, and in a moment of panic, he had let slip his astonishment. Now, feigning ignorance would be an insult to her intelligence. Thus, he squared his shoulders, acknowledging, "What is so impressive about the Time Stone? Do you think you alone can foresee the future? Have you never heard of the I Ching and the river diagram? I can foresee 500 years into the past and 500 years into the future." Seeing Qin Xiao's bold admission followed by his nonsensical ramblings, Ancient One smiled faintly and withdrew her energy, a stubborn duck indeed. "Fear not, since I could not detect any discrepancies in you earlier. I shall not press you to divulge your secrets. However, your presence does indeed violate the laws of this universe, and even—" She paused mid-sentence, leaving the thought unspoken. "Even what? Dare you leave your words hanging?" Although Ancient One had retracted her magical energy, Qin Xiao still maintained a slight distance, wariness etched on his face. "If you do not reveal your secret, I shall certainly keep my own cards close to my chest. Young man, would you care to collaborate with me?" "Collaborate on what?" Qin Xiao remained apprehensive, uncertain of Ancient One's true intentions. "The specifics of our collaboration cannot be disclosed at this moment, but would you be interested in learning magic from me?" "Why would I wish to learn magic from you?" Qin Xiao stood firmly behind the sofa. While he was indeed intrigued by Ancient One's magic, especially the convenience of that portal, his wariness remained, and he could not simply acquiesce without understanding her motives. "Indeed, why would you think I would want to learn magic from you?" Ancient One pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, she performed a hand seal with both hands, and a green light radiated from the ornament at her chest, gradually revealing a vibrant emerald stone in her right hand. Is this reason sufficient? Chapter 67. The pact with Ancient One. Qin Xiao could scarcely comprehend that Ancient One had directly presented the Time Stone. In Avengers: Infinity War, Doctor Strange utilized the Time Stone to glimpse over 14 million possible futures. Furthermore, in Avengers: Endgame, when Banner sought out Ancient One to meet Doctor Strange, she casually remarked that he had arrived 5 years prior and was likely performing surgery several blocks away. This indicated that Ancient One possessed the ability to foresee the future. If that were the case, she must be aware that Doctor Strange was her successor and the next guardian of the Time Stone. So why did she insist on handing the Time Stone to him? Moreover, regarding the so-called Time Variance Authority, based on the trailers Qin Xiao watched before crossing over an Ancient One's earlier words, they were tasked with apprehending anyone who disrupted the predetermined timeline. For example, Loki, who was destined to be imprisoned in Asgard, managed to escape with the Tesseract. Undoubtedly, he too had disrupted the established timeline. So why had they not come to capture him? Was it because of the system? If the system could shield him from the Time Variance Authority, why could it not protect him from Ancient One? What had she seen in the future? Why was it imperative for her to have him study magic alongside Doctor Strange at Kamartaj? Initially, Qin Xiao felt as though he had a divine perspective in the Marvel Universe. But now he found himself shrouded in layers of fog, waiting to peel back each layer gradually. He considered consulting the system but found it persistently engaged in its upgrade process. Why, of all times? Was it upgrading now? The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. In a fit of rage, he kicked a large trash bin nearby, made of metal and towering over a meter high, sending it, along with its contents, soaring at least 2 stories high. Debris rained down from above as the trash rained down. Forget it. Let whatever happen happen. I shall grow stronger, and then I will fear nothing. With a resounding crash, the trash bin landed heavily, providing a modicum of release for Qin Xiao's pent-up frustration. He resolved to cease overthinking. After all, with the system in hand, he could afford to bide his time until his strength grew. Just as he was about to exit the desolate alley, he suddenly spotted a Caucasian male standing ahead. A knife in hand, staring blankly at him. Perched atop his head were 2 twisted strips of toilet paper and an obviously blood-stained sanitary napkin. The knife bore remnants of meat sauce from a strand of spaghetti. He appeared to have been hiding behind the massive trash bin, ready to rob him, but had been startled into stillness by Qin Xiao's earlier display. Lean and wiry, he resembled a lightning bolt. Likely a drug addict. Yet, seeing him standing motionless evoked memories of the character from Shaolin Soccer who practiced praying mantis fist. Robbery? Qin Xiao stepped forward and inquired. No, you misunderstand. I am dining. The robber, with a dazed expression, lifted the noodles from his dagger as a gesture and shook his head, causing the sanitary napkin to sway in the wind. Dining here? Indeed. The air is quite pleasant, isn't it? Nice hat. Do you have cash on you? $50. Will that suffice for a taxi ride to Stark Industries branch? It will. Hand it over. Thank you. Qin Xiao took the bills and casually patted the robber's shoulder. Crack! A faint sound was heard, clearly indicating that Qin Xiao had shattered the man's scapula with a single blow. Within the sanctum of New York, the previously composed and seemingly omniscient Ancient One, who had exuded an air of unearthly wisdom before Qin Xiao, now sat on the sofa with a troubled expression. How could this be? What exactly transpired? Ancient One murmured to himself on the sofa. After a moment's contemplation, it appeared as though he had resolved to undertake something. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, hands forming intricate seals, as the time stone floated between his palms, emitting a series of ethereal green glows. As the green light gradually spread, Ancient One's body began to tremble violently. The tremors intensified, and he left numerous phantoms in the in that instant. It seemed as if countless versions of Ancient One were overlapping at the same spot. Heads of Ancient One appeared from various angles, some in anguish, others solemn, and others in joy. The quaking accelerated, and the frequency of the green light's expansion increased, resulting in an ever-growing array of phantoms surrounding Ancient One. Just as everything approached its zenith, all the tremors, illusions, and green light suddenly contracted and then surged. Everything returned to tranquility. Ancient One spat out a mouthful of blood, his face awash with disbelief. This was soon followed by a fit of wild elation. Ha 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 ha. Should Qin Xiao witness Ancient One in such a state, he would surely think he was looking at a different person altogether, with blood at the corners of his mouth, seated cross-legged on the sofa while laughing maniacally towards the heavens. He resembled a madman. However, none of this was visible to Qin Xiao, who, after robbing an unfortunate thief and acquiring $50 from his pitiful form, hailed a cab directly to Stark Industries' New York branch. Though referred to as a branch, following Tony's extravagant fireworks display at the Los Angeles Industrial Building, an increasing number of business operations were shifting toward New York, the International Financial Center. Otherwise, the Stark Expo would not have chosen this location for its event. The branch had subtly transformed into a de facto headquarters. As Qin Xiao's taxi came to a halt before the towering edifice, he had just stepped out when a cacophony of car horns blared. A flashy dark red convertible Acura NSX pulled up beside him. Who but Tony Stark could it be? Don't mention it. I thought you'd be stuck in there for ages, so I let the driver leave. But it seems you finished quickly. Qin Xiao shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Seems you haven't had the most pleasant day. Hop in. I'll take you somewhere that will surely lift your spirits. Tony patted the passenger seat beside him. How about we switch cars? This convertible is too ostentatious, and I'm not fond of the color. Dark red, too flashy for my taste. Tony, this car is a limited edition, one that true wealth cannot procure, and Qin Xiao suddenly recalled the way Tony had looked at him last time, as if he were a pauper, a tinge of bitterness welling up within him. Promise me you'll come with me to handle something, and this car will be yours. How does that sound? I'm being generous for once. Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled as he promptly ushered Tony into the passenger seat. Tony, did you know? When I was a child, my parents told me that the specialty of my hometown is bayberries. Have you ever tasted them? They are delightfully sweet and sour. Ripe bayberries are the same color as this car. Oh my God, I adore this color. It's the color of my hometown, Tony. Chapter 68. Secondary mall at IT. Turns out there is always a higher peak. Although Qin Xiao now possesses a thick skin and a sufficiently hefty wallet, he still cannot compete with Tony, a seasoned capitalist who has thrived for decades in a capitalist society. After acquiring a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from Tony, he found himself being dragged to the grand opening of a newly launched luxurious apartment complex. Surrounded by a throng of scantily clad hostesses and with Tony constantly engaging him in conversation, Qin Xiao, having just come into a substantial windfall, felt his pride take a hit as he unwittingly purchased 2 penthouse duplex apartments totaling over 1,000 square meters for a whopping $10 million. Even after signing the papers and completing the transaction, he still wore a befuddled expression as he asked Tony, "Why did I need to buy 2 apartments, even if we'll be in New York more often?" No, my friend, you are mistaken. It's 1 apartment, the other is in my name," Tony declared triumphantly, waggling his right index finger. "Oh my God, you must have not read the contract properly when you signed. Right? How about being my neighbor? Surprised? My villa in New York is quite dilapidated, and the new Stark Tower has only just begun its foundation work. It will take at least 2 to 3 years to fully construct. You wouldn't want me living in that old villa for the next few years, would you, my friend?" Tony grinned like a weasel that had just stolen a hen. "Tony, when you dragged me along to the ribbon cutting, that apartment building must have been constructed by your friend, right? Let us see if I can get a refund." Qin Xiao turned his head in disbelief, gritting his teeth. "Unless there's a quality issue proven by the relevant authorities, it's absolutely non-refundable. Trust me, that apartment building is a new venture under Stark Industries. I wouldn't mistake that." Tony pulled Qin Xiao into the car, taking on the role of driver. "So you're saying I spent the money for 2 apartments but only got 1? And you gifted me another, which happens to be built by your company, correct? Relax, my friend. Don't get worked up. Your hand is about to crush the car door. Goodness, this is your car. Qin, can I still return this car?" Qin Xiao felt a mix of despair and frustration. "Tony? My language skills have been regressing lately. Could you translate for me what the hell a surprise means? For now, the apartments cannot be moved into immediately." So Qin Xiao pulled Tony to the most luxurious hotel in New York, shamelessly enjoying several days in the presidential suite. He locked himself in the suite for 2 full days, repeatedly carving Tony Stark's name into the toilet. Finally, the moment arrived when the system upgrade concluded. Although it was termed an upgrade, it merely meant that the secondary mall had been unlocked. In the secondary mall, intermediate super-serum, acquire the Asgardian primary god body, unawakened divine power state, lifespan can be extended to 5,000 years, 3,000 points. Intermediate combat skills, an upgraded version of the primary combat skills, allowing for a more rational application of skeletal muscle strength, resulting in at least a 20 increase in the same physical quality of strength and speed, 800 points. Intermediate weapon proficiency, an upgraded version of primary weapon proficiency, enabling a more intuitive use of most cold weapons. Having just grazed the threshold of human weapon unity point, 800 points. D-class combat suit, E-class combat suit upgrade. Besides possessing the functions of the E-class combat suit, it additionally increases kinetic energy absorption by 30. 700 points. D-class cold weapon customization, E-class weapon upgrade, capable of barely penetrating high-end alloys, such as Iron Man's gold titanium alloy. However, it still cannot achieve the sharpness of cutting through iron like mud. The weapon's toughness and sturdiness are enhanced. 700 points. With the secondary mall now open, prices had escalated significantly, and the points that had once felt abundant suddenly became insufficient. After much deliberation, Qin Xiao concluded that strengthening oneself was paramount. Nothing surpassed the importance of one's own strength. Gritting his teeth, he decided to purchase the intermediate super-serum first. This left him with a pitiful 500 points, rendering him unable to afford anything else in the secondary mall. System, why is this intermediate super-serum linked to the Asgardian godbody? It doesn't seem to correlate with the term super-serum at all, Qin Xiao questioned with some confusion. The system's voice, devoid of any emotion, responded, "Damn, that is a very reasonable point. I find myself at a loss for words to counter that." This was indeed a valid criticism from Qin Xiao, Having completed the random task for the Hulk, the intermediate serum, if it merely doubled the effects of the primary serum, would indeed hold little significance for someone like him who already possessed 30 of the Hulk's power, as for spatial storage devices and such. He could always purchase them later when he earned more points. System, I have another question regarding Ancient One's unusual behavior that day, as well as the so-called Spatial Anomaly Management Bureau, etc. Qin Xiao expressed the doubts that lingered in his mind. First of all, this isn't a single question. There are several questions within. Secondly, I am merely a tool to assist the host in acquiring strength in a more convenient and straightforward manner. Theo put it bluntly. I am just an external AID.AS for pondering these matters. You, as a sentient being, should be utilizing your own biological brain to think. Why would you ask me, a mere tool, if I knew everything? What need would there be for you as the host? Host, you're overthinking things. Damn it. Being outwitted by an auxiliary tool left Qin Xiao feeling as though his mind required an upgrade first. Since the system indicated so, Qin Xiao chose not to inquire further. After all, a decision had already been made last time. It was best to focus on strengthening himself without getting caught up in the chaos. However, a vague feeling nagged at him. This time, the items within the secondary marketplace, particularly the divine body cloaked in the guise of an intermediate super-serum, were undoubtedly linked to the current mission involving Thor. It seemed likely that it served as a precursor for obtaining Odin's rewards in Asgard in the future. Chapter 69. Thor's new job, perhaps it was due to his recent acclimatization to the Hulk serum or the thorough modifications his body had undergone. But upon consuming the so-called intermediate super serum, he experienced only a mild discomfort. The sensation was merely a slight tingling for a few minutes, a stark contrast to the excruciating pain he had endured previously, which felt akin to being bitten by a few mosquitoes. After the consumption, he sensed an enhanced resilience in his body, along with a significant improvement in his ability to absorb impacts. However, the changes in strength and speed were marginal. With a noticeable increase that surely did not exceed 10 yet, there was an indescribable transformation within his body. Given that it was touted as a divine body, it must possess unique advantages. He hoped that in Asgard, this divine body would bestow upon him unforeseen benefits. Otherwise, relying solely on a body that had yet to awaken divine power would render him better off continuing along the path of the Hulk, provided he disregarded the aspect of longevity. After all, he had no divine status or power, unlike Thor, who could summon lightning with a mere thought upon awakening. The third-tier marketplace would only be accessible once his total points exceeded 10,000, which seemed an eternity away. However, there was a silver lining. Following the next marketplace upgrade, a portion of products would become available for purchase, allowing the host to buy them for others. Currently, the items were only effective for Qin Xiao himself. This alleviated his concerns. Should he genuinely find a few women in this world, the issue of longevity would need contemplation. It would be rather disheartening to live for thousands of years while witnessing those around him perish one after another, leaving only a solitary giant. What joy could that bring? Besides, he had a goddess fiancée. After all, having endured the tedious opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, Qin Xiao contemplated whether to tease the giant a bit, as one must endure some hardship to mature. Just then, he received a call from Thor. Qin, I need your assistance. I wish to find a job. The abruptness of this request left Qin Xiao somewhat perplexed. Why was Thor seeking employment? All right, finding a job is no issue, but do share your reasoning, Qin Xiao replied, adopting a tone reminiscent of a wise elder. I currently have no means of regaining Mjolnir's approval and must follow Jane daily. Yet, as a man, I cannot rely on her for my sustenance. Do you understand my meaning? Thor spoke somewhat hesitantly. I guess it that you've eaten too much and are being shunned. Qin Xiao chuckled, teasing him. No, Jane treats me well and I do eat quite a bit, but she has never asked me to do anything. However, I must learn to fend for myself. Did you not tell me that to become a true god of thunder, one must first learn to be an ordinary man? I am learning how to live like a commoner, working, earning money, taking my girlfriend out to dinner, and giving her small gifts. Do you understand what I mean? Qin, you will help, right? Ah, this charming lad. After rambling on with philosophical musings, it was the part about taking his girlfriend out that truly mattered. After all, as the heir to the throne of Asgard, he ought to possess some self-respect. Securing him a job would indeed be beneficial, allowing him to experience the life of an ordinary person and gain some merit when facing Odin in the future. However, should he be allowed to work? There was the risk that Loki might send the destroyer down, potentially causing collateral damage. While Qin Xiao was no saint, he could not allow innocent lives to be harmed. After much contemplation, he decided it best to go himself. In New Mexico, Black Widow had been assigned another task by Nick Fury. Coulson was busy leading a group of scientists in an intense study of the hammer on the ground, thanks to the research materials provided by Jane and her team. They were nearly certain that Asgard and the Nine Realms existed in reality. They were connected through subtle links in the universe. It was worth noting that Jane's research findings were backed by scientific evidence, far beyond mere Norse mythology. Consequently, when Coulson saw Qin Xiao, he recalled their wager regarding his hair, causing him to act rather evasively. Qin Xiao paid no mind. It had simply been a joke. He had come to take the giant out for a bit of exploration, and he needed Coulson's assistance. Otherwise, with the fake documents hastily prepared by Jane and her team, a casual encounter with the state trooper could easily expose them. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to keep Thor and Jane under control in this small town. Yet, considering the implications of their research findings, if everything proved true, Thor could indeed be a ticking time bomb, potentially attracting trouble at any moment. Having Qin Xiao around offered a semblance of safety. Though he sometimes embodied trouble, his prowess was undeniable. After all, the technology of interdimensional portals was rather fearsome. Assassination, intelligence gathering. Regardless of the motives, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to control or comprehend them. Qin Xiao understood Coulson's concerns. I advise against harboring any ill intentions toward them. This organization on Earth possesses combat capabilities rivaling those of Odin, and their primary focus is Thor. In fact, their leader is a friend of Odin. Coulson was not at ease with Qin Xiao's ambiguous answer, his anxiety evident. But it involves interdimensional travel. Do you understand what that signifies? I am aware. I know you are concerned for the world's safety. However, trust me, my friend, their commitment to safeguarding the world far exceeds yours. Long enough that the last time they elected a leader was at least a millennium before the invention of the electric light. After giving Coulson's shoulder a reassuring pat, allowing him to digest this information, Qin Xiao headed straight to Thor. He handed Thor a manila envelope, $100,000. Why are you giving me money? Just securing me a job would suffice. Clearly, Thor had grasped the concept of money during his recent days with Jane, acquiring a basic understanding of earthly norms. Your father has entrusted me with the care of an old friend here on Earth. So finding a job is unnecessary. You are, after all, a prince. Instead, come with me and experience the joys and sorrows of those around us. If you insist on working, consider yourself my personal bodyguard. This will be your first month's salary. Chapter 70. A moment of spring on the plain with a casual remark from Ancient One. Qin Xiao now felt more assured standing beside Thor. At the very least. The system's task had transformed into a legitimate endeavor. Even if Odin were to appear before him, Qin Xiao could confidently inform Odin that the Sorcerer Supreme had requested him to look after Thor. This was far more credible than masquerading as a fortune teller. Therefore, Qin Xiao boldly announced to Jane and her group, Thor has brought us quite a bit of trouble lately. As a token of gratitude, I would like to invite you all to Monaco to watch the F1 race. His demeanor exuded a newfound authority, reminiscent of Thor's role as guardian on Earth. Regarding the matter of Ancient One, Qin Xiao had not divulged extensive details to Thor, merely mentioning Odin's old friend on Earth. In response to Qin Xiao's sudden enthusiasm, Thor could only explain to Jane, a good friend of the All-Father, perhaps an ancient deity here on Earth, God, Zeus, or some other divine being. Jane, intrigued, immediately adopted the demeanor of a curious scientist. Eager to inquire further, Thor's presence had validated her previous research, igniting her fascination with ancient myths and legends. But they are merely humans with some magical abilities. The so-called gods are simply advanced civilizations. Aside from their powers, Asgardian deities are not fundamentally different from Earthlings, and their societal openness is even less than ours. Qin Xiao merely shrugged, non-committal, before turning to Thor. Thor, this is also what Odin wishes for you to comprehend. Jane smiled, saying nothing. She had no objections to being with Thor. On the contrary, Daisy, another student of Erik Selvig, suddenly exhibited boundless enthusiasm. After Qin Xiao smiled and nodded at her, Daisy jumped up and cheered. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, Dr. Erik Selvig suddenly spoke up. Erik, come with us. I wish to do something in return for all your help lately, Thor sincerely urged. I just received a new job. Like Mr. Qin here, I have become a consultant for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. They have a research project that requires my involvement, and I am very interested. In the film, Coulson confiscated the research of Dr. Eric Selvig and Jane, ultimately allowing Nick Fury to recruit Dr. Selvig for the development project of the Tesseract. It seems that the emergence of Thor, coupled with the ancient organization mentioned by Qin Xiao, instilled a sense of crisis within SHIELD, prompting Nick Fury to begin amassing forces to utilize the Tesseract for weapon development. Congratulations, Jane and Daisy eagerly approached Dr. Selvig for a warm embrace. This old man, possessing extraordinary genius, had spent the first half of his life indulging in esoteric pursuits, with little recognition for his work. Finally encountering someone who appreciates his efforts, they felt a surge of joy for him. Perhaps it was the ease with which money flowed in or a newfound clarity after being severely bested by Tony. The usually frugal Qin Xiao this time chartered an entire private jet. My goodness, I thought I would be stuck in my seat for over 10 hours. I even prepared a neck pillow to rest comfortably on the plane, but unexpectedly, this is just too cool. The aircraft Qin Xiao chartered was a large one, complete with 3 small bedrooms, a living room that doubles as a bar, and a compact KTV. The moment Daisy boarded, she tossed aside the travel pillow hanging from her backpack. Jane, while appearing composed, was still visibly excited as she pulled Thor around to explore. I want to take a selfie in every corner here. This will give me enough material to boast for half a year on social media. Daisy raised her phone and snapped a picture of herself. Then, she sat directly across from Qin Xiao, her curiosity evident as she said, "To be honest, your wealth exceeds my imagination. Is it true what the newspapers say? That you and Tony Stark are?" Daisy extended 2 fingers, bending them slightly. That's just too unfortunate. Both of you are unfortunate. After saying this, she sneakily glanced at Qin Xiao. You're the one who's more unfortunate. He's considerably older. First of all, I am not gay, Qin Xiao countered, playfully twisting Daisy's fingers. Secondly, even if I were, I wouldn't choose someone like Tony Stark. That jerk. Dio, you have a girlfriend then? Daisy asked bluntly upon hearing Qin Xiao assert his heterosexuality. Her question was quite direct, leaving Qin Xiao feeling somewhat awkward. Technically speaking, Natasha and he had not yet formalized their relationship, but it was also evident that they shared a bond beyond mere friendship. Upholding his principle of sincerity, Qin Xiao replied with a rather shameless truth. A girlfriend? Not yet tonight. Haha, Daisy chuckled lightly. I was asking about tonight. Fine. Qin Xiao thought perhaps he should have rented a smaller aircraft. Honestly, 2 bedrooms would suffice. Wouldn't they? Daisy, recently graduated and with a straightforward personality, was not looking to settle down. Qin Xiao, young and affluent, possessing quite the handsome visage along with the halo of a superhero, was a perfect fleeting romantic interest for Daisy. Unexpectedly, his first experience of indulgence in the Marvel Universe happened to be on an airplane. Can this be considered a mid-air rendezvous? The plane was equipped with a dedicated chef, and the 4 of them enjoyed a delightful meal, followed by a lively session in the KTV. Eventually, Qin Xiao and the towering figure led the 2 ladies into the bedrooms. For the next 10 hours or so, they did not emerge. Content within the ellipsis left to one's imagination. Thank you. The Principality of Monaco, the world's second smallest country after Vatican City. Surrounded on 3 sides by France, it is adjacent to the Mediterranean. With a total area of merely 1.98 square kilometers and a population of less than 40,000, it primarily relies on gambling and tourism, making it one of the wealthiest nations globally. Of course, this wealth is not merely in terms of economic volume. Besides its renowned casinos and royal gossip, Monaco is famous for its F1 racing circuit that weaves through the city streets. This description corresponds to reality. Those intrigued by royal gossip can search online. It's somewhat interesting. Every year, the country hosts world-class F1 races, attracting teams, drivers, and behind-the-scenes financial moguls, significantly boosting local tourism. This tiny nation lacks its own airport due to its size. So most travelers to Monaco opt to land at the nearest airport in Nice, France. Qin Xiao was no exception, but he did not expect to encounter an acquaintance immediately upon disembarking. Chapter 71. The invitation from Justin Hammer. Look who it is. Our superhero Qin Xiao. I'm so pleased to see you. This plane is quite impressive. I'm Justin Hammer. You might have seen my photo on the recent cover of Time magazine, which pales in comparison to what you've accomplished. Qin Xiao was taken aback to meet this character. Not quite a villain, nor truly a hero, he resembled more of a buffoon in the film, making a deliberate attempt to imitate Tony Stark. To Qin Xiao's surprise, Justin Hammer greeted him with such enthusiasm, not only exchanging pleasantries but also mimicking the motion of Qin Xiao slicing through the Ironmonger's leg with his sword. I must say, that strike was truly spectacular. By the way, compared to Stark, I am your loyal fan. Justin Hammer extended his right hand toward Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao shook his hand, finding him to be a contradictory figure who viewed Tony as both a rival and an idol. He had long been imitating Tony's speech and mannerisms, especially after Tony announced that Stark Industries would no longer manufacture weapons. Consequently, Justin Hammer's company received a flurry of orders from the Department of Defense, causing their stock to soar and landing them several times on the cover of Time magazine. This inflated his ego, leading him to believe he had surpassed Tony. Unfortunately, no matter how many orders his company received, in the public's eye, Tony remained the undisputed number one. Observing this man, who was desperately attempting to embody Tony's style, Qin Xiao found it rather amusing. His exaggerated antics and self-proclaimed humor starkly contrasted with Tony's inherent irreverence. "Hello, Qin Xiao." Qin Xiao had no intention of engaging further with this awkward individual and planned to leave with Daisy and the others. Unexpectedly, Justin Hammer stepped directly in front of him, blocking his path. "Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Are you heading to the race?" "So am I. There's a helicopter waiting for me over there. I think we can chat on the way if you don't mind." "Are these two beautiful ladies and this strong gentleman your friends? Can they join us?" Seizing an opportunity to hitch a ride on the helicopter, Qin Xiao nodded slightly, prompting Justin Hammer to cheer and hurriedly lead the way. "I don't like this guy. He talks in such a sarcastic manner, like a stage actor." Thor remarked bluntly, "I don't like him either. I bet he has no good intentions in seeking you out." Daisy said, gripping Qin Xiao's hand, "It doesn't matter. We just happen to need a mode of transportation, and that helicopter looks quite appealing." In contrast to Tony Stark, Justin Hammer resembled a pure businessman. Materially speaking, he was at least equal to, if not more so than, Tony. The helicopter that came to pick him up was a modified Mi-26 developed by the former Soviet Union, stretching over 40 meters long. It was practically the size of a small passenger plane, lavishly decorated like a miniature nightclub. "You know, our company is developing individual combat armor, similar to what Tony Stark has, Iron Man, BU, but ours is bigger, stronger, and more powerful. In collaboration with a project alongside the Department of Defense, I believe we will have a finished product soon." Upon boarding the helicopter, Justin Hammer pulled Qin Xiao to a sofa and immediately began speaking in a series of disjointed phrases. "However, I heard that your project has been postponed after Tony showcased your experimental footage during the last congressional hearing." Qin Xiao ruthlessly exposed his sore spot. Just a few days ago, at the hearing, Justin Hammer had been thoroughly humiliated by Tony. That was merely for show. In reality, we have continued our work and have even signed a confidential agreement, Justin Hammer replied smugly. "Well, I wish you success. Just don't know how that concerns me," Qin Xiao retorted bluntly, his tone rigid. "To be frank, we've signed a contract with the Department of Defense, and the orders are certainly secured. However, the public does not share that sentiment. They need our nation to produce armor even more formidable than Iron Man to ensure their safety. The public needs confidence, and you are that confidence." "Me?" Qin Xiao responded, bewildered. "Indeed, you." Tony was defeated by Obadiah's Ironmonger. "It was you who took down that giant. Everyone saw the footage. Tony was left battered on the sidelines, while you were the one who dealt with him, was it not?" "Stark Expo. I shall apply for a booth with Stark Industries to showcase our new battle armor. I hope you can attend and engage in a light-hearted skirmish with our armor. No need for seriousness, merely a performance. Do you grasp my intent?" Qin Xiao certainly comprehended his meaning. This fellow desired for Qin Xiao to publicly succumb to his armor, thereby demonstrating to the world that he surpassed Tony Stark in strength. This was not merely his intention. There was a hint of political motivation underlying it. It is worth noting that just days prior, Congress convened a hearing demanding Tony Stark surrender his armor. Regardless of their motives, the government wished for the weapons they possessed to appear more formidable than Iron Man, even if only superficially, merely to foster a perception of superiority among the public. "I fully understand. I shall strive to create a spectacle of grand proportions, only to fall before your armor, correct?" Qin Xiao remarked with a smile. "Bingo!" Justin Hammer snapped his fingers. "That is precisely the idea. Of course, we shall not have you laboring in vain. I shall provide you with a handsome endorsement fee commensurate with the global commercial value of the most prominent celebrities." And you shall also gain the friendship of certain influential members of Congress. Justin Hammer laid out his terms. Qin Xiao initially considered teasing this character before outright declining. However, suddenly struck by an idea. A mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he replied, "Certainly, that is acceptable. However, we must negotiate the endorsement fee thoroughly, for I am to lose before the entire world, which pertains to my honor as a superhero. Does it not? How much would that be worth?" For Justin Hammer, nothing held greater importance than vanquishing Tony Stark. Unless he had truly developed an armor capable of defeating Tony, there was no one more suitable for this endeavor than Qin Xiao. The two were of mutual interest, and soon a staggering endorsement fee was established aboard the helicopter. Chapter 72. The appearance of Whiplash Monaco, the Paris Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in all of Monaco. Without exception. Whether it is indeed the most opulent, I cannot say, but this hotel is unmistakable. I specifically checked again in Iron Man 2, and it is this very establishment. The Monaco royal family cleared the entire hotel for this competition to accommodate team owners participating in the race, as well as the wealthy and influential spectators. Not only were there hotel rooms provided for them and their entourage, but also a high-rise bar with a view of most of the racetrack as a viewing area. When Tony Stark arrived, Qin Xiao was engaged in lively conversation with Justin Hammer at the bar. Meanwhile, Daisy and Jane were indulging in various gourmet delicacies with the towering figure by a window-side table. "Hey, Tony, you've finally arrived. We've been discussing you for quite some time." Justin Hammer was exceptionally adept at spotting Tony in a crowd, and as soon as he and Pepper Potts entered, he recognized them immediately. "Oh, how could I forget you, dear Miss Potts? Congratulations on becoming the president of Stark Industries." Justin Hammer swiftly approached, greeting Pepper with a kiss on the cheek before enthusiastically throwing an arm around Tony Stark's shoulder. Tony nearly had the words "I despise you" written across his face. With an expression of distaste, he pushed Justin Hammer's arm away and, hardly sparing him a glance, approached Qin Xiao and said, "I recall you mentioning a lack of interest in racing. What brings you here with this fellow? I must say, your taste in friends has evidently declined as of late. Shall we have a word?" "Certainly." Qin Xiao picked up 2 freshly mixed cocktails from the bar and made his way to an unoccupied spot by the window. "There are still matters we haven't concluded, you know?" Just as Tony was about to leave, Justin Hammer chimed in from behind, "I shall return Qin Xiao to you. For now, enjoy your drink and take in the lovely ladies around you." Tony patted Justin Hammer on the shoulder in a childish manner before striding directly towards Qin Xiao's table. "Very well, I have a female reporter scheduled for an interview with me anyway," Justin Hammer muttered weakly behind him. As he reached for a cocktail from the table, he missed entirely. "Hey, that drink is mine. How did you end up with this guy? I loathe that insufferable clown. Seeing his face reminds me of the apple pie I once dropped in a gorilla enclosure at the zoo." "Ha ha ha ha." Qin Xiao couldn't help but visualize the scene, bursting into laughter. "Damn it, I swear I will never eat apple pie again. That guy wants me to endorse their forthcoming armor, to be bested by his armor in front of the crowd at your expo. $350 million. Ha! He must absolutely loathe you to offer such a sum." Tony, well versed in the sordid dealings with the government, understood the ulterior motives at play, aiming to deceive the public for political gain. "They wish to defeat me but dare not approach me directly, nor can they produce anything resembling a worthy contender. They merely intend to throw money at you. Damn. It sounds like your job is akin to that of the blonde girls in the Dutch red light district. You aren't considering accepting his offer, are you? Not yet signed. Once the contract arrives, have your legal team review it for me. After performing the contractual duties, would accidentally shattering a few pieces of armor count as a breach?" Tony's eyes lit up, and I suddenly have a plethora of more entertaining ideas. The two leaned in together, engaging in hushed whispers, occasionally sharing smiles that would send shivers down anyone's spine. In the film, Tony Stark's reckless behavior, stemming from his palladium poisoning, led him to indulge in self-destructive antics. His subsequent actions led many to believe they were a result of the palladium poisoning, such as appointing Pepper as the chair of Stark Industries and personally participating in the Monaco race. Until Qin Xiao, this butterfly, arrived, prompting Tony to upgrade the arc reactor, nullifying the threat of palladium poisoning. Nevertheless, Tony Stark remained absorbed in his laboratory, diligently researching new armors, delegating all matters of the company to Pepper. This was a matter of character. If he were to manage the company diligently, he would no longer be Tony Stark. There would always be surprises, such as now. "I must take my leave. It's my turn to perform. Our driver, who hasn't won a single championship in 5 years, hasn't even placed in the top 3. I intend to show him what real racing is. By the way, do not inform Pepper until I replace the driver." Tony rose, casting a furtive glance around to ensure Pepper wasn't watching, and hurriedly prepared to depart. "Tony, be cautious." Qin Xiao flashed a mysterious smile. Thor was still dining and chatting with 2 girls, and Qin Xiao greeted him before excusing himself, making his way to the rooftop via the fire escape. He needed a vantage point to fully appreciate the spectacle that was about to unfold in the break room of a certain racing team. Ivan Vanko sat staring blankly, biting down on a matchstick. He had prepared for this day for nearly 6 months, successfully developing the arc reactor, all for the sake of this race. It was his chance for a close encounter with Tony Stark. He had studied Tony Stark's behavior for a considerable time and found little pattern, save for this race, which he attended every year, and afterward, he would come down to photograph with his team. This was his opportunity. The wealth of the Stark family, the title of Iron Man. These were all stolen from the Stark family by his own father. It turned out that Tony Stark himself donned a racing suit and climbed into a race car. The screen displayed Tony Stark in the car, waving, while beside him, an enraged driver discarded his helmet. "If he enjoys the spotlight, then I shall resolve this matter directly on the racetrack. Iron Man." "Ha!" Ivan Vanko watched the spirited Tony on television, adjusting his collar with a defiant expression, and under the arc reactor's eerie blue glow, he erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Chapter 73. The villain's attempt to impress, non-existent. He was a rugged man, unmistakably of warrior lineage, clad in the attire of a mechanic from a racing team, with a provocative matchstick dangling from his lips. He brazenly emerged from the vehicle maintenance area on the track. By this time, the race had commenced, and the circuit was teeming with roaring cars. It is worth noting that F1 drivers typically navigate corners at speeds exceeding an average of 300 kilometers per hour. The sudden appearance of a person on the track could result in catastrophic consequences, as sometimes drivers cannot steer away in time. And even if they were to survive, they might have their lives crushed in an instant. Yet, this battle-hardened man did not stop there. With a flick of his wrists, 2 whips materialized in his hands. He then flung open his orange work uniform, revealing a miniature arc reactor emanating a blue glow from his chest. Outputting its full power, energy surged through the simple circuitry of his attire, flowing into the metallic whips in his grasp. His flimsy work uniform disintegrated into ashes, swirling away in the air. The whips crackled with ferocious energy, and as they lightly dragged along the ground, they carved deep gouges into the track's surface. "My God, this is simply meant for me." Justin Hammer could not restrain himself and leaped up from his seat. The arc reactor, this could undoubtedly resolve the majority of the world's energy dilemmas. It was rumored that Elon Musk had offered a substantial stake in his company to Tony Stark in exchange for the rights to this technology, promising to only implement it in his own vehicles, but Tony Stark had declined. Even when he stripped his armor of all weapon systems and filled its interior with the most advanced batteries, such energy sources could not elevate the suit even a meter off the ground, let alone sustain prolonged combat. Regrettably, Tony Stark refused to relinquish this technology, even under immense pressure from the Senate. And now, here appeared another seemingly mature mini-arc reactor. Just look at the violent energy coursing through those whips. If only they could be installed in his company's armor. Justin Hammer gazed at the arc reactor, particularly at Ivan Vanko's rudimentary equipment and his rugged visage, revealing a life of hardship, and he could not help but smile with delight in stark contrast to Justin Hammer. Qin Xiao stood on the rooftop of the hotel, seething with indignation as he watched below. Strutting confidently onto the track, he remained unfazed by the multitude of roaring race cars rushing past him. He even had the audacity to hold a matchstick in his mouth. "What a showman!" Qin Xiao spat in disdain towards the rooftop. His right hand instinctively brushed against his nose and eyes, recalling how, during his last display of bravado in Mexico, he had been met with an oncoming rocket launcher within mere moments. Why must a villain swagger about so boldly? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and his gaze began to scan the rooftop for any sign of action. Ivan Vanko's entrance elicited gasps from the affluent elite gathered at the bar in the Paris hotel. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch when he wielded his whip to cleave a speeding F1 car in two, plunging the crowd into chaos. That moment, happy, accompanied by Tony Stark's newly developed Mark V suitcase armor, hurriedly assisted Pepper Potts into the vehicle and sped toward the track. The reactor in his chest bore a striking resemblance to Tony's, suggesting he was indeed targeting Tony Stark. Upon witnessing this scene, Thor also rose to his feet. "What are you doing, Thor?" Jane exclaimed loudly. "Did you not just say this man was after Qin Xiao's friend? I don't know where Qin Xiao is gone, but I must help save his friend." With that, he dashed outside, disregarding Jane's protests. Meanwhile, on the track, Tony's car came into Ivan Vanko's line of sight. Leaning slightly to the side, Ivan swung his whip down with ferocity towards Tony's vehicle. The violent energy sliced through the air like a lightsaber. Severing the car's front end, Tony, seated within the half-dismantled car, was launched into the air, spinning several times before crashing heavily onto the ground. He then beheld Ivan Vanko, menacingly shaking his whips as he advanced towards him. A few cars, witnessing the unforeseen disaster, swerved urgently, colliding into one another, resulting in explosions, overturned vehicles, and flying debris. All of this chaos whirled around Ivan Vanko, yet he remained unfazed, his focus solely on Tony Stark, who had just crawled out of his wrecked vehicle. Just as he was about to enter striking distance, Ivan Vanko deliberately flicked his whips against the ground twice, seeking to instill greater psychological pressure upon Tony. As Ivan was about to unleash his attack, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. He turned abruptly to see a shadow hurtling towards him. Bam! Without comprehending what had struck him, Ivan felt a sudden darkness envelop him, as though a rapidly moving object had shattered against his face. The impact sent him soaring into the air, crashing against the wire fence beside the track, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Oh, yes." On the hotel rooftop, Qin Xiao triumphantly signaled a victory gesture. Chapter 74. Tony, who cannot strike back the sudden turn of events, left the audience bewildered, entirely unaware of what had transpired. While the spectators remained oblivious, Tony observed everything clearly, for there stood Qin Xiao on the rooftop, waving a half-severed PVC pipe, presumably torn from an unknown ventilation shaft, in greeting to Tony. He had expended so much effort crafting a portable suit of armor, only for this fellow to come to his rescue. But what could he do? Having shed his armor, he possessed little combat capability. Tony sat beside the wreckage, panting heavily, a look of resignation etched across his face. Bam! The ground beside him shattered as Qin Xiao leapt down from the rooftop to his side. Wow! The crowd erupted in fervor, many of whom were fans of Qin Xiao and Tony, unable to contain their excitement at seeing the two together again. "You should have at least taken a shower before bringing this," Tony quipped, as Happy tossed the Mark V suit beside him. "I will give it serious consideration. I can't always let this guy steal the spotlight. Can I? What a pity for my first racing experience," Tony remarked as he grabbed the suitcase, glancing toward the direction where Ivan Vanko had collapsed. The emergence of another arc reactor instilled a sense of urgency within Tony, and he found it utterly astonishing. He was confident that his technology could not be deciphered, at least not in the foreseeable future. Thus, he was eager to examine how this reactor differed from his own. To his dismay, Ivan Vanko staggered upright, brandishing his whip. With a single strike, he cleaved the vehicle that Happy had driven in half, perfectly separating Pepper in the back seat from Happy at the front. "Ah!" Pepper screamed in terror. Yet Tony's excitement surged. "Finally, it's my turn. You keep them safe. I'll handle him. Next time, you should find a sturdier pipe to rip off," Qin Xiao retorted, slightly annoyed. He had been in a rush and struggled to find something appropriate. He had managed to hit such a distance with a mere PVC pipe. Who could have guessed that the man would recover so swiftly? After issuing his orders, Tony placed the Mark V suit on the ground, stepped onto it, and pulled the handrails. The suit's main body enveloped him, while other components extended and automatically aligned to cover him entirely. With a dazzling transformation, Happy and Pepper had exited the vehicle. Taking refuge behind Qin Xiao, the white light in Tony's helmet flickered as the suit fully activated. He extended a foot and kicked the wreckage of the car, obstructing his path. At this moment, Ivan Vanko posed little threat. His earlier movement had been purely instinctive. In reality, he was still reeling from the effects of the blow, struggling to maintain his balance. Tony intended to unleash a laser cannon to strike down his opponent when suddenly, a figure vaulted over the wire fence behind Ivan. Brandishing a brick that appeared to have been scavenged from somewhere, the newcomer leaped up, using one hand to grasp the wire fence while propelling himself upward with his legs. He soared over the 2-meter-high fence, descending towards the ground, and swung his right hand. The brick landed squarely on the top of Ivan Vanko's head. The force was immense, compounded by the acceleration from the height. Shattering the brick upon impact, Ivan, already teetering, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. I was unaware of your arrival. After running around for quite some time, it seems my efforts were not in vain. To vanquish an adversary, one must ensure that they are utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Otherwise, one risks suffering the consequences. Greetings, Iron Man. I am Thor, the friend of Qin Xiao. There's no need for thanks. It is I who rushed down at the outset to offer my assistance, having just defeated Ivan Vanko, and I took the opportunity to introduce myself. The laser cannon in Tony's raised palm dimmed abruptly. I had no intention of thanking you. Rather, I was pondering the purpose behind donning my armor. Tony gazed skyward, his voice tinged with melancholy. When the police arrived, Ivan Vanko remained unconscious, the arc reactor in his chest having been crushed into fragments by Tony's hand. The competition had come to a complete halt, and a throng of journalists flooded the scene. Cameras pointed squarely at Qin Xiao and Tony. It is a pleasure to see both of you again. Having simultaneously emerged victorious over a criminal wielding advanced weaponry, might I request that you strike a pose with peace signs for a classic photo to grace the cover of our magazine tomorrow? The fastest reporter, nearly arriving before the two, eagerly vocalized her request. This female journalist was a fervent supporter of their pairing, having previously combined separate photos of them into a single headline shot. The thought of capturing an image of them together sent a thrill through her, and she was oblivious to the expressions of the two subjects. Excitedly, she pulled out a small camera, intending to capture a personal keepsake alongside the official shots. Without bothering to ask for Qin Xiao and Tony's consent, she began a countdown. Peace signs, thank you. Ready? 1, 2, 3, cheese. The response she received was 2 upright middle fingers and a simultaneous exclamation of bastard from both men. Chapter 75. Palladium poisoning? Ivan Vanko lay in the hospital, likely to remain unconscious for several more days. The competition had concluded without incident, and the two, beleaguered by persistent reporters, disregarded any concerns of shocking the world. One soared into the sky, while the other leaped to the rooftop of a nearby building. That night, aboard a yacht off the coast of Monaco, Pepper had taken over Stark Industries. The chaos left behind by Tony had her spinning like a top, racing around the globe. Thus, as soon as the day ended, she whisked away Happy, who had now become her personal bodyguard and chauffeur, leaving a forlorn Tony behind, primarily distressed by the sight of 2 couples before him. While Jane and Thor were in a genuine romantic relationship, Tony still mentally categorized them as couples. Qin, you should have informed me sooner that you would be bringing a companion today. Had I known, I would have invited some delightful young ladies to join us, Tony lamented, gazing at Daisy beside Qin Xiao with a look of despair. Initially, things were fine as Qin Xiao introduced a few acquaintances, discussing Asgard and Jane's research in astrophysics, and they enjoyed a pleasant conversation. However, as they became more familiar and relaxed, the occasional affectionate gestures between the couples began to sour Tony's mood. With a furrowed brow, Qin Xiao pondered. It seemed to have begun after the Iron Monger incident. You can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? Oh, God, strike down this lecherous fool with a bolt of lightning. I'm merely a recent graduate, and this scoundrel is on the verge of turning 40. Qin Xiao looked at Tony with disdain. Sheesh, my sexual orientation has always been quite normal. I've just been overly busy lately with the reactor modifications, my armor, and preparing to join that bizarre costume club with you. A rare hint of panic crossed Tony's face. Qin Xiao, of course, knew that Tony would not genuinely fall for him, yet Tony's reaction piqued his interest. You seem off, Tony, Qin Xiao remarked, lifting his glass and taking a deep sip. Now, tell me, what's troubling you? Is there a secret you're reluctant to share? You're insane. My health is impeccable. It's just about Pepper, Tony hesitantly began to express his feelings for Pepper. Although we haven't officially established a relationship, it's always been, I certainly wish we could be together, but both of us have been preoccupied lately. Tony's voice carried a tone of resignation, tinged with fear. He could easily attract countless women, often without lifting a finger. Yet when faced with someone he truly liked, he found himself at a loss for words. Even though he knew Pepper had feelings for him, he was unsure how to voice his own. Qin Xiao tilted his head in thought, recalling similar scenarios from films, Iron Man 1. Tony nearly kissed Pepper but was interrupted by a reporter's inquiry about selling weapons to terrorists, leading him to confront Obadiah. Later, on the brink of confessing at a press conference, he lost his nerve. Ultimately, it was only during a crisis in Iron Man 2 that he rescued Pepper, and they embraced on a rooftop, solidifying their relationship. Point 1 was a roguish exterior masking deep-seated insecurities, unable to express his true feelings, while the other, witnessing a string of beautiful women around Tony, felt a lack of security. Thus, neither made a move forward. Leaving external parties powerless to assist, Tony was destined to wallow in solitude that evening. Ivan Vanko remained in a coma for 3 full days in Monaco. Upon awakening, Qin Xiao and Tony visited him in the hospital. I saw the original design sketches, which bore the name Anton Vanko. Is he your father? Ivan Vanko refused to speak, prompting Tony to take the initiative. You are unworthy to utter that name. Your family are thieves? Rogues? Everything you possess rightfully belongs to the Vanko family. Ivan Vanko replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by his failed attack on Tony and his current status as a prisoner. It was your father who sought to exploit this technology for profit, intending to weaponize it. My father prevented him. Anton Vanko brought this upon himself. Tony countered, and silence enveloped the room as they exchanged glances, both aware that this was not a matter of right or wrong, rendering the discussion futile. After a pause, Ivan Vanko suddenly declared, "You have lost, Stark. You have been defeated from the very beginning." His laughter echoed, breathless and manic, as the handcuffs clanked against the bed frame. Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged glances, with Qin Xiao awkwardly scratching his head. Has he lost his mind? I utilized PVC pipes. Even with increased strength, it shouldn't be this severe. Has Thor rendered him foolish? Hey, what are you laughing at? Ivan Vanko gasped between fits of laughter. Addressing Qin Xiao, you ought to inquire of Stark just how agonizing palladium poisoning can be. Ha ha, palladium poisoning. Qin Xiao feigned surprise, casting a worried glance at Tony. Ivan Vanko's laughter escalated. Ha, it seems your friend is still unaware. You should inform him of the detrimental side effects of harboring an arc reactor within your body. Oh, damn. Tony, is this true? Why didn't you tell me sooner? We could have brainstormed solutions together. What now? We must consult a doctor. There has to be a way, right? Oh my god. Qin Xiao played along with Ivan Vanko's theatrics, though his performance was overly exaggerated. Tony, initially inclined to humor the act, could no longer contain himself and pushed Qin Xiao aside. Your performance is far too theatrical. Even a Broadway opera from a century ago would be more natural. It's utterly nauseating. Oh, really? Is it that bad? I've even read the actor's self-cultivation. I thought I did quite well. What do you think, Ivan? Qin Xiao asked with a mischievous grin. Chapter 76. The Illuminati. As Qin Xiao and Tony exited the infirmary, Ivan Vanko's voice echoed behind them, a blend of Russian and English curses. Outside, the police assumed that Qin Xiao and Tony had mishandled the prisoner, their expressions tense. Yet, what truly tormented Ivan Vanko was not Tony's escape from palladium poisoning, but rather the moment Tony revealed his new arc reactor and spoke of its origins. Ivan Vanko felt his father had genuinely lost to Howard Stark, a reality he found intolerable. In truth, regardless of the significance of one's contributions, those who are ousted often perceive it as a personal failure, branding those who expelled them as worthless. Ivan Vanko had grown up believing that Howard Stark was merely a self-serving merchant, devoid of any scientific merit. He attributed all achievements to his father and other scientists. Thus, when he learned that Tony Stark's father had invented a new element decades prior, significantly enhancing the arc reactor's efficiency, yet was unable to produce it due to technological limitations, he found it difficult to accept. Tony, this fellow has now become a living arc reactor, unaware of how many eyes are fixated upon him. The stick in your hand is about to be seized by others, as he stepped out of the hospital. Qin Xiao spoke to Tony in a hushed tone. It was a statement that Qin Xiao had struggled to articulate, having wrestled with his own thoughts. From the very beginning, he believed that his greatest advantage lay in his omniscience. Although he had seen the trailer for Loki before his transmigration and was aware of the time variance authority, he had always trusted that possessing a system would keep him hidden from their gaze. However, the words of Ancient One altered Qin Xiao's perspective. He would not contemplate altering the narrative, yet he would not adhere blindly to it either. He resolved to follow his own heart, since the butterfly's wings had already begun to flutter. He would allow them to do so freely and naturally. Thus, when Ivan Vanko was left in the hospital, Qin Xiao understood that, should events unfold as originally scripted, he would likely be rescued by Justin Hammer. While Qin Xiao was indifferent to the prospect of an eventual confrontation, he chose to issue a subtle warning to Tony from the standpoint of a friend. After all, Ivan Vanko primarily targeted Tony Stark. Should we inform Nick Fury and have him handle it? The two stood by the seaside at the hospital entrance, and after a moment of contemplation, Tony tentatively inquired, "Theo, be frank, in matters of world protection. I have unwavering faith in Nick Fury, but do not forget, Tony, he is backed by the World Security Council, filled with politicians from various governments who covet your armor." This issue had been discussed between them during their first venture to the Middle East, where they had contemplated forming a secret organization independent of SHIELD and the Avengers to address certain impediments in specific locales. More broadly, it was aimed at providing less constrained protection for the world. More narrowly, it encompassed their previous operations, such as their assault on the Ten Rings in the Middle East and Qin Xiao's solo endeavor to uproot a drug lord in Mexico, although the latter was primarily motivated by financial gain. In fact, I have even conceived a name for it and developed a mobile application. Tony revealed the app named Illuminati on his phone's home screen. Oh? Qin Xiao regarded Tony's phone with keen interest. It is still in development. It essentially functions as a task-sharing chat application designed to identify crises, upload missions, and address them in proximity, all while ensuring secure communication. Prior to their trip to the Middle East, Qin Xiao had intended to plant a seed for the eventual independence of the Avengers. However, after witnessing the massacre, his perspective had shifted slightly. He genuinely believed that certain organizations and individuals warranted extreme measures. His encounter with Ancient One further broadened his outlook. Yet, none of that mattered now. What was paramount was that Tony and he had reached a consensus. "Now I can input Ivan Vanko's name into the app," Tony remarked as he opened the application on his phone. "You can simply cross out his name. He likely has no tomorrow." Qin Xiao glanced back at the hospital. Boom. Just as the words escaped his lips, a tremendous explosion erupted from the hospital across the street. The force of the blast not only cleaved the multi-story building in half, but also unleashed a shockwave that swept through the entire street. Quick to react, Qin Xiao turned to shield Tony from the onslaught of debris, steel rebar, and other hazardous materials that could pose a lethal threat to ordinary individuals. While he successfully shielded them from flying fragments, the shockwave still propelled both men into the sea. Splash! As Qin Xiao pulled Tony up, they both resurfaced, expelling seawater from their lungs. The entire hospital had been obliterated, collapsing sideways onto an adjacent structure. Enveloping the street in a cloud of dust, the sound of car alarms, and cries for help from the rubble. Save the people first. Tony's expression was a complex mixture of emotions as he surveyed the hospital, the ever-responsible Iron Man attributing the calamity to himself. Qin Xiao exchanged a glance with him, remaining silent as he swam towards the vehicle they had arrived in, which was slowly sinking. With a powerful punch, he breached the trunk, extracting Tony's Mark V suit. Utilizing the scanning capabilities inherent to Tony's armor, coupled with Qin Xiao's superhuman strength, they worked in tandem with the arriving government personnel to rescue those trapped beneath the debris. While minor injuries were common, 52 individuals sustained serious injuries, and 37 lost their lives, including a pregnant woman and 5 children. One person remained missing. Tony's face darkened with dread as he relayed the grim statistics to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's expression mirrored his distress. Such tragedies were mere numbers in news reports, yet witnessing the loss of life firsthand, especially that of children, was a harrowing emotional jolt. Ivan Vanko? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiao uttered the name, knowing that the one missing could only be him. Chapter 77. The puppet master Justin Hammer's side exhibited no signs of irregularity, whether in personnel communications or financial transactions. Qin, your assumptions were correct. This incident bears no connection to Hammer. All right, I understand. It seems we need not keep a close watch on Justin Hammer any longer. All agents in France have been deployed, and should they attempt to leave the country with anyone, we will be promptly informed. This adversary is exceptionally skilled, ruthless, and shows no mercy in their actions. Exercise caution. See you in New York with that. Qin Xiao concluded his call with Black Widow. The enormity of the situation suggested to both him and Tony that Justin Hammer was not involved. Yet Qin Xiao still requested Black Widow to investigate. And indeed, everything appeared normal on Hammer's end. Who could it be? Qin Xiao pondered, his brow furrowed. Just then, A knock echoed at the door, prompting Qin Xiao to rise and open it. Tony entered unceremoniously, pouring himself a large glass of water and gulping it down in one breath. He exhaled deeply before speaking. A police officer has regained consciousness. He claims there were 5 intruders, 3 Caucasians, one of whom is female, a black individual, and 1 person of African descent. They moved with incredible speed and strength. He fired 4 shots, yet failed to hit a single target. From his description, it seems they bore a striking resemblance to you. 5 super soldiers. Qin, do you recall our previous encounter in Mexico? The individual with the metallic arm. I'm suspicious they are all part of a formidable hidden organization. One that commands drug traffickers and super soldiers, possibly even a powerful team of scientists. As Tony mentioned the 5 individuals, Qin Xiao felt an unsettling familiarity, and upon hearing Bucky's name, it all clicked into place. 5 super soldiers. Hydra, the Siberian base. They activated the 5 super soldiers from Siberia without deploying Bucky. Could it not have been Alexander Pierce's doing? Just as the name Hydra implies, the organization has numerous branches. Former SHIELD director Alexander Pierce is merely one of its leaders. Qin Xiao recalled how the Mind Stone had birthed Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, and that Strucker had long been based in Europe. Could he be involved? Qin Xiao's thoughts swirled in confusion. Even with his enhanced abilities, he felt powerless in the face of such circumstances. While he was familiar with many plotlines from the films, the locations of Hydra's bases remained a mystery, let alone how to locate them. Washington, World Security Council. In Alexander Pierce's office. That wretched Francis, who permitted him to unilaterally activate the Siberian base. That was one of our trump cards, the damned fool. Now, the entirety of Europe is swarming with SHIELD agents. He will bring about our downfall. You better be cautious, Stucker. Alexander Pierce was unusually furious, entirely abandoning his usual composed demeanor. Do not fret, my old friend. You are the head of the World Security Council, and most of the SHIELD agents are your people. What do I have to fear? Stucker's voice remained remarkably calm. It stands to reason. The greatest threat within SHIELD comprises individuals loyal to them, and there are no organizations like the Avengers monitoring them at present. Hydra currently lacks any formidable adversaries. Do you think Nick Fury is a fool? I know him well. He is not so easily deceived. I have no idea what other trump cards he possesses. The last time we spoke, we agreed that the Insight program is of utmost importance. If we expose ourselves now, we will be met with global backlash. Should that moment arrive, I can only resign myself to being the chairman, patiently awaiting future opportunities. Do you comprehend? We have waited so long for a chance to realize our aspirations. We cannot afford to reveal ourselves at this juncture. Perhaps Alexander Pierce's passionate admonitions swayed Stucker. As the latter's tone shifted to one of seriousness, shedding the previous air of indifference, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. The arc reactor, to be candid, is undeniably tempting. I have felt the allure myself in the past. However, the present is not the opportune moment. I shall instruct my subordinates to remain incognito and refrain from provoking agents of... Furthermore, I will exert every effort to locate that scoundrel, Francis, and bring this matter to a close. Ensuring our safety, Baron Stucker's assurances have somewhat stabilized Alexander Pierce's emotional turmoil, as he inhaled deeply and remarked, should he expose himself, I will eliminate him without hesitation, for the safety of us all and the glory of Hydra. Long live Hydra. Long live Hydra. In New York, at a certain golf course, Justin Hammer stood on the verdant expanse, angrily swinging his club. The escape of Ivan Vanko, an opportunity that had seemed assured, left him in a state of profound frustration, especially after he had taken the liberty of preemptively greasing the palms of both the police and prison officials, expending considerable resources in the process. His intent had been to extricate Ivan from incarceration at the earliest opportunity, only to find himself with nothing to show for his efforts. Take it easy, Justin. Golf is a refined sport, not a venue for unleashing your fury like Tony Stark's head. Sometimes, excessive force leads to missed targets. A middle-aged man approached Justin Hammer leisurely. Senator Stern, I recall just a week ago you were gritting your teeth, urging me to hasten the development of the armor. Why do you appear so unperturbed now? Justin Hammer, in a foul mood, had little patience for the senator, who had been a frequent collaborator. During my years in the Senate, I have learned that this world thrives on cooperative endeavors, much like our partnership in the armor project. Anger solves nothing. Allow me to introduce a friend, Mr. Francis Aubrey. Senator Stern stepped aside, revealing a gentleman in his 50s, impeccably groomed, with meticulously styled hair. Francis was among the most aristocratic of European lineage, wielding unimaginable influence across Europe, stocks, political elections, large-scale energy projects. Whatever you require, he possesses the means, including rescuing a genius from Siberia in Monaco. Senator Stern flashed a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Chapter 78. Collaboration. Europeans, particularly those of high society, place great emphasis on pure bloodlines. Justin Hammer was acutely aware that many old-world aristocrats preferred to reside in their ancient castles, adhering to age-old traditions. They looked down upon the nouveau riche, even including the British monarch in their scorn. Numerous contemporary literary and cinematic depictions of vampires often draw inspiration from these antiquated figures, who manipulate vast resources throughout Europe. However, Justin Hammer cared little for such matters. He was an American, grounded in practicality and realism. Bloodlines could go to hell, but Ivan Vanko was a prospect he could not afford to forsake. The micro-arc reactor represented his singular chance to rise above Tony Stark. You see, our project has been underway for quite some time. We possess the finest weaponry and sensor systems in the world. The only element we lack is that small, luminescent piece embedded in Stark's chest. Senator Stern raised a finger, tapping his chest in what he believed to be a humorous jest. Francis is exceedingly interested in the armor. He harbors no ambitions regarding Department of Defense contracts, merely wishing to equip his bodyguards with some finished suits. However, there are ample opportunities for future collaboration, particularly in renewable energy. You know how these nobles dislike standing in the spotlight. It would tarnish their elegance. Justin Hammer was indeed intrigued. The potential applications of the micro-arc reactor were immense. Solely focusing on military applications would be a disservice to such a groundbreaking invention. Thus, under Senator Stern's auspices, the two commenced an enthusiastic dialogue regarding their future collaborations. Plans for future partnerships would unfold gradually, with Francis's representatives facilitating Ivan Vanko's entry into Hammer Industries. Naturally, the technology of the arc reactor would not be shared. Francis's associates would oversee the proceedings to prevent Justin Hammer from acquiring reactor technology from Ivan Vanko. Following this incident, Francis would invest in a renewable energy company in the United States, with Justin Hammer at the helm, aiming to establish the world's largest renewable energy enterprise. These terms were non-negotiable for Hammer. After concluding their discussion, he hastily departed, intent on preparing for Ivan Vanko's arrival. Observing Justin Hammer's swift exit, Francis turned to Senator Stern and remarked, "You have secured a commendable pawn, ambitious, yet not particularly astute. Having him in the limelight is a wise choice. I shall rely on you for support in this endeavor." Senator Stern laughed heartily. "Pierce is searching high and low for you. If he were to learn you are hiding right beneath his nose, he would likely leap from his office in a fit of rage." Francis chuckled in response. He cannot afford to falter now. The Insight program hinges on him. We must ensure that a gun is aimed at the heads of all mankind. Dr. Zola is a genius. This plan to control the very essence of human life should be wielded by individuals like us, not by the likes of Pierce, don't you think? Francis's words elicited a broad grin from Stern, who, in the face of the temptation to control the world, unhesitatingly chose to collaborate with Francis, betraying Alexander Pierce. Little did he realize that behind him, Francis, who was laughing just as heartily, regarded him with the same disdain one might reserve for a fool. Meanwhile, Hydra had successfully delivered Ivan Vanko to Justin Hammer's company. Qin Xiao and Tony remained ensnared in Monaco, desperately searching for a way out. Since Ivan Vanko's emergence, or rather, since the second individual capable of fabricating a micro-arc reactor had surfaced, the pressure from the American government on Tony had intensified. Initially, Tony had opted to withhold his technology, boldly asserting that no one would be able to recreate the arc reactor for at least several years. This declaration had somewhat eased the government's and military stance. For as long as the arc reactor remained in Tony Stark's possession, it was effectively under American control. However, with the appearance of a second individual, particularly one who had been extricated by a non-entity, the government was less inclined to be placated. Should this technology fall into Russian hands, it would signify that the United States would remain under the looming threat of the fighting nation for years to come. This commentary bears no political implications. It merely reflects the cinematic world where the fighting nation is often portrayed as malevolent. Tony Stark was inundated with phone calls from Pepper and Rhodes, each conveying pressures from various quarters. Tony, this situation is untenable. What do you intend to do? Qin Xiao inquired, slumped on the hotel sofa. Monaco had boiled down to just the two of them. I was unaware until now. But a new idea has emerged. Tony had just hung up on Rhodes. Rhodes is military. I trust him. If I provide him with a suit of armor, it would not only deter the government from pursuing me for the time being, but also ensure the armor does not fall into the wrong hands. Moreover, the Illuminati requires new members. Just the two of us are woefully insufficient. At present, we are reliant solely on CHILD for intelligence. Qin Xiao abruptly sat up. Precisely. I share that sentiment. Those individuals who abducted Ivan Vanko cannot conceal him indefinitely. The armor is their ultimate goal. I have instructed J.A.V.I.S to monitor the market for all valuable metals, including the raw materials necessary for fabricating the arc reactor and the metals required for the armor. Unless those individuals possess extensive mineral reserves and proficient extraction and smelting techniques, the moment they commence armor production, I will undoubtedly track them down, Tony Stark asserted confidently. Chapter 79. Target locked due to the nature of mass production. Hammer's armor could not possibly utilize the same premium titanium alloys that Tony employed. Instead, Hammer Industries was well stocked with an array of ordinary alloy metals. However, the creation of micro-arc reactors necessitated a substantial quantity of palladium. Each missile required a mere 0.2 grams of this precious metal, a quantity Hammer did not have in surplus. Furthermore, while Ivan Vanko could not synthesize new elements, he had nevertheless adjusted the rotational speed of the reactor in an attempt to match Tony Stark's standards. This upgrade required even more palladium. Unfortunately, Hammer Industries' inventory was merely sufficient to fulfill this year's weapon orders for the Department of Defense. Consequently, Hammer began acquiring palladium in bulk through various small companies registered under his name. Despite his careful maneuvering, J. swiftly detected these transactions, leading to the swift unearthing of the small company's true ownership. Then, regarding Hammer Industries' procurement of palladium over the past 5 years, the weapon orders they have received, as well as the palladium required for the orders signed this year and the potential orders from the Department of Defense for next year, a comprehensive set of data was presented before Tony. Justin Hammer, could it truly be you? Tony murmured as he reopened the data that Jarvis had sent to his phone yesterday, pondering how Justin Hammer hardly seemed the type to possess such audacity. Hey, fish detector, what's your take? Qin Xiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling glass, observing the fish swimming beneath the river. Originally, the New York base was intended to be situated on a farm in the outskirts. But Qin Xiao, having donated $1 billion to the Avengers Initiative, insisted on securing this secret base beneath the river, believing that with his financial contribution, he ought to hold the top position. In his words, this was the style befitting a secret organization with $1 billion budget. Indeed, it was about style. For this reason, he often emulated Nick Fury, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, motionless as he gazed at the fish outside. Consequently, Tony had bestowed upon him the nickname Fish Detector. Who is Yuan Fong? Tony inquired, pulling a bag of chips from seemingly nowhere, munching as he asked. The Chinese version of Watson, who has solved numerous major cases alongside the Chinese Sherlock Holmes. Speaking of Holmes, Tony, it reminds me of a movie I watched, Sherlock Holmes, wherein the lead character bore a striking resemblance to you. Do you have any relatives working as actors in Hollywood? As Qin Xiao glanced at Tony's face, he suddenly uttered with a mischievous grin. No. Tony pondered seriously for a moment before responding. You really ought to refine your taste in films. Such an obscure movie must be a dreadful flop, precisely, especially that leading man. He appeared utterly foolish. I've never seen a more incompetent actor. Qin Xiao chuckled in a peculiar manner. Tony instinctively felt something was amiss yet couldn't pinpoint the exact issue. Ultimately, he could only retort to Qin Xiao, you ought to see a doctor. Spending all day with a bunch of people might be affecting your brain. Just as Qin Xiao was about to retort, the base's door swung open. Natasha strode in, clad in a striking red dress. Qin Xiao promptly stepped forward, pulled out a chair for Black Widow, and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Ever since his few days of revelry with Daisy in Monaco, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon seeing Black Widow. Look at her, my goodness, how can there be such a beautiful woman? I wager $1 that that scoundrel Justin Hammer is undoubtedly trying to keep her on as his personal secretary. Black Widow, after all, is an agent, particularly after the significant events that transpired in Monaco. Although she might not know about Qin Xiao's rapid journey in the plane, She was certainly aware that he was accompanied by a woman in Monaco. However, Black Widow did not delve deeper into the matter. She merely shot Qin Xiao a glance and, after taking a sip of water, remarked, "In fact, I didn't encounter Hammer, but I spent the entire morning at their company and uncovered quite a bit." "Tony, do you have the blueprints for Hammer Tower on the computer?" Tony hurriedly typed a few keys and turned the screen toward her. "Here." Black Widow pointed at several locations on the blueprint. These underground sections were initially designated as the research base for the joint project with the military regarding the development of battle armor. Hammer Industries had invested a significant number of scientists and resources here. However, just a few days ago, he abruptly withdrew all personnel, including researchers and security staff, rendering this place a no-go zone for Hammer Industries. I managed to slip 2 cups of fine coffee into the building's surveillance room and discovered that all monitoring footage of the entrances and exits, elevators, and even the parking lot of the underground research facility had been erased that afternoon. Coupled with the list of companies purchasing palladium that Jarvis uncovered, I am certain he is constructing the arc reactor. Or rather, Ivan Vanko is right inside Hammer Tower. Regrettably, accessing it now requires a special pass. Aside from Justin Hammer, no one knows who possesses this authority. Black Widow succinctly conveyed the day's discoveries, almost confirming that Ivan Vanko was indeed within Hammer Tower. "So what are we waiting for? You are the most formidable intelligence agency in the world. Contact agents, operatives, strike teams, special forces, and immediately conduct a surprise inspection there, and we will catch them red-handed." Tony spread his hands in exasperation. Black Widow rolled her eyes in resignation. "That is a military collaboration project's experimental base. You should understand what that entails better than anyone. Otherwise, are you going to persuade 2/3 of the Senate? Then what should we do? Should I just put on the armor and charge in? Since we've already zeroed in, why bother with niceties? As long as we confirm Ivan Vanko is here, it will be easy to handle." That's not out of the question. Black Widow was not one to be overly rigid, but after stating this, she dismissed the proposal. "However, we still have some more clever alternatives that can achieve the same effect." "What alternatives?" Qin Xiao and Tony asked in unison. "Well, it will require our 2 superheroes to endure a bit and perform a large-scale action scene." Black Widow smiled as she spoke. Chapter 80. An awkward performance setting. The rooftop of a building 30 meters east of Hammer Tower in Manhattan. Starring Qin Xiao, Tony Stark director, Natasha Romanoff writer. Natasha Romanoff, Qin Xiao, Tony Stark having just received a call from Rhodey. Hammer is currently at the airbase installing weapons on Rhodey's new armor. Once we detect Ivan Vanko here, Rhodey will swiftly apprehend him. Everything is ready. How about you two? Are you prepared, heroes? Black Widow's voice floated through the earpiece. Of course. Qin Xiao glanced back and nodded. Let us go. Action. Black Widow lightly slapped the table, signaling the start. Boom. Just as Black Widow's words fell, Tony's armor ignited its thrusters at full speed, directly impacting Qin Xiao's abdomen, shattering the rooftop railing as they soared into the air. Tony, you jerk, I wasn't ready yet. Qin Xiao shouted at Tony midair. The director has called action. You must learn what professionalism means, my friend. We are enemies now. While saying this, Tony grasped one of Qin Xiao's arms, spun in midair, and, using momentum, executed a powerful throw, sending Qin Xiao crashing down towards the ground. Boom. The ground at Hammer Tower's entrance visibly cracked upon impact. Huh? Didn't he hit the ground? Tony's armor appeared above Qin Xiao. Trailing flames. The twin laser cannons glowed with blinding white light, aiming directly at Qin Xiao as they unleashed a barrage. Qin Xiao dared not shout loudly, muttering instead as he rolled to evade the lasers and dashed toward Hammer Tower. Without hesitation, Tony maneuvered his armor, crashing through the glass doors. Just as he entered, a coffee table was hurled at him by Qin Xiao, who gripped it with both hands. Crash! Glass shattered everywhere, but Tony was also slammed hard against the sidewall. You picking up the pace with improvisation quite quickly. Tony's voice grumbled through the earpiece. Subsequently, Tony's armor stood upright, and he pointed a finger at Qin Xiao. Qin, I considered you my most trusted friend, and yet you dare engage in business dealings with that clown Justin Hammer? Do you realize how much I detest that pretentious scoundrel? A sigh escaped Black Widow's lips through the earpiece. As for Qin Xiao, he watched Tony standing there, pointing at him, and with a loud crash, Tony discarded a coffee table that was left with only the frame. That was merely a business collaboration. Unrelated to personal feelings, And we haven't even signed the contract. Why is that your justification for tossing me off from such a height? I truly wish to kick your dot mid-sentence. A girl who appeared to work at the front desk on the first floor screamed and dashed between the two. Stepping on shards of glass, I'll kick your ass, Tony. Once the girl had run past, Qin Xiao completed his line. Meanwhile, Black Widow, hacking into Hammer Company's surveillance, face-palmed in exasperation. Kick your ass? I'm Iron Man. Do you think my armor is as easily defeated as the trash produced by Hammer Company? Tony dryly finished his line. And then, tick-tock, tick-tock. A gust of wind swept through, fluttering several documents between them. It seems it's your turn? Tony's voice resonated through the earpiece. You altered the dialogue, Tony. I'm unsure how to respond. That last part was your own addition. Qin Xiao whispered into the earpiece. Gentlemen, our lines are meant to make it sound convincing that you two are fighting. Now, the entire first floor has cleared out, so stop acting and just break in. The Black Widow gritted her teeth as she spoke, wishing she could deliver a resounding slap to herself for allowing these two to assist. It was undoubtedly the most regrettable decision of her espionage career. The shame was unbearable. Within the subterranean research facility, the tremors from above prompted an immediate state of alert among the personnel below. 5 super soldiers remained, leaving the sole female to monitor Ivan Vanko's work. The other 4 converged with a contingent of guards summoned by Hammer from outside, fixating their attention on the elevator entrance. Unbeknownst to them, just as they had departed, Ivan Vanko cast a knowing glance at the female super soldier by the door, swiftly switching the computer interface. His fingers began to dance across the keyboard with remarkable speed. The elevator entrance. A resounding crash echoed as the elevator plummeted at an abnormal velocity, sending a cloud of dust billowing from its doors. In unison, the guards raised their weapons, aiming at the elevator. With a thunderous boom, the elevator doors were violently forced open, and a golden-red figure charged into the throng. The guards instinctively squeezed their triggers. But before they could react, the force of Tony's armor combined with the impact of the elevator doors sent them sprawling. Before they could comprehend the situation, the ceiling above rumbled ominously once more. Surrounding the research facility were hundreds of fully formed suits of armor. Tony recognized these as the armors jointly developed by Justin Hammer and the military, and he possessed detailed information about them. As individual combat suits, they were quite commendable, yet lacking in energy sources, they could only perform rudimentary actions after charging. However, some of the suits emitted a faint blue glow from their chests, arc reactors. Tony exchanged a glance with Qin Xiao. They had indeed found the right place. Just as they prepared to search for Ivan Vanko, for expressionless, cold-eyed behemoths clad in combat boots and camouflaged pants, with only vests adorning their upper bodies, appeared before them. Super Soldiers, Chapter 81. Ivan Vanko's counterattack. The 4 super soldiers bore expressions devoid of emotion, their gazes as frigid as those of cold-blooded creatures. Fixated upon them, Tony felt as though he were being scrutinized by 4 serpents, slick scales glistening and hissing tongues flickering in the air. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Don't look at me with those eyes. I don't have your girlfriends on my list of conquests, or, Mom? Bang, bang. In response, 2 heavy punches landed upon him. The 4 super soldiers charged toward Tony and Qin Xiao in pairs. Qin Xiao, eager to gauge the disparity between himself and these super soldiers, unleashed less than half of his strength and engaged 2 of them in a brawl. Tony, having provoked them, found himself struck by one of the super soldiers, staggering back several steps. That moment, the thrusters ignited, propelling him toward a direct confrontation with the 2 super soldiers. Qin Xiao shouted from the side, "Capture them first! Leave them to me!" Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Tony's armor shifted its arms, and he soared upward, charging into the interior. As the 2 super soldiers prepared to pursue, Qin Xiao took a couple of hits to his back, but managed to grab the waistbands of the 2 super soldiers before they could escape. Meanwhile, Tony accelerated past Qin Xiao and the others, darting down a corridor. Just as he reached the entrance to a room at the far end, the sole remaining female super soldier emerged nonchalantly, closing the door behind her and beckoning Tony with a dismissive gesture. At that moment, Tony had no inclination to show mercy. Raising his palm, he unleashed a blast from his repulsor. The female super soldier sidestepped just in time, but the blast obliterated the door behind her. "Ivan Vanko!" Tony exclaimed, his tone revealing that he had indeed located him. Ivan Vanko looked up, revealing a knowing smile before returning his focus to the keyboard. In the outer hall, the eyes of countless armors flickered to life with a white glow. Tony had no desire to engage in combat with the woman. He intended to accelerate past her to apprehend Ivan Vanko. Unfortunately, the corridor was too low and narrow, barely accommodating 2 or 3 individuals side by side. As Tony initiated his acceleration, the female super soldier leaped, pressing her foot against the wall to propel herself upward. Seizing Tony's legs, taking advantage of his recent thrust, she yelled and forcefully slammed Tony's entire armor into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the armor fell, and the female super soldier stepped forward, delivering a vicious stomp onto the prone Tony. In response, Tony activated the jet boots, blasting flames as he slid several meters backward before lifting off the ground. Hovering in midair, he declared, "All right, you've made me angry in light of your gender. I'll refrain from striking your face." Before he could launch an offensive, a whistling sound pierced the air behind him. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, after exchanging blows for some time, discerned that the strength and speed of these super soldiers were not as formidable as he had anticipated, perhaps even slightly weaker than his initial capabilities. It remained unclear whether this was due to the absorption of the serum or because they had been frozen in Siberia for too long, hindering their full recovery. After enduring several punches and kicks, he had nearly grasped the extent of their abilities. Just as he was about to unleash his full power and conclude the skirmish, a series of distinct sounds resembling a Gatling gun's rotation caught his attention. Familiar with that sound from his time in Mexico, Qin Xiao knew it heralded the onset of gunfire. The barrage of bullets descended upon him, and in an instant, he felt every inch of his body being pelted. The sheer volume of simultaneous gunfire was staggering. He watched as the super soldier beside him was gradually torn apart by the relentless hail of bullets, collapsing to the ground in a bloody heap. The remaining 3 super soldiers, taking advantage of Qin Xiao and another comrade's cover, narrowly avoided the onslaught, despite sustaining grievous injuries. Qin Xiao staggered several steps forward, acutely aware of the stinging pain in the exposed areas of his body, particularly at the back of his head, feeling as though countless iron fingers had struck him. "How many bullets did you fire at my back?" As if in sync with his words, the Gatling gun mounted on one of the armors erupted, releasing its last 2 remaining rounds, which struck Qin Xiao squarely on the back of the head, causing him to bob forward like a chick pecking at feed. Fortunately, the weapons aboard these armors were equipped with small magazines, preventing them from unleashing a torrent of bullets. Otherwise, this barrage could have easily resulted in his demise. "I said over? It's my turn now." Suddenly, more than a dozen armors that had previously been leaning against the wall surged forward. Forming a line, they were undoubtedly the ones that had just fired upon him. "Come on, let us see who is faster." Qin Xiao propelled himself off the ground, shattering the floor beneath him, barreling forward like a cannonball toward the line of armors. Meanwhile, a swarm of armors surged through the narrow corridor towards Tony. Both he and the female super soldier were caught off guard, thrown into disarray by the oncoming tide. In the chaos, Tony witnessed one armor enter a room and shoot upward, breaking through the ceiling and ascending into the open air. Another armor followed closely behind, cradling Ivan Vanko, now amalgamated with the notebook, against its chest as it soared through the gaping hole. "No," Tony shouted, preparing to devise a means to shake off the armors surrounding him. However, he suddenly noticed that all the armors nearby began to emit a series of ominous red flashes from their chests, accompanied by piercing alarm sounds. Chapter 82. The Death of Hammer. Not only Tony, but Qin Xiao also found himself in a similar predicament. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed more than a dozen armors ascending into the air, clutching unidentified metallic components. All the armors surrounding Qin Xiao, regardless of whether they had exhausted their bullets or were still firing at him, were flashing red lights frantically. "Tony, we need to get out of here," Qin Xiao shouted frantically into his earpiece. Tony, too, yearned to escape, but at least 7 or 8 armors were encircling him. He frantically activated his thrusters, attempting to break free from their entanglement. "I want to leave as well, but it seems like too many armors are fond of me. Why don't you make your escape first? Trust me, I'm in a far more troublesome situation than you," Qin Xiao remarked. Glancing at the 20 or so armors enclosing him, upon encountering Ivan Vanko, Tony had instructed Jarvis to relay the information directly to Rhodes. Rod, the seemingly honest man, exhibited a moment of unscrupulousness when he awaited Justin Hammer to arrive with a group of individuals who had modified the armor system and completed the armaments, only to then strike decisively and apprehend Justin Hammer. In addition to the information provided to Rod by Jarvis, there was footage of Tony descending directly from the elevator in the lobby of Hammer Industries, culminating in the full video of Ivan Vanko's actions. The evidence was irrefutable. Even if Justin Hammer were to eventually implicate Senator Stern and Francis, he would still be firmly established as a conspirator with terrorists. The explosion at the Monaco hospital, regardless of the perpetrator's motives, had been unequivocally classified by the international community as an act of terrorism. Regrettably, Justin Hammer had only just been escorted out of the base when a sniper's bullet abruptly claimed his life. The assailant, clad in the uniform of the base's soldiers, brazenly fired a shot before boarding a fighter jet and fleeing. Within a minute, the aircraft vanished from the base's radar in the office of the World Security Council. Alexander Pierce sat with Senator Stern, who trembled before Pierce's desk after having previously spoken so arrogantly in front of Justin Hammer. The buzzing of a cell phone on the desk interrupted the tension. Stern's gaze fixated on the phone as Pierce swiftly answered it with a nonchalant hum. He then lifted his gaze to Stern, stating, "Hammer is dead, and I have cleaned up your mess. If it weren't for your usefulness in the Senate, your head would be next." In the face of Pierce's menacing tone, Stern exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing from relief. "I truly do not understand your foolish reasoning in collaborating with Francis. Did you genuinely believe that the two of you could manipulate the Insight program? Did you think that if I were to die, you could ascend to leadership in North America? Foolishness." Pierce seized a folder from his desk and struck it against Stern's forehead, who dared not move an inch. "Now go. Remember to expedite the Insight program's advancement in the Senate, or else." Pierce's voice trailed off, leaving Stern to nod vigorously in agreement before hastily exiting. Meanwhile, at a certain estate on the outskirts of New York, 3 super soldiers, who had narrowly escaped death due to Qin Xiao's intervention, sat in a stupor. They allowed those around them to use small knives to incise their wounds and extract bullets from their muscle and bone, their faces devoid of any expression, as if the knives were not piercing their flesh. Francis lounged on an antique sofa, observing the 3 expressionless super soldiers. It seemed that Qin Xiao was far more intriguing than the armor itself. Such formidable combat prowess and defense. Was this truly the result of the super soldier serum? My interest in you is piqued. At the very moment before the explosion at Hammer Tower, Tony had pulled Qin Xiao out of the building. Utilizing his new weapon, a high-intensity laser beam, he sliced through all enemy armors in the corridor at the last moment. They burst forth just in time to encounter Qin Xiao, who was wielding an armor as a weapon and breaking through the encirclement. They managed to escape the building just before the explosion, but regrettably, the primary target, Ivan Vanko, had eluded them, taking with him a considerable amount of armor from Justin Hammer's stock. From the metallic components Qin Xiao had seen in the departing armor, Tony quickly deduced that it was likely a set of armor specifically crafted by Ivan Vanko for himself. In the caves of Afghanistan, he had done precisely that, manufactured a collection of seemingly unrelated items and assembled them into a suit of armor. Considering the few super soldiers, it appeared that Ivan Vanko had been under duress while creating the reactor and armor. Unfortunately, Qin Xiao and Tony's intrusion had inadvertently provided him with the opportunity to escape. Had Hammer not been assassinated, there might have been a chance to extract information from him regarding the mastermind behind these events. Justin Hammer did not possess such power over 5 super soldiers. Black Widow had reported the situation directly to Nick Fury. Among those present, only Qin Xiao was aware that Hydra was at play, though it likely did not involve Alexander Pierce in the films. Pierce had always maintained a rather restrained demeanor. With Dr. Zola's Insight program in place, he would not risk exposure at this juncture. The assassination of Hammer bore the hallmarks of Pierce's modus operandi. Only he possessed the capability to eliminate an individual within the United States, even within a military base, and escape unscathed. Were it not for Ivan Vanko's unknown whereabouts while secretly constructing armor, and the ever-watchful Loki monitoring Thor's every move, Qin Xiao might have sought an audience with the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed that once these matters concluded, it would be time for Captain America to emerge early and confront his nemesis, Hydra. There was no cause for regret. Ivan Vanko's objective was directed at me. He could not discreetly abscond with so much armor without my presence. He would not pursue any other course of action until I revealed myself, I must contact Rod and propose that the Stark Expo serve as a platform to showcase military strength. Chapter 83. The Stark Expo. The Stark Expo, despite the incident at Hammer Industries leading to the complete demise of the military and Hammer's armor project, originally lacked only a few arc reactors as energy sources. At the very least, some armors remained to lend an air of credibility. However, with Ivan Vanko's disruption, even those armors had vanished without a trace. In simpler terms, they were merely plastic shells coupled with tin. The chests were directly equipped with LED lights masquerading as arc reactors. While they were certainly useless in combat, standing still and saluting alongside Rod provided a sense of substantial security to the unaware public. Of course, these citizens were watching the broadcast from home, as Tony aimed to draw the snake from its hole. The majority of those present were military personnel, aside from some responsible for filming the broadcast. The rest were either soldiers or government agents. I truly do not comprehend what those government officials are thinking. Qin Xiao shrugged in the backstage area, perplexed. This is precisely why you will never become a politician. He continued, my father once told me that to be a competent politician, you must learn to speak without a single truthful word. However, it was precisely because of the broadcast that Ivan Vanko would believe everything to be genuine. Tony, clad in his armor, stood beside Qin Xiao. He had previously declared his intention to attend the government's armor exhibition today. All right, it's about time for my entrance, Tony exclaimed. Qin Xiao called out, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. Never mind, you go ahead. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiao could not pinpoint anything amiss. Tony shot a curious glance at Qin Xiao, and as his helmet closed, he soared into the sky before gracefully landing next to Rod. Oh, it's Tony Stark, our Iron Man. Is he here today to compete with our war machine and determine who possesses the superior armor? The host provocatively offered the microphone to Tony's armor. In fact, I'm here to assess my imitators and see how many measure up to my standards. Indeed. Tony's remarks were as sharp as ever. The host hastily extended the microphone again. Step aside. Rod's anxious voice cut through the air. What? The host thought he had misheard. I said step aside. It's not my armor. I'm being controlled, Tony. I'm locking onto you. Damn it, my armor has lost control, Rod shouted in distress. At that moment, Qin Xiao slapped his forehead, finally recalling what he had forgotten. Rod's armor had also been modified by Hammer's team. Not only the weapon systems but the entire armor control system. Akin to those controlled by Ivan Vanko. Without caring for decorum, Qin Xiao shouted to Black Widow and the cadre of agents, evacuate. Everyone, evacuate. Rod's armor is under Ivan Vanko's control. Tony, Rod's armor has been compromised. Quickly get him out of here. Qin Xiao's voice rang in Tony's earpiece as the sound of gunfire erupted outside. You should have thought of this sooner. Now everyone is aware. The clanging of bullets ricocheted off Tony's armor as he shielded himself from the onslaught. Although the ground was populated with trained soldiers and agents, they were no different from ordinary civilians when faced with armored combat. Nonetheless, during the evacuation, most individuals did not leave the venue promptly. As Tony attracted a hail of gunfire, he recognized that this situation was untenable and ascended rapidly. Braving the bullets, I shall not confront Rhodes directly. We must devise a method to sabotage that accursed reactor embedded in his chest. As Qin Xiao emerged, he beheld Tony ascending into the sky, while Rhodes' armor was raised, relentlessly firing at Tony. Just as Qin Xiao was about to intervene, Rhodes' suit activated its thrusters with full force, swiftly pursuing Tony. The weapon systems locked onto Tony's armor, and numerous cannon ports emerged from behind, several miniature missiles aimed directly at him. Observing the two fiery trails streaking through the air, Qin Xiao remarked on the situation. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a cluster of armored suits, trailing flames, surged forth. A swarm of suits followed Tony and Rhodes, hastening towards the two-dam. How many suits did he take with him last time? Think of something. Qin! A cadre of suits followed closely behind, indiscriminately firing upon Tony. He dodged while ensuring he did not lead them towards populated areas. The pressure mounted exponentially. What the hell can I think of? You better attach a rocket booster to my rear, or a hot air balloon will suffice. Qin Xiao exclaimed in frustration. I should have equipped you with something capable of flight. Damn it, why didn't you remind me sooner? The cacophony of explosions and gunfire accompanied Tony's voice. Qin Xiao shouted into the expansive void, incoming. Suddenly, Tony executed a steep climb into the sky, and once all the suits were beneath him, he made a sharp turn. Racing towards the exhibition area. Are you ready? I'm coming. Let us go. Wait, guys, shouldn't you consult me first? Rhodes' voice crackled through the earpiece. Shut up, traitor. Qin Xiao and Tony retorted in unison. Chapter 84. The reinforced whiplash emerges upon arriving at the exhibition. Tony abruptly descended, flying just over 2 meters above the ground, leading a swarm of suits directly towards Qin Xiao. The relentless barrage of bullets compelled Qin Xiao to instinctively shield his head. The density of the assault rendered him nearly unable to open his eyes. As Tony soared overhead, he could only rely on instinct to grasp a suit, forcefully hurling it towards the ground. Damn it, that was a miscalculation. Qin Xiao observed a suit on the ground, still aiming its arm towards him, continuously firing. With a flick of his wrist, he drove a tang knife straight into the reactor of the suit, instantly shutting it down. Can you aim more precisely? I lack a defensive visor. Let us do this again. As the two exchanged banter, Tony swiftly maneuvered, turning back towards Qin Xiao. This time, Qin Xiao did not disappoint him. As Tony's suit flew overhead, Qin Xiao leaped and tackled Rhodes' armor. To prevent Rhodes' suit from retaliating, Qin Xiao plunged a tang knife into the reactor. With a resounding crack, the outer layer of ordinary metal alloy was easily penetrated. However, the inner titanium alloy firmly resisted the blade's edge. It seemed imperative to quickly accumulate points to upgrade his weaponry. Qin Xiao muttered to himself, mustering all his strength to punch the knife's handle. With a grunt, the tang knife sank in over 10 centimeters, the blade nearly bursting through Rhodes' shirt, almost causing a grievous injury. Fortunately, the reactor was shielded by a mere thin layer of titanium alloy. Had it been elsewhere, Qin Xiao would have been hard-pressed to achieve such penetration, and if not for that thin layer, he might have accidentally killed Rhodes. Rhodes, how are you faring? Have you resolved the issue? All is well, though I nearly met my end at the point of Qin Xiao's knife, Rhodes replied, eyeing the blade at his chest, taking careful breaths to avoid exacerbating his predicament. You two had better lie down and gaze at the stars for a spell. Do not rise. As Tony landed nearby after a series of aerial maneuvers, the suits descended around him. He stretched his arms wide and spun, exclaiming, "This maneuver is quite impressive. Can it not last a tad longer?" Qin Xiao remarked, "Alas, such is the nature of a trump card. If it could be employed at will, it would not bear that title." Tony shrugged. Say, could someone remove this knife? The main antagonist has yet to make an appearance. Rhodes lamented from the ground. Very well. Qin Xiao stepped forward, placing a foot on Rhodes' chest, and with a cacophonous screech of metal, he gradually extracted the tang knife from Rhodes' chest. Is it over? Tony, are you both all right? Rhodes is unharmed, correct? A petite figure clad in a white business suit, Pepper, suddenly appeared, accompanied by Black Widow. Pepper, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to remain at the office? Tony queried in confusion. You did not inform me that today was a bait operation. I assumed it was a normal exhibition. When chaos erupted, with suits flying through the sky, of course, I had to investigate. Wait, are you blaming me? Did you tell her? Tony shot a glance at Black Widow. Could someone assist me in removing this armor? Rhodes interjected, but his plea went unheard. In such circumstances, what more could I conceal? Moreover, she has already arrived on the scene. Black Widow raised her hands and feigned innocence. Tony, do not divert the topic to blame others. My God, could you not inform me of your plans in advance next time? I do not wish to be left in the office, watching television, only to learn of events unfolding. Pepper asserted firmly. I did it to spare you concern. Pepper, you know this is perilous. Hey, I want to get up. Rhodes' voice was once again disregarded, as Tony and Pepper argued. Qin Xiao and Black Widow observed the spectacle, leaving Rhodes unattended. Oh? Your reasoning is impeccable. To prevent me from worrying, I ended up in a state of unrest in the office, prompting my immediate arrival here. What now? A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. Ivan Vanko has arrived. You all must. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before Tony could finish his sentence, the suits in midair unleashed a barrage towards the ground. Qin Xiao swiftly maneuvered to shield the two. You must go. Without waiting for their consent, he tucked them under his arms and leaped over 100 meters, finally setting them down. Ensure your safety. It would be wise to flee further, as anticipated. Tony, having exhausted his trump card, was indeed no match for Ivan Vanko. Here, Vanko's armor was even more formidable than depicted in the film's Point 3 arc reactors powered both his chest and shoulders simultaneously. One provided propulsion, while the other two supplied energy for the whip in his hand. After all, his moniker was Whiplash, and wielding a whip was his forte. The whip crackled with ferocious energy, launching a series of flashes that relentlessly battered Tony's armor, causing it to crack and splinter. Go confront you. I deliberately sacrificed my armor's agility. Had you fled earlier, I would have been at a loss, but alas, it is essential to understand that the energy output of the arc reactor is astonishing. Managing three simultaneously presents a significant challenge for the armor's output circuitry. Much like a Gatling gun, the excessive firing rate results in the need for pauses to allow the barrels to cool after several minutes of continuous fire. The armor's design becomes increasingly complicated, with the addition of two reactors, leading to a manifold increase in the complexity of the output circuits. Qin Xiao, however, was not as well versed as Tony. Witnessing Tony being gradually pushed back towards Ivan Vanko, Qin Xiao leaped, aiming the tang knife at the back of Vanko's neck. Chapter 85. The tang knife cuts the wires. Ivan Vanko was facing away from Qin Xiao, his attention solely fixated on Tony. With a swift stroke, the tang knife pierced through the armor. Similar to iron Monger, the strength of ordinary alloys could not withstand the craftsmanship of the tang knife. Moreover, Vanko's armor's exterior was notably less robust than iron Monger's. Die? Qin Xiao exclaimed, channeling his strength into the thrust. A jolt of resistance surged back. The knife met a hard object, halting its advance. What is this? A special alloy? Before Qin Xiao could fully comprehend, a crackling sound erupted from Vanko's armor. A metallic whip, energized and coiled, struck Qin Xiao squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Fortunately, he instinctively gripped the tang knife, preventing it from being left behind. Thrown over 10 meters, he tumbled several more before finally coming to a stop. Only then able to discern the situation. The spiny exterior of Vanko's armor could move, unfurling from the neck like a tail, and it was this very tail that had caught Qin Xiao off guard. I cannot fathom how I could forget that you are still by Stark's side. Apart from this tail, I must also thank that fool, Hammer. In his eagerness to surpass Stark, he hastily ordered some gold titanium alloy after I created the arc reactor, hoping to craft a suit of armor akin to Stark's for himself. This, however, has inadvertently benefited me. The lining of this armor is entirely composed of gold titanium alloy. Your weapons will be utterly ineffective against it. Ha ha! The tail of the whiplock struck the ground with a resounding crack, causing fine fissures to appear. Indeed, it has exceeded my expectations. But do you believe that just because you possess this turtle shell along with a tail, I am powerless against you? Your weapon cannot harm me in the slightest. I can gradually chip away at your defenses. Qin Xiao twirled his dagger confidently, asserting, even if your entire body is fashioned from gold titanium alloy, once your energy is depleted, you will still fall short against me. Setting aside sheer strength, Qin Xiao, inheritor of a portion of the Hulk's defensive capabilities and regenerative powers, was already in an invincible position from the outset. You are indeed formidable. When faced with you, retreat is the only viable option. But what about Stark? Can you save him before I end his life? As the whiplock spoke, he applied more force, causing Tony's armor to carve deep trenches into the ground. Damn it! Qin Xiao could not afford to lose, cursing as he charged towards the whiplock. However, the whiplock's tail was remarkably agile. It unfurled into a whip over 3 meters long, creating an impenetrable barrier around him. Qin Xiao swung his dagger, attempting to slice through, only to discover that the tail was also made of gold titanium alloy. Unless he struck a specific spot with dozens of blows, he would not breach the defense. Tony, you may need to hold on a bit longer. After exchanging several blows, Qin Xiao retreated from the whiplock's attacking range, his mind racing to devise another strategy. Tony's voice sounded slightly distorted, indicating that the whip had begun to deform his armor. Upon hearing Tony's words, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. He dashed towards the whiplock's right, timing his move perfectly as the whiplock's tail lashed out, propelling himself off the ground with a powerful kick. He swiftly maneuvered to the whiplock's left, only to be met with the whiplock's tail, which retaliated with astonishing speed, slicing through the air towards him. Damn it! Qin Xiao cursed, bracing himself as he took a heavy strike to his back. Yet he clung tightly to the whiplock's left leg. With his right hand, He plunged his dagger into the knee, feeling a surge of power from his back. Qin Xiao wrapped his left arm around the whiplock's leg, using the momentum of the whip to spin his dagger around the left leg. Just as Tony had surmised, the motion caused the internal circuitry and sensory systems within the left leg to malfunction, sending sparks flying. This will suffice. Qin Xiao then set his sights on the right leg. The whiplock, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, grew anxious. Nonetheless, he remained relentless in his pursuit of Tony's Stark .1 whip still tightly ensnared Tony's neck, while a wheel on his arm quickly tightened the grip on Tony's armor. Another whip transformed into a shadow, striking out towards Qin Xiao in unison with the tail. Qin Xiao chuckled, launching himself off the ground, flipping upside down to slide up the whiplock's right arm. This maneuver was inspired by Black Widow, who typically used her thighs to ensnare others' necks. With a plan in mind, everything became manageable, especially since Qin Xiao feared not the whiplock's attacks. He evaded where possible, and where he could not, he grit his teeth and endured the strikes, utilizing the momentum to dart around the whiplock's body. Sparks erupted from the whiplock's body, giving Qin Xiao the sensation of wielding a kitchen knife against live wires. Incredible, yet electrifying. As a flurry of dazzling movements ensued, the multitude of damaged circuits and sensors finally triggered a chain reaction. Even areas Qin Xiao had not cut into burst forth with numerous sparks. The three whips, including the tail, extinguished, limply collapsing to the ground. At last, Qin Xiao leapt off the whiplock, standing still as he took a deep breath. He was uncertain of how many lashes he had received. He hadn't felt it at the moment, but now he sensed a sharp sting. However, thanks to his exceptional regenerative abilities, the pain quickly transformed into a tingling itch, gradually returning to normal. Tony also rose from the ground. His armor severely deformed around his neck, and he would likely soon succumb to the tightening hold. Indeed, spending money is the key. Had Justin Hammer ordered enough gold titanium alloy for the whiplock to craft a complete suit of armor, Qin Xiao would likely only be avenging Tony today. Your armor is not a battle vehicle. It does not require such an abundance of reactors. Such an approach severely compromises agility. Yet, it appears you have accelerated the rotation speed, significantly enhancing the power output. A splendid idea. Chapter 86. Battlefield Vegetative State for Roads. Tony approached the whiplock, speaking with an air of indifference. The entire armor had become incapacitated, rendering the whiplock immobile as he lifted his visor. I do not require your lectures, Stark. Spare me your hypocrisy. Were it not for the intervention of your friends, you would be in hell today, apologizing to my father. In truth, I was the one who advised him on how to deal with you. I recognize the flaws in your armor. It is my knowledge that has defeated you, just as my father triumphed over yours. You are unworthy to mention my father. Ivan Vanko spat venomously onto the ground. Expressing his disdain for Tony Stark, Qin Xiao twirled his dagger, preparing to end the whiplock's life, disinterested in their meaningless verbal sparring. However, he was interrupted once more by Rhodes' desperate plea. I say, now that everything is over, could someone please get me out of here? The poor Rhodes, whose armor was based on the Mark II model, could not detach itself automatically. His chest energy source, along with the circuitry, had been severed by Qin Xiao's dagger, leaving him unable to move even a finger to slowly remove the armor. It's over. How do you intend to handle him? I believe he should be handed over to me. Black Widow and Pepper Potts reappeared at an opportune moment. As Rhodes lay within the armor, rolling his eyes, Black Widow spoke from the perspective of S.H.I.L.D. Naturally, Qin Xiao and Tony would never allow S.H.I.L.D. to acquire the technology of the arc reactor, especially since Qin Xiao knew that the current S.H.I.L.D. would more appropriately be termed Hydra. Natasha, do you truly believe? Qin Xiao began, only to be interrupted by the whiplock's uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. No one shall decide my fate. You will all descend into hell with me. With the whiplock's maniacal laughter, all the reactors on the armors lying on the ground, including 3 on the whiplock's body, began to emit an ominous red glow, signaling impending danger. Although I had described it similarly, the flashing red lights before an explosion do indeed seem somewhat unnecessary. Bastard, damn it! Qin Xiao and Tony simultaneously cursed, charging towards the 2 women standing nearby. Tony soared into the sky, cradling Pepper in his arms, while Qin Xiao swept up Black Widow and leapt towards the distant woods. The scene was left echoing with the whiplock's frenzied curses and the alarms signaling an explosion, and of course, a faint voice emanated from one of the armors on the ground. "What is happening? Is it going to explode? Can someone help me out? Qin? Tony?" Boom. The relentless sound of explosions rang out, reminiscent of a cliché movie ending, with the two male protagonists embracing their beloved women as they watched the victorious explosion from a distance. Thud! An armor blasted away, rolling to a stop not far in front of the four. From within came Rhodes' robust groans. Tony, holding Pepper tightly, gazed deeply into her eyes and said, "I truly regret missing the last opportunity. I believe I should make amends today." The two leaned in for a slow kiss. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao remained still, holding Black Widow in his arms. She gently pinched his waist, asking, "What were you about to say to me before the explosion occurred?" Qin Xiao glanced at the beauty in his arms, then at Tony and Pepper, who were locked in passionate embrace. With a grin, he replied, "It no longer matters." He lowered his lips to meet Black Widow's. "Hey, why is it silent?" The explosion seemed to have stopped. "I'm on the verge of being crushed to death. Let me out for a moment. Qin, Tony, I know you're nearby. What are you doing?" Hey, silence." Qin Xiao kicked a stone towards Rhodes' head, causing his helmet to rattle. After Rhodes transformed into War Machine, the system automatically recognized him as a superhero, or, rather, an Avenger, granting Qin Xiao a task reward of 500 points. Defeating the Whiplock yielded an additional 1,000 points. Thus, Qin Xiao found himself with 2,000 points once more. With 2,000 points, aside from the Asgardian physique he had already redeemed, Qin Xiao could only purchase 2 items. After much deliberation, he chose to upgrade his dagger, for had it been sharp enough, the Whiplock would have been akin to a living target. Initially, Qin Xiao had expected to receive a new dagger through direct purchase. But to his surprise, the system presented an upgrade interface, allowing him to place the E-grade dagger on it, which then upgraded directly to D-grade. The upgraded Tang Dao exhibited minimal alterations in its appearance. As Qin Xiao wielded it a few times, he discerned that its material possessed greater resilience than before. However, to his dismay, it seemed that the folding feature had been abolished, possibly due to the material itself. This presented significant inconvenience for Qin Xiao, as he could hardly carry a blade with him everywhere. After all, he was not Deadpool. Reluctantly, he spent 1,000 points to acquire a spatial item, opting not to transform it into conventional jewelry or similar adornments. After consulting the system, he decided to morph it into a button on his waistband. Naturally, since his combat attire was adaptable, the button was not a permanent fixture. Should Qin Xiao choose to don sportswear, it might manifest as a small accessory on an elastic band or a logo, depending on his whim. In Qin Xiao's view, concealing such an item in an unexpected location would be advantageous, allowing him to surprise outsiders who would never suspect that he possessed a spatial storage device, attributing it instead to some form of magic, akin to Doctor Strange or Loki. Furthermore, the notion of drawing a Tang Dao from his trousers during combat seemed far more intimidating than his adversaries might anticipate. After exchanging for 2 items, Qin Xiao was left with a scant 300 points. After placing some everyday necessities into the spatial item for future use, he boarded a flight to New Mexico. Initially, he had intended for Thor to accompany him to New York, but the latter expressed reluctance to part with his hammer, preferring to remain by its side. Consequently, Qin Xiao acquiesced to his wishes. This large, foolish man not only seemed to have relinquished his inner obsessions, but also appeared to be earnestly planning his life. He had rented a house in the small town and even secured a job as a cook in a restaurant, which deeply surprised Qin Xiao. Observing the bumbling giant diligently at work in the open kitchen, he noted a distinct lack of his previous chaotic demeanor. Glancing at Jane, who was watching Thor with rapt attention, Qin Xiao suddenly felt a pang of empathy for Odin, realizing that children inevitably grow beyond their parents' control. Alas, poor Odin, his children were a tad too independent. Chapter 87. The strong survival instinct of Coulson in his brief time on Earth. Thor had learned from Jane the essence of a proper value system, working to earn money, spending time with his girlfriend, and seizing opportunities to study Earth's knowledge. He had transformed into a quintessential model citizen. In the films, his ability to embrace life on Earth stemmed from Loki's deception. He believed he had caused his father's demise, and his mother forbade him from returning to Asgard, leaving him despondent. Now, with Qin Xiao revealing the truth, he had truly settled down, shedding his previous impatience and impulsiveness, a stark contrast to his former self. Comparatively, His 1,500 years in Asgard seemed wasted. Odin's parenting was evidently lacking, perhaps prompting him to invoke the so-called Odin sleep, seeking solace while allowing his children to flounder. Although Odin found a degree of peace, Loki's ascension to regent sparked unrest among Thor's childhood companions. Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, the trio known as the Warriors Three, alongside Thor's betrothed, the goddess of the earth and harvest, Sif, arrived at the Bifrost's temple to consult Heimdall. After spinning a web of self-congratulatory lies, Heimdall left the sword of protection at the Bifrost's controls and sauntered away. After allowing a few individuals to venture to Earth in search of Thor, Heimdall sighed, reflecting that this was akin to babysitting. Asgard's royal matters were, to put it mildly, troublesome. Soon enough, he would have to assist Loki in staging another charade. It is often said that a wise man finds it challenging to adjudicate family disputes. And this held true even for Odin. Even Frigga, reputed as the wisest in all of Asgard, chose to remain indifferent to her household's turmoil, using her care for Odin as an excuse to hide away. Permitting Loki to wreak havoc from the throne, Heimdall turned a blind eye to Loki's collusion with the frost giants, grateful that Loki's intentions were to ensnare them and prove his worthiness as the rightful king to Odin. Every time Qin Xiao pondered this, he couldn't help but shudder. Allowing the two children to create chaos across the 9 realms ultimately led to their heartfelt cooperation, in the face of the impending Ragnarok. They sacrificed all of Asgard to accompany Hela into the abyss, securing their escape from the curse of Ragnarok. Thus, after Asgard's destruction and prior to their encounter with Thanos, every action of Thor and Loki was subconsciously influenced by Odin and Frigga. Apart from these two cunning individuals, Heimdall, who perceived but remained silent, everyone else seemed utterly oblivious. Qin Xiao contemplated this. A radiant arc of colors descended from the tempestuous clouds in the distance, landing just outside the small town. Within the temporary headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., all reconnaissance equipment blared alarmingly. Thanks to the research data and scientific instruments contributed by Jane and her team, the spatial detector had identified the formation of a passage between 2 realms. What had transpired? Coulson burst into the room with a look of urgency. It's the legendary Bifrost. A few big fools from Asgard. Oh, pardon me, a few deities have arrived. Let us go see. Qin Xiao appeared behind Coulson, accompanied by Thor, the biggest fool of them all. Aware that Loki was about to manipulate the destroyer, Qin Xiao instructed Coulson not to bring anyone else, opting instead for the 3 of them to travel together to the outskirts of town. As they drove, Qin Xiao turned to Thor and remarked, "To be honest, I may not be cut out for kingship. My perspective is rather simplistic. Perhaps Loki would make a more fitting ruler," Thor mumbled softly. "Actually, neither of you is suited for kingship. One lacks the knowledge of how to rule, while the other is merely eager to claim the throne." Qin Xiao defined the duo succinctly. Jane echoed this sentiment, expressing her fondness for Earth's electoral process, where kings are elected by the people rather than resorting to familial bloodshed. "Congratulations, Thor, you found a rather splendid girlfriend." Not long after leaving the town, they encountered 4 medieval figures. "Stop, Coulson. Those are my friends," Thor exclaimed, clearly delighted to see the Warriors Three and Sif. Before the vehicle had come to a complete halt, he leapt out to embrace them warmly. "Are you certain these are the gods from Asgard? They look more like warrior princesses and Robin Hood. And that stout fellow resembles a character from League of Legends, except he wields an axe." Coulson pointed at the figures outside, an incredulous expression on his face. "While I strongly disapprove of your comparison of that stout fellow to a famous Chinese star, I cannot deny that if someone told me deities appeared this way, I would be inclined to slap them soundly. By the way, when will you address your hair situation? I know of an excellent depilatory cream." As Qin Xiao spoke, he suddenly recalled the wager he had with Coulson. "I apologize, Qin. I shouldn't have compared a Chinese superstar to that fool outside. I misspoke. What I meant was that he looks like a seedy Japanese ninja, definitely not someone from China." Coulson's instinct for self-preservation kicked in, prioritizing his cherished vintage sports car above all else, followed closely by his hair, with Captain America's trading card trailing in 3rd place. Qin Xiao smirked, observing Coulson's receding hairline without uttering a word. "All right then," Coulson sighed in resignation. "I have 2 tickets for a cello concert, which cost me a pretty penny from a scalper. It happens on the 15th of next month, and Agent Romanoff is free that day. She's quite interested in such events." "Deal." Qin Xiao extended his right hand. Let us disembark and see what these fools have to say. Chapter 88. Deities? Who gave you the courage? The great father of the gods had succumbed to slumber, while the nefarious Loki had seized the throne. These were the words Qin Xiao and Coulson heard upon alighting from the vehicle, spoken by the four visitors from Asgard. The cliché of justice and conflict made Qin Xiao stifle a yawn. You actually paying attention to this, Coulson? Qin Xiao remarked incredulously at Coulson, who was engrossed. With an eye roll, he thought it absurd that Coulson was treating this as a fairy tale. Thor, in a rare moment of clarity, articulated the most sensible statement he had made in over 1,500 years. Indeed, if what they claim is true, it would imply that Frigga is merely a figurehead. Let us not forget, she could easily command Heimdall to summon me back from Earth without needing the four of them to sneak down here. In the realm of the celestial palace, the fiery-tempered Vostag, with a visage embodying righteousness and spittle flying from the corners of his mouth, declared passionately to as he reached an impassioned crescendo. He brandished his axe and struck the void with fervor. Biffed. Qin Xiao, unable to stifle his mirth, erupted into laughter. Swish, swish, swish. Several pairs of eyes turned sharply towards Qin Xiao and Coulson. Coulson, silent, took a step back, the gazes of several Asgardians fixed intently upon Qin Xiao. Apologies, esteemed ones. I did not intend to intrude upon your discourse. It was merely your words about vanquishing the malevolent Loki and saving the 9 realms that struck me as amusing. We stand for justice. Qin Xiao mimicked their fervent tones, raising his voice to a high pitch. Indeed, your proclamations are truly laughable, as if without you, the 9 realms would face imminent doom. Though the Asgardians could not grasp the humor in Qin Xiao's words, they discerned the scornful expression and mocking glint in his eyes. Vostag strode forth, towering at nearly 2 meters, looking down upon Qin Xiao with disdain. His beard, braided and long, quivered as he spoke. Are you mocking us? Mortal? Do you dare to ridicule the deities of Asgard? Do you believe I would not use my axe? Hey, Vostag, hold your tongue. This is my friend, my mentor, who has imparted much wisdom to me during my time on Earth. Thor interjected, swiftly placing himself between the two. He understood well the condescension his companions held towards Earth, viewing it as a realm of mere mortals, a barren land beneath Asgardian superiority, a notion he himself had held upon his arrival. You would do well to teach him silence, foolish mortal. Should you dare to mock the deities of Asgard again, I shall use my axe to educate you properly, Vostag sneered, raising his axe in a menacing threat towards Qin Xiao. Thor, recognizing the impending conflict, knew trouble was brewing. Indeed, just as Vostag turned to depart, Qin Xiao seized the moment to speak. Ha, ha, ha. I seem to have mocked him again, Coulson. What should I do now? Bow down to beg forgiveness? Thor, what manner of deity is your friend? God of wild boars? Or perhaps the god of gluttony? What did you say? Vostag stepped forward in fury, only to be restrained by Thor. The latter was frantically signaling Qin Xiao to cease his provocations. Ignoring Thor entirely, Qin Xiao pointed at Vostag, declaring, You few dare to speak of saving the 9 realms. Which realm, pray tell, requires your salvation? Who could you possibly contend with? The frost giant Laufey? Or perhaps the fire lord Surtur? Or the slumbering dark elves? No, no, no. You cannot best any of them. Qin Xiao waggled a finger dismissively, his disdainful gaze sweeping over Vostag. You can only bully some malnourished children. I cannot fathom from where you derive the audacity to speak of saving the 9 realms. Is it your disheveled beard or your rotund backside that grants you such courage? I shall slay you. An enraged Vostag hurled Thor aside and charged at Qin Xiao like a wild boar. See? I told you he was the god of wild boars. Wouldn't you agree, Coulson? Coulson. Damn it, Coulson, you've gone astray. Qin Xiao complained, pivoting deftly to evade Vostag's ex-Ida. As Vostag's axe struck the ground with tremendous force. Qin Xiao seized the opportunity, stepping onto the axe's back and yanking Vostag's beard with all his might. Using the leverage, he leapt, delivering a powerful knee strike to Vostag's chin. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Vostag was sent soaring. His massive form flew backward for 20 to 30 meters before crashing down, sending a cloud of dust and sand into the air. Poor god of wild boars, I haven't even exerted myself yet. And you're already airborne. How is your ample backside holding up? Qin Xiao called out, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand and shouting towards the distance. Clang, clang, clang. Upon witnessing their companion struck down, Sif and the other two celestial warriors drew their weapons, glaring fiercely at Qin Xiao. Hey, great deities, are you preparing to launch a collective assault on this mere mortal? Qin Xiao taunted, lewdly beckoning the trio with his index finger. Your prowess is commendable. In Asgard, you might be deemed a true warrior. But do you believe this grants you the strength to challenge the divine? One of the celestial warriors, Vandal, stepped forward, lightly brandishing his sword. In his estimation, Vostag had merely been careless, and it was no wonder that someone could evade a full-force blow. Given that you are a friend of Thor, I suggest you apologize to Vostag. We shall not pursue charges of blasphemy against the gods. Ha ha! Qin Xiao chuckled, bemused. He was unsure whether the Asgardians were merely exhibiting a limited perspective or if Odin had sheltered them too well. Such innate superiority was utterly irksome. With a derisive smile, Qin Xiao prepared to impart a lesson to these so-called deities of Asgard. The skies darkened ominously once more, swirling into a tempest, and a radiant multicolored light descended. Upon striking the ground, it inscribed a circular pattern filled with unknown symbols, and a colossal black metallic figure emerged. Who has released the destroyer, the guardian of the treasury? The arrival of the destroyer sent shockwaves through the Asgardians. A nearby village housed thousands of souls. Stop it! Thor exclaimed, glancing anxiously at the town, aware that Jane was still there. Their previous discord with Qin Xiao was now forgotten. At Thor's command, the group charged towards the destroyer. Their synergy evident in battle, Vostag, who had been flung away by Qin Xiao, rushed forward, positioning himself at the forefront. With flames igniting within the destroyer's body, its flat face opened to unleash a concentrated fiery blast toward the approaching quartet. They dodged to the sides, while Vostag rolled and swung his axe toward the destroyer's ankle. Vandal and Hogan, one wielding a sword and the other a small hammer-like weapon, flanked and restrained the destroyer's arm that aimed to crush Vostag. The destroyer, undeterred, ignited once more, its face opening to gather another surge of flames. Sif! Vostag shouted. Sif, having stealthily maneuvered to the destroyer's rear, leaped to a height of over 3 meters, transforming her baton into a double-headed spear, which she thrust through the widening metal gap created by the destroyer's bending form. The spear pinned the destroyer to the ground, extinguishing the flames within its body. Vandal elegantly twirled his sword, casting a provocative glance at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, gesturing toward the destroyer. The metallic figure, responding to the command, flipped over, transitioning from a bent position to an upright stance. Flames erupted once more. Sif! Thor shouted, prompting Sif to leap off the destroyer just in time. As the destroyer regained its stance, the spear slowly withdrew from its body. In a swift motion, a beam of fire shot forth from its face. Unlike the previous attack, this one did not cease after a single strike, but maintained a continuous barrage as it pivoted to chase the quartet. Fortunately, the massive destroyer was not particularly agile. Otherwise, that single attack could have resulted in the immediate demise of the 4 arrogant deities. The 4 could not simply endure the onslaught. Taking advantage of the flames pursuing the others, Vostag leapt high, aiming for the destroyer's chest with his axe. Regrettably, the destroyer had improved its combat awareness since their last encounter. Before Vostag could fully swing his axe, the destroyer's colossal arm swept toward him like a pillar. Vostag's once imposing strength proved futile against the destroyer, sending him hurtling through the air once more. This was no contest for Qin Xiao's current physical prowess. With that single blow, Vostag crashed to the ground, spitting blood. The remaining 3 were not spared either. They dodged the fiery onslaught, but the subsequent strikes of the destroyer's arms and feet sent them flying, sustaining varying degrees of injury. The destroyer, relentless, focused on Sif, advancing towards her with ominous intent. Having been kicked away moments ago, Sif had managed to block a blow with her shield, but her physical resilience paled in comparison to her companions, leaving her vulnerable and unable to evade. The circumstances of the others were similarly dire. Even if they could muster the strength to rise, they would be unable to swiftly rush over for assistance. Qin! Thor bellowed, gazing at Qin Xiao with an expression of desperate pleading. With a sigh, Qin Xiao stomped his feet firmly on the ground and charged toward the destroyer. Go be frank. Sif had already relinquished all hope. As the destroyer had lifted its fist high above, watching the fist approach her with increasing proximity, Sif despairingly closed her eyes. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Sif felt a sudden darkness engulf her vision and, bewildered, opened her eyes. "It's you?" Sif exclaimed in astonishment. The scene before her was nearly unbelievable. That earthling stood with his back to her, arms crossed and raised, firmly blocking the destroyer's punch. Not only Sif, but even the 3 valiant warriors of the Asgardian realm, sprawled awkwardly on the ground, widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? This earthling, a mere mortal, was blocking the destroyer's fist with his hands. "What are you staring at? Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you get up and hurry away?" The strength of the destroyer was indeed formidable, and Qin Xiao felt the pressure on his hands intensifying. Without a shred of tenderness, he shouted at Sif. "Oh." Sif nodded, regaining her senses, and with great difficulty, scrambled to her feet, hastily moving out of the combat zone between the destroyer and Qin Xiao. Chapter 90. The indestructible turtle shell. Seeing Sif had exited the battle zone, Qin Xiao yanked his hand to the side, relieving the pressure. The destroyer's massive arm slid sideways, crashing thunderously to the ground. Seizing the opportunity as its balance wavered, Qin Xiao lunged and delivered a swift kick to the destroyer's ankle. Boom! The destroyer, towering and unsteady, crashed down. Qin Xiao could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Before the creature could turn, he swiftly raised his fist and struck the back of the destroyer's head. Thud! The impact resonated like metal clanging. The destroyer remained unfazed, while Qin Xiao's fingers throbbed with pain. Realizing his bare fists were utterly ineffective against this armored behemoth, Qin Xiao wiped his right hand against his waistband, slowly drawing out a Tang Dao from thin AI, to an outsider. It appeared as though Qin Xiao was extracting a long blade from his trousers. Vandal stared in horror at the sword in his hand, then glanced down at his own pants. Asgard possessed numerous magical means to summon one's weapons, yet Qin Xiao had exhibited no magical aura whatsoever. Vandal was momentarily perplexed about how Qin Xiao had conjured such a blade. Oblivious to Vandal's thoughts, Qin Xiao, adhering to the principle of taking advantage of an opponent's ailment, thrust the Tang Dao toward the downed destroyer. The blade sliced through the seams of the destroyer's metallic body, yet such physical damage had no effect on its hollow interior. Gritting his teeth, Qin Xiao aimed at the metallic strips on its body and struck downwards. The blade scraped along the metal, producing a jarring screech, with sparks flying from the edge. After making a difficult slash, Qin Xiao discovered that not a single mark remained where the Tang Dao had struck. Casting a pained glance at his recently upgraded weapon, even though the blade had not been damaged, he hesitated to use it again. Sheathing the Tang Dao, he aimed at the destroyer, which was attempting to rotate its neck once more. The flickering flames within the destroyer's head extinguished as its face crashed back to the ground. Crack, crack. Whether it was the destroyer's innate combat instinct or Loki's command, the downed destroyer stubbornly attempted to turn its head again, preparing to unleash a fiery energy beam at Qin Xiao. Although his fist had left his bones aching, he had no better strategy against this armored foe. Seeing it daring to turn its head, he struck down again. Crack, bang, crack, bang. The two seemed to be engaged in a contest. One desperately sought to turn its head while the other resolutely prevented it. The 3 Asgardian warriors and Sif stood by, utterly dumbfounded. This was truly the destroyer, the guardian of the treasury, bestowed with magical powers by Odin. While Qin Xiao grappled with the destroyer, the others had managed to rise, supporting one another as they moved closer to Thor. Vandal, witnessing Qin Xiao repeatedly pummeling the destroyer into the ground, wore a look of sheer disbelief. Haven't we already tested whether or not it's the destroyer? Thor, is this really Midgard, the world we are meant to protect? Hogun gazed blankly at Qin Xiao and tugged at Thor's sleeve. Earth is not as feeble as we presumed. There are even beings here as powerful as my father. Thor recalled Qin Xiao mentioning his father's old friend, the Sorcerer Supreme. Hogun gulped nervously. Compared to their acknowledgement of Qin Xiao's strength, he was inwardly lamenting his plight. This creature was merely an armored shell. No matter how he struck, it was futile. If this continued, he would lose his fists before anything else, and no matter how extraordinary its regenerative ability, it could not withstand incessant blows. Speaking of which, why couldn't Thor sense his hammer? He had already been quite humble and accommodating, hadn't he? While Qin Xiao silently grumbled, the destroyer seemed to have reached its limit and no longer attempted to turn its head. Instead, it faced the ground and unleashed a massive burst of flames, propelling its upper body backward. Qin Xiao, mechanically delivering punches, was caught off guard as the destroyer's head shot upward as if equipped with a thruster. Unexpectedly, he was flung far away. Spitting out sand, he was about to charge forward, leveraging his agility for another round when the destroyer turned away, ignoring him entirely as it advanced toward Thor and the others. "So, you're ignoring me now?" Qin Xiao rubbed his aching wrist. "Thor, do you possess any divine artifacts like Mjolnir? Perhaps the eternal spear? Otherwise, I cannot contend with this armored shell." Thor's face fell, resembling a bitter melon. "The eternal spear? What a joke. That's Odin's weapon. If I could sense it, I would have wielded my hammer long ago." Thor glanced at the others, gritting his teeth and disregarding Sif's protests. He dashed toward the destroyer. "Loki, I know you can hear me. Your target is me, isn't it? Spare them, brother. I acknowledge my past arrogance. If I have ever caused you distress, I apologize, but they are innocent." "Thor!" A tense voice called from behind. It was Jane, who, having spotted the towering destroyer from the town, rushed out in concern. "I'm fine." "Thor!" The others simultaneously cried out in alarm. According to the script, Thor's declaration should have elicited a response, allowing him to feel Mjolnir's presence. However, this time, it was evident that after being flung aside, Thor staggered back to his feet. The flames flickered within the destroyer's body as it strode purposefully toward Thor. Jane and the Asgardians rushed towards Thor with anxiety. Qin Xiao also wanted to intervene, but suddenly, a shimmering portal appeared, and a slender arm extended, blocking his path. Chapter 91. Do you believe Odin's childish deceits? Master Gu Yi? Without needing to see her fully, Qin Xiao recognized the newcomer. The slender figure of Gu Yi stepped through the portal. "Qin, is this Bleak Street 177A? Agent Coulson appeared from nowhere, inquiring of Qin Xiao. "Yes, indeed. Supreme Sorcerer Gu Yi, compared to you all, she is the true guardian of Earth," Qin Xiao introduced. Ji glanced at Coulson, smiling and nodding in greeting. Coulson swallowed hard, his mind racing with thoughts about how to engage with the Supreme Sorcerer in the future. Gui politely acknowledged Coulson, then gently patted Qin Xiao's shoulder. "You need not intervene. Let Asgard handle their affairs. Odin has already made arrangements." Qin Xiao subtly expressed his thoughts to Gui. "Nonsense qualifications." Gui scoffed. "What? You thought so? Even when Thor first fell to earth, if you had simply rushed in and pummeled him, do you think that hammer would not have come to you? Damn it. Old fox," Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. Ji shot him a sidelong glance. "Did you truly believe that Odin, in his cosmic conquests, relied solely on his prowess? Do you think the ancient entities of the universe are as foolish as these novices before you?" However, since she had arrived as an elder, she felt the need to put on a display. "Follow me," Gui beckoned to Qin Xiao, drawing a line in the air with her hand, stepping forward to arrive before Thor and the others. Just as the destroyer approached, flames flickering atop its head, a fiery beam shot forth toward the group. Ji swiftly extended her hand, tracing several circles in the air. A cascade of golden light surged forth, coalescing in midair to form an enormous magical shield with a diameter of approximately 2 meters. Subsequently, the delicate hand of Ancient One gently pushed against the shield, which was inscribed with a plethora of incantations. Instantly, the magical shield hurtled toward the destroyer with remarkable speed. The powerful beam of flames collided with the shield, akin to a small child colliding with the rapidly advancing Hulk. Yet the shield showed no signs of slowing down, instead bravely pushing against the flames and directly impacting the massive form of the destroyer. The forceful impact sent the destroyer careening backward for several hundred meters before gradually dissipating into the air. "Hiss!" Everyone present, save for Qin Xiao, gasped in astonishment. Vandal, wearing a grim expression, turned to the equally dumbfounded Hogan and exclaimed, "Who is this? I feel as though we need Earth's protection." Only Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. "Thousands of years old, yet I wonder how she maintains her hands, looking like a young girl." Thud. Ancient One lightly tapped Qin Xiao on the head before strolling over to stand before Thor. But that was not all. She also conjured another portal for the destroyer, transporting it to a location less than 100 meters away from Thor and his companions. Qin Xiao pouted and grumbled. Once again, Ancient One extended her delicate hand and gave Qin Xiao's head another thud. One could only wonder where she derived such strength. The impact caused Qin Xiao, despite his physical prowess, to leap up in pain. Clutching his head and exclaiming, "Why do you keep hitting me? If you have something to say, just say it. You deserve it," Ancient One retorted, producing a court fan from seemingly nowhere and lightly fanning herself as she spoke. "My intervention is to inform Odin that I have not neglected his son during his visit to Earth. After all, you have been his caretaker for so long. As the next supreme sorcerer, should I not demand a greater reward for tending to his inept son?" Qin Xiao, still nursing his head, wore a look of grievance. "I have no interest in being the supreme sorcerer. Not only do I have to endure the Sanctum's trials, but I also have to face the torment inflicted by Dormammu countless times. Am I mad?" The words slipped out unconsciously, for Qin Xiao had always harbored suspicions regarding Ancient One's suggestion that he inherit the Time Stone. Thus, upon her bringing it up again, he couldn't help but voice his disdain. Only then did he realize something was amiss. When he glanced at Ancient One, he found her gazing at him with a knowing smile, her silence suggesting that she was fully aware of his thoughts. Clearing his throat, he hastily changed the subject. "Look over there. Thor is in trouble again. Quick, look." Ancient One did not pry further and instead turned her gaze toward Thor and the others. Indeed, after Ancient One's comments, Thor, disregarding the protests of his companions, dashed directly toward the destroyer. This time, he uttered no idle words and simply opened his arms wide. "Loki, if you must kill me, then do it now. Let this all come to an end. Do not drag them into this." Loki, likely startled by Ancient One's intervention, instinctively directed the destroyer to glance toward Ancient One and Qin Xiao. Noticing their lack of aggression, he steeled himself. A colossal beam of flames surged toward Thor. "No, Thor!" Cries of alarm erupted from the crowd as the flames ruthlessly struck Thor, propelling him several dozen meters away before dissipating. Upon assessing Thor, he appeared charred and battered, his garments reduced to tatters, his face so blackened it was nearly unrecognizable, with wisps of white smoke rising from his form. In this condition, even a deity would find it difficult to intervene. Chapter 92. Who is your father? Thor. Having just cried out in anguish, Sif watched in horror as a mortal girl dashed forward like an arrow, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. "Thor, Thor, no, do not succumb. You promised to take me to Asgard to see the endless sea." The sorrow in her voice rendered even Sif, who had spent over a millennium by Thor's side, feeling inadequate, forcing her to halt her advance. Loki, in his villainous role, was surprisingly straightforward. Although he had nearly brought Thor to death's door, he could not allow matters to rest easy. He again manipulated the destroyer to approach Thor's fallen form, its massive metallic feet crunching ominously on the sand, like the ticking clock of death. Sensing the footsteps of the destroyer, Jin glared at it with disdain before suddenly rising, spreading his arms to shield Thor from the impending threat. Adopting a stance that conveyed, "You shall have to step over my corpse to reach him." Though Qin Xiao, this was more touching than the iconic "You jump, I jump" from Titanic. Alas, foolishness brings its own rewards. Qin Xiao sighed wistfully. "Do not fret. Your foolish fortune surpasses his." "Hey, are you insulting me or complimenting me?" Qin Xiao inquired, scratching the back of his head. Ancient One merely smiled gently, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, on Thor's side, Jian resolutely positioned himself before Thor. Sif and the others exchanged glances and rushed to stand in front of Thor, mirroring Jian's protective stance. A group of foolish fools, out of caution. Loki made the destroyer turn its gaze once more toward Ancient One and Qin Xiao. Observing their apparent indifference, he gathered the flames within the destroyer, intent on obliterating the five standing before him. Along with Thor behind them, the roaring flames coalesced within the destroyer's form. Jian turned to glance back at the unconscious Thor, closing his eyes in resignation as he faced the destroyer. That moment, Thor's fingers twitched ever so slightly. This trivial motion summoned a tempest of energy. The skies darkened with ominous clouds, and lightning crackled into existence, each bolt seeming poised to rend the heavens asunder. Observing Thor's right hand, a small whirlwind materialized as if beckoning something. Within the temporary camp of Eldor's hammer, which had not moved since landing, began to tremble violently. Countless tiny bolts of lightning danced around the hammer, and in the next instant, it soared into the air, drawing immense electrical energy before hurtling toward Thor. They were situated just over 10 kilometers outside the town, not far from Thor's hammer in an instant. The hammer flew through the air with a deafening roar, landing firmly in Thor's grasp. His eyes remained closed, yet his right hand clenched the hammer with fervor, as if the lightning above had found its mark. Cascading down toward the hammer on the ground, transformed by the hammer, a surge of divine power flowed into Thor's almost charred physique. This was what it meant to be fully revived in an instant. Qin Xiao finally bore witness to it. He watched as Thor, a towering figure, suddenly opened his eyes as if resurrected from the dead. He then levitated into the air, brandishing the hammer toward the heavens. As countless bolts of lightning rained down upon it with that, he successfully underwent his transformation, becoming a god in an instant. A suit of scaled armor appeared from thin air, covering his limbs, followed by a simple breastplate encasing his torso, culminating in a crimson cape that flowed elegantly from his shoulders. Majestic and awe-inspiring, the true god of thunder had descended. "Oh, my goodness!" Jin exclaimed, hands over her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the transformed Thor. "Damn it!" Qin Xiao spat in frustration, feeling unjustly overshadowed. While he had never succeeded in his own attempts at grandeur, look at that towering figure. Not only did all his wounds heal instantaneously, but even the soot on his face vanished without a trace. The few strands of hair that had been singed were now restored, impeccably styled, as if he had just applied gel to maintain its shape. How infuriating! Upon completing his transformation, Thor sent the destroyer staggering with a single throw of his hammer. Another strike sent it crashing to the ground. Then, wielding the hammer, he soared into the sky, spinning it with fervor. A colossal tornado formed in midair, lifting a cloud of sand while gradually elevating the destroyer's massive form skyward. This defied all logic. It was a hammer, not a fan. This contradicted the principles of aerodynamics. Qin Xiao continued to grumble in dissatisfaction. As the destroyer ascended to a considerable height, Thor pivoted within the whirlwind, plunging downward with the hammer aimed at the destroyer. At this juncture, Loki could not remain idle. He ignited the flames within the destroyer, sending a fiery beam upward. Unfortunately, this feeble attack was utterly ineffective against the mighty hammer, which pressed relentlessly against the flames, driving them back toward the destroyer. Boom! Deafening explosion resonated through the air, accompanied by a shockwave that sent a swirling cloud of sand expanding outward in all directions, resembling a massive smoke ring that gradually faded from view. Witnessing this spectacle for the first time, Qin Xiao exclaimed, "No way! Is he truly that powerful?" Ancient One once again elaborated on the significance of having a good father. That is a force sealed within by Odin. Theoretically speaking, even a mere pig could wield the hammer and topple that massive metallic shell. Otherwise, with Thor's current strength, even with Mjolnir, he would be unable to shatter the magical puppet forged from URU metal. "Well, reincarnation is more important than hard work," Qin Xiao proclaimed, spreading his hands. Suddenly, for the first time, he felt that being chosen by Ancient One as the next supreme sorcerer might not be such a bad thing after all. Of course, that is provided he understands what this ancient fox is truly scheming. Rest assured, host, no one in this world can outmaneuver you by relying on their lineage, for you have the system as your father. An utterly lifeless voice echoed in his mind. Qin Xiao smacked his forehead, realizing, indeed, I have the system. Who should I fear? Huh? Wait, I see something amiss. System, what the hell are you doing suddenly appearing? Also, who is your father? Come out and clarify. System. Chapter 93. The show begins. The plot portion of Thor on Earth has been completed. The destroyer has been vanquished. In light of the host's participation in the battle, a reward of 1,000 points has been granted. Should the host continue to shout or insult the system, the reward will be revoked. System, you're truly remarkable. Qin Xiao suppressed the urge to curse. Alas, in the face of points, whatever the system says is right. In consideration of the host's sincere desire to amend, a kind reminder. The portion regarding Thor's exile to Earth has been completed, and the host's reward, Odin's friendship, awaits collection in Asgard. Very well. Lifting his gaze to Thor, who had swiftly dispatched the destroyer, he then engaged in a passionate kiss with Jane. entirely disregarding his fiancée standing nearby. That scoundrel! Thor slightly bowed to Ancient One and Qin Xiao, declaring, on behalf of Asgard, "We shall henceforth ally with Earth to combat the dangers of the cosmos and safeguard the 9 realms." This proclamation was primarily directed at Qin Xiao, as he had yet to earn the privilege to ally with the Supreme Sorcerer. Qin Xiao nodded subtly, both understanding each other tacitly. After conversing with Qin Xiao and Ancient One, Thor turned to Jane once more, expressing his affection. Just as he finished speaking, the two were locked in another kiss. Qin Xiao stole a glance at Sif beside him, who wore an unmistakably awkward expression. Vandal, adept at reading emotions, noticed Sif's discomfort and remarked to Thor, a statement that served to remind Thor. Although it partially aimed to alleviate Sif's embarrassment, it also reflected the truth of the situation. Thor led the Asgardians to the spot where Sif and the others had landed, standing atop the mark left by the Rainbow Bridge. Raising his hammer, Thor called out to the sky, "Heimdall." He raised his hammer again, calling out twice, yet the Rainbow Bridge showed no sign of response. "Hey, Thor, are you holding your hammer to ensure Heimdall receives your signal better?" Qin Xiao could no longer contain his curiosity. Heimdall is the guardian of Asgard, a powerful deity whose eyes can see into every corner of the universe, and whose ears can hear any call made to him from anywhere. Thor explained seriously to Qin Xiao. "Oh." Qin Xiao nodded, acknowledging the impressive nature of Heimdall's abilities. "Since he can hear, why must you call out while raising your hammer? Just raise the hammer." "Ah? My apologies, it's a habit." Thor awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He raised his gaze to the sky again, intending to lift his hammer, but recalling Qin Xiao's words, he lowered it halfway. Heimdall. Whether it was due to Qin Xiao's words or not, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a beam of rainbow light descended along the mark on the ground. Thor nodded to the crowd, then cast a lingering glance at Jane before stepping onto the Rainbow Bridge with his companions. Jane stared blankly as their figures gradually faded into the bridge. She murmured, using energy to break through 2 barriers of space and long distances to directly teleport people or objects to the other side. This is true divine power. Qin Xiao gently patted Jane's shoulder. "Hey, girl, I know your heart is all aflutter for that tall and mighty Thor, believing him to be the best, and Asgard to be a sacred place. However, I must inform you that such so-called divine power, which pulls people through a spatial conduit, can lead to unforeseen accidents, resulting in being sucked into a spatial vortex. A true god should be like this." Snap! Qin Xiao snapped his fingers. Ancient One glanced at Qin Xiao helplessly, then waved her hand, conjuring a golden portal that opened instantly. Jane peered inside, and it was indeed the Rainbow Bridge that Thor had described to her. On the Rainbow Bridge, Thor was soaring towards a grand golden palace, hammer in hand. "See? That is true divine power. Farewell." Qin Xiao waved to Jane and stepped into the portal with Ancient One, vanishing from sight. It was only then that Jane snapped out of her shock, exclaiming, "Hey, damn it. I want to go too." The only response was the last flicker of golden sparks as the portal closed in the void. "Next time I see Daisy, I will definitely not let her talk to you," she grumbled indignantly, turning towards her car. Jane, too, should find a place to settle down, awaiting her Asgardian prince to come for her. Ancient One opened the portal at the edge of the endless sea, diagonally facing the Rainbow Bridge. From this vantage point, one could see the Rainbow Bridge and its temple on the right, while in the distance to the left stood the Golden Palace. Having failed to kill Thor, Loki immediately froze Heimdall with the casket of ancient winters, allowing the frost giants to invade the Golden Palace. Thor's earlier call to Heimdall had failed precisely because Heimdall was still frozen and had not yet broken free. Under the guise of collaborating to kill Odin, Loki deceived the leader of the frost giants, Laufey, into the Golden Palace. When Laufey was about to slay Odin, Loki ambushed him with the eternal spear and killed him. The first motive was to prove his worth before Odin, and the second was due to Odin's revelation of his lineage, which filled Loki with shame. After all, he was to be the future king of Asgard. How could he possibly be the offspring of frost giants? For this reason, he was willing to kill Laufey and intended to use the Rainbow Bridge to utterly annihilate the frost giant world. Ancient One waved her hand, using magic to manifest a ripple in the air, displaying a scene akin to a screen showing Odin's bedroom. It was just as Loki had slain Laufey, and Thor had arrived. With the two brothers facing off, with the situation only half complete, Loki would never allow Thor to thwart his plans. With a thrust of the eternal spear, Thor was sent flying out of the Golden Palace. While Loki dashed towards the Rainbow Bridge, Qin Xiao's gaze followed Loki to the Rainbow Bridge, preparing to witness the brotherly clash that would shatter it. Yet Ancient One softly urged, "Look this way." The true spectacle is unfolding here. Chapter 94. Your writing is impressive, kid. In Odin's bedroom. Once the brothers had departed, Frigga's panicked expression instantly transformed into calm. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been lying in bed looking weak and frail, slowly opened his eyes. Sitting up, he let out a soft sigh. Frigga approached and gently patted Odin's shoulder. Their conversation was imbued with deep affection, resembling that of two ordinary parents deeply concerned for their children. Qin Xiao gazed skyward in exasperation, then turned to observe Loki, who was manipulating the Rainbow Bridge, preparing to bring about the complete annihilation of the Frost Giants. This, he thought, is simply a matter of rebellion. They are being exterminated, especially since they are his own kind. A famous internet catchphrase from his previous life echoed in his mind. He's just a child. Indeed, a child barely over 1,000 years old. What malice could he possibly harbor? He merely stole the family's weapons with intent to murder his brother and annihilate an entire race. Ancient One noticed Qin Xiao's expression and, understanding his thoughts, cast a disdainful glance at the mirrored image of Odin and his wife. Remarking, their perspective is limited. Loki's bloodline is that of the Frost Giant royalty. Odin has little time left. If the Frost Giant clan persists, how could Thor securely hold the throne? Faced with Ancient One's knowing gaze, Qin Xiao felt a sudden clarity. Previously, he had assumed Odin was aware of everything and merely permitted the antics of the two children. Now, it seemed evident that this was a grand scheme orchestrated by an old fox. Purposefully sidelining Loki, Odin had allowed Loki to, in a fit of rage, eliminate Laufey to prove himself, while simultaneously orchestrating the annihilation of the Frost Giants. Even if Thor were to intervene, the Frost Giant clan would only continue to languish. Most significantly, the Frost Giant clan would harbor a deep-seated hatred for Loki, and from the perspective of the heir to the throne, Loki would permanently lose a reliable ally, transforming this ally into an enemy, one of life and death. Sending Thor to Earth to ally with it, Qin Xiao recalled that in the beginning of Thor 2, Thor led an army to assist the Nine Realms in quelling rebellions. Subjugation, alliance, destruction. Loki plays the villain while Thor plays the hero, effortlessly converting most of the Nine Realms into Thor's loyal supporters. Compared to Odin's machinations, Loki's so-called cunning is utterly lacking. Indeed, those who ascend to the throne are seldom benevolent souls. In truth, there is no need for you to overthink matters. As the king of Asgard, Odin undoubtedly possesses the qualities befitting a ruler. However, he also embodies the role of a father, albeit with less distinction than that of a king. Come, allow me to introduce you to this successful king. Yet unsuccessful father. With a gentle tap on the mirror-like surface, Gui shattered the image, revealing a portal. As the portal opened, Odin's voice resonated from within. The title of Father of the Gods was not bestowed lightly. Upon entering Asgard, he had already sensed it was a rare opportunity to witness a splendid spectacle, and one must observe it closely. Gui was entirely unperturbed by Odin's awareness of her presence. Should any formidable being enter Earth, she too would undoubtedly perceive it at once. Supreme Gui, greetings, Frigga, seemingly familiar with Gui, greeted her with a smile and nodded at Qin Xiao before exiting Odin's chamber. It's merely a scuffle between two children. What is there to see? You did not come to Asgard solely to witness my entertainment, did you? Odin waved his hand dismissively, as soon as his words fell. A cataclysmic explosion erupted from outside. Odin's demeanor shifted dramatically, his entire being radiating with golden light. In an instant, Qin Xiao felt as though this old man had transformed into a sun, emanating not just light and warmth, but an overwhelming aura of authority. It was a sensation that suggested a mere flick of his hand could render one to oblivion. Damn it! The Rainbow Bridge, Odin exclaimed, vanishing from the bedroom in the blink of an eye. Gui, wielding a fan, playfully tapped Qin Xiao's head and laughed heartily. "Douc? What a classic blunder. After all that scheming, Thor, in his earnestness, has inadvertently shattered the Rainbow Bridge to thwart Loki's destruction of the Frost Giants. This was certainly not part of Odin's plan. Ha ha ha, Gui showed no restraint, unabashedly mocking Odin while in his domain. Qin Xiao, still reeling from Odin's imposing presence, finally reacted by swatting Gui's fan aside. Stop that! Are you performing a verbal ballet here? After venting his frustration at Gui, he finally grasped the situation. Are you suggesting that the shattering of the Rainbow Bridge was not in Odin's calculations? He inquired with curiosity. Alas, what does it matter if it was foreseen? Some things are simply fated. Qin Xiao sighed wistfully. Oh? Gui's bald head loomed before Qin Xiao. Then tell me, is our presence here not destined? Qin Xiao glanced at Gui's gleaming dome, took a step back, and sheepishly replied, How would I know? Just as Gui was about to respond, a figure flashed, and Odin re-entered. However, this time, Odin bore no semblance of composure. Instead, his face was etched with worry and concern. Without preamble, he directed a question at Gui, Loki. Perhaps this was what Gui referred to as Odin's paternal side. Having nurtured his prideful daughter for over a millennium, he certainly held feelings for the spirited princess. Gui did not hesitate to divulge the information. Prompting Odin to exhale deeply. It was as if he had only just noticed Qin Xiao. Turning to him and uttering a phrase in Huaxia language. Throwing hammers leads to the demise of the entire family. Wives have their monthly cycles every day. Your words are impressive, lad. Qin Xiao. Chapter 95. Actually, I have a twin brother named Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao recalled his early days in middle school when he attended a boarding school, presided over by a short, rotund, bald principal. The students often referred to him as Short Wintermelon. On one occasion, during a self-study session, Qin Xiao, upon spotting the principal by the window, jokingly called out, Short Wintermelon. To his dismay, he soon realized the principal was glaring at him with fury. The embarrassment and fear were palpable. Subsequently, he was summoned to the principal's office for a 40-minute lecture. This incident remained vivid in Qin Xiao's memory. The current situation bore an uncanny resemblance, with the short, stout principal now replaced by the father of the gods. Odin. Well, actually, Qin Xiao began, his expression betraying his unease. This may be a misunderstanding. I have a twin brother named Qin Xiao. Unfortunately, last night, a falling star struck him. Is that so? Odin raised the eternal spear. All right, I admit it was me. But I don't see what the fuss is. Look at you, with your white hair and beard. Your age is considerable, and your wife has her monthly cycles every day. What's the big deal, Qin Xiao, now nervous, stumbled over his words. To appease the formidable being, he desperately signaled to Gui, who finally stood up to intervene. Relax, Odin. I believe Qin has a point. Just consider which of your children has been a source of comfort. Should you happen to bear another, I fear Hela would have you exasperated before her birth. Precisely. Qin Xiao chimed in, hiding behind Gui. Silence. You wretch. Not only have you insulted my queen, but you have also cursed my entire family. The eternal spear began to glow ominously in Odin's grasp. He could not simply stand by. She firmly grasped Odin and spoke with utmost seriousness. Odin, regarding the matter of your family's demise. It is not merely a curse. The truth of the matter is that your entire family perishing is indeed a reality. What? In truth, Qin Xiao's earlier remarks were intended to intimidate him. However, Gui's words struck deep within Odin's heart. What do you mean by the truth of your family's demise, old friend? I am not jesting this time. I have come to discuss this matter seriously. We must engage in a thorough conversation about the future. Concerning Earth and Asgard, Gui's expression was more serious than ever before. Before the two formidable beings commenced their discussion, Gui opened a portal, through which Odin used the eternal spear to send Qin Xiao flying out. This portal was situated above the Rainbow Bridge. Moments ago, it had been a splendid sight, but now it had been rent asunder. Even the Rainbow Bridge temple had collapsed. The fisher of the Rainbow Bridge sat a solitary, sorrowful figure, cloaked in the winds of the endless sea, its fabric fluttering and rustling. Goodness! Asgard's version of Bujing-yun. Upon hearing the voice, Thor turned, somewhat surprised to see Qin Xiao. Qin, what brings you here? Wait, the Rainbow Bridge has been shattered by Loki and me. How did you arrive? If you can come, does that mean I can also go to Earth and see Jane? The big oaf was not so dim-witted after all. Upon seeing Qin Xiao, he immediately thought of many things. Who said love makes one foolish? It seems that it varies from person to person. Encountering a big oaf could yield unexpected results. Thor's sudden excitement startled Qin Xiao. Aren't you here mourning Loki? All that posing is because the rainbow bridge is broken, preventing you from going to Earth to see Jane? Why smash it in the first place? I came with the Supreme Mage. She is currently speaking with your father. Oh, and by the way, I have good news. Loki is not dead. The Supreme Mage told your father. I knew it. Thor was stunned for a full 10 seconds before suddenly leaping up and giving Qin Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder. I knew he would be fine. He is the god of mischief, the most cunning in Asgard. He's not that easy to kill. Clearly, Thor held genuine affection for Loki, his face lighting up with joy. However, regarding Loki's status as the most cunning in Asgard, Qin Xiao could only scoff internally. Not even Odin and Frigga, nor the seemingly unyielding Heimdall, could compare to Loki in this regard. Not wishing to delve into that topic with Thor, Qin Xiao seized the rare opportunity to explore Asgard. With the news of his sister's survival and the prospect of returning to Earth to find Jane, Thor's spirit soared, and he took on the role of an enthusiastic tour guide around the Golden Palace. After wandering around Asgard for over an hour, they had barely completed a tour of the palace's surroundings. Odin and Gui sat on either side, gazing at Qin Xiao with the amused expressions of doting parents observing their son-in-law. Akin to a couple who believed their daughter to be a grand fool weighing 250 pounds, Qin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that their smiles were laden with ulterior motives. Instinctively taking a step back, he warily asked, "What are you planning?" Odin, with a benevolent demeanor, beckoned Qin Xiao closer. "Come here, child. No, whatever it is, just say it now, and don't call me child. Not many who are addressed as such by you end up well. You can call me wretch if you like, just don't call me child." Qin Xiao firmly refused. Having just been on the receiving end of the eternal spear, he was wary of such a rapid change in demeanor. Odin's expression darkened, but it was Gui who continued. "You may not trust Odin, but surely you trust me. Come here. It will surely be a good thing," Gui smiled, her expression sincere. Unfortunately, in Qin Xiao's eyes, these two were akin to nuclear warheads, and he was reluctant to yield easily. "Not a chance. You two are smiling like a couple of pimps and madams from a brothel trying to lure in innocent maidens. I won't fall for it." Qin Xiao shook his head vigorously, refusing to comply. In the next moment, Odin raised the Spear of Eternity, while Gui held a radiant orb of golden light. Here we go. Here we go. Let's talk things over. Why the aggression?" Qin Xiao scampered over enthusiastically. Gui and Odin, too, instantly dropped their magical powers and weapons, switching to a more amiable demeanor. Gui smiled at Qin Xiao and remarked, "You have taken good care of Thor on Earth. Odin has decided to express his gratitude, so he wishes to invite you to his treasury to select any item you desire." Chapter 96. The Uncontrolled Flame. Upon entering Odin's treasury, Qin Xiao realized that not all cinematic portrayals could be taken at face value. In his youth, Odin had traversed the cosmos, conquering countless planets. It was implausible that only a handful of items, as depicted in films, remained out. In truth, Odin's treasury was filled with an astonishing variety of treasures, rivaling the vast collections of even the Guardians of the Galaxy's renowned collector. Many items coveted by collectors were also present. For instance, there stood a 3-meter-high glass dome encasing a complete Groot. "What is this?" Qin Xiao inquired, pointing at the tree being. "This is a Groot, a rare species. When I was a child, one of our teachers was a tree being, and Groot language was part of our elective courses. When he reached the end of his life, my father preserved his remains. Nowadays, Groots are exceedingly hard to come by." Thor, who had brought Qin Xiao to the treasury, explained that it's impressive that they turned a deceased being into a specimen for display. Qin Xiao mused, glancing at the sadly preserved Groot before shifting his attention elsewhere. There were various bizarre weapons and armors. He even spotted 3 Dragonfang swords. "These are the Dragonfang swords used by the Valkyries. I longed for one in my childhood. They were once part of Asgard's mightiest army, but they mysteriously vanished." Thor resembled a guide leading tourists through a museum, offering brief explanations as Qin Xiao examined each fascinating object. After a lengthy exploration, although his eyes were opened to a plethora of extraordinary items, he found none of the artifacts depicted in the movies. Puzzled, Qin Xiao asked Thor, "Is this it?" "This is the treasury of the Allfather. Surely there are more powerful items, like the hammer you wield?" "There are indeed few artifacts of great power," Thor replied. "However, Those artifacts come with significant restrictions. I fear you may not be able to wield them if you find nothing to your liking here. I can take you to see Mord as he spoke. Thor led Qin Xiao to the innermost part of the treasury and pushed against a wall with all his might. This revealed the true treasure trove. Hidden from view, housing items like the box of ice, the eternal flame, and the so-called fake infinity gauntlet. This gauntlet? Its size seems unfit for an ordinary person, and what of the stones upon it? Qin Xiao asked, feigning ignorance as he picked up the infinity gauntlet. This gauntlet is designed to help one wield the power of the infinity stones. It was crafted by the previous dwarf king of Nidavellir based on his own hand size. Originally intended to create a perfect receptacle for all 6 infinity stones to achieve the pinnacle of his forging prowess. However, once it was completed, countless ambitious individuals across the universe sought to seize this gauntlet to control the infinity stones. Reluctantly, the dwarf king presented it to my father, hoping that his renown would deter those coveting the gauntlet. As Thor elaborated, Qin Xiao realized that the gauntlet was indeed genuine, while Thor's claim of a fake likely referred to the stones rather than the gauntlet itself. The Dwarf King had crafted it to showcase his forging skill, ultimately gifting it to Odin to avoid trouble. This made perfect sense. It remained unclear whether this was a clever narrative device by Marvel's writers or a correction brought about by entering this real world. Nodding in agreement, Qin Xiao turned his gaze to the box of ice. This is the artifact of the frost giants. Thor continued patiently with his explanations. Qin Xiao, sensing the box of ice, found that, lacking the bloodline of the frost giants, he could not activate it.as for the infinity gauntlet. Aside from its size, it was nearly useless without the infinity stones. Truthfully, it appeared that there was nothing in Odin's treasury that he could actually use. As he pondered this, he approached the eternal flame. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. As he drew near, the previously tranquil eternal flame surged violently, as if doused with a torrent of fuel. The flames leapt over 2 meters high, expanding beyond the confines of its vessel by nearly a meter. Then, as if possessed, the massive blaze lunged directly at Qin Xiao, engulfing him in a wave of fire that surged into his mouth, nose, and every pore of his body. The transformation was so swift that both Qin Xiao and Thor were caught completely off guard. Oh no, my hair. Qin Xiao thought, only to have the flames invade him instantly. Thor, initially stunned, recognized the danger of the flames, but having frequented the treasury throughout his life, he had never witnessed such a volatile outburst. By the time he reacted, the fire had already penetrated Qin Xiao's body through every possible opening. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor instinctively attempted to intervene. Light radiated from Qin Xiao as he transformed into a being of flame. Strangely, his clothes, skin, and even hair remained unharmed, untouched by the flames. However, Qin Xiao's experience was far from pleasant. The moment the flames entered him, a torrent of searing energy surged through his body, far more intense than the Hulk serum he had previously ingested. The force ravaged his muscles, veins, and bones, leaving no part of his body unscathed. With a scream, a jet of flame erupted from his mouth, melting a gaping hole in the wall. Simultaneously, deep beneath the Golden Palace, a rune symbolizing the power of Asgard's flames began to stir violently, breaking through the earth and shooting straight toward the Golden Palace. Damn it, Odin, who had been conversing with Gu-E, shouted as he leapt into action. Racing toward the treasury, with Gu-E closely following. Upon entering the treasury, they found Qin Xiao engulfed in flames, floating serenely in midair, while Thor stood nearby, dumbfounded at that moment. A cacophony of shattering noises echoed as a dark red rune burst through the wall, breaching 2 layers of the treasury's defenses and hurtling toward Qin Xiao. No! Odin bellowed. Stop! With radiant golden light enveloping him, Odin reached out toward the rune. The speed of Odin was astonishing. He nearly reached the rune in an instant, but unexpectedly grasped at air. The rune, which had been within arm's reach, vanished, leaving him standing not in the treasury but atop a distant mountain away from the Golden Palace. Gu-E, do you realize that was the source of Asgard's power? It was the key to suppressing Hela. Odin's words were laced with fury. The emergence of Hela would herald the onset of Ragnarok, and over the years, Odin had paid a hefty price to delay this fate. He dared not release any powerful source of divine might, preserving only a fragment for Thor as the next heir to the throne. Other significant figures, including the warriors 3 and even Thor's betrothed, Sif, were merely lesser deities with no extraordinary combat prowess. Odin had compressed all the formidable divine sources into runes, forming a barrier to suppress Hela. Even then, facing Hela, who possessed the same primal power of Asgard, Odin had to regularly bolster his own strength to keep her at bay. Without the fire god as source, it would not be long before the seals of the underworld began to stir. Ragnar K. Odin was far from prepared for it. Thus, he adopted an unyielding demeanor. In stark contrast, Gui remained unfazed, her composure unwavering. Odin, I understand your concerns. If you seek to engage in a mutual destruction to face the unbound Hela, I have nothing to say. However, if not, calm yourself and let us address the matter together. Meanwhile, as Odin and Gui appeared and then vanished, Thor, uncertain of his father's reasons for stopping the rune, nonetheless resolved to act in Odin's stead, believing it was for the greater good of Asgard. Without hesitation, he reached for the rune, but alas, the power of the fire god's source was not something a Thor yet to awaken his full might could thwart. Before the palm could even approach the rune, a devastating force akin to apocalyptic flames surged directly toward Thor. This power was as tumultuous and formidable as the eruption of countless massive volcanoes. Merely taking a single step back, all traces of the fiery might vanished without a trace. This is bad. I've been tricked. The god of thunder was unexpectedly intimidated into retreat by a mere mental simulation attack from an inanimate object. Cursing under his breath in frustration, he attempted to reach out once more to halt the rune, but it was already too late. The rune had frightened Thor away and had directly approached Qin Xiao, spinning around him in a whirlwind before burrowing into his forehead. As the rune entered his body, the aura emanating from Qin Xiao underwent an instantaneous transformation. Though he still radiated flames, the initial impression of Qin Xiao resembled that of an unyielding vessel, with the fire merely coursing through him. However, upon the rune's entrance, he seemed to merge with the flames, embodying the very essence of fire itself. This is the primordial power of the fire god. How could this be possible? Thor's eyes were wide with disbelief. It was said that long ago, apart from the All-Father, Asgard was home to 12 principal deities, the most formidable beings in all of Asgard. Thor himself held one of those divine positions, yet at some point, all these powerful gods mysteriously vanished, leaving only himself and Heimdall, the god of light. Despite his repeated inquiries to Odin, the All-Father remained tight-lipped. Thor had speculated that during Odin's cosmic battles, he had encountered formidable foes who had not only slain the principal deities but had also obliterated their divine essences, sparing only Thor's divine station. Little did he know today that Rune was indeed one of the 12 principal deities, the primordial power of the fire god. Yet, why was it here, and why had it entered the body of this earthling? Qin Xiao. With no understanding of the unfolding events, Thor, having failed to intervene, resigned himself to sit quietly beside Qin Xiao, awaiting his awakening. In truth, he had no alternative. His own divine powers had yet to undergo their first awakening, and he could not impede Qin Xiao's current state. While it was possible to forcibly disrupt the enchantment with his hammer, he was uncertain of the implications of recent events for Asgard. After all, Odin had merely sought to stop the rune, not to directly slay Qin Xiao. Thus, Thor begrudgingly observed as Qin Xiao absorbed the divine essence. Meanwhile, Odin, an Ancient One, had arrived at a mysterious location beneath the Golden Palace. The space here was somewhat distorted, dominated by a massive black portal exuding a dim, eerie glow. The other side of the portal was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of what lay beyond. Occasionally, one could hear the anguished, wailing cries emanating from within, suggesting that the portal led to a realm far from a leisurely retreat. Odin's face was still contorted with fury as he waved his hand toward the portal. Golden light flared into existence, and a colossal magical pattern materialized before it, brimming with an array of complex and indecipherable symbols and characters. Golden chains of magical energy coiled tightly around the magical array and the portal, each chain adorned with runes similar to the dark crimson one, their colors, white and azure, representing various divine energies that suppressed these chains, effectively sealing the portal. However, one chain, devoid of runes, flickered with magical energy. Already showing signs of cracks, it was evident that this chain corresponded to the primordial rune of the fire god, which had been absorbed by Qin Xiao, thus rendering it powerless. It was likely that this chain would not withstand for long before shattering completely, leading to the collapse of the entire seal. Chapter 98. The initial awakening of the fire god body. Ancient One, stroking his chin contemplatively in front of the seal, stood alongside Odin, who wielded the eternal spear. Watching intently, the atmosphere suggested that if Ancient One failed to devise a solution, Odin would be prepared to engage him in a mutually destructive conflict. After a moment, Ancient One suddenly broke into a smile. Snapping his fingers decisively, "Eureka! Say, if we can resolve this issue, I would be willing to relinquish a divine essence to you." Odin responded nonchalantly, "In that case, I will remain here to guard the seal permanently. As long as you are alive and Hela does not gain complete control over the essence of Asgard, I assure you that the seal will remain intact." Odin's expression brightened at this prospect. Relinquishing one divine essence in exchange for a supreme sorcerer was indeed a lucrative trade. Yet, before Odin's smile could fully blossom, Ancient One shifted the conversation. "However, my dear old friend, I bear significant responsibilities and cannot remain here indefinitely. Thus, the seal cannot be completely restored." Odin's smile froze on his face. "If you cannot stay, then what is the point of your proposal? If you have a solution, it's better to keep it to yourself." The eternal spear began to glow ominously. "Calm down. Hear me out. Once Qin Xiao absorbs the primordial rune, his power will fully restore this sealing chain. Coupled with my enchantment, it will surely hold for at least 10 years. That should be sufficient, wouldn't you agree? 10 years? That should be enough, shouldn't it?" Ancient One's use of the word should imply certainty. While the seal would prevent Hela from escaping from hell, the crux of the matter lay in Odin's control over the essence of Asgard. Once Odin reached the point of exhaustion, Hela would automatically gain control over it, rendering the seal meaningless. Odin understood Ancient One's implication. He knew he might not survive for another 10 years. It was a bitter reminder of the overconfidence he had exhibited when Hela was born, granting her an essence of Asgard. Unlike shares in a company, once Odin lost control, the essence would revert to Hela, a fact he could not alter. It could be said that the curse of Ragnarok was one that Odin had sown himself. 10 years, perhaps I won't even make it that long. Odin sighed heavily. "Do not forget, I am not in much better shape than you. Should the need arise, I might depart before you. But remember, we still have a glimmer of hope." Ancient One gestured, and a mirrored image appeared in the void, revealing Qin Xiao, now fully engulfed in flames. Qin Xiao had been suspended in the air for nearly 20 minutes. Ever since the rune had entered his body, Thor felt the temperature within the chamber escalating. Before long, even the god of thunder could hardly endure the intense heat. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the box of ice, which began to emit a bone-chilling cold to counteract the rising temperature, it was unlikely that either Thor or the room itself would have survived unscathed. As the rune entered him, Qin Xiao lost consciousness, only vaguely aware of the flames merging with his being. It felt akin to soaking in a comfortably warm hot spring amidst frigid temperatures. The sensation was delightful, invigorating, erasing all fatigue, to the point where he could barely feel his own body, enveloped solely in a warm embrace. "Congratulations, host. You have received the reward for the task of the god of thunder, absorbing the eternal flame and acquiring the primordial essence of the fire god, one of Asgard's 12 principal deities. The essence of the fire god and the eternal flame have fused, granting you the preliminary awakening of the fire god's power." 12 principal deities? Preliminary awakening? Qin Xiao inquired, bewildered. The system detailed the lore of Asgard's 12 principal deities, including Odin's sealing measures. As for the preliminary awakening, it primarily manifested in Qin Xiao's newfound control over flames. In this state, Qin Xiao could conjure and manipulate fire at will and execute ranged attacks within a certain radius, with temperatures reaching approximately 1,500 degrees Celsius. Regarding his physical prowess, the system had seamlessly integrated the strengths of all blood serums within him. In simpler terms, his current physical strength and defensive capabilities were roughly 60 that of the Hulk. Yet due to his Asgardian heritage, his regenerative abilities were now on par with the Hulk's. Of course, the system did not work for free, extracting 1,000 points as a processing fee. However, this expenditure was deemed worthwhile, effectively doubling his physical strength. Dissatisfied, Qin Xiao grumbled to the system, The eternal flame primarily serves to replenish the energy of the fire goddess essence, enabling the host to swiftly attain the preliminary awakening state. The eternal flame, that is a flame so powerful that even the fully awakened fire god cannot control it. To desire such might at this moment is sheer folly, host. Nevertheless, as the host's control over flames improves, the power of the eternal flame will gradually manifest. The system will also introduce relevant items into the store. As long as the host diligently completes tasks, wielding the power of the eternal flame will no longer be a distant dream. The system's presentation had an oddly reminiscent feel of a television shopping infomercial. Given that future capabilities could indeed reach the level of the eternal flame, it was evident that this venture into Asgard had not been in vain. Qin Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. Slowly opening his eyes, he first beheld the remnants of the eternal flame, now reduced to the size of a mung bean, still contained within its vessel. Previously, Qin Xiao believed he had eradicated the eternal flame completely. However, it appears that a remnant still remains, at the very least. A sliver survives, which can later be summoned to awaken Surtur, destroy Asgard, and triumph over Hela. The eternal flame has the ability to absorb cosmic energy on its own and will gradually restore itself, so there is no need for concern on that front. I am quite curious about Qin Xiao's thoughts. Came a voice from beside him, Ancient One. Chapter 99. The fateful bet, damn it. What just happened? Coulson exclaimed, leaping from his chair, his upper clothing and hair enveloped in flames. Qin Xiao stood beside Coulson, his face tense, attempting to extinguish the flames on his companion's body. Yet, with each pat, the fire only intensified. Step aside, Tony shouted, seizing a fire extinguisher and spraying it furiously at the flames, thereby saving Coulson from imminent peril. Unfortunately, the collar of his suit had already been singed, and as for his hair, it resembled a monk's, albeit a bit more disheveled, with the faint scent of burnt hair lingering. Fortunately, he sustained no serious injuries. Aside from a slight redness on his neck and scalp, no further burns were inflicted. Qin Xiao had been transported to the vicinity of the base by Ancient One, and after joining Tony, he encountered Coulson. Before he could recount his experiences in Asgard, the aforementioned scene unfolded. Qin, you hellbound scoundrel. If you want me to fulfill the bet, just tell me directly. Why set fire behind my back? Damn it! I just bought this suit. Coulson's eyes blazed with fury, his face flushed like a monkey's rear, coupled with his singed curls, creating an absurd spectacle. I did not set the fire. I merely approached you from behind. Believe me. Qin Xiao raised his right hand, fingers crossed, to swear innocence. I can attest. He did not ignite the flames just now. In fact, he didn't even. Damn it, flames are erupting from your hand. Qin, Tony exclaimed in horror, gazing at Qin Xiao's pointed fingers where a small flame danced mischievously. Oh, for heaven's sake. Qin Xiao, still adjusting to his new identity as the god of fire, instinctively shook his fingers to extinguish the flame. You still claim it wasn't you? Coulson leaped up, retrieving his firearm from the table. Calm down, Coulson. Let me explain. It was an accident. Qin Xiao quickly responded. Go explain that to God, you scoundrel. Coulson had no intention of hearing Qin Xiao's explanation. Bang! Tony, still wielding the fire extinguisher, struck Coulson on the back of his head with force. What are you doing, Tony? I was about to clarify things with him. Qin Xiao sighed. He will shoot you. I've heard this guy spends most of his salary on hair maintenance. He will kill you, mate. He needs to cool off. But I'm not afraid of bullets. He could never harm me. Tony cast a worried glance at Coulson, who now sported a sizable bump on the back of his head. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao sat on the fireproof ground, his expression one of dejection. A now calm Coulson sat on a nearby sofa, an ice pack pressed against the back of his head. Staring intently at Qin Xiao, Tony stood beside Qin Xiao, rotating a cigar in his hand. The three remained silent, with Tony and Coulson fixated on Qin Xiao. An eerie silence lingered for over a minute until a small flame, the size of a medicine bottle, suddenly appeared atop Qin Xiao's head. It's coming. I told you so. Coulson, look. Tony urged Coulson to observe the flame atop Qin Xiao's head while hastily placing the cigar on it to roast. When Coulson fainted, Qin Xiao had briefly explained his experiences in Asgard, including his acquisition of the God of Fire status. During this exchange, Qin Xiao had manifested small flames twice. Upon Coulson's revival, Qin Xiao reiterated his explanation. Yet Coulson steadfastly refused to believe that flames could spontaneously erupt from Qin Xiao's body. After a lengthy wait, upon witnessing the flames genuinely emanating from Qin Xiao, Coulson stood to investigate. "Ma'am, believe me, I have no husband." "No, I meant to ask, what did you want to inquire?" "I just told you. What I wish to know is, Odin sealed his daughter in Hell, which is one of the 9 realms. And if that being named Hela ever emerges, the 9 realms will face a malevolent deity akin to a ruler, resulting in war, correct?" "Indeed, that is the case. However, Odin can still suppress it for now. We need not be overly concerned at this moment." Qin Xiao replied, spreading his hands. The flame atop his head extinguished, only for another to flare up in his groin region. "I seem to smell roast chicken." "Congratulations, Qin. At least you won't need to turn on the air conditioning or light the fireplace in winter." "Shut up, Tony. Hurry and commence your tests. I cannot be seen in this ridiculous state." Tests were indeed necessary. The flames emanating from Qin Xiao were clearly a result of his nascent mastery over them, still not entirely controllable. After several hours of testing with Tony's specialized equipment, Jarvis concluded that the appearance of flames was random, likely linked to Qin Xiao's emotions, with temperatures fluctuating between 280 to 1,500 degrees Celsius, also quite erratic. This indicated just how little control Qin Xiao had over his newfound abilities, consistent with what the system had indicated. In the following days, Qin Xiao remained in a specially constructed fireproof room designed by Tony, continuously practicing and testing his new powers. Thus, within the Avengers' secret base in New York, one could often hear Qin Xiao uttering dramatic incantations. His right hand's index and middle fingers ignited with a small flame, as he focused intently on the wall ahead. Great Serpent's Fury. A tiny flame flickered on the wall, unable to even incinerate a mosquito. Desolation. Flames of the Abyss. 8 wine cups. By the way, Black Widow's solo film has already premiered in North America, set between Captain America, Civil War and Avengers. Infinity War. I plan to bring this part of the storyline forward. After all, for Qin Xiao to connect more deeply with Black Widow, we need to delve further into her narrative, fully unlocking her inner self. Moreover, the notion of Qin Xiao rescuing a spy organization rife with brainwashed agents is rather intriguing. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 100. The ambushed Qin Xiao took nearly a month to fully master the fiery energy within his body. The effects of his initial awakening were, as expected, somewhat underwhelming. Qin Xiao could control flames to emerge from specific parts of his body or transform entirely into a being of fire. He could even expel flames from his mouth, projecting a 2 or 3 meter long fire column. This was indeed a significant enhancement in power, especially upon discovering he could envelop his Tang Dao in flames, instantly making him feel akin to a protagonist in a video game. However, the Tang Dao's inherent power was already formidable. The addition of 1,500-degree flames conferred no extra potency. After all, anything that could withstand flames of that temperature would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the blade's might. In Tony's words, this maneuver only serves to create a flame that requires no fuel. It is of no practical use. Nevertheless, Qin Xiao was relieved to finally leave the base, escaping the confines of isolation and the discomfort of sleeping on a hard metal bed without even a blanket. Today, Qin Xiao's spirits were high, exceptionally so. Coulson had not deceived him. On the day of the cello concert, Black Widow indeed had no assignments from S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, she displayed genuine interest in such events. To be frank, Qin Xiao would never typically attend such a concert, but in pursuit of a woman, a man often engages in actions that prioritize her happiness. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Xiao aimed to fully open his heart to Black Widow, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of vulnerability and intimacy. Black Widow appeared unusually cheerful today. After enduring over 2 hours of drowsy attendance at the concert, she shed her usual agent demeanor, excitedly pulling Qin Xiao out of the concert hall. With great enthusiasm, she sought a place to grab a bite and enjoy a drink. Having such an ordinary and leisurely day was a rarity for Black Widow. Thus, the two decided against driving and opted to stroll first. They meandered aimlessly, indulging in spontaneous culinary delights. Manhattan's safety was significantly better than some areas of New York. At least, there were still plenty of pedestrians on the streets even past 9 in the evening. The crisp autumn air carried a gentle chill, refreshing against their skin. Seated on a nearby bench by the seaside promenade, Black Widow playfully declared, "I swear I shall never again wear such high heels." As she complained, she shamelessly removed her high-heeled shoes, her dress riding up slightly to reveal her slender calves, which swung idly, slightly tender from the constraining shoes. Her porcelain skin glowed softly in the lamplight. Captivating Qin Xiao's attention. "Do you find it appealing?" The Black Widow, with a playful smile, addressed the somewhat dazed Qin Xiao. "Isn't it beautiful?" Qin Xiao genuinely praised, but no sooner had the words left his lips than he felt a tightening around his neck. In an instant, a pair of sensuous, fiery red lips pressed against his own. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, savoring the sweetness of that kiss. Qin Xiao found himself yearning for more. Taking the initiative, he wrapped his arms around the Black Widow's neck, only to be gently pushed away by her. "I'm hungry. You go buy me something to eat." It was then that he noticed a hot dog cart several meters away. The tantalizing aroma of sizzling sausages wafted through the air, teasing his senses. "All right," Qin Xiao exclaimed, springing to his feet and scampering toward the cart. Barely had he risen when a deafening whoosh erupted behind him. Instinctively, he turned around, witnessing a small missile hurtling toward the bench. In a split second, Qin Xiao embraced the Black Widow, but the missile collided with the bench before he could process it. He spun around, unable to discern whether he had turned first or if the explosion had occurred first. All he felt was a shockwave crashing against his back, along with the chaotic patter of debris. In comparison, the heat and flames of the explosion were almost imperceptible to him. To shield the Black Widow, Qin Xiao stood his ground, fully bracing himself for the missile's detonation and its aftermath. Once the explosion subsided, he quickly scanned the direction from whence the missile had come. In the dark alley across the street, on a rooftop of a tall building, he spotted a fleeting shadow. "Found you, Natasha. Be careful. I'm going to catch that guide. Don't go. Hold me a little longer." The Black Widow clutched Qin Xiao's collar tightly, her hand gently caressing his cheek as she spoke. It was then that he noticed something amiss. Her complexion was pale, and her breathing was rapid. Moreover, the hand resting on her waist felt sticky. Upon inspection, he discovered a shard of shrapnel embedded in her back, protruding at least 10 centimeters. Who knew how much more was lodged within? "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Qin Xiao mentally cursed, his hands never pausing. His phone, miraculously unharmed, was still in his pocket, and perhaps due to his combat suit, he swiftly dialed Coulson's number. "We've been attacked. Natasha is gravely injured. With a shard lodged in her back, over 10 centimeters exposed. I'm holding her and can't move. I need the most professional medical team. Hurry." I walked for about 20 minutes from the concert hall. "Near the seaside. Who knows the address here?" Qin Xiao succinctly conveyed the situation, hoping Coulson could locate them quickly and dispatch medical personnel without delay. "You'll be fine. Natasha, I'm holding you. I'll stay with you until you're all right. Coulson is on his way. You will be okay." He hung up, anxiously reassuring the Black Widow, unsure if he was comforting her or himself. "I'm fine. Qin, I've never felt better, but it's such a pity. I haven't even had a hot dog yet. I can't remember the last time I leisurely ate something on the road." As she spoke, the Black Widow reached out, smoothing the furrow in Qin Xiao's brow. "Don't worry. Meeting you has been my fortune. Perhaps it was destined. I don't deserve to experience the joys of an ordinary life since that incident in Budapest." As she spoke, blood trickled from her mouth, and her eyelids slowly fell shut as she lost consciousness. "Don't sleep, Natasha. Stay awake," Qin Xiao whispered urgently, not daring to move until the professional medical personnel arrived. Meanwhile, several blocks away, in a hotel, a middle-aged man lounged on a sofa, watching television. The screen displayed the moment Qin Xiao had shielded the Black Widow from the explosion. The intelligence from Hydra was flawed. Qin Xiao's strength far exceeds our expectations. He is not merely a super soldier. I've halted the operation. Arrange for immediate extraction from the United States. I'll find a way to deal with Natasha. Would you like to know what truly transpired in Budapest? Chapter 101. The unyielding Doctor Strange. With the Black Widow injured, Coulson mobilized all available resources. Shortly thereafter, a helicopter equipped with comprehensive emergency medical facilities descended onto the street. Just as the Black Widow was wheeled into the emergency room, Coulson hurried into the hospital. How is she? The characters in the Marvel Universe, despite their quirks, generally proved reliable in dire situations. After receiving Qin Xiao's call, Coulson's first action was to arrange for a professional medical team and helicopter. His second task involved coordinating a search in the area, setting up surveillance, and reviewing CCTV footage. Understanding Qin Xiao's inquiry, Coulson quickly organized two teams, one to review recent surveillance footage and the other to investigate the movements of both Qin Xiao and Natasha over the past few days. This was a premeditated attack. It was clear that they had been tracking either one of them for days. Now, I am curious as to why the assailants did not launch a follow-up attack after firing the missile at you. Coulson mused, mentally recalling Qin Xiao's displays of strength in public, then imagining the perspective of the attackers. It must be a matter of intelligence. They misjudged your capabilities. If they had pressed the attack, Natasha might not have survived, while the assailants would likely have faced your wrath. Qin. Coulson began, but before he could say more, the operating room doors swung open, and a doctor rushed out. Doctor? Qin Xiao sprang to his feet. The patient has a shrapnel wound penetrating her chest cavity, severely damaging her lungs. We need to operate immediately. However, the shrapnel is close to the heart, with 2 major arteries nearby, making the surgery highly complex. The doctor quickly outlined the situation, implying a low chance of success. Surely there must be a way to improve the success rate. Advanced equipment, a better surgeon. There has to be a solution, Qin Xiao exclaimed, gripping the doctor's shoulder with urgency. The doctor winced in pain, and Qin Xiao hastily released his hold. I apologize, doctor. I'm just extremely anxious. Now, give me an answer. I want my girlfriend to come out of that operating room safely. The best surgical doctor in New York City, renowned across North America, was exceptionally skilled, his hands more precise than machines. If he were to perform the surgery, the chances of recovery for Qin Xiao's girlfriend would significantly increase. However, this doctor had a peculiar quirk. He would not accept any work after hours. Even a billionaire offering $10 million for a house call had been turned down. He believed that working during his scheduled hours was the most efficient way to save lives. Tell me his name. Qin Xiao's icy gaze startled the doctor. He could hardly fathom who could persuade New York's finest surgeon, as countless wealthy individuals had previously sought his services, only to be rebuffed. But looking at Qin Xiao's intensity and the 2 agents flanking Coulson, it was clear that he was not an ordinary man. After a moment's hesitation, the doctor finally revealed a name, Stephen Strange. Upon hearing the name, Qin Xiao paused. Dr. Strange? He should have realized it when the doctor mentioned the best surgical specialist in New York and North America. But dwelling on that now was futile. Qin Xiao turned to the doctor. Within 1 hour, I guarantee there will be no issues. If, after 1 hour, you haven't secured Dr. Strange, I can only promise to do my utmost. Agents could locate an ordinary person swiftly. Merely 20 minutes later, the future Dr. Strange stood before Qin Xiao. Proud, arrogant, and eccentric, he insisted on operating by his own rules. In some ways, he resembled Tony Stark, though he appeared less jaded. I told you. I don't accept any work after hours, regardless of who you are. Release me and apologize. $500 million. Complete this surgery, and I will pay you $500 million. Qin Xiao offered a sum that no reasonable person could refuse. Even if you placed $500 million in cash before me, do not expect me to operate. Money is merely a necessity for living. It is certainly not my motivation or purpose for working. So save your breath. Dr. Strange stepped closer to Qin Xiao, speaking each word deliberately. In a flash, Qin Xiao reached for a handgun from one of the agents and pressed it against Dr. Strange's head. Hey! Coulson and the other agent looked on in alarm. Qin, relax. But Qin Xiao ignored them, threatening Dr. Strange directly. Now, you shall enter and perform the surgery. The promise of $500 million remains valid. Otherwise, you intend to pull the trigger, correct? This is a hospital. Do you plan to shoot me here? Sir, please call the police. Your friend is being rather impulsive. Dr. Strange remains unfazed. Qin Xiao hesitates briefly before firing a shot that shatters a light fixture on the ceiling. He then turns the gun towards his own forehead. Bang, 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 bang. He fires several shots, then, amidst the stunned expressions of Dr. Strange and the 2 agents, he delivers a punch that shatters the nearby wall. Kristen Palmer, who is also a doctor in this hospital, if you do not proceed, I will kill her immediately and sever your hands, which are said to be more precise than machines. Do you think the police can stop me? Dr. Strange gazes intently at Qin Xiao. After a moment, he finally speaks. Very well, you win. I shall proceed with the surgery immediately, but I reserve the right to report this to the authorities afterward. Chapter 102. The Inner Demons of Black Widow. The surgery lasted for over 3 hours, and indeed, Dr. Strange's hands are exceptional. Black Widow has finally escaped the clutches of death. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Please provide me with your bank account details, and I will transfer the $500 million to you by tomorrow. Qin Xiao says with utmost sincerity, "Do not thank me. Once I enter the operating room, I will devote myself entirely to saving lives, even if I am not here by choice. Your friend claimed to be an agent from a certain department when he brought me here. If I report this, can the police apprehend you? You not only threatened to sever my hands, but also to kill my girlfriend." Dr. Strange stares intently at Qin Xiao, clearly still troubled by the earlier threats. "To be honest, I do not know, but I do understand that even if I were arrested, it would be of no consequence. You could seek revenge in another manner, money, or perhaps a beating?" With Black Widow out of immediate danger, Qin Xiao finally allows himself to jest. "Well, my fists are neither as hard as the wall nor as swift as a bullet, since the police cannot handle you. And I have no interest in money. You owe me a favor. Should I require your assistance in the future, you must comply." As an operative from the intelligence department, Qin Xiao's superhuman physique and strength make a favor far more valuable than money, especially since he is not lacking in wealth himself. Qin Xiao grins and hands him his phone number. "The patient needs rest. I have administered a sedative. It would be best if you wait a few hours before visiting her again. Also, do remember to compensate for the damage to our wall." Dr. Strange hurriedly departs, for he must be well rested and focused for his duties as a surgical doctor, which is why he only performs surgeries during working hours. Although this may seem unfeeling, there is a rationale behind it. When Black Widow opens her eyes, the sky has already brightened, and Qin Xiao sits on a chair beside her bed, his gaze vacant as he cradles his head in his hands. Gently rocking back and forth, he clearly appears to have waited for a long time, boredom etched upon his face, giving him a somewhat silly appearance. Black Widow smiles faintly, inexplicably yearning to plant a kiss on his cheek. This young man manages to make her forget all the chaos, igniting her childlike spirit. Gently gripping the railing of the bed, Black Widow attempts to stealthily rise to kiss Qin Xiao, only to feel a sharp pain in her back as she exerts herself. "Ah," she gasps. Qin Xiao immediately stands up, his face lighting up with joy. "You're awake?" "Yes." After a failed ambush, Black Widow slowly sits up with Qin Xiao's assistance. "I asked this for me. I remember mentioning I was hungry and wanted a hot dog before the incident." "Indeed, I recall you saying you were hungry last night." The hot dog vendor must have been terrified. "I couldn't locate him. This was purchased downstairs at the hospital. It tastes delightful. I tried one first before buying it." "Who eats hot dogs right after waking up from an injury?" Black Widow remarks, sipping half a glass of water from Qin Xiao's hand. "Your mood is more important than anything else, if you do not fancy it. I can get you something else. Just tell me what you desire. Then I shall have this hot dog." Black Widow's lips curl into a smile, resembling a girl on her first date. "Wow, wow, wow. I believe our timing is certainly off. I bet if we had arrived a little later, those two would have undoubtedly kissed, and who knows what else might have transpired on that hospital bed." Turning tomorrow's headlines into scandalous news. The speaker is Tony, with Hawkeye, who has been on a mission for some time. Standing behind him, "I was on vacation, spending time with my kids, but Laura insisted I come see you after hearing about your injury. These flowers were picked by Laura herself last night." In Hawkeye's hand is a bouquet of colorful wildflowers, freshly gathered by his wife. Black Widow shares a close bond with Hawkeye's family, reminiscent of the camaraderie between Rhodey and Tony. Their arrival instantly livens up the hospital room, and shortly thereafter, Coulson also arrives. Qin Xiao gives Coulson a knowing glance, and Coulson subtly shakes his head. Since they cannot yet find a breakthrough regarding the ambush, they should first address the thorn in Black Widow's heart. Qin Xiao seizes an opportunity and discreetly calls Hawkeye aside. "I wish to know what transpired in Budapest." Although Hawkeye has not been frequently present with the group lately, he is aware of the situation between Black Widow and Qin Xiao. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's inquiry, Hawkeye exhales softly and begins recounting the story of his first encounter with Black Widow. At that time, she was still working for the Red Room, and during an intelligence mission, she encountered Hawkeye from SHIELD. Hawkeye had the chance to eliminate her but chose instead to persuade her to surrender and join S.I.E.L.D. to combat the Red Room. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not simply accept an enemy agent based on Hawkeye's personal judgment. They required a token of loyalty, namely, the assassination of the Red Room's leader, Dreykov, to escape the Red Room and evade their pursuit. One had to join SHIELD. The opportunity was fleeting. Later attempts to confront Dreykov would not be so simple. Thus, in a moment of resolve, Black Widow detonated a bomb. Regrettably, Antonia perished, but Dreykov survived the explosion. This act, however, earned Black Widow the trust of Shield, yet it came at the cost of an innocent girl's life, which remains the thorn in her heart. Budapest merely served as the name of the safe house during their assassination mission. And it could be considered their operations codename. So, you mean to say that she knowingly killed an innocent girl to completely sever ties with the Red Room by pressing the button herself? Qin Xiao confirms. You cannot fathom how terrifying the Red Room truly is, that I understand, but her actions, Qin, you cannot imagine. Hawkeye, fearing Qin Xiao might misinterpret the situation, quickly speaks on Black Widow's behalf. No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to confirm whether this incident constitutes her unshakable blood debt. I am not concerned about that girl's fate. This is not her fault. After walking a few steps, Qin Xiao seems to suddenly recall something. You mean to say that Dreykov, the leader of the Red Room,